The greatest fortune of my life is that year, that day, that moment when I encountered you. The most unfortunate event in my life is that I have caused you pain. Both my misfortune and my fortune are intertwined with you. Just as my existence is, would you be willing to forgive my shortcomings? Ye Feimo, room 5203, GK Oriental International Hotel. No matter how thick the curtains are, they cannot block out the sunlight, which fills the room with brightness. On the spacious double bed, a woman sleeps soundly, the snow-white silk quilt having slipped away, revealing her exquisite upper body. Her jade-like skin bears faint marks of kisses, alongside a few glaring reminders of overly passionate bites, which are particularly striking against her fair complexion, leaving no doubt as to what she experienced last night. Most notably, a beautifully intricate butterfly tattoo adorns her shoulder, vibrant and radiant. When Wan awakens, she finds herself alone in the luxurious presidential suite. Her long hair cascades down, concealing the intimate traces on her back. The enchanting allure of her figure, straddling the line between girlhood and womanhood, is breathtaking. Her originally innocent face is now tinged with a hint of beguilement. The marks on her body and the ache between her legs remind her that she has surrendered herself to the man she loves most during her most beautiful years, the man who has cared for and cherished her since their first encounter. Last night was her 20th birthday, the most joyful birthday she has ever experienced. Where has Lu Chung gone? When Wan scans the room but sees no sign of him, memories from last night, both hazy and vivid, flood her mind, causing her to blush deeply. She loves Fong Lu Chung, who dotes on and protects her, yet she feels an underlying dissatisfaction. Their relationship resembles that of lovers, yet it lacks the passionate fervor typical of such bonds. She always feels something is amiss. The shameful images from last night persist in her thoughts as powerful thrusts, the sweat that glistened, the heavy breaths, and the domineering possession, all contrasting sharply with the usually gentle demeanor of Fong Lu Chung. When Wan recalls her friend's jest that men become beasts when they shed their clothes, is her Lu Chung the same? She smiles softly, thinking that Lu Chung is still as considerate as ever. If they were to awaken together, it might be awkward. Hastily gathering her scattered clothes, she retreats to the bathroom for a soothing bath. How rough he was, causing her considerable pain. It seemed they had been together multiple times, disregarding her inexperience. Her face, she cannot tell if it is flushed from the steam or from embarrassment, feels as though it might ignite. After her bath, feeling somewhat more comfortable between her legs, when Wan dresses and, in a daze, contemplates that Lu Chung must have accepted her. Surely they are in a romantic relationship now. It must be so. He hinted for her to come, and they were together last night. They should be lovers now. When Wan feels a surge of happiness, in that moment believing she is the happiest girl in the world. Yet, life is often unpredictable. Just when one is at their happiest, a devastating blow may strike. When Wan's phone suddenly shrills sharply, she had set it to automatically turn on. After turning it off the previous night to seek him out, it has now powered back on. As she flips it open, she sees Lu Cheng's name flashing on the screen, her face instantly warming. Lu Chung, you warmth, you have profoundly disappointed me. Fong Liacheng's harsh voice carried an icy edge, extinguishing all joy, shyness, and innocent affection as if doused by a frigid splash of water. Her mind went blank. She was utterly bewildered by his words. Disappointed in her? Disappointed because she failed to please him? She was aware of his past relationships, while this was her first experience. Wait, foolish warmth, what are you thinking? If you offer your precious first time so devotedly, only to be met with such disappointment, what sorrow can remain? Have you degraded to such an extent? Her heart ached painfully, making it difficult to breathe, yet she managed to utter calmly, Brother Lu Chung, what are you saying? It was you who suggested we date and promised to come to the hotel. I waited for you all night. Do you realize this? Warmth, do you take me for a fool? Fong Liacheng's voice was laced with violent anger. Warmth felt as though struck by lightning. He had waited for her all night. Then who was the person from last evening? Dear friends, first, make sure to bookmark and recommend this. Then sip your coffee and enjoy reading at a leisurely pace. There are 20,000 words here, understand? Don't forget to bookmark and recommend. Warmth felt utterly frozen, awakening as a woman instead of a girl. She believed she had surrendered herself completely to the man she loved most on her most beautiful and special day. In that moment, she thought she was the happiest woman in the world. Yet Fong Liacheng's words shattered her happiness. She distinctly heard the sound of something collapsing within her heart. What was it? She did not know. She bit her lip hard. Brother Lu Chung, you. Don't make such a pathetic sound, Warmth. I never imagined you would be such a woman. I, too, have been played by you. He interrupted her, and Warmth had never heard Fong Liacheng's voice so cold and distant, faintly tinged with a sense of relief. Considering how long you've liked me, I initially intended to grant you a sweet night before the storm to satisfy your infatuated heart. Now that you've deceived me, we are even. She completely failed to comprehend his words. Why had Fong Liacheng's voice turned so icy and alien? Why was it that she could not grasp what he was saying? A sense of foreboding washed over her. What are you saying? Her voice trembled with fear. The man on the other end of the line now resembled a devil, an unrecognizable devil, not her gentle brother Lucheng. Fong Lucheng laughed, half mocking, half playful. Warmth, wherever you are, it's best you return home now. And thank you for liking me all these years. He hung up the phone, leaving Warmth rigid and cold. A gust of wind swept in through the door, chilling her to the bone. Her complexion turned as pale as paper. Something terrible must have happened. Warmth hastily rose, too hurriedly pulling at the pain in her legs, reflexively bracing herself against the bed. She caught sight of the bright red mark, and her face paled even further. What she had once viewed as a perfect token of love now felt bitter and humiliating. Memories from last night resurface. Though her vision of his face remains elusive, the pleasure and recollections he imparted linger indelibly, a warmth enveloping her heart. Who could he be? Why must it be someone else and not Fong Lucheng? Yet, at this moment, she has no time for contemplation. Gathering her belongings hastily, she rushes out, only to glance up at the room number, and a chill runs through her. 5203. Fong Liacheng's room is 5208. Had she, in her days, mistakenly entered the wrong room? With tears barely restrained, she grits her teeth and flees in desperation. Oh heavens, the boldest act of her life was to rendezvous with Fong Lucheng at the hotel, yet she has committed the most foolish blunder of her existence by misreading the room number. Cursed alcohol. As she steps into the elevator, the doors to the 52nd floor open. A strikingly handsome man clad in a tailored Armani suit emerges, retrieving his key card before entering room 5203. Upon finding the bed unoccupied, a cold smirk plays upon his lips. The warmth of home was abruptly disrupted as when Nguyen hurriedly returned, only to find several police cars stationed at her doorstep. Officers were forcefully escorting her father into a vehicle, and in an instant, tears streamed down her face. Even in her confusion, she grasped the gravity of the situation, crying out and rushing forward, only to be restrained by the police. Her father managed to utter a warning, Nguyen, be cautious of Fong Lucheng, before he was taken away. Watching the police car drive off with her father, Nguyen felt as though all strength had been sapped from her body. What did his warning mean? Why was her father being apprehended? She was utterly in the dark, but memories of her mother and sister flooded her mind. Gritting her teeth to dry her tears, she dashed into the house. Inside, chaos reigned. Uncles, cousins, and her maternal relatives filled the hall. Her mother sat on the sofa, weeping, while Wen Jing, her younger sister, comforted her, her own eyes red with tears. Mom, Xiao Jing, just as her mother, lost in sorrow, lifted her head. When Nguyen was met with a terrifying sight. Her mother's eyes were bloodshot, and her expression twisted in rage. With swift agility, she leapt from the sofa and struck Wen Nguyen across the face, leaving a mark that ignited a sharp pain, causing her to sway unsteadily. Mom, what are you doing? This has nothing to do with my sister. 15-year-old Wen Jing quickly intervened, grasping their mother's arm to prevent further violence against Wen Nguyen, whose mind was now a blank slate. The expressions of her uncles, cousins, and relatives were filled with animosity, their glares piercing through her like daggers, chilling her to the bone. Accusations and resentment were palpable in the air. What had she done? She was bewildered. Wen Nguyen, you are truly despicable, colluding with Fong Lucheng to send your uncle to prison. What are your intentions? Scorn her eldest cousin, Wen Xiuli. Humph, you didn't come home all night last night. Did you run off to be with Fong Lucheng? How can you face your uncle? Chimed in her second cousin, Wen Meili. Sister-in-law, why haven't you thrown such a daughter out of the house? If it weren't for her infatuation with Fong Lucheng, stealing your brother's information and giving it to him, would the Wen family be in such turmoil? Her second uncle bellowed in fury. In response, Wen Nguyen smiled, a radiant smile that spread from her lips to her eyes, a smile that instilled fear in those around her. She was a woman who, despite being plunged into despair, could still shine brightly. That smile seemed to have never left her face. Wen Jing enveloped her in an embrace. "Sister, this is not your fault. Ignore their nonsense." With determination, Wen Jing pointed toward the front door. "Get out. Leave my house at once." The Wen family, though not part of the upper echelons of society, was well known in a city, enjoying a degree of affluence. Wen Wan's father had risen from humble beginnings as a contractor to become the chairman of a construction company, Wen Jia Construction Company, which had garnered a respectable reputation in the industry. However, Fong Luqing had orchestrated a scheme to undermine the company, reporting her father for bribery and alleged commercial crimes, leading to his detention and investigation by the police. In recent months, a series of family-run smuggling cases in coastal cities had ensnared numerous individuals in both the political and business realms. And when Wan's father was unjustly implicated in this large-scale economic scandal. Upon the arrest of Father Wan, the Wan family enterprise, manipulated by Fong Luqing, crumbled into disarray. He successfully seized control of the Wan family, leaving them burdened with debts exceeding 10 million. In a matter of days, their villa would be sealed and auctioned off, and all assets under the Wan name would be confiscated. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Wan had unwittingly become an accomplice. For years, she had been wholly preoccupied with her affection for Fong Luqing, never considering why he incessantly inquired about her father's whereabouts and the particulars of his dealings. As Fong Luqing entered the Wan residence, standing with an air of authority in his immaculate white suit that accentuated his athletic physique and chiseled features, he exuded a chillingly commanding presence. As he stood at the entrance, he seemed to emit an aura of dominion. When Wan felt a chill in her heart, it dawned on her that the warmth and kindness he had shown over the years were mere facades. Wen's mother, in a frenzied state, rushed at him, only to be shoved aside by the bodyguards at his side. Wen Wan and Wen Jing hurried to support her. With trembling fingers, their mother pointed at him, accusing him of being ungrateful and repaying kindness with malice. Fong Luqing merely smirked in response, while Wen Wan, keeping her gaze lowered, suddenly looked up and asked Fong Luqing, "Why?" Taken aback by her address, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a cold smile, "Why? I intend to let the Wan family experience the taste of ruin." Over a decade ago, the Fong family was merely a small construction firm until Father Wan acquired it, forcing the Fong couple to their tragic demise, leaving the young Fong Luqing to languish in an orphanage. Out of a moment of compassion, Father Wan adopted Fong Luqing, who grew up alongside Wen Wan, eventually entering Father Wan's company, where he ultimately orchestrated the downfall of the Wan family. At that moment, Wen Wan realized that Fong Luqing had long since achieved success and established his own empire, infiltrating the Wan family solely to dismantle them. It was a brilliantly executed plan. "Thank you, Wan," Fong Luqing remarked, his tone laced with malice and a sense of vindictive pleasure. Wen Wan straightened her back, displaying a sweet smile as she gritted her teeth and declared, "Fong Luqing, the tides of fortune turn. Your day of reckoning will come, and I shall await it." He seemed to perceive a radiant glow emanating from her. Rarely had he witnessed this resolute spirit in the girl who had always pursued him. Fong Luqing's gaze dimmed slightly. In her youth, she had harbored feelings for a man of exceptional grace and refinement. With youthful passion and impulsiveness, she had fervently chased after him, once proclaiming atop the highest building in City A that she would marry him one day. Throughout her life, she had pursued him relentlessly, experiencing moments of affection interspersed with periods of distance, which only fueled her desire to conquer him. Young Wen Wan had yet to comprehend that this was also a form of manipulation. Just yesterday, on her birthday, he had asked her what gift she desired. Shyly, she suggested a romantic relationship. With a smile, Fong Luqing instructed her to wait for him in the presidential suite of the GK Oriental Hotel. Though she initially considered declining, being a woman of virtue, encouraged by her friends and having indulged in a fair amount of wine, she acquiesced and found herself somewhat dazed. At the GK Oriental International, ascending to the 52nd floor. Upon discovering that she had misdirected her affections, Wen Wan was engulfed in profound regret. As she returned, her heart hardened with a fierce resolve. She must not allow him to identify her, or else he would surely make her suffer. That man, it seemed, had taken advantage of her vulnerability. Yet, in this moment, she found herself deeply grateful to the man from the previous night. It was fortunate that it was he and not Fong Liucheng, or what would remain of her. Fong Liucheng's obsidian gaze glimmered with an inscrutable light as he stood in silhouette. She could not discern his expression, only the chilling sound of his laughter echoed when Wan. Admit it. You love me. You have lost, utterly and completely. Once a carefree princess, when Wan had been transformed into a Cinderella by Fong Liucheng's machinations. The Wen family had met with utter ruin. Their company had been swallowed by Fong Liucheng, and the upper echelons of the Wen family had been expelled from their own enterprise. Her uncles unleashed their fury upon her, indifferent to the plight of their mother-daughter trio, even as they descended into destitution on the streets, offering no assistance. Her uncle's family merely observed with cold detachment. When Mama returned to her parental home with her daughters, they were met with hostility, being driven out with harsh words. Both Wen Jing and Wen Wan were proud young women, unwilling to endure such indignities. They preferred to sever ties with such ungrateful relatives. The abundance of those who add beauty to the tapestry of life is far greater than those who provide aid in times of need. In just 2 days, Wen Wan experienced the stark contrasts of human kindness and cruelty. A throbbing headache plagued her. She was merely a second-year college student, while Wen Jing was still in high school. Her mother had been a homemaker for years, and their savings were frozen by the bank, leaving them in utter isolation. When Mama had sold her jewelry at a pittance, spending every last cent on hiring the best lawyer to defend Wen Papa, hoping for a swift family reunion. With all their funds directed towards legal fees, the three of them could hardly afford to rent an apartment, surviving on nothing but dry bread. Night after night, they sat by the river, staring blankly at the night skyline, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Wen Wan had never envisioned that she would find herself in such dire straits. Yet, it seemed that even more tragic days lay ahead. On this day, while discussing Wen Papa's case with her lawyer, Fong Liucheng strolled over. Wen Mama seethed with anger, Wen Wan remained numb, and Wen Jing was icy in her demeanor. The lawyer gently shook his head, silently advising them to avoid provoking him. Presently, Fong Liucheng was the chairman of the Fong Corporation, a rapidly ascending conglomerate involved in construction, entertainment, and aviation. In a city, he was second only to Ye Feimo, the president of Anning International Group, a young luminary of considerable power and influence, one whom ordinary citizens could not afford to cross. I hear that you three have been sleeping on the streets for 2 days, Fong Liucheng inquired of Wen Wan, his gaze penetrating. None of your concern, she retorted. Wen Wan, let us discuss a transaction. Become my mistress, and I shall ensure that you want for nothing for the rest of your life. Your mother and sister will receive the finest care, Fong Liucheng proposed. Wen Mama nearly fainted from rage, clutching her chest as she gasped for air. Wen Wan's nails dug into her palms, her body trembling with intense fury, yet she managed a sweet smile. Fong Liucheng, I would rather be with a stranger than allow you to touch me. Fong Liucheng's eyes narrowed coldly. Upon hearing her words, a surge of anger welled within him, as if something had pierced his heart. He let out a chilling laugh, ruthless and unyielding. Wen Wan, you will beg me for my touch. I swear it. In the bustling city, a captivating advertisement caught everyone's attention. Warm, along with her friend Tang Mandong, borrowed a sum of money to temporarily house her mother and younger sister, Wen Jing. The three of them settled into a modest apartment. As the eldest, Warm felt a profound responsibility to shoulder the family's burdens. Fortunately, with the summer vacation at hand, she was spared from academic obligations. Gently stroking Wen Jing's head, she murmured, Little Jing, I promise to gather your tuition fees before school starts. Wen Jing, stubbornly biting her lip, remained silent as Warm departed. She was a student in the acting department of a city's film academy and would soon be entering her second year. In dire need of funds, acting seemed an elusive dream, as she had yet to sign with any agency. A senior, now a rising star, had introduced her to an audition, which, if successful, could lead to a contract. The role was that of a young maid in a period drama, though the part was minimal. She was ultimately rejected during the audition. Unperturbed, Warm resolved to seek out opportunities in print advertisements and small theatrical performances. She was willing to explore any avenue that could yield income. Tang Mandong had already lent her a substantial amount, and now she had to rely on her own efforts. After several days of interviews with various companies, she aimed to secure a few print ad jobs, aided by friends with whom she had a good rapport. Warren possessed an elegant figure, a pure visage, and an innate ability to adapt her appearance. She could embody both allure and innocence with ease. As negotiations progressed smoothly, she approached contract signing only to face abrupt failures. Not one to be easily fooled, Warren suspected that someone was undermining her efforts. Her mind immediately turned to Fong Luching. After a morning filled with disappointments, Warren sat despondently outside a plaza, nibbling on the cheapest bread to stave off hunger. She had reached out to past acquaintances, but apart from Mandong, none could offer assistance. Even those willing to help were thwarted by Fong Luching's sabotage. Despite the bitterness in her heart, she wore a smile. Warren was an optimistic and resilient young woman, her demeanor reflecting her name. Just as she was about to gather her belongings for another audition, she caught sight of a striking image on the plaza's large screen, a luxurious room adorned with an opulent bed and a woman reclining on it, half naked with cascading hair, showcasing a vibrant butterfly tattoo on her shoulder. The advertisement, brief yet impactful, featured close-ups of the woman's bare skin, accompanied by enchanting music, culminating in a display of 4 bottles from the Butterfly 5203 perfume line, with the only dialogue being 5203, I love you. Warren felt as if struck by lightning. This was not merely an advertisement, but an unexpected revelation. This was a commercial personally designed and shot by Ye Feimo, the president of Anning International Group, for the newly launched Butterfly 5203 perfume. Miss, do you remember 5203? Come seek me out, echoed the final line. While others may have been oblivious to its implications, Warren understood the weight of those words. The man from that night was Ye Feimo. What a breathtaking scene. How poignant that line sounded. This hardly resembled an advertisement. Rather, it felt like an invitation shrouded in mystery. A woman whispered, questioning the connection between the lady and the advertisement, pondering how anyone could possibly shoot a perfume commercial in such a manner. This reflection rendered her mind a blank slate as she drifted towards the bus stop like a specter. 005 Ye Feimo 1, Anning International Building, ground floor lounge. When Wan sat anxiously, her pallor betraying the unease that had gripped her throughout the entire afternoon. She was seething with rage, contemplating the audacity of Ye Feimo exposing her to the entire city. What was his intention? He had encroached upon her rights without her consent, an act that was utterly excessive. That line, do you remember 5203, was a blatant invitation for her to seek him out, hinting at dire consequences should she fail to comply. It was outrageous. The entire city was stirred to find her. The mere thought of the uproar caused by that announcement filled her with shame and indignation. Even passers-by could discern the insinuation from the photographer, a veiled double entendre that she could not ignore. Outside, the rain poured down, mirroring her tumultuous emotions. As the workday concluded, most of the building's occupants had departed. When Wan mused that perhaps he had a private elevator and had already left the parking lot. It wasn't that she was unwilling to seek him out, but the receptionist had informed her that a reservation was necessary to meet the president, her disdainful gaze dissuading Wen Wan from further attempts. As night fell, the torrential rain continued. Her thoughts turned to her mother and Xiao Jing, prompting her to dash into the downpour without a second thought. In her haste, she failed to notice the oncoming vehicle, and a sense of terror paralyzed her. The man inside the car gazed at the illuminated visage of the woman, a flicker of intrigue crossing his typically icy eyes. The veins in his hands, gripping the steering wheel, stood out, and a wry smile curved his perfectly sculpted lips. Although Wen Wan was startled, she suffered no injuries but felt a surge of anger. After all, the light was green. Did he not know how to observe traffic signals? Wen Wan was an astute woman. Upon realizing the car was a brand new Lamborghini, she refrained from commenting on traffic regulations. In this era, wealth dictated the rules. She turned to leave, anxious that lingering too long might expose her to extortion. The Lamborghini, exuding understated luxury yet commanding presence, halted beside her. The man rolled down the window, his chilling voice cutting through the rain like ice. Get in. 006 Ye Feimo, 2. When Wan turned her head to look at him, finding his flawless profile somewhat familiar under the light. I'm sorry, sir, I do not know you. Soaked by the rain, Wen Wan appeared somewhat disheveled. The man turned his face, and Wen Wan's complexion turned as pale as a ghost. Under her startled gaze, he coldly uttered 3 words, Ye Feimo. Until she got into the car, Wen Wan remained at a loss for how to articulate the shock within her heart. Is he truly Ye Feimo? In the lounge of the ground floor, she casually flipped through a financial magazine and saw a photograph of Ye Feimo. No wonder she found his profile familiar. In reality, he was even more perfect than in the picture. His features were exquisite, with deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and perfectly curved lips, all combining to form an irresistibly charming face. The contours of his face were soft, yet there was an inexplicable aura of overwhelming power and dominance that suffocated the air around him. This blend of elegance, strength, and indifference exuded a unique allure, an amalgamation of power and grace, languor and aloofness. Ye Feimo, the president of Anning International, the most eligible bachelor in City A. It was said that he was ruthless and iron-fisted. Rumor had it that he was a dashing figure, with women flocking to him like clothes. And many starlets under the Anning International group had been embroiled in scandals with him. Whispers suggested that his rumored girlfriends were all from the entertainment industry, and he would discard them once he grew weary, exhibiting a heartless disposition. Furthermore, it was rumored that the international superstar Yi Yin shared an ambiguous relationship with him. In other words, he was indiscriminate in his affections. The stories surrounding Ye Feimo began to swirl in her mind only after she learned of that advertisement. These tales were gleaned from classmates and entertainment tabloids, mere gossip. Did he recognize her? The journey was silent, drenched in rain, when Wan was in a disarrayed state, and the commanding aura emanating from Ye Feimo was overwhelming, making her, despite her audacity, feel somewhat restrained. The memories of that night were too hazy for her to clearly see who he was, yet the embarrassing actions and sensations were now vivid, replaying in her mind, causing her face to flush as if engulfed by flames. Ye Feimo remained unwavering, his profound gaze betraying no emotion, as he escorted Wen Wan to an apartment in the renowned city. In a chic apartment on the 45th floor, the decor exuded an air of elegance with soft carpets, beige sofas, exquisite crystal chandeliers, and vintage furniture, all reflecting a refined taste. Yet, there was an undeniable warmth that contrasted with the icy demeanor of Ye Feimo. As she surveyed her surroundings, warmth found no trace of anything resembling tenderness in Ye Feimo's character. Cold, silent, and unyielding, these were her impressions of him. Put on a bathrobe and tidy yourself up. I have something to discuss with you, Ye Feimo commanded, his tone unyielding and frigid. Suppressing her temper, Warmth clenched her fist in frustration as soon as she closed the bathroom door. How infuriating. It was she who had lost her innocence on the first night. Yet he acted as if he had the upper hand. Why was he so brazen? Realization dawned on her. Why had she followed him back? Surely, her mind was not functioning properly. Considering Ye Feimo's notorious reputation, a solitary man and woman together. Good grief, Warmth, you're truly slow on the uptake. Typically an optimistic person, she soon rationalized. Having already crossed that line, her innocence was lost. There was no need for pretenses. That man likely wouldn't be interested in her anyway. She changed out of her soaked clothes, underwear included, hastily washed them, and tossed them into the dryer. The bathrobe he provided was large and enveloped her completely, allowing her to finally open the bathroom door without hesitation. Inside, however, she felt exposed and awkward. Ye Feimo loosened his tie and unbuttoned 3 buttons of his shirt, revealing a chiseled chest. With his sleeves rolled up, he exuded a wild and untamed aura, emanating an undeniable danger. It seemed unfair that fate had bestowed upon him such a striking appearance, noble lineage, and an abundance of charm and physique, leaving the rest of the men in the world to feel utterly inadequate. Mr. Yi, I wish to ask you, be my woman. Ye Feimo interrupted her mid-sentence, his voice firm and commanding, his gaze piercing. 008, when I woman. 2. A single sentence turned the warmth into ashes both inside and out. What did he say? As his woman, she experienced auditory hallucinations, comforting herself with illusions. Yet, upon closer inspection, the man's gaze remained fervent. She felt disheveled in the wind. Why would someone she had only met once make such an audacious demand? She was not a captivating beauty, nor did she possess the vanity to believe that a man like Ye Feimo could fall for her at first sight. Surely, something was amiss. Yet she could not discern what that was at the moment. I will only accept your affirmation. All other responses shall be swallowed whole. Ye Feimo regarded her with an even more domineering tone, asserting that she must fall in love with him. Warmth ignited with anger, her eyes blazing. She loathed the condescending manner in which he spoke, and Ye Feimo had crossed the line. He was far too overbearing. On what grounds should she be compelled to love him, to become his woman? Were you Golden City Wu? Were you Andy Lau? Were you the charmer? Were you the renminbi? Why must I be bound to you? Warmth, in her fury, laughed, her smile sweet yet laced with sarcasm. Silence. Realizing she had become overly agitated, Warmth lowered her head to reflect seriously. She ought to be gentler. This man appeared to be the type who could easily obliterate her with a single shot. Violent and discordant. What if she provoked him? The thought of being ensnared and then silenced was troubling. A sense of urgency washed over her, urging her to leave this place. Ye Feimo remained silent for an extended period, his gaze fixed on her, instilling in her a sensation akin to being violated by his stare. She internally lamented. This man was terrifying. Just as she was about to make her escape, Ye Feimo spoke. He said, "Do you not think I am more handsome than Golden City Wu and possess greater charisma than Andy Lau? Your aesthetic sensibilities require refinement." Warmth's cheeks twitched. She thought, how utterly narcissistic. She was rendered speechless. He continued, "As for renminbi, how much do you desire? I shall provide you with whatever you need. Are there any further inquiries?" 009 Ambiguity 1 Warmth. Tears streamed down her face as she, despite her intelligence since childhood, came to a profound realization. She and Ye Feimo were clearly not on the same intellectual plane, and thus, the essence of their communication diverged significantly. Their exchanges resembled a dialogue between a chicken and a duck, utterly incongruous. Was it her lack of intellect, or his eccentricity? Warmth pondered this question earnestly. "Do you believe you're discussing the same matter?" She attempted to engage him with a semblance of calm, confident in her own composure, yet uncertain of his. For his gaze burned with an intensity that suggested he yearned to possess her. A sense of urgency began to envelop her. "Don't you think so?" In a few succinct phrases, she arrived at a fundamental conclusion. Ye Feimo was undeniably assertive, cunning, eccentric, and astute. This assessment, made in the moments outside their shared bed, would be profoundly validated years later. "By the way, what is your name?" "Warmth." "Have you ever encountered a man who, after sharing a bed with a woman, proposes that she be his, and then casually inquires, 'My dear, what is your name?' Have you ever witnessed such a phenomenon?" Ye Feimo was undeniably the first in history to do so. Warmth. Ye Feimo remained unfazed, his long arm effortlessly drawing her in, and with a startled gasp, she found herself ensconced in his embrace. He was a man of action, swiftly pressing her onto the sofa, capturing her lips with fervor. His searing kiss was an aggressive conquest, exploring every inch of her mouth, leaving her unguarded and overwhelmed, succumbing to his advances. Clad only in Ye Feimo's robe, it slipped from her as he tugged, igniting an inexplicable warmth within her. Memories of that night, both hazy and vivid, surged forth, clouding her rationality. Her body trembled, radiating heat, as his hands seemed to carry a flame. Wherever he touched, her skin ignited. The last time she had been intoxicated, lost in a haze of confusion. But now she was acutely aware, every sensation focused on the fire ignited by his lips and tongue, sending shivers throughout her being, as a wave of heat coalesced in her lower abdomen. In the dim light, Ye Feimo gazed intently at her face. Where innocence was cloaked in a delicate veil of ambiguity, her flirtatious eyes shimmering. He understood all too well that she was as pure as a blank canvas. The navet of that night and the barriers that had crumbled upon their encounter made it abundantly clear to him that she was untouched, and he was her first man. Though Ye Feimo had indulged in the company of virgins before, he preferred the allure of women who possessed a certain maturity and understanding. The notion of pleasing someone who was oblivious to such nuances did not entice him. However, upon discovering that it was her first experience, his initial intentions to playfully torment her transformed into a wave of tender affection. Nevertheless, he ultimately lost control. He despised that term, having grown weary of such emotion since that fateful night. Perhaps it was due to her visage. Wen Wan remained unaware that his roughness that day was fueled by the fact that, while she clung to him, she called out the name of another man. Feng Lucheng. The mere thought of another woman uttering another man's name in his bed ignited a fierce desire to torment her further. Over the years, he had been surrounded by a revolving door of women, yet she was the first to spark genuine interest within him. His hands explored her form, probing and seeking. As he moved within her, Wen Wan gasped, biting her lip in shock, momentarily regaining her senses, intending to confront him about using her for his own purposes. What was she doing now? She recoiled, trying to evade Ye Feimo, but he gripped her waist with a roughness that sent her heart racing, his dark, penetrating gaze fixated on her pale, flustered face. Unbeknownst to her, such vulnerability only fueled his desire to ravage her. No, she cried as his hands descended further, panic overtaking her, and she seized a nearby ashtray, hurling it towards his head. Ye Feimo deftly twisted her wrist, causing her to wince in pain, the ashtray clattering onto the carpet. His smoldering eyes bore into hers, cold and unyielding. She felt utterly exposed, her face flushed with a mix of shame and fury. "Let me go, you bastard," she exclaimed. He regarded her with a chilling gaze, as if contemplating a forceful advance. Anger welled within her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suddenly, he released her wrist, leaning in to kiss her lips with a tenderness that sent shivers down her spine. Never had she encountered a man so paradoxically perverse and commanding, one whose moods shifted like the wind. "Call my name," he murmured, his voice laced with an intoxicating allure that lingered in her ear. Wen Wan trembled, and as he captured her earlobe between his lips, her body quaked even more violently. "Obey me, call my name." 011 Ambiguity 3. Wen Wan was a woman who understood the nuances of the moment. She was keenly aware that rejecting his demand would likely lead to dire consequences. Thus, she complied. His name, what was it? Ah, yes. Ye Feimo, Ye Feimo. Feimo. He corrected her, his voice low and deep. Wen Wan found herself ensconced in his embrace, her mouth positioned just perfectly to bite into his shoulder. She had an overwhelming desire to take a piece of him. Yet, a virtuous woman does not engage in a struggle with a man of peculiar disposition. She restrained herself. Indeed, the situation was not in her favor. Feimo. Such a melodious name. He was undeniably handsome, yet his temperament was utterly dreadful. It was evident that the Ye family's upbringing was flawed. Lower your voice a little more. Feimo. Wen Wan softened her tone. A bit quieter. Feimo. Wen Wan's voice was barely a whisper. Even gentler. Feimo. She suddenly felt her voice was exceedingly. In her heart, she cursed the ancestors of the Ye family. What kind of household raises such a deviant? I am not some 24-hour service provider, compelled to call out your name in such an impassioned manner. For what purpose? Whose aberrant son are you? Hurry and return him for a proper rearing. Oh God, save me. Wen Wan was in agony, held without a stitch of clothing, compelled to utter his name in this manner was truly unbearable. Ye Feimo. You must be a deviant, right? Ye Feimo, you truly have a psychological issue, don't you? Wen Wan felt tears welling up. Call one more time. Feimo. Wen Wan resolved that if he dared to make her call again, she would resist. Women are not to be trifled with. They too can incite a revolution. Just as she was contemplating this, she was pushed down, and Ye Feimo's lips and tongue fervently claimed her sweetness. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback, lost and disoriented. His kiss was urgent and fierce, like a tempest, shattering the fragile reason she had painstakingly gathered, leaving her mind a blank slate. His desire surged rapidly. Ah, it hurt. He suddenly became fervent for reasons unknown, lightly biting her breast, unintentionally catching her sensitive peak. The pressure was not severe, yet it caused her great pain, and tears sprang to her eyes. A violent man, indeed a violent man. Damn, Your entire family is violent. He gazed at her with an intensity that sent shivers through her being. The pain ignited her scattered senses, and like a laser, clarity began to pierce through the haze of confusion. How had she found herself, fully unclad, sprawled across the body of a man she had encountered only once before? Subjected to his unwarranted advances? This man was particularly forceful. In a surge of indignation, Warmth seized a moment as Ye Feimo's lips traversed from her neck to her chest, lost in a fevered kiss. She thrust her knee upward, colliding with the heat between his legs, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Ye Feimo, clutching himself, his perpetually stoic eyes igniting with sparks, rendered Warmth motionless. For a fleeting moment, she forgot her disheveled state, her robe discarded, leaving her utterly vulnerable. Ye Feimo's commanding presence was overwhelming. She felt utterly outmatched. Desperately, Warmth reached for her robe to cover herself, but Ye Feimo seized her, and they tumbled onto the carpet, his strength pinning her limbs. Consumed by fury, she longed to charge at him like Beckham striking a soccer ball, but a sobering thought crossed her mind. His head would likely prove harder than hers, and she would end up bloodied. The heat of her anger swiftly cooled. Ye Feimo, I will accuse you of assault, she shouted in a moment of madness, regretting her words as soon as they escaped her lips. Unsuccessful, he corrected her with an impassive expression, adding, "You cannot bring me down. Your legal fees will simply line my pockets." Warmth felt her anger intensify. Could he be any more brazen? Trapped beneath him in such an intimate position, she was devoid of clothing while he remained impeccably dressed, the disparity in their circumstances amplifying her sense of vulnerability. She likened herself to Little Red Riding Hood, ensnared by the big bad wolf. Observing Ye Feimo in his formal attire, a term crossed her mind, dressed beast. In a fit of defiance, she kicked him with considerable force. Employing a classic self-defense maneuver, he grunted in pain, yet why did he still lunge at her with such eagerness? Was his virility unusually resilient? Warmth shook her head at her own fanciful thoughts. "Stay still," he commanded, his voice low and firm. Warmth, however, was not inclined to obey. She struggled against his hold, the position undeniably indecorous. She had never been this audacious before. It was starkly different from that night. Ye Feimo's gaze darkened gradually. "It seems you truly wish to entice me." In an instant, she froze, her body stiff as a lifeless fish. "Excellent," he remarked with a sense of satisfaction, his eyes fixated on her, as if searching for something on her face, reminiscing about memories long past. His hand caressed her cheek, and Warmth trembled, an involuntary reaction steeped in fear. The atmosphere thickened with tension. He emanated a subtle fragrance reminiscent of magnolia, an unknown scent that carried a hint of coolness, perfectly suiting him, lingering tantalizingly in the air. His hand brushed against her face, and amidst her shivers, an unfamiliar sensation coursed through her. What was he truly perceiving? Ye Feimo was undoubtedly cold and unyielding, yet in that moment, a soft warmth began to bloom within his frosty gaze, a tenderness potent enough to drown her. His focus was unwavering, fiery, and indulgent, as if she were his most cherished possession. Who was he truly looking at? Warmth was painfully aware that it could not be her. "Mr. Yi, I am not selling myself," Warm whispered gently, shattering the silence enveloping Ye Feimo. The tenderness in his gaze gradually faded away, replaced by an absolute, chilling coldness, devoid of mercy, an intensity that dissuaded any from daring to meet his eyes. Ye Feimo bowed his head and tenderly pressed his lips against hers. His kiss was intoxicatingly gentle, no longer rough, evoking within her a fleeting sense of being cherished. Soon, his lips withdrew, and he rose to sit on the carpet, leaning back against the sofa. Warm was momentarily taken aback, before quickly sitting up, adjusting the towel wrapped around her. The atmosphere was suffocatingly still. Ye Feimo closed his eyes, weary against the sofa, a lingering gloom etched between his brows, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of solitude. Particularly under the cover of night, this desolation was strikingly apparent, as if he had been forsaken by someone. Warm chuckled softly. He hailed from a prestigious family, possessing talent, beauty, and wealth. He had everything that men in this world could desire, and even what they could not. Save for that wretched disposition of his, he was nearly perfect. How could someone like him ever be abandoned? You are my woman, Ye Feimo repeated once more, opening his eyes to gaze directly at her. Warm was taken aback by the brilliance of his striking eyes and hastily turned her face away, lowering her head. A flicker of annoyance ignited within her. Was he treating her as someone else's substitute? I sell smiles, not my body, Warm replied with a smile, delivering a rather cold jest. What kind of prince would a Cinderella like her ever expect? Princes belong to fairy tales, yet even as a Cinderella, she possessed her own dignity. This remark echoed one she had made earlier in the semester when she accompanied a senior sister to an audition at Huayun Entertainment for a spy drama, a substantial production. The director had looked at her with surprise, offering her a minor role to audition for. A mere 3-minute appearance as a Shanghai dance hall girl who lived by her wits. However, the casting director turned out to be a cad, requesting a meeting at a hotel post-audition to discuss details. Naively, Warm had believed his deceitful words and went along with her senior sister, only to face a proposition from an investor. The absurdity and sordidness of the entertainment industry were beyond her imagination. Yet she never anticipated that one day she would also be subjected to its unspoken rules. The pig-headed man had even suggested a trio. Warm coldly retorted, I sell smiles, not my body, and stormed out. Ultimately, her senior sister secured the role, and the film received excellent acclaim, paving an easier path for her, who now flourishes as a rising star. Though she lost an opportunity, she held no regrets. 014, a bold proposition. I shall sell my smile. Make your offer. Ye Feimo's voice, as cool as the moon, echoed in her ears. Warmth was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to him. The man's eyes were inscrutable yet piercing, emanating an intense allure. His shirt had come undone during their tussle, revealing a well-toned chest, and with his head tilted, the flickering light cast an indescribable wild charm upon him. Warmth found herself momentarily stunned, her heart racing under his gaze. Anyone would feel anxious under such scrutiny. Previously, she believed Feng Luqing possessed an imperial aura, but after encountering Ye Feimo, she came to truly understand the essence of his sovereign presence. No gestures were necessary. A mere glance could leave one breathless. Heaven, who would dare to challenge their limits by becoming enamored with such a man? Surely, that would lead to a short lifespan. Warmth patted her chest, attempting to calm herself. She needed to remain composed. There was nothing to be anxious about. The clothes in the dryer were ready, and she hastily changed into her own attire. When she emerged, Ye Feimo stood by the window, gazing out at the city lights. From the 45th floor, the spectacle of the illuminated city was both magnificent and desolate. His sleeves were rolled up, and his silhouette exuded an indescribable loneliness. Had she not witnessed his formidable and eccentric nature, her maternal instincts might have prevailed. Mr. Yi, I must take my leave. Warmth felt it necessary to bid him farewell. Ye Feimo turned to face her, his gaze now icy and devoid of the earlier allure, replaced by a sharp glint. Warmth met his stare with courage as a sardonic smile flickered across his lips while he approached her. She involuntarily stepped back. Yet he closed the distance with an elegant grace that evoked a term in her mind, ascetic temptation. However, upon reflection, this man epitomized indulgence. His contradictory demeanor was strikingly pronounced, oscillating between extremes. He slipped a business card into her pocket. You cannot escape. When you come seeking me again, I shall not be so accommodating. Goodness, was he jesting? Was he truly being accommodating now? If this was considered amiable, what would be deemed difficult? It seemed he perceived her thoughts, his piercing gaze sweeping over her as he ominously remarked, You will know soon enough. Warmth shivered as Ye Feimo cupped her face, a gentle kiss landing upon her brow. Your eyes are beautiful. No longer daring to linger, Warmth fled through the door. As she hurriedly escaped, Ye Feimo watched her retreating figure with a detached smile, his expression chillingly enigmatic in the dim light. If life could only be as it was at first sight. The rain has ceased, and when one takes the final bus home, her emotions tumultuous throughout the journey. Ye Feimo's assertiveness and strength are utterly irresistible to her, and the mere thought of nearly being completely consumed by him leaves her blushing furiously. The innocent world she had cherished for 20 years seems to have collapsed overnight. She has adored Fong Lucheng for many years, her childhood companion. Yet their most intimate moment was merely a gentle kiss on her forehead. Unlike the forceful and domineering nature of Ye Feimo. The advertisement. That wretched advertisement. Wasn't she supposed to confront him about that night? Even if not, she ought to question him regarding the advertisement. When was that video filmed? Surely it wasn't while she was asleep. How perverse. The extent of this man's perversity has risen another notch in Wenwan's heart. Damn it. Even if she knows he has committed a crime, she can't help but think of the advertising fee she deserves. In a moment of frustration, she inadvertently bumps her head against the seat in front of her, where a handsome high school student in uniform sits. He turns around sharply, exuding an air of aloofness. Little sister, if you're feeling down, go home and eat something, then sleep. Little sister? Wenwan is taken aback, still in a daze as she disembarks, grappling with why she, a grown woman, is being addressed as little sister by someone who appears younger than her. As she steps outside her apartment building, she is surprised to find Fong Lucheng's car parked below, a black Rolls-Royce, exuding an air of nobility. This man's every action is imbued with elegance. Even the way he smokes is visually appealing. His feet are surrounded by numerous cigarette butts, indicating he has been waiting there for quite some time. Under the night sky, amidst swirling smoke, he tilts his head slightly, gazing at the dim lights above. From her vantage point, she catches a glimpse of his perfect profile. Fong Lucheng possesses an undeniable charm that captivates women. Elegant, stoic, with a hint of mischief. Wenwan follows his line of sight, realizing he is looking at her rented apartment. A sudden pang grips her heart, as if something has constricted within. Wenwan had believed she had safeguarded her heart well, yet it aches fiercely in that moment. The love she holds for him remains vividly palpable. She had bestowed upon him her most innocent, most beautiful affection, sharing all her laughter, teasing, and sorrows during her most splendid years. How wonderful it would be if life could only be as it was at first sight. Fong Lucheng, if you could not love me from the very beginning, why did you grant me so many years of dreams only to shatter them in an instant? He had noticed her, backlit by the light, his gaze deep and inscrutable, piercing through the warmth of his heart with a hint of bitterness. Without acknowledging his presence, she intended to ascend the stairs, but her arm was firmly grasped by Fong Lucheng. "Let go, warmth," she exclaimed, her body shuddering as she swatted his hand away, still unable to confront Fong Lucheng as she once could. "This dilapidated place cannot accommodate someone of your stature, young Master Fong. How have you considered my suggestion?" Warmth scoffed. "As your mistress? Do you truly believe you possess a better option? Fong Lucheng, you are utterly ridiculous. When I loved you, you rejected me. Now, you have caused my father to languish in prison, leaving my mother and me destitute. Yet you present yourself as some benevolent benefactor. It is revolting. Do you truly believe young Master Fong has fallen in love with me? In love with you?" Fong Lucheng retorted with a mocking smile, his cold visage betraying no warmth. "You are not worthy." Despite understanding his intentions, Warmth was still wounded by his words, though she maintained a smile on her face. Having been stripped of everything by Fong Lucheng, she could not afford to lose her dignity as well. "Young Master Fong, your taste is indeed unique. Thinking one unworthy can ascend to your heights. Even a dog would not suffice. Why not seek solace with one instead?" Warmth's lips curled in derision. Unwilling to exchange another word with him, she turned to leave. Fong Lucheng, incensed, found her previously gentle disposition transformed. She had become as prickly as a thorn bush since the upheaval on her 20th birthday. The venomous words that now escaped her lips were ones the former Warmth would never have uttered. "Warmth, you have no choice, unless you wish for your father to spend his life behind bars." Warmth's breath hitched, fury igniting within her as she raised her hand to strike him. Fong Lucheng tightened his grip on her wrist, rendering her unable to escape, her eyes aflame with anger as his frigid voice cut through the tension. "Warmth, you might consider being a bit more endearing. Let go of my sister." When Jing rushed in, brandishing a long wooden stick, heedless of the danger as she swung it at Fong Lucheng. Startled, Warmth felt Fong Lucheng release her, deftly evading Wen Jing's assault. With a stern expression, Wen Jing held the stick aloft, pulling Warmth back protectively, akin to a hen safeguarding her chicks. Get away. This younger sister, often silent and reserved, possessed a fierce spirit. 017, the resilient Warmth. I await your plea at my door. With that, Fong Luqing turned and departed in his vehicle, leaving Warmth feeling utterly exhausted. She finally exhaled, pondering the reason for her fatigue. It seemed she could scarcely catch her breath. In just a single day, both Ye Feimo and Fong Luqing had left her physically and emotionally drained. Sister, are you all right? Warmth shook her head, gently ruffling her sister's hair. Where's Mom? She's asleep. If she sees Fong Luqing, it might worsen her condition. Mom is ill. Warmth's voice abruptly sharpened. She has a high fever, Wenjing replied. I've already bought medicine for her. She said a good sleep would suffice. Amidst unexpected upheavals, it is only human to fall ill, especially for a mother who has long been sheltered from hardship and has lived a life of comfort. The night enveloped the area like thick ink. This neighborhood was a destitute old quarter, dimly lit. Warmth could no longer conceal the sorrow festering within her. She slowly bent down, tears streaming through her fingers. What am I to do? Xiaojing, I feel so helpless, unable to protect you both. I am truly inadequate. In a few days, their father would face the court's judgment, a lengthy prison sentence seemingly unavoidable. The lawyer had already conveyed this to the mother and daughter, advising them to seek a lenient sentence. The evidence was irrefutable, and the case was beyond appeal. Now, with their mother unwell and the three of them crammed into such a dilapidated place, devoid of funds, coupled with Fong Luqing's relentless pressure, the impending school term loomed ominously. How would she and Xiaojing manage their tuition? The burdens of life, the anguish of heartbreak, and the disorientation of losing oneself in confusion weighed heavily upon her slender shoulders, with Fong Luqing's relentless persecution compounding her struggles. The tragedies of her parents felt like an unbearable load she could scarcely articulate. Sister, I have decided to drop out of school. No, Warmth replied sharply, wiping her tears. I will find a way. I will not allow you to abandon your studies. But, sister, this matter is non-negotiable. In Warmth's eyes shone a glimmer of determination and courage. She had merely encountered setbacks, yet she would persevere, without a doubt. Fong Luqing, just you wait. A city is not solely under your dominion. If the bathroom lacks hot water, Wenjing boils a kettle of hot water, and Wenwan dilutes it to take a simple bath. This is a one-bedroom apartment, with the bedroom occupied by Wen's mother, while Wenwan and Wenjing squeeze onto a small sofa in the living room. The soundproofing is inadequate. Wen's mother coughs at night, and the pained whispers reach Wenwan's ears clearly, causing her heart to ache. While doing laundry, she inadvertently touches a gilded business card in her pocket. Instinctively, she considers throwing it downstairs, but hesitates, and instead places it back into the pocket of her pajamas. Wenjing, unable to sleep, curls up on the sofa, watching Wenwan wash and hang clothes. Although it is past midnight, the child remains particularly spirited. Wenwan urges her to sleep, but she stubbornly shakes her head. Both sisters have been treated like princesses since childhood, and the sudden fall from grace is hard to accept. Wenjing expresses a desire to meet someone more powerful and wealthier than Fong Luqing, wishing he would exchange her life for everything the Wen family has lost. Wenwan pauses, the card in her pocket burning against her skin like fire. Ye Feimo. The image of the man's striking yet frosty visage flashes in her mind, stirring a tumult of emotions within Wenwan. Gradually, Wenjing drifts into slumber on the sofa, and Wenwan tenderly caresses her young face, filled with compassion. As she switches off the light, Wenwan sits at the edge of the sofa, gazing out at the dim starlight, reflecting on her own life, which mirrors the faint stars. Fong Luqing seems intent on humiliating her further, demanding that she become his mistress, a fate she vehemently rejects. Signing with a talent agency marks her formal entry into the entertainment industry, where she possesses neither background nor qualifications. She is a complete novice. If she does not rely on unspoken rules, she will struggle to rise, earning enough to provide a stable life for her mother and Wenjing. If she must resort to such rules, she would rather choose Ye Feimo. That man is unpredictable, eccentric, and somewhat twisted. Yet at the very least, he is not the type of sugar daddies with yellowing teeth bald heads, and beer bellies akin to a woman in pregnancy. He surpasses any star in handsomeness and perfection, exuding a unique charm that blends coldness and elegance, opulence and dominance. Being with such a man would at least not be repulsive. Most importantly, there would be no emotional entanglements. She can see that Ye Feimo has affections elsewhere, while she, in her attempt to forget Fong Lucheng, finds it impossible. The absence of emotional ties between them could be deemed rather perfect. He suggests that laughter can be bought, and perhaps there need not even be physical contact. What could be wrong with that? If she is destined to step into the entertainment circle, and if she is ultimately to succumb to unspoken rules, why not choose Ye Feimo while she still possesses the power of choice? Anning International's primary segment is Anning Entertainment, which boasts a complex web of domestic and international relationships. Adept at navigating both the light and dark sides of the industry, and providing an excellent development environment with substantial financial backing and extensive connections. Anning International has launched countless A-list stars, some of whom have gained significant fame, both nationally and internationally. In other words, anyone Anning Group wishes to promote is bound to succeed. Moreover, Anning International possesses its own media group and television station, making star-making even more convenient, a veritable factory for creating stars. Ye Feimo is the sovereign of this entertainment empire. A warmth blossomed within her heart, giving rise to a fleeting thought. If she could foresee her future, why could she not choose a smoother path while she still had the power to make decisions? Otherwise, her father, her mother, and her sister would be forever ensnared in this cycle of misfortune. Fong Lucheng would not spare them. Must she wait until she is driven to desperation, forced to kneel and plead with him? The man's ruthless methods were too horrifying to contemplate. With gritted teeth, she endured the heart-wrenching agony, resolutely forcing back her tears. No crying, warming, no crying. Clutching the gilded business card tightly in her hand, she resolved to accept her fate. For the sake of her family, she was willing to compromise. In the presidential office of Anning International Group, Ye Feimo cast a cold gaze upon Wen, who had taken the initiative to approach him. Clad in a white shirt, denim jeans, and a pair of canvas shoes, her flowing long hair exuded an ethereal quality. While not breathtakingly beautiful, she radiated a warmth and freshness reminiscent of the girl next door. Standing quietly before him, she inquired, "Mr. Yi, do your words from yesterday still hold true?" Anxiety gripped her as she stood there, her palms damp with sweat. A prolonged silence ensued. Ye Feimo remained unresponsive, leaving Wen in a state of acute discomfort. This situation felt akin to her voluntarily presenting herself, only to be met with indifference. She fully grasped Ye Feimo's sentiment. Once you come seeking me, I shall not be so accommodating. In contrast, he had indeed been more amenable the previous evening. When he fell silent, an oppressive aura emanated from him, extending a 10-meter radius around his person. "Miss Wen, are you engaging in the game of feigned pursuit?" Ye Feimo finally spoke, and as he did, the courage Wen had mustered transformed into indignation. Yet, upon encountering his profound, icy gaze, her fury seemed to freeze, extinguishing itself inch by inch as he observed the flames of her emotion diminish into a dull glow, as if compelled to yield to some unseen force. He scoffed, remarking that the world operates thus. There are always shortcuts. If one could take the easy path, few would choose the long route. "I suppose this counts as a game of feigned pursuit," Wen responded calmly, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Instantly, Ye Feimo was reminded of his mother, who wore a similar smile, unfazed even in the face of mockery from others. However, Wen was indeed warm. "Such a naive ruse," Ye Feimo derisively commented. Wen felt a pang in her heart as he coldly toyed with the pen in his hand. The discomfort intensified, yet she could not retreat. She had summoned the courage to enter Anning International and could not abandon her endeavor midway. "Miss Wen, articulate your terms," he commanded. In the presence of Ye Feimo, warmth gazed upon him, captivated by the cold, sharp lines of his features that blended elegance with nobility, creating a uniquely imposing aura. With each lingering glance, she felt an overwhelming pressure, and a sense of regret for her impulsiveness began to settle within her. Yet, such is life, when one believes certain actions to be insurmountable. Taking that first step often makes the subsequent strides easier, for even the worst outcomes are rarely as dreadful as imagined. Father, I hope you can say my father, she thought, her mind racing with countless desires that ultimately coalesced into a yearning for familial reunion. If only they could be together again. If her father could be released, she would be willing to do anything. With her father freed, her mother's health would surely improve, and, as a family, they would thrive in health. Even if they were no longer affluent, with determination and hard work, they could still carve out a life. She briefly recounted her father's predicament to Ye Feimo, who raised an eyebrow, suggesting that this matter might prove challenging. To him, it was merely a trivial issue, yet he had no intention of revealing this to Warmth. I understand it is difficult, which is why I have come to plead with you. My father is elderly and cannot endure the torment of imprisonment. If only he could be released safely, I would fulfill your previous conditions, Warmth implored, believing that if his puppets could secure her father's safety, the bargain would be worthwhile. Did I ever propose conditions? Ye Feimo retorted coldly, leaving Warmth momentarily speechless. Had he not mentioned the purchase of a smile? As long as she remained by his side, that should suffice, or so she believed. What is it that you desire? She asked, her body involuntarily trembling in the chill of the atmosphere. Ye Feimo propped his chin on his hand, suddenly surveying her with a frivolous gaze, his eyes piercingly sharp, as if seeking to strip away her very garments. Warmth felt a shiver run down her spine. He was adept at psychological warfare, fully aware of her desperate situation, yet still toying with her emotions. When I say my woman, Ye Feimo stated, if you assert that I have proposed conditions, then this is the sole stipulation. Warmth struggled to respond. Mr. Ye, what do you mean by that? In the realm of adult games, Miss One, as a mature individual, do you require further elucidation? Ye Feimo's tone was cold as he remarked that woman is a pleasant term, but to put it bluntly, mistress. In that instant, when Wan clenched her fists, feeling a surge of anger, if not for the awareness of her own inadequacy in facing Ye Feimo, she would have yearned to rush at him and shatter his face with a single blow. How dare he utter such venomous words, so brazenly trampling upon her dignity? Solely because he wielded power and she relied on him? He was no different from Feng Lucheng, both men abusing their influence. He could clearly perceive the flames of fury in her eyes. Her previously pale visage now bore a hint of crimson, quite striking indeed. Yet, her defiance soon waned, and he anticipated that she would storm out. To his surprise, she remained. Mr. Yi, you once mentioned that I need not accompany you to bed. Is that so? Ye Feimo replied, his expression impassive as he twirled the pen in his hand. I seem to have forgotten. You, Miss One, upon entering Anning International today, you forfeited any leverage to negotiate. You must comply with my directives. This is the world of adults. If you wish to engage in childish games, I suggest you seek a playground. Each word fell like ice upon Wen Wan's already chilled heart. Why must he be so relentless, so harsh? What is the duration? Wen Wan inquired after much deliberation, struggling to voice the question. Surely, there must be a timeline. If becoming his woman could ensure her father's safety, she would willingly comply. Until I grow weary of you. Wen Wan's anger flared. How presumptuous of him. Until you grow weary? That is hardly fair. How am I to know when you will tire of me? Must I endure for 10 years if you do not grow weary for a decade? The cold wind from the office howled around them. Ye Feimo curved his lips into a smile that was more mockery than mirth. Miss One, do you not usually peruse the entertainment section? He abruptly shifted the topic, leaving Wen Wan momentarily bewildered. She nodded instinctively, as she indeed enjoyed reading the entertainment news. However, she failed to comprehend the relevance of their discussion to the tabloids. Wen Wan was at a loss. In the realm of entertainment, it is frequently noted that Ye Feimo's interest in a woman seldom lasts beyond a week. With an air of mockery, he queried, do you truly believe you will be the exception? The warmth of the moment turned uncomfortable, yet she managed a faint smile. You are the one being played, she retorted. Ye Feimo regarded her with an impassive expression, and a spark ignited within her, urging her to retaliate. She realized that Ye Feimo was remarkably adept. No matter how harshly she criticized him, he always countered with precision, leaving her exasperated. Since your interest is unlikely to exceed a week, shall we set that as our limit? She proposed. What gives you the right to negotiate with me? He replied, dismissing her suggestion with a wave of his hand. stating simply, "It will continue until I tire of it." Perhaps Mr. Yi would assume that her interest could surpass a mere week, she thought, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes. Ye Feimo tapped the table lightly. "Miss Wen, I grew weary of such provocations at the age of 2. Once again speechless, when Wan felt perpetually outmatched in their exchanges, her mind occasionally wandering to a day when she might hold dominion over him. "Are you certain you can rescue my father?" she inquired. "Miss Wen, are you questioning my capabilities?" His confidence was palpable, and she could not help but think, "Have you truly become omnipotent? Very well, I accept your terms." Closing her eyes, her fair complexion appeared even more fragile in the air-conditioned room. Ye Feimo narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms, and commanded, "Come here." When Wan felt her body stiffen as she opened her eyes to see him, seated at his desk with an imperial demeanor, awaiting her submission, she hesitated, then approached him. With a beckoning gesture, he insisted, "Please, please me. Ah, here I am, seeking your support once again. Dear friends, does the grown-up Ye Feimo meet your expectations? Surely, he exceeds them. Within the Ye family, there is no darker heart, only the darkest, no greater eccentricity, only the most extreme. Please remain calm and gently lend your support with a click to collect, as this is imperative to remember. Then, a click for recommendations, followed by your comments. Rest assured, I shall provide updates daily or perhaps even twice a day. Lastly, let me make one final appeal to see how many of you reunite with this new tale. You may notice a slight deviation in theme from the previous one. Observe closely what the heroine is engaged in, and thus it shall be. Brought to you by Xiao Xiao, with an unwavering guarantee of quality. The year 2023 has lost its extreme tendencies. Warmth felt as if a ringing echoed in her ears, as though someone had shattered her pride and self-esteem. She gazed at him in disbelief, while Ye Feimo's cold, penetrating eyes reflected a flicker of emotion. The agreement would take effect today. She was tempted to hurl the documents on the table at him. He could discern her fury, yet he observed her leisurely. Did he stand there like a lifeless corpse, awaiting dissection? Ye Feimo's voice was devoid of warmth as he uttered, "Are you waiting for me to serve you?" Warmth clenched her delicate fists, swearing that if murder were absolved of guilt, and if the murderer could usurp the place of the slain, she would decisively plunge the dagger into Ye Feimo. This seemingly uninteresting man, with his icy demeanor, had a knack for provoking irritation. "Are you not being excessive?" Warmth gritted her teeth. "Miss Wen, if you have not lost your memory, you should recall what I told you last night. When you sought me out, my words would not have been so harsh." Ye Feimo's voice was as frigid as the Siberian glaciers. Warmth's face flushed with a blend of anger and embarrassment. "Ye Feimo, there should be limits to your humiliation." She could no longer endure it. "Humiliation?" He scoffed. "If you had not afforded me the opportunity to humiliate you, how could I have done so? Miss Wen, you possess the choice. The door is right there, and you may come or go as you please." His words were crystal clear. Beyond that door, their transaction would become null and void. Warmth was engulfed by a profound sense of sorrow and helplessness. Here stood Ye Feimo, resembling a devil, and outside awaited Fong Lucheng. As fierce as a wolf or tiger, both were compelling her. Caught in the middle, a step back led to the jaws of a wolf, while a step forward plunged her into an abyss. Ye Feimo was undoubtedly a man of iron will. He watched as Warmth struggled in the waves. Fully aware that he was her only lifeline, yet he refrained from extending a hand. Instead, he pressed down on her, dragging her deeper into the depths. "If I desired a corpse, I could simply retrieve one from the moor without spending a dime. I will count to 3 if you have not made up your mind." Game over. Ye Feimo's dark gaze was fixed on her. "First, this site already features a female protagonist named Warmth, which leave me quite conflicted. Please refrain from reminding me repeatedly. I typically do not read others' works. If anyone mentions a spanking, my Warmth will undoubtedly remain my own. Second, my title is rather common and cliché. A simple Baidu search yields countless results, causing me considerable distress. There are numerous ex-wives on this site, which adds to my turmoil, as I usually do not check the homepage and was unaware of their abundance. Thus, I implore you not to remind me. Third, if a Baidu search yields too many namesakes, why not search elsewhere? Please believe me, this is undoubtedly the author's conspiracy. Those who read this tale must be prepared to bear it all. Fourth, Children who do not collect or recommend stories are not good children. Purchasing instant noodles without seasoning packets is a travesty. Kindly tap your lovely fingers. Allow me to add, Ye Feimo truly makes me want to cover my face as I seek to escape. In the embrace of rebellion and warmth, Warmth understood that he could articulate his thoughts and follow through on them without excessive interaction. She possessed a profound comprehension of his cold demeanor. When it came to tactics, she could never outmaneuver Ye Feimo. Acknowledging her limitations, she resigned herself to being played. As she leaned forward, poised to kiss his lips before he uttered a third count, Ye Feimo turned his face away, causing her lips to graze his cheek instead. Confounded by his evasion, she gazed at him. His eyes were void of warmth, emanating a chilling stillness that momentarily silenced the atmosphere. Due to their position, Warmth found herself seated upon his lap, and to prevent herself from slipping, she instinctively clung to his neck. The ambience was thick with unspoken tension. Breaths mingling in close proximity, their beautiful gazes locked in a silent battle. One was cold, the other warm. He was undeniably exquisite, his skin pale and immaculate. Eyes deep and piercing, lips perfectly contoured, and a nose that was elegantly prominent. Even his lashes were long and graceful. Warmth had never realized that a man could possess such breathtaking beauty at such close range. His eyes held an abundance of allure, an irresistible charm that, upon meeting his gaze, ensnared her completely. Compelled by an unseen force, Warmth leaned closer to kiss his lips again. His lips were akin to a tempting invitation, a mere enticement devoid of love, seducing one into transgression. The complexity of Ye Feimo's essence was difficult to articulate, yet one phrase succinctly encapsulated it: ascetic temptation. It was a forbidden allure that beckoned exploration, embodying both charm and threat. Once more, he averted his face. Warmth remained oblivious to the fact that Ye Feimo had countless lovers, enough to fill an entire street. Yet he had never allowed anyone to touch his lips, a peculiar trait among the men of the Ye family. Only she and Warmth were exceptions. That fateful night, in a foul mood, he mistakenly perceived her as a gift from another, mistakenly fixating solely on her visage. As Warmth called out another's name in his bed, he too regarded her as someone else, an error compounded. Their second kiss was equally accidental, perhaps a result of his indignation from the previous night spiraling out of control. The lips of women had always evoked a sense of impurity in him, save for one. Warmth was another exception. Perhaps it was her untainted essence that compelled him to kiss her again, yet her exceptions were numerous. Ultimately, she remained a mere substitute, and no matter how exceptional, she was still a replacement. The taboo allure emanating from Ye Feimo ignited a rebellious spark within Warmth. In a moment of surprising boldness, she grasped his face and kissed him with a fierce, untamed intensity. Lacking an understanding of how to enchant a man, she pressed her lips against his, while his gaze, dark and profound, seemed to mock her. Recalling the singular instance of his kiss, she sought to draw him in, sucking on his lips. The more he resisted her advances, the more determined she became to kiss him. Ye Feimo, cold and unfeeling, embodies his ruthlessness even in matters of affection. Warmth cradled his face, kissing him without finesse. Yet he brushed her aside as if wishing to cast her to the ground. The women in his vicinity are always perceptive, deftly avoiding his taboos. The moment her gentle hand made contact, Warmth instinctively withdrew, anticipating his rejection, her delicate fingers entwining with his. Ye Feimo's attempt to dislodge her faltered momentarily. Warmth pressed her lips against his, finding his mouth surprisingly soft and warm, a stark contrast to his frigid demeanor. It was her first time taking such an initiative, and her heart raced tumultuously, tightening in response to his grasp. He gazed at her silently, neither welcoming nor resisting, allowing her to kiss and explore. Lacking any skill, Warmth kissed haphazardly, devoid of rhythm, while he remained unyielding, amplifying her embarrassment. She cautiously opened her eyes, peering into his profound gaze, cold as the moon, void of emotion or warmth. Her thunderous heartbeat steadied, doused by a splash of icy water. She became acutely aware of her own audacity and openness, feeling a wave of regret wash over her. How had she become so fervent? If only he had lived in a time of war, she mused, impulsively charging forth with a weapon in hand. Yet here he was, in a peaceful era, provoking her with his indifference, inexperienced and lacking in kissing prowess. She found herself drawn to him, questioning the rationale behind her actions. If he had reciprocated even a little, it would have been different. But he remained as motionless as a block of wood, challenging her feminine allure. Why endure such humiliation? It seemed that youthful fervor was not a mantle everyone could wear. Regret gnawed her as she realized their positions were ambiguously entwined. Just as she prepared to rise, Ye Feimo captured her waist. "Is this the extent of your capabilities?" His voice was as frigid as ice, his gaze a blend of aristocratic disdain and mockery. Warmth clenched her teeth, considering how to please him. Having already kissed him, what more was required? If she lacked the knowledge to attract a man, what purpose did she serve? "There are countless women outside, more beautiful and better endowed than you," he remarked coldly. Fury ignited within warmth. Surely, there should be limits to such bullying. Having already made her efforts, did he expect her to disrobe in that brightly lit office? "Go find a handful and show me," she retorted with a slight smile. Though not a paragon of beauty, she was still striking, a natural amidst a sea of artificially enhanced faces. Her features were untouched, even her teeth unaltered. When she auditioned for the acting program, she had measurements that conformed to the golden ratio. Walking down the street, even without makeup, she could easily surpass 90 of her peers. Go ahead, gather a handful and see for yourself. It appeared Miss Warmth was more inclined to engage in verbal sparring. Thus, Ye Feimo declared, "There is no need for further discourse. The door is there. You may leave without my escort." He picked up a pen, casually selected a document, and returned to his work, no longer casting a glance in her direction. The agreement was reached. It appeared that Miss One was more inclined to engage in verbal sparring. Given this, further discussion was unnecessary. The door is there, and I bid you farewell without escort. Ye Feimo picked up a fountain pen and casually grabbed a document, immersing himself in his work, no longer casting a glance at Wenwan. Wenwan stood there, stunned, unable to believe how swiftly he had turned. Time passed, and he did not lift his gaze, nor did she leave. She stood beside him, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, a sense of calm washed over her. Her fears were masked by a smile as she began to unbutton her blouse, one button, two buttons. Suddenly, Ye Feimo's pen halted, and he grasped her hand, declaring, "Enough." Wenwan felt no relief. Ye Feimo's intentions were inscrutable. Who could fathom what he was plotting next? She waited in silence. Ye Feimo handed her his phone, commanding, "Input your number." Wenwan hesitated, then accepted his phone. It was quite unique, devoid of any recognizable branding, yet remarkably functional. After entering her phone number and name, she returned the device to him. "Come over tonight. I trust you know the location," Ye Feimo stated coldly. Wenwan refused, saying, "I will only fulfill my promise once I see my father released from prison." Ye Feimo raised his gaze, a smirk flitting across his features. "Miss One, what do you mean?" "It means exactly what you heard. Are you questioning my capabilities? Given your peculiar disposition, Mr. Yi, I must at least ensure I do not suffer a loss on both fronts." Wenwan responded sharply, not mincing her words, fully aware of his impervious nature. "Very well." Ye Feimo surprisingly adopted a more agreeable demeanor, refraining from imposing any harsh conditions. Wenwan, having experienced his capriciousness and twisted demeanor, found his unexpected compliance somewhat disconcerting. As Ye Yutong emerged from Anning International, a warm sigh of relief escaped her lips. It felt as though she had just awakened from a vivid dream. She had indeed struck a pact with that devilish man, consenting to be his woman. No, his mistress. Raising her gaze, she observed the grand department store across from Anning International, adorned with a colossal poster featuring the glamorous international star Han Bai, endorsing the Channel perfume. As a Chinese actress who had carved out a niche in Hollywood, earning international acclaim, Han Bai's achievements were a towering mountain, seemingly insurmountable for many women in the entertainment industry. She was undeniably beautiful. Yutong recalled her first audition vividly. As the makeup artist worked her magic, the director had paused, remarking on her resemblance to Han Bai. From her demeanor to her features, there was indeed a hint of similarity. With a self-deprecating smile, she recognized the vast differences. There were countless lookalikes in the industry. Han Bai possessed strikingly beautiful eyes, while Yutong's were enchanting in their own right. yet they were worlds apart. Would she ever have her moment in the spotlight? Having agreed to be Ye Feimo's mistress, she pondered the implications of entering the entertainment realm. Should their relationship become public, it could easily devolve into scandal, which would be detrimental to her. She did not feign indifference towards fame and fortune. She aspired to be a remarkable woman like Hanbai. Her passion for acting was genuine. But would opportunity ever knock on her door? What will be, she thought, resolving to face the future as it came. A few days later, her father was exonerated, and the warmth of reunion enveloped the Wen family as they wept and laughed together in the courtroom. Despite the loss of their family name, home, and wealth, the four of them were together again. Fong Lucheng, present in the courtroom, glared at the Wen family with fierce intensity, his fists clenched in disbelief. This was impossible. If mere gazes could kill, the Wen family would have perished under Fong Liucheng's wrath. Though her father was innocent, the case was intricate. He had been entangled, but was far from deserving a prison sentence. Yet, Fong Lucheng had meticulously prepared all the evidence, orchestrating the situation flawlessly. The police and the court were in his pocket, and it seemed certain that her father would be imprisoned for years. However, to everyone's astonishment, he was released without charges. Though Wen's mother had limited resources and had hired a rather mediocre lawyer, just before the hearing, the defense attorney was replaced by none other than Ye Yutong, a renowned figure in the legal world known for her impeccable track record. Yutong felt immense gratitude, realizing that this was a favor bestowed upon her by Ye Feimo. He was a tall, distinguished man in his 30s, exuding an air of quiet nobility. In court, he was cold and unyielding, but outside, he was affable and approachable. Stepmother, Feimo, dear, the sisters have expressed their discontent regarding your romantic entanglements. Here's your chance to clarify. Ye Feimo, let them observe which CEO in this world is devoid of such affairs. Stepmother, biting her finger, do you consider this love? Ye Feimo, that depends on my mother. Stepmother, your mother is in tears. Dear readers, might it be that you have grown accustomed to my portrayal of ascetic men, thus finding it difficult to accept my depiction of sentimental characters? In the beginning, even Yi Sanshao faced considerable criticism. I find myself perplexed. Is this not merely the commencement of the narrative? Must my son be subjected to such harsh judgment? Has my son ever disappointed you? It is said that this work is rather somber and oppressive. However, in truth, it is not oppressive in the slightest. 028 Ye Yutong, 2, Miss 1. There is no need for thanks. It is but a trifling matter, Ye Yutong remarked with a smile. He was not one for many words. Mr. and Mrs. 1, both well-versed in the ways of the world, inquired as to the identity of Ye Yutong's benefactor. Ye Yutong responded with a smile. I am merely acting on behalf of someone else. There is no need for you to be overly courteous. As for the identity of that person, I am afraid I must remain discreet. I hope you can understand. When one exhaled in relief, this Mr. Yi appeared to be blissfully unaware of the intricacies involved, which eased her concerns. A member of the Yi family? What connection did she have with the enigmatic and cold Ye Feimo? Having encountered the twisted and cruel nature of Ye Feimo, when one harbored no fondness for those sharing the surname Yi. However, this Mr. Yi exuded warmth and gentility, a stark contrast to the dark demeanor of Ye Feimo. When one, accustomed to judging by appearances, concluded that their shared surname was merely a coincidence. Suddenly, Fong Lucheng strode over, prompting Wen Wan to pause and straighten her posture. Ye Yutong, perceptive and astute, was aware of Fong Lucheng's past investigations concerning Mr. Wen, and thus understood the underlying tensions between Fong Lucheng and the Wen family. Fong Lucheng, how dare you show your face here? Leave at once. We do not wish to see you, Mrs. Wen exclaimed, her anger palpable. Mr. Wen, possessing a milder temperament, attempted to pacify his wife with a few soothing words, though he too was clearly disinclined to engage with Fong Lucheng. Fong Lucheng glared coldly at Mr. Wen. Can you truly reconcile your conscience? What do you want? Mr. Wen asked. What do I want? Quite simply, I desire to see you languish in prison for the rest of your life. You may have escaped this time by sheer luck, but do not expect such fortune to last, Fong Lucheng declared coldly. When one interjected with a smile, Fong Lucheng, the world does not always bend to your will. You are no stranger to the business world. I find it hard to believe you have not made enemies. Perhaps you have even created more than my father. Yet you remain fortunate, as no one has sought vengeance upon you. But fret not, in 10 or 20 years, someone will surely come for you. At that time, I hope someone can leverage your wisdom to ensnare your precious daughter." Fong Luqing narrowed his eyes menacingly, fixing his gaze upon Wen Wan, and then sneered. "And you? Who have you ensnared to protect your father?" "Him?" He gestured towards Ye Yutong. Ye Yutong's eyes, once gentle as water, turned icy in an instant. "Mr. Fong, I ask that you conduct yourself with dignity." "Dignity? I would rather ask, what gives you the right to assist the Wen family?" Fong Luqing retorted. "Do you believe you are worthy to question me?" Ye Yutong shot back, his tone both cold and haughty. 029, the warm, idle Fong Liuqing's expression changed dramatically. Wen Wan was eager to distance herself from him immediately. Standing before Ye Yutong, she took his arm and flashed a sweet smile. "You are right. I have told you before that I would rather be approached by strangers than by you." The faces of Wen Wan's parents darkened, and Fong Liuqing's expression turned exceedingly grim. Ye Yutong, however, remained composed, saying nothing but casting a glance at Wen Wan. She was relieved he did not retort. Otherwise, she would have found it difficult to extricate herself from the situation. Fong Luqing, in a fit of rage, swept away in a huff. Ye Yutong, the exclusive legal advisor for Anning International and the uncle of its powerful figure, Ye Feimo, was also a significant board member, commanding great influence in the legal realm. It was not that he feared Fong Luqing, but rather the formidable Anning International group that loomed behind him. "Wen Wan, you..." As soon as Fong Luqing departed, Wen Wan's father changed his demeanor, fixing a stern gaze upon her. She hurriedly released Ye Yutong's arm, anxiously explaining that it was merely an act. Ye Yutong smiled reassuringly, indicating to Wen Wan's father that it was his first encounter with her. Wen Wan's father sighed in relief, and Ye Yutong took his leave. Wen Wan's mother remarked, "What a fine man. Father, I'm sorry. This was all because of me." Wen Wan began. "Wan, silly child, even without you, Fong Luqing would not let me off easily. Do not overthink it. We will start anew. I am not yet of retirement age. I still have the strength to carry on," her father replied optimistically with a smile. For 10 consecutive days, Ye Feimo did not contact her, and Wen Wan secretly felt fortunate, thinking perhaps he had forgotten about her. The next day, she perused the entertainment section, where the headlines featured intimate photographs of Ye Feimo and the popular actress Lin Yao walking the red carpet at the Venice Film Festival. She was increasingly convinced that he had indeed forgotten her. Standing in the presence of those glamorous starlets, she felt utterly inconspicuous, the least remarkable among them. Ye Feimo, accustomed to various beauties, would hardly notice her. Yet, even in such a public setting, he maintained a cold demeanor, devoid of any expression, starkly contrasting with the proud and radiant Lin Yao beside him. This man appeared even more striking up close than on camera. This was Wen Wan's only impression upon viewing the photographs. Stud was her second thought. Another headline in the entertainment section featured the dazzling actress Han Bai. Despite having only a brief 10-minute role in her new Hollywood film, received widespread acclaim, stealing the spotlight. Clad in a long purple Chanel gown, she radiated brilliance, exuding elegance and poise, epitomizing the demeanor of an international star. All domestic actresses paled in comparison to her. She was truly stunning, exuding grace. Wen Wan gazed longingly at Han Bai in the newspaper, a surge of aspiration swelling within her. This was the goal she strived towards. One day, she would become as successful as Han Bai. Regarding Ye Yutong, I merely need someone to play a minor role. Do not misunderstand. As for Han Bai, why do you call her Han Bai? How undervalued. She is, in fact, the most prestigious actress around. 030 the warm, first time, when Jing had long since signed up for summer camp. And with the family settling down and Wen's father securing a job sufficient to support them, she happily departed for her summer adventure with her classmates. Wen Wan sought short-term employment, and by coincidence, Tang Mandong, who was gaining experience from a New Year's film co-produced by the Tang family and several film companies, offered her a role as a production assistant. The tasks were straightforward. She, along with a few other assistants, was responsible for the daily needs of the director and actors. Tang Mandong was a directing major, while Wen Wan studied acting. Mandong served as the script assistant, and although opportunities for Wenwan to accrue work experience were limited, she found herself in an enviable position to observe the performances of seasoned actors. The film was a grand production, a historical epic depicting the beauty and trials of a nation. Two esteemed veterans, who had been Wenwan's idols since childhood, were unexpectedly within her reach. As she watched them perform, she was filled with profound admiration, eager to learn their craft. Chung Ying and Peng Yuming, both celebrated figures in the industry for decades, held esteemed positions as veteran actors. The film's leading lady was the renowned star Bai Xiaowen, who also regarded them with utmost respect, let alone Wenwan. Whenever they found a moment of respite, Wenwan would eagerly offer them their favorite drinks, her heart racing with nervous excitement akin to the fluttering feelings of a first romance, her cheeks flushed, and her words often stumbling. Cheng Ying, with a warm smile, inquired, "Is this your first job?" Wenwan's face turned crimson as she struggled to respond, her nervousness rendering her almost speechless. With kind smiles from both actors, Peng Yuming added, "Little girl, don't be so nervous. You must be one of our fans, right?" Wenwan nodded emphatically, her response clear and resonant. Yes. Her demeanor mirrored that of a trainee responding to an instructor during military drills, serious and earnest. The surrounding crew erupted in laughter, and Bai Xiaowen playfully mocked Wenwan for her naivety. Wenwan's face blazed with embarrassment, nearly igniting from the heat of her mortification, as she bashfully thumped her head in frustration, feeling utterly foolish. Cheng Ying and Peng Yuming exchanged gentle smiles before engaging in conversation with other actors. Reading the title might lead to misinterpretations. I'm a title enthusiast, so get accustomed to it. By the way, why do you think it's her first time? Guess correctly for a prize. 031, the warm first encounter. 2. Wenwan patiently awaited her turn, harboring an immense sense of caution and respect as she approached them for their autographs. To her delight, both readily obliged. "Are you an intern? You seem quite young." Cheng Ying casually inquired. With a smile, Wenwan replied, "I'm a summer worker." "High school student?" Cheng Ying asked, slightly taken aback. "I'm a student at a university," Wenwan responded. Peng Yuming chuckled, "A prestigious institution." Wenwan smiled shyly as several young actors approached to converse with the two seasoned stars. She felt a certain disdain for them, having just witnessed their harsh ridicule of Chun Shiuru. Chun Shiuru had once been a celebrated star of a popular idol drama, only to be shunned following a scandal involving an affair. Wenwan had seen her perform, and her acting was exceptional. The current generation of actors often lack talent, making the presence of a true performer like Chun Shiuru all the more memorable. The crew members were quite snobbish, from the actors to the minor staff, all vying for favor and looking down on others. Noticing Chun Shiuru sitting alone and distant from the crowd, Wenwan felt a pang of sympathy. She had heard whispers of Chun Shiru's previous scandal, aware that it had briefly surfaced in the news before being overshadowed by other stories. The darkness and depravity within the entertainment industry exceeded her imagination, with countless actresses succumbing to unspoken rules. It seemed Chun Shiuru had offended someone significant. She appeared to be an actress under Anning International. "We have orange juice and grape juice. What would you like to drink?" Wenwan asked with a bright smile, lifting the juice in her hand. Chun Shiuru, lost in thought, looked up and smiled. "Grape juice, please." Wenwan handed her the juice, and Chun Shiuru graciously thanked her. "Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all, not at all." Wenwan hurriedly shook her head, quite astonished by her politeness. Chun Shiuru was stunningly radiant, yet her demeanor was remarkably gentle. Despite the tabloids labeling her as a diva, arrogant, and a queen who often berated her assistants, Wenwan found this portrayal to be misleading. The entertainment section truly was rife with deception. 032, the warm embrace of first encounter. 3. For several consecutive days, Warmth and Chun Shiuru became familiar faces, with the entire production crew relying solely on her to attend to Chun Shiuru. This greatly enhanced Chun Shiuru's impression of Warmth, finding her amiable and approachable. It must be said that Chun Shiuru's temperament is indeed gentle, yet she is far from being a pushover. Within the same filming location, Bai Xiaowen, who portrays the leading female role, often engages in subtle provocations. Chun Shiuru treats her as if she were air, hardly acknowledging her presence. When Warmth inquired why she tolerated such behavior, Chun Shiru remarked that when she rose to fame, Bai Xiaowen was still floundering in obscurity. With a smile, Chun Shiru added, "The entertainment industry is like this. One must grow accustomed to it. It is my livelihood, and I must endure." This sentiment resonated deeply with Warmth, especially after experiencing the tumultuous ups and downs of life. Director Lin was currently filming an intimate scene between the male and female leads, a visually stunning yet technically challenging sequence. After 4 unsatisfactory takes, Lin grew increasingly displeased, his mood darkening as he reprimanded Bai Xiaowen harshly. Nearby, a young actor gossiped with Warmth and Chun Shiru, mentioning that even a top female star had been scolded by the director, suggesting that if it weren't for her alleged connections to the affluent Ye Feimo, she might still be lost in the industry. Indeed, Warmth recalled having seen reports about her rumored relationship with Ye Feimo. The young actor continued to gossip. Warmth bit her lip, recognizing that the Ye Feimo in question was Ye Feimo. As the third son in his family, he was technically supposed to be called Ye Sanshao, but due to his father, Yi Chun, also being the third son and the tragic passing of his younger sister Yi Hailon, the media opted to refer to him as Ye Feimo to avoid confusion. Warmth couldn't help but express disdain for such a man, who seemed indiscriminate in his affections, even pursuing the proud and flamboyant Bai Xiaowen. It appeared he was truly desperate for companionship. Such men were the most loathsome in her eyes. Venice. While dining with Mo Yiyin, Ye Feimo elegantly sneezed. Mo Yiyin blinked and remarked, "Ah, has your lover been nagging?" "Be quiet," Ye Feimo retorted, gesturing for silence, only to have Mo Yiyin resume the conversation moments later. "When did you develop an interest in the excitement of film festivals?" "Be quiet. Is this how you treat your lover?" Mo Yiyin feigned a sorrowful expression, dramatically pointing at him with delicate fingers, his strikingly handsome face transforming into one of heart-wrenching beauty, reminiscent of a forlorn housewife. "Be quiet," Ye Feimo reiterated, delivering his 2-word admonition once more. Mo Yiyin expressed his sorrow, saying, "Feimo, being abandoned is absolutely your fault. No woman can endure you as you are, with your 2 charming suitors. Why haven't you learned a thing or 2? A simple smile could have you courted by the president of XX country. With such an advantage, you fail to exploit it. You must be truly foolish. Be quiet." "All right, you really are quite foolish," Mo Yiyin concluded. The warmth of first times for Director Lin is an internationally acclaimed filmmaker whose illustrious career spanning over a decade has garnered him considerable fame. With 2 of his films having received prestigious international awards and widespread acclaim domestically and abroad, he is undoubtedly a box office guarantee. Regardless of whether he is directing art films or commercial pieces, the audience drawn to him is innumerable. However, his notoriously irascible temperament is equally well known. Working under his command is no small feat. A former star he propelled to fame once hinted during an interview that she wished to sever ties with him. When one has also borne witness to his infamous temper, when he unleashes his wrath, he shows no mercy, disregarding the stature of even the most celebrated actors. Aside from a couple of seasoned veterans, he has berated nearly everyone, often resorting to expletives. Cut. Director Lin slammed the clapperboard to the ground with fervor, his fury palpable. "Bai Xiaowen, are you out of your mind? Is it truly so difficult to film a bed scene? Is showing a shoulder such a modest endeavor? Yet you can strip for the producers without a second thought? What is the matter? Your body is on display for your benefactors, but your shoulder cannot be presented to the audience? They too have paid to see this in theaters. Are you discriminating against them? If you continue to falter, I will have no qualms about replacing you." His invectives were as harsh as they were frequent. Bai Xiaowen, who had enjoyed a meteoric rise over the past 2 years with a substantial fan base and commendable performances, found herself at a loss. No other director would dare to speak to her in such a manner. Lin's unfiltered tirades were unmatched, disregarding all decorum, while other directors praised her, acknowledging her beauty which often overshadowed any acting flaws. Lin's relentless criticism left her humiliated and seething, yet she dared not retaliate. The opportunity to star in Lin's film was a rare one. She had to swallow her pride and endure his ire. When Wan, observing the scene, couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine. The director was indeed intimidating, and his words cut deeply. After another take, Bai Xiaowen appeared disoriented, her performance faltering. Just as she managed to utter a line, without even shedding her clothing, Lin called for a halt. His expression was beyond mere displeasure. "Damn it. Call the producer. I want to change the lead," he bellowed in fury. Bai Xiaowen, startled, rushed to plead for leniency. Lin's icy gaze swept over her as the assistant director hurried forward to placate him. "We cannot change the lead at this stage of filming." Bai Xiaowen was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly defeated. Then, the second unit director proposed a solution. "Let a stand-in take over. 034 the warm first time. 5. We want to watch a play." Warmth eagerly pulled Chun Shiweru along to enjoy the performance. Bai Xiaowen had a stunt double, and under the guidance of the assistant director, she quickly got her makeup done and changed her outfit. However, the performance of the stunt double was unsatisfactory, and it was evident that the director was about to lose his temper. The script supervisor, the planner, and the assistant director were all drenched in cold sweat. The assistant director glanced at Chun Shiweru, contemplating whether to have her substitute for a scene, but Chun Shiweru declined. Director Lin demanded near perfection. It was imperative to complete this scene today. Everyone was at a loss, as there were hardly any young actresses present to step in. Frustrated by Director Lin's harsh words, the crew huddled together to brainstorm solutions. Initially, Warmth had no part in this, but Tang Mandong suggested, "Why not let Warmth give it a try? Her acting talent has received high praise from teacher Chengyu." Few from the A University drama department were unaware of Chengyu, a venerable figure who had retired from the film industry and now taught at a university. "Which one?" Director Lin asked coldly. Tang Mandong pointed at the astonished Warmth. Had she been unwittingly caught in this? Teacher Chung had praised her. "Warmth, you are from a university's drama department?" The stage manager asked, eyes wide. Warmth nodded. The planner inquired, "I heard Teacher Chung made an exception for a new student. Is it you?" Warmth nodded again. Director Lin scrutinized her with a critical gaze, then pointed at the makeup artist. "Go, get her made up and dressed, immediately." Two makeup artists pulled the dazed Warmth away to prepare her. She said nothing, merely smiled, which infuriated Bai Xiaowen, who stamped her foot. However, others noticed that the girl had completely entered a state of conditioned reflex. The assistant director announced a break on set, and Warmth's initial reaction was to refuse. She did not wish to perform as a body double for the intimate scene. Nevertheless, the assistant director approached her to discuss the scene. The most challenging aspect of this particular scene was the physical expression. This 5-minute intimate scene contained only 4 lines of dialogue. The rest relied on body language. As Tang Mandong, her close friend, recognized Warmth's hesitation, she immediately encouraged her to give it a try. After all, even as a double in Director Lin's production, one could gain invaluable experience. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. Next update at 6 p.m. Please remember to save it. 035 the warmth of the first time. 6. Chun Shiweru nodded. After a few days of interaction, she naturally understood that Warmth was a student of the performing arts, albeit a newcomer. However, the prot.gs of teacher Chengyu were exceptional. Even Han Bai had not been accepted by Chengyu in her time. Warmth hesitated. The degree of exposure required for her first film was somewhat overwhelming. After a prolonged silence and deep contemplation, she gritted her teeth and resolved to give her utmost effort. The styling was quickly finalized, and the crew ushered her before Director Lin, who squinted and remarked on her resemblance to Han Bai. This question lingered in the minds of many. Although Warmth and Han Bai were not truly alike, only their facial contours shared a slight similarity, particularly in the lower face, while their eyes differed significantly. Warmth possessed a pair of enchanting, dreamy peach blossom eyes. Awkwardly smiling, she noticed Director Lin observing her. The assistant director indicated that the lines had already been discussed. They were brief, and Warmth had memorized them well. This scene depicted a poignant farewell, exuding a sense of desperate yearning, marking a climactic moment in the film. Bai Xiaowen and several other actresses watched with scorn, mocking the newcomer who had never acted before and was bound to be reprimanded by Director Lin. Bai Xiaowen scoffed, recalling that despite her years of experience, she had never satisfied Lin's expectations. Warmth, as a novice, would likely struggle even with her positioning. The two seasoned actors nearby were keenly interested in the unfolding drama. Director Lin snapped his fingers, prompting the photographer, lighting technician, and script supervisor to take their places. To everyone's surprise, Warmth executed her positioning flawlessly and demonstrated an understanding of how to engage with the camera. She adeptly crafted a three-dimensional scene that flowed seamlessly. As the male and female leads embraced, with the female lead shedding tears to plead for the male lead to stay, Warmth, as a stand-in, was not meant to appear on camera directly. Her lines were in harmony with the narrative, yet when she delivered them, a profound sorrow resonated in her voice that captivated all present. "Cut," Director Lin called, halting the scene at her very first line. Bai Shouwen sneered. Indeed, a newcomer was bound to falter. At least she had only been halted in bed scenes. Who would have expected Lin to direct his ire straight at the male lead? Are you a zombie? Do you need to visit a hospital to adjust your facial expression? You're filming a farewell scene, yet you look utterly dazed. What are you thinking? Sweat trickled down everyone's brows. The male lead, a popular singer with countless fans, possessed only mediocre acting skills but was known for his diligence and had a decent reputation in the industry. Accustomed to Lin's scoldings, he shrugged, admitting he had indeed spaced out. The pressure of the nudity was overwhelming, and he struggled to capture the essence of the moment. Just as Warmth sighed in relief, Lin pointed at her, and U036 the warmth of first 7. Just as Warmth exhaled in relief, Director Lin pointed at her, saying, "And you." He paused momentarily, then, in frustration, lowered his hand. The crowd anticipated another round of harsh words, but Director Lin waved his hand and declared, "Let's do it again." Everyone was astonished. It was rare for someone to escape his scolding on their first performance, unless they were seasoned actors. This scene had already been interrupted 3 times in the first half, yet Director Lin unusually refrained from reprimanding anyone. Instead, he simply called for a retake and offered Warmth some subtle tips, resulting in an increasingly improved performance. Peng Yuming remarked, "This young lady possesses remarkable intuition." The scene continued until the final minute, during which Warmth's attire was pulled down to her waist, revealing a breathtaking shot of her bare back as the male lead tenderly kissed her earlobe, creating a beautifully artistic moment. Warmth had an exquisite physique, and her fair skin appeared even more radiant under the lights. However, she felt quite awkward. It was her first time on the big screen, and given the number of crew members present, she felt uncomfortable. Director Lin called for a cut twice and promptly cleared the set, insisting that all non-essential personnel, especially the men, leave the area. The spectators were momentarily stunned, as it was rare for such a clearing to occur, even in more provocative scenes. "Warmth, come here. I want to discuss the scene with you." Director Lin demanded perfection, emphasizing that the final minute was crucial and the intertwining of their bodies needed to convey an intense, passionate connection. The onlookers gasped, proclaiming that Warmth had stumbled upon incredible fortune, leaving her somewhat taken aback. The reality of acting differed significantly from theoretical classroom knowledge, and she recognized her many shortcomings. After half an hour, they began again. This time, Warmth's performance improved slightly. The scene primarily focused on the female protagonist. Although she would not be in the direct frame, her expressions and movements were well executed. As they neared the end, Director Lin glared at Bai Shouwen with clenched teeth, his gaze seeming to wish to transfer her head onto Warmth's body, then have Warmth convey the facial expressions. Bai Shouwen shivered under his piercing stare, which was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, the director had his methods. During editing, he managed to capture Warmth's profile, and with clever lighting and props, the final effect was spectacular. For a full 5 minutes, every line and gesture belonged to Warmth, while Bai Shouwen's presence faded into the background. After removing her makeup and changing back into her own clothes, Warmth felt as though she had just awoken from a dream. Although it was merely 3 hours of shooting, she experienced a profound sense of validation and recognition, leaving her exhilarated. The 2 seasoned actors smiled at her, complimenting her performance. Chun Shiwaru remarked softly, "Warmth, you are destined for greatness." With a calm demeanor, Chun Shiwaru remarked, "Wenwan, you will undoubtedly rise to fame." Indeed, during the filming, her attention was entirely focused on Wenwan, who appeared quite different under the lights, embodying her character. Although her acting skills were still somewhat novice, they surpassed those of her contemporaries by a considerable margin. Thank you for your praise. Sister Shiwaru, Wenwan responded with a smile. After having served as a stand-in, there seemed to be no significant change. She remained a diligent production assistant in the crew, perpetually cheerful and well-liked. The two senior veterans engaged her in delightful conversation, imparting numerous acting techniques. Bai Showen observed Wenwan's radiant face and coldly smirked, perceiving her as insincere and pretentious, undoubtedly seeking to climb the social ladder and curry favor with others. That day, she had been harshly reprimanded by Director Lin, while Wenwan basked in accolades, leaving Bai Showen feeling profoundly unsettled. Why should someone who had never starred in a legitimate film receive such praise from Director Lin? Her assistant, aware of her discontent, whispered something in her ear, prompting Bai Showen to reveal a sinister smile. While Bai Showen was reapplying her makeup, her assistant called out for Wenwan to bring a drink. Wenwan, unfazed, complied. As she entered, the assistant swiftly shut the door behind her. Both the makeup artist and the assistant were loyal to Bai Showen. Surprised, Wenwan turned around, but before she could comprehend the situation, Bai Showen struck her across the face. Startled, Wenwan lost her grip, spilling the drink all over Bai Showen. Enraged, Bai Showen retaliated with another slap, but this time, Wenwan reacted swiftly and dodged. The sting on her face was sharp, and she furrowed her brow at Bai Showen, questioning, "Why did you hit me?" Bai Showen looked down at her with disdain, saying, "So, you enjoyed your moment as a stand-in, did you? You've charmed the entire crew. Haven't you? You think you can replace me?" Bai Showen's sense of crisis was not unfounded. Everyone knew Director Lin's temperament. Had it not been for the film being halfway through and one of the investors specifically designating her as the lead, Director Lin would have likely replaced her by now. In recent days, he had repeatedly declared that a mere decorative vase was still a mere vase, and even a stand-in performed better than her. Bai Showen had accumulated a significant amount of pent-up frustration. Her proud demeanor alienated her from the senior veterans, who were more inclined to converse with Wenwan, including the typically haughty and aloof Chun Shiwaru, which was particularly irksome to Bai Showen. Thus the slap ensued. She felt compelled to take some action to vent her inner turmoil. As Bai Showen approached Wenwan, her gaze icy, she warned, "Remember, you are merely a stand-in." In the midst of a heated exchange, Warmth longed to retaliate against her assailant. Having been raised in comfort, she had never experienced such humiliation, especially a slap to the face. Yet, she was acutely aware of the unspoken rules within the entertainment industry. It was not uncommon for a rising star like herself to be struck by established actors, a scene she had witnessed just days prior when Bai Showen had slapped a crew member. "Are you finished?" Warmth inquired with a smile, fully aware that the long nails of the woman before her would leave a mark upon her cheek. Nevertheless, she maintained an enchanting demeanor. Bai Showen smirked coldly in response. "Your sense of threat is rather excessive, Miss Warmth. Rest assured, I do not currently feel my position is in jeopardy. I have seen your performances, and it appears your only asset is your appearance." "What did you say?" Bai Showen retorted, her anger palpable before she regained her composure with a chilling smile. "You too will have to navigate this industry, Warmth. I suggest you avoid crossing paths with me." Raising an eyebrow, Warmth's sweet smile twisted into a hint of mockery. "Can you truly wield such power? Besides, why would I ever want to spread my legs like you, eagerly awaiting others to take advantage of me?" Bai Showen's face turned ashen with fury as she attempted to strike Warmth once more, only to be deftly evaded. "Someone like you will never rise to prominence," Warmth declared, striding past her assistant and out the door, leaving Bai Showen seething in her wake. Clenching her fists, Warmth vowed that one day she would rise above Bai Showen, returning the slap with her own strength. "Just you wait. Warmth, what happened to your face?" Chan Shiru noticed the injury, her brow furrowed with concern. "It's nothing," Warmth replied with a smile, her hair concealing the mark. Chun Shiru glanced towards Bai Showen's dressing room, her expression distant, choosing not to comment further. Tang Mandong finally exhaled in relief, rushing over to snatch the drink from Warmth's hand, exclaiming about Director Lin's strictness. However, her expression shifted as she lifted Warmth's long hair, asking, "Who hit you?" "A cat scratched me. It's nothing." I'll take care of it later, Warmth replied with a sweet smile. Tang Mandong's demeanor darkened instantly, recognizing the red marks on Warmth's cheek as those left by nails. This usually regal young lady suddenly mirrored Warmth's sweet smile. Tell me, dear sister, which cat did this? Was it someone with the surname Bai? Have you ever seen me at a disadvantage? I will reclaim what's mine in due time. Just then, Bai Xiaowen emerged from her dressing room, giggling and flirting with Director Lin. Tang Mandong's gaze swept over her. Warmth, you will take care of this yourself, and I believe in you wholeheartedly. However, it is my duty to repay this slap today. Warmth lowered her head with a smile, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Chun Shiru, who lacked knowledge of Tang Mandong's identity, she voiced her concern as Tang Mandong approached Bai Xiaowen. Warmth, aren't you going to stop her? It looks like she's going to confront someone. Why should I stop her? Warmth replied innocently, blinking playfully. I suddenly realize how cunning you can be. Chin Shiru remarked with a smile. 039 sisters, I have suddenly come to the realization that you possess quite a sinister streak. Chun Shiru smiled, her warmth subtly restrained. Generally, one who has a solid backing and does not utilize it is a fool. Tang Mandong seized Bai Xiaowen by the collar, her hand rising and falling swiftly, delivering a resounding slap to Bai Xiaowen's face. A quintessential display of queenly demeanor, executed with precision and decisiveness. The Tang family has been entrenched in the underworld for 3 generations, and the young lady of the Tang family has honed her martial skills from a tender age. The force behind this slap was 3 or 4 times greater than the one Bai Xiaowen had previously delivered to Wenwan, causing Bai Xiaowen's cheek to swell instantly, blood trickling from the corner of her lips. The crew on set was taken aback. An assistant director, striking a prominent star, was indeed sensational news. Fortunately, Director Lin was filming without reporters on site. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly make headlines the following day. Bai Xiaowen covered her battered face, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could not fathom being struck by a mere girl. Director Lin furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. Bai Xiaowen, I warn you, should you dare to strike anyone under my watch again, I will ensure you are blacklisted from the film industry entirely. Tang Mandong's voice rang out, crisp as a bullet. Who do you think you are, daring to hit me? Bai Xiaowen, disregarding her image, attempted to retaliate with a slap of her own. But Tang Mandong deftly grasped her wrist and tossed her aside. What of it? Do you consider yourself so precious? She turned to Director Lin. You know very well how you landed the role of the female lead in this film. Why squander your talent on this lackluster project instead of pursuing a respectable idol drama? Do you not feel ashamed? She found Bai Xiaowen's performance tedious, and, had it not been for the $500 million spent on early film promotions and the impending release during the festive season, Director Lin might have already dismissed her. Enraged, Bai Xiaowen listened as her assistant murmured something in her ear, her eyes darting anxiously to Tang Mandong, too frightened to utter another word. Tang Mandong cast a disdainful glance at her before turning away with a haughty air. As the crew prepared for a night shoot, Tang Mandong and Wenwan were not required to stay late and departed the set, sharing a laugh over Bai Xiaowen's compliant demeanor. Bai Xiaowen, however, was in dire straits, her face remaining swollen throughout the afternoon. Wenwan, you have tricked me again, Tang Mandong lamented as they exited the set, tugging at her hair. Officer, I wish to file a complaint. I feel utterly wronged, Wenwan said with a playful smile, raising her hand. Rejection, Tang Mandong replied, patting her shoulder. She was well aware of Wenwan's nature. After 3 years of high school and attending the same university, she recognized Wenwan's innocent and harmless demeanor. Yet, beneath that exterior lay a cunning spirit. She could readily shower you with compliments while secretly harboring a litany of grievances against you. It was not that Wenwan was worldly or shrewd. Rather, she was inherently lazy and preferred to avoid trouble. As long as one did not provoke her, she would invariably greet others with a warm smile. Her guiding principle was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Those who dared to cross her would find themselves unfortunate, for she would never harbor grievances silently. Should she possess the means to retaliate, she would ensure others faced dire consequences. If she lacked the strength to do so, she would bide her time, knowing that 10 years would not be too late for retribution. Such is the essence of Wenwan. 040 encountering danger. Tang Mandong intended to escort her home. Yet when Wan shook her head, her residence and the Tang household were not on the same route. Making the round trip would be a considerable waste of time. When Wan decided to take the bus back herself, fortuitously finding a bus that would suffice, requiring only a 20-minute walk to reach her abode. Upon alighting from a bus, she meandered for 5 minutes along a relatively secluded street flanked by lush locust trees. Half of the road was under construction, while the other half remained passable. Adjacent to a vast park, numerous old residences in the vicinity were undergoing demolition and renovation, rendering the entire street desolate by nightfall, exuding an eerie atmosphere. When Wan had grown bolder from her recent walks, but after traversing a mere few dozen meters, she noticed 2 figures trailing her from across the street. A flicker of alarm surged within her, prompting her to quicken her pace, only to see the men opposite her hastening as well. She admonished herself to remain calm. The locust trees cast dense shadows, and the absence of streetlights added to the unsettling silence. The fear gripped her heart. She recalled hearing about a university student who had been brutally assaulted and murdered in this very vicinity. Panic-stricken, she broke into a sprint. The 2 men pursued her, and within less than 5 minutes, one of them seized her waist. Upon turning to face her assailants, dread washed over her as she beheld their muscular forms clad in tank tops, the pungent odor of sweat assaulting her senses, leaving her breathless. "Let go! Help!" she cried out, but her plea was silenced by a rough hand clamped over her mouth. The 2 men dragged her toward an abandoned house, leering as they groped her. "Brother Xiong, she's a beauty," one of them snickered, and they shared a lewd laugh. When Wan felt as though she were ensnared by serpents, summoning her strength, she raised her knee and struck one of the men between the legs, causing him to howl and stagger back. Seizing the opportunity, she swung her bag at the other man's head, managing to break free from their grasp and turning to flee. However, mere steps into her escape, her hair was yanked, pulling her back. The other man, with overwhelming force, tore at her clothing, ripping it apart to reveal half of her bra. The men's eyes glinted with lust, and when Wan, enraged, retaliated with a slap, shouting, "Get away, you bastards!" One of them retaliated, striking her hard enough to leave her reeling, and she fell to the ground, the 2 men dragging her away. Just then, a beam of light appeared. A car approached in the distance. The men froze momentarily, as vehicles were scarce at this hour, and they hastily continued to pull Wen Wan along. Wen Wan, astute and resourceful, bit into one of the assailant's arms, drawing blood. The pain caused him to loosen his grip and seizing her chance. She forcefully pushed them away and staggered onto the road. The screech of tires pierced the night. Ye Feimo stared in disbelief at the disheveled and terrified woman before him, his brow furrowing in anger as he gripped the steering wheel, the veins in his hand bulging. She appeared battered and distressed, and not far behind, he spotted the 2 men. The situation was painfully clear. At that moment, his anger surged further. How could she recklessly dash into danger without a thought for her own safety? He typically drove at high speeds, and had he not reacted in time to brake, she could have been fatally struck. In a moment of desperation, the heroine, Warmth, rushed forward, intent on halting the approaching vehicle to save a life. Caught in the throes of her impulse, she scarcely considered the consequences. As a fierce woman, she would rather face death than succumb to violation. It was only when the car halted a mere inch from her that she realized how perilously close she was to death. The 2 men remained, evidently emboldened by their audacity. In her panic, Warmth momentarily failed to recognize Ye Feimo's car. Reacting swiftly, she approached and knocked on the window. Upon seeing him behind the wheel, she froze, taken aback by his presence. Ye Feimo furrowed his brow, and in an instant, Warmth snapped back to reality. Addressing him as Mr. Yi, his dark eyes reflected her disheveled state. Hair in disarray, one cheek swollen, a split lip stained with blood, and her shirt torn, exposing her skin to the chill of the air. Bruises marred her arms, and, as she clutched his sleeve, her fingers trembled slightly. A faint aura of menace emanated from his gaze. How dare they lay hands on his people? Ye Feimo's eyes flicked over the 2 men before he pushed Warmth aside and strode towards them, silent yet intimidating. An icy shiver coursed through her as his silhouette merged with the surrounding darkness, evoking a sense of dread. Moments later, the two men lay sprawled on the ground, limbs broken and howling in agony. It was an impressive display, clean, decisive, and ruthless. After a few steps, he seemed unable to restrain himself, swiftly turning back to deliver a harsh kick to one of them. Warmth watched in astonishment as he approached her, silhouetted against the distant lights. The striking figure of a man who seemed to embody both allure and darkness. He exuded an air far removed from that of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. As he passed her to enter the vehicle, he coldly commanded, "Get in," collecting her belongings. Warmth glanced back at the two groaning men on the ground, a mix of vindication and pity washing over her, before climbing into the car as Ye Feimo drove away from her home. Heading in the opposite direction, she sensed his anger palpable in the air despite his silence and calm demeanor. The cramped space of the car felt like the heart of winter. What could possibly be troubling him? Given Ye Feimo's unpredictable nature, Warmth opted for silence, wary of provoking him further. Stealing a glance at him, the streetlights flickered, casting shadows that highlighted his godlike features. His profile was captivating, a perfect blend of softness and strength, as if crafted by the finest artist. The fusion of his noble elegance and aloof arrogance created a unique allure. He truly was strikingly handsome. "Miss Warmth," he remarked, "I'm aware of my good looks. Should you find yourself enchanted, feel free to capture my likeness and gaze upon it each night before sleep." 042 The narcissistic man, Miss 1. I am well aware of my good looks. If you're infatuated, feel free to capture my image and gaze upon it each night before sleep. I am certain it would induce nightmares. Warmth often escapes before rationality can catch up, a thought that spills forth unbidden. Narcissism. What pride can a handsome man truly possess? Ye Feimo cast a frigid glance in her direction, a gaze so chilling it felt as if ice was affixed to her face. The ache of embarrassment was far less intense. Do you frequently encounter such situations? Ye Feimo humiliate. This is my first time, Warmth replied, adjusting her inadequate clothing, a touch of awkwardness creeping in. Humph. He emitted a single syllable from his nose, unmistakably displeased, his expression remaining stoic. Warmth found it peculiar. Was there a nerve missing from his facial muscles? Why else would he maintain such a singular demeanor? "What did you just call me?" she wondered, cursing her impulsive response. In her mind, she had already dubbed him Ye the pervert, but her reflexes had betrayed her. "Mr. Ye, I could have sworn you said Ye the pervert," he remarked, neither warm nor cold. Warmth fell into silence, adopting a fade of indifference. Am I truly perverse? Are you not? She mused inwardly, contemplating that if he were not perverse, then what would that make the world? In all her years, the most aberrant individual she had encountered was indeed Ye Feimo. She continued to feign a lifeless state. Ye Feimo let out another disdainful sound. The air conditioning in the car was set rather high, and Warmth felt a chill envelop her. She instinctively huddled, her already tattered clothing barely concealing her bare shoulders. The icy air prompted her to shiver uncontrollably. Ye Feimo cast a fleeting glance at her, his expression unchanging. Warmth reflected on the absurdity of the situation. In typical narratives, wouldn't he, the male lead, remove his jacket and gently drape it over the female lead? How deceptive the realm of drama can be. The notion of a tender-hearted male protagonist is but an illusion. He offered her not a single word of comfort, and with a self-deprecating smile, she realized that if she were truly wronged, he would remain unperturbed. He was evidently indifferent. After all, they were hardly acquainted. Their relationship was merely transactional. Why should he extend tenderness if she were to suffer? Furthermore, this man clearly lacked an understanding of what gentleness entailed. Apart from his beloved, he regarded all women with the same disdain, treating at least a dozen others as he did her, which brought her some semblance of balance. He reached out to turn off the air conditioning. Warmth was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Could he actually be considerate? "I am quite cold," she stated. Ye Feimo gazed at her with an odd expression, fixating on her attire, before snorting dismissively. "If I give you my clothes, what shall I wear? Do you not comprehend what it means to be a gentleman? A man without a shirt is a beast, not a gentleman. Tears welled in Warmth's eyes. Young Master Ye. Is it not a beast that is without trousers? She asked naively. Beast indeed. He is the father of beasts, he retorted coldly. Warmth was in tears, young Master Ye. Is this what you call dark humor? So, you are indeed the father of beasts. It seems that consideration is but a fleeting illusion. This individual remains consistently twisted. At Mingxing apartment, on the 45th floor, as soon as they ascended, Ye Feimo directed her toward the bathroom to take a bath and clean herself up. The situation mirrored their previous encounter. Last time, she had donned a clean outfit, but this time, Warmth felt a headache coming on as she surveyed the bruises adorning her body, on her face, her arms. She gritted her teeth, lamenting that she should have turned back to tread upon their feet. After bathing and wrapping herself in his bathrobe, leaving herself bare underneath, Warmth desperately wished to crash into a wall, hoping this encounter would not resemble the last, where she faced unwanted advances. Where are the people? I have yet to see your messages. If you do not comment or save, I shall not provide further updates. Ladies, if you enjoy this, please save it generously. Today, there are 3 updates. Wrapped in his bathrobe and nothing else, Warmth felt a surge of anxiety as she contemplated the impending encounter with Ye Feimo. Her heart raced, and her legs trembled at the thought. After a lengthy period of mental preparation, she still hesitated to emerge. Suddenly, a forceful knock echoed through the door, accompanied by an impatient voice demanding her presence. Warmth, feeling utterly drained, replied feebly that she was still alive. The voice retorted with a brusque command to exit. To her surprise, upon stepping out, she found the living room adorned with a plethora of new garments, dresses, casual wear, shirts, and undergarments, all still bearing their tags. Her brief shower had barely lasted half an hour, prompting her to marvel at Ye Feimo's astonishing efficiency. Upon inspecting the sizes, she felt a wave of embarrassment. They fit her perfectly. Had he researched her measurements? Ye Feimo seemed to read her thoughts, smirking as he declared that if he couldn't discern her measurements in a night, he would not stake his name. With that, he strode back into the bathroom, leaving her in a state of shock and indignation. Just then, he reappeared at the staircase, coolly informing her to call home. She would be staying there for the entire summer. Stunned, she opened her mouth to protest, but he had already vanished into the bathroom. Frustrated and exasperated, Warmth muttered a string of curses under her breath before dialing her father. She knew that her late return home would raise concerns, and, reluctantly, she fabricated a story about working over the summer and staying with Tang Mandong. A strange telephone call echoed through the air, filled with an air of dominance and a hint of chauvinism. Warmth, feeling a surge of frustration, cursed softly a few times before dialing the number. She had not returned home late, causing her father great concern. Reluctantly, she fabricated a story, claiming she was working during the summer and conveniently staying with Tang Mandong. Her father, unaware of the truth, merely advised her not to disturb others too much. Listening to her father's loving voice filled her with a bittersweet warmth, and she thought, "Father, I am so sorry for deceiving you." As she surveyed the apartment, which spanned 2 floors with 2 rooms on the first level and 3 on the second, she did not hold any hopes of occupying a guest room. A headache brewed as she pondered how to refuse Ye Feimo. Would claiming she had aid suffice? In a moment of despair, her musings were interrupted by the ringing of the room's telephone. Ye Feimo's call. She dared not answer, yet the incessant ringing persisted. Biting her lip, she glanced upstairs, then reluctantly picked up the receiver. "Hello. I'm sorry, I dialed the wrong number." On the other end, a gentle female voice responded. Warmth shrugged and hung up, but mere moments later, the phone rang again. Assuming it was another wrong number, she answered, "Hello. Oh, it's not a mistake. May I ask if Feimo is available?" "Oh, he is in the shower." The caller seemed momentarily taken aback. Warmth speculated that perhaps this was a lover of his, and felt her tone might have been misinterpreted. Just as she was about to clarify, she heard the caller's friendly laughter, sending a shiver down her spine. "Hi there, young lady, what is your name?" "Warmth." "What a lovely name. Do you live here?" Warmth, contemplating her stay until the end of summer, nodded and replied, "Yes, but only until summer vacation concludes." "Summer vacation? Goodness, that scoundrel isn't playing with minors, is he?" The once amiable tone suddenly turned sharp, and Warmth felt a jolt of shock. "Minors? Well, it was no longer her concern. After all, she didn't even know who this was, and there was no need for an explanation. Are you looking for Mr. Yi? In the phone call, an extraordinary woman searched for Mr. Yi. Huh? Are you looking for Mr. Yi, or perhaps someone else? She chuckled. Warmth caught off guard. Nearly suggested that she call back later. The other party laughed, leaving her bewildered. Did she just mention something about soda? Mr. Yi, Miss One, you have such discerning taste and profound insight. He truly is quite peculiar, isn't he? Warmth was momentarily stunned. How did taste and insight relate to this? It was a widely accepted fact that Ye Feimo was indeed eccentric. Haha, yes, I believe his mother must not have raised him well. He certainly needs to be sent back for a proper upbringing. A normal person would not produce such an odd child. Warmth stated with utmost seriousness. Actually, the son's eccentricity has nothing to do with the mother, truly. His amiable tone faltered slightly. He is simply a deviation. Incorrect. It is very much connected. Warmth replied earnestly. Thus, my dear, always keep your eyes wide open when assessing others. Such individuals possess nothing beyond their wealth, and it is wise to keep your distance. Dear? The other party's expression contorted, her eyes glistening with tears. Miss Wen, you are exceptionally perceptive and insightful. Your wisdom is commendable. But why not keep your distance yourself? This scene perfectly illustrated the encounter between a virtuous woman and a brutish bully. I felt as though I was being forced into a fiery pit. How melodramatic. Miss Wen, I sympathize with you on a spiritual level. Thank you. May I ask, how many lovers has he had? You seem quite intrigued, Warmth queried, finding it remarkable that someone with Ye Feimo's temperament could attract such a good-natured and humorous woman. After a brief silence, the other party resolutely replied, the first. Your first love? Is that a problem? You have such poor judgment, Warmth concluded bluntly. There will be 3 updates today. Keep up the good work and remember to collect. This style of conversation feels rather familiar, doesn't it, sisters? Warmth has been sold. Your discernment is quite lacking. Miss Wen draws this conclusion without hesitation. Miss Wen, I'm quite fond of you. Go ahead, take him down, ravage him. Warmth gazes up at the ceiling, pondering which girlfriend would allow a mistress to take down her boyfriend. Has her thinking fallen behind the times? Alas, it is now her turn to shed tears. She has high standards and lofty aspirations, and finds him unsatisfactory. Warmth responds decisively. The other party laughs heartily and continues conversing with her for a while. By the way, Ye Feimo suffers from a severe gastric ailment. He just disembarked from flight, and I believe he hasn't eaten this evening. Could you possibly prepare something for him? Noodles or congee would suffice. We mustn't let him go hungry. A gastric ailment? He appears robust enough to fell an ox. The thought of Ye Feimo's earlier valor leaves her unable to fathom his gastric condition. Miss One, I truly must trouble you to cook for him. He has endured over 10 hours of flight, and his appetite must surely be poor. I beseech you, why don't you come over and cook for him? The other party sighs. I have been abandoned by him. Very well. Also, please do not inform him that I called you, all right? Be a good girl and hurry off to prepare dinner. The gentle voice on the line disconnects, leaving Warmth somewhat bewildered. Why must she keep this from Ye Feimo? Does being abandoned still matter to him? Is there truly anyone who cares for such a perverse individual? A gastric ailment? He appears quite healthy. How could he possibly suffer from one? Furthermore, is she a complete fool? Why did she so readily agree to prepare a late-night snack for him? Surely, the woman's voice on the phone was simply too soothing, and she has been deceived. Miss Wen is in a state of turmoil. In the dim light, Ye Feimo acquiesced with surprising ease to the request for a midnight snack, perhaps swayed by the gentle tone of the woman on the other end of the line. Miss Wen found herself in a quandary, her face still swollen and aching. As she rummaged through the refrigerator, she discovered noodles, chicken, eggs, and a handful of greens. She set to work, preparing a bowl of egg and lean meat noodles for Ye Feimo, the kitchen appearing as pristine as if it had never been used. It seemed that Ye Feimo rarely cooked. Yet, how could there be food in the refrigerator? Wenwan dismissed these thoughts as she boiled the noodles, applying ice to her face, admiring her own ability to multitask. Just as she finished cooking, Ye Feimo descended the stairs, his brow furrowed as he regarded her with discontent. What are you doing? He inquired. I'm making noodles. Earlier I thought. She hesitated, recalling the request not to mention the phone call. Pressing her lips together, she continued, I figured you might be hungry. Ye Feimo's gaze was heavy upon her, his hair still damp, the robe he wore slightly ajar. Droplets of water glistening on his collarbone under the light, exuding a dangerously alluring aura. His eyes, dark and profound, held an inscrutable depth, leaving her feeling anxious and unsettled beneath his penetrating stare. Had she erred in some way? Ah, Ye Shao, she exclaimed, I implore you, whether you are pleased or displeased, at least exhibit a different expression. It is exceedingly difficult to decipher your mood when you remain so impassive. Ye Shao, please, just raise an eyebrow or something. With your perpetual blankness, how is one to gauge your feelings? If I have offended you, just say so. Don't stare at me like that. Even someone without a heart condition might be frightened into one. When one could no longer contain her exasperation. 049, the harmony of nerves, Ye Shao. I implore you, whether you are pleased or displeased, at the very least, raise an eyebrow. Your perpetual expressionless demeanor leaves us in uncertainty regarding your emotions. Have I committed some grave misstep? If so, merely utter a word. Do not gaze at me with such unwavering intensity, for even one without a heart condition might be startled into one by your stare. When one could not help but speak, after a prolonged silence, Ye Feimo finally uttered a sound of acknowledgement. When one exhaled in relief, serving the noodles she had prepared, and cracked 3 eggs, reserving 2 for him. He glanced at her, and she felt that within his cold, icy gaze, there was a fleeting glimpse of something else. Yet upon a closer look, his expression remained harsh and unyielding. Moments later, he had devoured an entire bowl of noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind. When Juan found herself stung by a slap, despite the ice pack she had applied, her cheeks still throbbed with pain. The noodles were scalding, and she ate slowly. Meanwhile, Ye Feimo had taken a few documents to attend to in the living room, treating her as if she were merely a part of the air around him. This blatant disregard was a novel experience for Wen Wan, stirring a sense of discontent within her as she muttered curses against Ye Feimo under her breath. After finishing her meal and tidying the kitchen, she lingered in the living room. Just then, as Ye Feimo concluded his official business, he beckoned her with a flick of his finger. Wen Wan pressed her lips together. As she advanced a few steps closer, she was suddenly yanked into his embrace, his lips capturing hers with fervor. The urgency of his kiss suggested an insatiable desire, causing her entire being to tremble with an overwhelming sense of dread. Amidst the chaos, a thought flitted through her mind. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Yet they were not lovers. He had not been devoid of scandalous rumors abroad. What were they, truly? Before she could indulge in further contemplation, his hands grasped her softness, his kiss migrating from her lips to her cheeks and neck, and at last, she discerned a second expression upon his face, one of unfulfilled longing. 050, an unfathomable tenderness without allowing her mind to wander. The softness at her chest was seized. His kiss shifted from her lips to her cheek and neck. At last, she discerned a second expression on his face. Insatiable desire. Ye Feimo, you are quite heavy. A thought escaped her warm, dazed mind, and she blurted out that indeed he was heavy, for she found herself entirely pinned beneath him on the sofa, a weight that felt unbearable. He paused, then, in a moment of retaliation, pressed in her softness with fervor, causing warmth to well up in her eyes with tears. It hurts, you pervert, she exclaimed, grabbing a soft pillow and hurling it at him. Do not move. Ye Feimo swept the pillow aside, his voice low and commanding. Yet, how could warmth heat him? The position felt too perilous. Although she had acquiesced, she was still unprepared psychologically. Move again, and I shall take you immediately. The dark depths of Ye Feimo's gaze ignited with a fierce fire, rendering Warmth's body icy under his stare. It was shadowy, obscure, coldly intense, yet laced with an inexplicable desire. Yes, desire. He yearned for her. Warmth dared not stir again. For under his penetrating gaze, her heart raced with a sense of suffocation. He beheld the woman beneath him, her seductive eyes glimmering, attire disheveled, cheeks flushed. She appeared utterly ravaged, and no man could resist such temptation. A savage impulse surged within Ye Feimo, a desire to tear apart her purity and observe what sordidness lay beneath the fragments. Yet her eyes, tinged with a hint of alarm, stirred within him an inexplicable compassion. This girl indeed bore a certain charm, especially when her enchanting, doe-like eyes brimmed with panic, resembling a delicate little rabbit, adorable and provoking a primal urge to dominate. Realizing the thoughts swirling in his mind, Ye Feimo's expression darkened, transforming into a visage of utmost displeasure. Acknowledging warmth's virtues was enough to incite his temper. "Two has been updated. I know my words are scant, I lament. My sister has arrived, and I must keep her company. There will be another update soon." Later, upon realizing his own thoughts, Ye Feimo's visage darkened instantaneously, revealing a countenance of utmost displeasure. For him, acknowledging the merits of Wen Nuanyuan was sufficient to incite his temper. Wen Nuanyuan bore witness to his rapid transformation within a mere 10 seconds, her heart aching with trepidation, fearing he might strangle her with a mere flick of his wrist. Why was his temperament so tempestuous? She had always preferred gentlemen. Suddenly, Ye Feimo lowered his head, tenderly kissing her lips, his warm, fervent kisses meticulously outlining her lip shape, gently sucking on her petals, as if cherishing a rare treasure. A flurry of emotions surged within Wen Nuanyuan, her cheeks flushing with warmth. How could he be so unexpectedly gentle? She was accustomed to the brusque and icy demeanor of the second young Master Yi. His sudden tenderness left her feeling disoriented. Tears streamed down her face. Deep within her heart, an anguished lament rose. Who could endure the volatile temperament of such a capricious man? The abruptness of his moods was jarring. At least afford her a moment to acclimate. Yet, she found herself gripping his lapel tightly. This gentle side of him evoked an undeniable allure. As this thought crossed her mind, a tremor coursed through her. Heartfelt? How dare she entertain feelings for a man like Ye Feimo? Was she courting danger? Quickly, she suppressed the peculiar notion that had arisen in her mind. She had affection for Feng Lucheng, despite the betrayal of her most innocent feelings by that man. "Do not leave me," Ye Feimo murmured, his eyes lightly shut as he became enraptured in kissing her lips. Wen Nuanyuan's heart constricted, a pang of bitterness washing over her as she gazed at his face, so close yet devoid of pain, merely a mask of desolation. She observed his trembling eyelashes, and a sudden stab of pain surged within her. Who did he perceive her to be? Wen Nuanyuan understood clearly. Ye Feimo was enamored with her appearance. That night, he had remarked on the beauty of her eyes, perhaps drawing a parallel between her and his beloved, who bore a striking resemblance. However, she despised being seen as a mere substitute. "Do not leave me," he repeated softly, his pallid countenance betraying a depth of feeling. Wen Nuanyuan stared at him in disbelief, realizing that beneath his twisted exterior lay a man capable of profound affection, harboring his own cherished moon in his heart. "Who am I? Do not leave me," he murmured repeatedly, his face pale, as Warm gazed at him in a daze. It turned out that Yi, the eccentric, was also a person of profound emotions, harboring his own luminous moon within. But where had his beloved gone? After all these years, surrounded by admirers and endless rumors, what was it all for? Was he perhaps wounded by love? His murmurs, tinged with melancholy, echoed in the air, leaving Warm in disarray. Wounded by love? Such an eccentric man as he shall, suffering from matters of the heart. She felt a twitch at the corners of her eyes, pondering the misfortune of the woman who had fallen for him, and the audacity of the girl who dared to forsake him. She began to admire the woman who had abandoned him, to cast away the cunning, twisted, unpredictable cold. And cruel Ye Feimo was undoubtedly an astute decision. Suddenly, his kiss deepened, infused with a sense of possession. His eyes snapped open, sharp and penetrating. In a swift motion, he tore her nightgown, leaving Warm startled, exposed before him. Spring's light spilled forth. He intensified his advances, and the swift change of circumstances caught Warm off guard. The emotionless, humiliating contact filled her with sorrow. She was acutely aware that this was the price of her promise. "Yet, Ye Feimo, do you know who I am?" Warm inquired with a smile, unaware of the heavy sadness that enveloped her heart. He paused, his actions halting abruptly. The woman beneath him lay bare, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with a smile, utterly captivating. She possessed exceptionally beautiful eyes, especially when she smiled, resembling two delicate petals. As she smiled sweetly, it became a silent accusation directed at him. She smiled sweetly, yet to him, it was an unspoken accusation. Ye Feimo tightened his grip around her waist, his robe loosened, revealing a sculpted chest, every muscle yearning for her beneath him. However, an inexplicable irritation stirred within him. The chill of the air conditioning in the living room left her feeling cold, and as she reached for her robe to cover herself, he seized her wrist. "Do not forget the agreement we made. Are you considering a change of heart? A change of heart?" Indeed, she wished to reconsider. Ye Feimo stated, "I have the means to either release your father or imprison him. Do you believe me?" Warmth's expression shifted slightly. "Ye Feimo, could you refrain from mentioning my father? Then let us discuss you. Should you retract your agreement, I shall violate and then eliminate you before proceeding to dissect." Warmth felt her cheeks flush with indignation. "How despicable!" He chuckled coldly. "Despicable? Many have called me that. What do I care if you add your voice to the chorus?" Ignoring him, Warmth took a moment before voicing her confusion. "Why were you there? That place is not somewhere someone like you would typically be found. I was merely passing through." Warmth raised an eyebrow. "Passing through? How could you possibly pass by there? Just beyond lies the neighborhood where I reside. It is utterly incongruous for you to be there." He arched an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on her. It was not a mere passing. As soon as he landed, he drove straight to find her, a decision that puzzled even him. He had spent several days in Venice, devoid of any longing for her. She was merely a stranger to him. Yet, upon returning to city, thoughts of her invaded his mind. That woman, clearly furious yet maintaining a stoic expression. Perhaps she bore a resemblance to his mother, which was why she lingered in his thoughts. However, this was a revelation Ye Feimo would never share with Warmth. 054 running away from home. Perhaps she resembled her mother so closely that he couldn't help but think of her. Yet, this was a sentiment Ye Feimo would never disclose to Wenwan. He gazed down at her, her cheeks blushing like delicate pink petals, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like blooming peach blossoms, enticing him further. A tightening in his abdomen ignited a fervent desire, prompting Ye Feimo to lower his head and capture her lips once more. The sudden, forceful gesture left Wenwan feeling humiliated. As the esteemed president of Anning International, did he not feel a sense of disgrace in coercing a woman this way? Yet, she maintained her smile. Coerce? Ye Feimo's expression remained impassive. A fleeting smirk danced across his lips. Who was it that last took the initiative to climb into my bed? It would be more accurate to describe this as a mutually willing game. The mere mention of that incident flushed Wenwan's cheeks crimson. Ye Feimo, I was intoxicated and mistakenly entered the wrong room. Do you truly believe I would willingly climb into your bed? Yes, you are remarkable. The most eligible bachelor in City A, the dream lover of many, but not for me. I would rather avoid you from 100 meters away. Avoid me from 100 meters? Ye Feimo raised an eyebrow, his handsome visage illuminated in the light, cold and fierce like a demon. He pointed towards the door, daring her, if you have the backbone, try stepping outside right now. It became evident that neither of them were children. She understood that in the face of power, one must often compromise their pride. The corners of his mouth curled up. There was a certain delight in teasing her. Though he was clearly infuriated, he feigned a stoic smile, which lightened his heavy heart. Wenwan's demeanor reminded him of his mother. They were of the same ilk, masking their anger and frustration behind a smile. Where is your pride? Ye Feimo asked, his gaze a blend of amusement and scrutiny, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Wenwan, gritting her teeth in defiance, retorted, I have run away from home. Warmth, with a pout of defiance, declared, I'm running away from home. Ye Feimo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, finding her sulky demeanor quite endearing. The sight of her in such a mood was rather pleasing. Warmth froze, his laughter akin to the thawing of winter snow, instantly brightening the atmosphere. She had never realized that a man's smile could be so captivating. You truly are a devil, she muttered, struggling to find adequate words to describe his striking looks. Ye Feimo's expression darkened, prompting her to quickly push him away and hastily don a robe from the ground to cover her exposed skin. He narrowed his eyes and seized her wrist, causing her to stumble into his embrace. "Kiss me," he commanded in a deep, authoritative tone that brooked no argument. Warmth was momentarily stunned, her heart racing as she gazed into his profound eyes, which seemed to contain only her essence. Did this mean he was seeing her, and her alone? "Aren't you the one who despises being kissed?" She retorted. "I detest loquacious women," he replied, and in her mind flashed a scenario where one day the Anning International faced bankruptcy, leaving Ye Feimo in shambles. If she were to transform into a powerful woman, she would surely deliver a few punches to him and stand triumphantly on his face, declaring her victory. Just as her lips were about to meet his, Ye Feimo's phone rang abruptly. Warmth exhaled in relief as he answered with irritation. "Tang Shuwen, you better have a pressing matter." She stuck out her tongue, finding the insatiable man rather intimidating. "Wait, Tang Shuwen, isn't that Mandong's brother?" "Brother Tang, you are truly a lifesaver. Your call is perfectly timed." In her mind, Tang Shuwen's image grew grand and radiant. "What did you say?" Ye Feimo's gaze darkened, emanating an icy aura that sent a shiver down her spine, as if he were the king of the underworld. He responded with several affirmatives, finally stating, "All right, I'll be there." After hanging up, his cold stare fixed on Warmth. "Change your clothes. We are going to the same place." "Where to?" she inquired, but Ye Feimo remained silent, ascending the stairs without a word. Warmth furrowed her brow, noticing his erratic pace, as if he had not heard her at all. She felt a surge of frustration. Why was this man so difficult to placate? She was on the verge of losing her mind. 056 Tongshin Club is an elite establishment frequented by the social elite, including affluent young gentlemen and distinguished ladies. Operating under a VIP system, this renowned venue, a subsidiary of the Tang Group, embodies European architectural elegance while embracing the essence of Chinese leisurely culture, creating a refined and sophisticated ambience. The club features opulent presidential suites, earl suites, and luxurious standard rooms, equipped with top-tier facilities offering a comprehensive range of services including accommodations, bathing, fitness, beauty spa, and gourmet dining. The building comprises office spaces from the 1st to the 7th floor, while the 8th floor and above belong exclusively to the Tongshin Club. When Wenwan and Ye Feimo arrived on the 21st floor, she was unaware of his intentions, vaguely sensing that they were headed for a banquet. Throughout their ascent, his expression remained as tranquil as the autumn waters of a frigid pool, prompting her to refrain from provoking him, valuing silence as golden. At the entrance of the banquet hall stood two tall gentlemen clad in black tuxedos. Upon seeing Ye Feimo, they respectfully addressed him as young Master Yi, their astonished gazes falling upon Wenwan beside him. She greeted them with a polite smile, while Ye Feimo glanced back at her with a frosty look, disapproving of her smile directed toward other men. Unfazed, Wenwan maintained her innocent demeanor, oblivious to his displeasure. He chose not to speak further, signaling her to link her arm with his. With a sweet smile, she suppressed her inner discontent and entwined her arm with his. His profound gaze rested upon her, enigmatic and intricate. He remarked, "Miss Wen, please exhibit your signature smile." She responded with a radiant and gentle smile, truly living up to her name. Ye Feimo replied indifferently, "Very well." The two gentlemen then opened the grand door, allowing Wenwan to accompany Ye Feimo into the opulent banquet hall. This venue is a prestigious banquet space within the Tongshin Club, lavishly adorned in a style reminiscent of European court aesthetics, with exquisite crystal chandeliers that transport one back to the 14th century European courts. The banquet hosted over 50 elegantly attired men and women. The men were distinguished and dignified, either wealthy or noble, while the women exuded grace and sophistication, adorned in jewels that radiated luxury, embodying an exclusive assembly of youthful elegance. In the splendid banquet hall, over 50 elegantly attired men and women mingled, the men exuding an air of affluence, while the women radiated nobility and grace, adorned with dazzling jewels that epitomized opulence. The gathering consisted entirely of youthful individuals. The crowd's attention was drawn to Wenwan, who was linked arm in arm with Ye Feimo. Their collective gaze was overwhelming, making Wenwan feel as though she had transformed into a monkey on display in a zoo. Among them were numerous celebrities she had seen in magazines, heads of entertainment companies, and renowned directors, including Director Lin, which momentarily heightened her anxiety. Ye Feimo turned his head to gaze at her, whether it was an illusion. She perceived a rare sense of reassurance emanating from him, as if he silently conveyed, "Do not fear. I am here." Wenwan offered a gentle smile, and her tension dissipated instantly. Being an astute individual, she was uncertain as to why Ye Feimo had brought her here. Yet she understood the importance of not embarrassing him. With this thought in mind, her posture straightened. A soft smile graced Ye Feimo's lips. Wenwan was one of the few intelligent young women he had encountered, genuinely perceptive and astute. Tang Shuwen did not overlook the fleeting tenderness in Ye Feimo's eyes. She was slightly taken aback, her gaze shifting to Wenwan. Not only Tang Shuwen, but the attention of everyone present turned towards her. Wenwan was clad in a resplendent, deep blue Prada gown, its low neckline accentuating her elegance. Tall and statuesque, the dress enhanced her curvaceous figure. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled, with a few wisps of bangs framing her face, while her makeup was exquisite, complemented by the trendiest sea blue gemstone earrings of the half-year from Ning International. What astonished the crowd even more was the necklace adorning her neck, which was none other than a rose tear, the heirloom of the Yi family, a true treasure of the jewelry world. The astonished gazes of the onlookers converged into a unified expression of intrigue, all fixated on her neckline, causing Wenwan's cheeks to flush. She felt uncomfortable under such unabashed scrutiny. 058 Tang Xin Club. 3. The astonished gazes of the crowd coalesced into a synchronized body language, all fixated upon her chest. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she felt uncomfortable under such an unabashed scrutiny. Memories flooded back to her when she first donned the gown in the dressing room, where Ye Feimo's glance had brushed against her with a hint of astonishment. As she gazed into the mirror, she realized that she had transformed. Adorned in this elegant attire, she had metamorphosed from a humble Cinderella into a resplendent swan. Feimo Tang Shuwen approached, a strikingly handsome and gentle man clad in a white suit, resembling a prince straight from a fairy tale. Ye Feimo nodded at him, while Wenwan noticed that Tang Shuwen failed to recognize her and couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Shuwen Tang Shuwen was taken aback once more. That voice. Upon scrutinizing Wenwan closely, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wenwan? Wenwan beamed sweetly, yet Tang Shuwen, typically composed and calm, could hardly contain his astonishment. He struggled to reconcile her with Ye Feimo, perceiving them as inhabitants of two disparate worlds. Just moments ago, he had assumed she was an unheralded starlet, perhaps entangled in some scandal with Ye Feimo, but to discover she was Wenwan was utterly unexpected. Wenwan, what brings you here? Tang Shuwen inquired with surprise. Wenwan smiled innocently, resembling a small white rabbit. Brother Shuwen, I know nothing at all. Please regard my honest face. Tang Shuwen Ye Feimo, damn, this little girl. How could she claim to be honest? To him, she appeared rather cunning. Do you know her? Ye Feimo directed his gaze toward Tang Shuwen. Mandong's good friend. Tang Shuwen replied. Ye Feimo cast another glance at Wenwan, taking her arm and greeting several producers and prominent directors who approached, including a few from Ning International, among them Director Lin. Wenwan felt somewhat awkward, as Director Lin also regarded her with a look of contemplation. With good-natured patience, she greeted him, while Ye Feimo frowned. Lin Ning, do you know her? In the midst of an awkward warmth, Director Lin appeared quite surprised, his gaze towards her deepening with contemplation. Warmly, she greeted him with a pleasant demeanor. Ye Feimo furrowed his brow and inquired, Lin Ning, do you know her? Director Lin replied, she played a role in a scene from Fire Phoenix, a substitute actress. Initially intending to mention her involvement in a risky scene, he refrained, considering their relationship, and expressed himself with subtlety. Curiously, he pondered why, given the close bond between Warmth and Ye Feimo, she was merely a production assistant on set. It was truly perplexing. She did not seem like the type of woman who would resort to underhanded tactics to ascend the ranks. Ye Feimo cast a sidelong glance at Warmth, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Lin Ning, with his professional instincts, immediately sensed an unusual tension, an undercurrent of intrigue. Warmth diverted her gaze, only to spot a tall woman clad in a deep crimson gown, her warm smile directed at them. Upon noticing Warmth's attention, the woman modestly nodded in acknowledgement. To Warmth's astonishment, it was Hanbai. Her excitement surged. She had not anticipated encountering her idol in this venue. Hanbai was breathtakingly beautiful, her figure exquisitely proportioned, exuding an aura of confidence that surpassed her poster images. She possessed a mysterious charm typical of Eastern women, captivatingly alluring yet radiating a mature elegance. The starlets surrounding her seemed to fade into the background, mere foliage beside her striking presence. Standing there, she embodied the essence of an international star. Warmth found herself puzzled. Such a significant event as Hanbai's return to the country had elicited no mention in the entertainment news. Beside Hanbai stood a dashing gentleman in a crisp white suit, engaged in an intimate conversation with her. From Warmth's perspective, they appeared a perfectly matched pair. Tang Shuwen, noticing her gaze linger on Hanbai, explained today's banquet is a welcome feast hosted by young Master Gu for Hanbai. News of her return will make headlines in tomorrow's newspapers. Observe her gaze directed towards and clarified. This banquet is a welcoming feast hosted by the esteemed Gu For. The news of her return will surely make headlines in tomorrow's newspapers. A few prominent producers and directors approached to extend their greetings, while, accompanied by the illustrious Gu Rue, sauntered over. Ah, have you changed your companion again? This time, what an intriguing choice. Producer A chuckled heartily, his frame average yet noticeably plump, adorned with a glimmering gold chain, exuding a boorish aura of newfound wealth. Is this a newcomer from? Quite a sight to behold, Investor B remarked, his avaricious gaze fixated on, scrutinizing her without restraint. With that support, she will surely rise to fame within 6 months. She won't remain a newcomer for long. Director A commented, today's youth truly possess remarkable skills. Unlike our time, when every step was a struggle. Gu Rue, still entwined with, exchanged pleasantries with, who merely offered a slight nod, his customary indifference familiar to all. He noticed gripping his sleeve tightly, her hand trembling with suppressed anger, revealing the veins beneath her skin. This was first realization of her fury. Yet, when he glanced at her, wore a sweet, radiant smile, silently enduring the barbs and insults directed at her. Her profile was exquisite, particularly when she smiled, captivating in its beauty. The soft curves and defined features momentarily enthralled him as he found himself captivated by her masked smile. It was clear she was seething, tempted to hurl the wine from the tray held by the nearby attendant at their insolence. Yet she restrained herself, absorbing the humiliation and scorn with grace. He witnessed a different facet of, what is your name? Infestor be inquiret. 061 Ruthless, what is your name? Infestor be inquiret. Warmth gritted her teeth, on the verge of responding when Investor B raised a hand to interrupt her, casting a smirk towards Ye Feimo. Young Master Yi, how about you take this woman? I have plenty of beautiful girls and boys under my command for you to choose from. Warmth's lips nearly bled from her biting. Yet she stubbornly held her ground. Humiliation. This was a blatant affront. In the presence of so many prominent figures, actors, directors, investors, producers, who were all esteemed in the entertainment industry, he brazenly proposed such a lascivious transaction without a hint of decorum. His audacious gaze lingered inappropriately upon her chest. She had never endured such degradation throughout her life. Ye Feimo, what exactly did you bring me here for? To subject me to this kind of humiliation? What have I done to deserve such torment? Tang Shuwen furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Lin Ning grasped his hand, shaking her head, signaling him to look at Warmth. Upon seeing her radiant smile, Tang Shuwen couldn't help but blame Ye Feimo for bringing her to such a sordid place. The filth and darkness of the entertainment circle were realms far beyond Warmth's comprehension. In such settings, public exchanges of companions were commonplace. Hanbai cast a glance at Lin Feimo, her smile dimming. Gu Rue chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Ye Feimo, eagerly anticipating his response. Ye Feimo pried Warmth's hand open, her grip tightened as if in fear, and he almost had to separate her fingers one by one, refusing to allow her to cling to his arm. Warmth's heart grew colder with each passing moment, sinking into an abyss of darkness, shivering from the chill. Yet her smile remained dazzling. Ye Feimo had forsaken her. His fiancée, he was to be handed over to the unscrupulous investor. This notion lingered in the minds of all present. Ye Feimo was known for his ruthless demeanor, his cold indifference, and his unwavering decisiveness. Women were never in short supply around him, as he cycled through them one after another. Everyone in his circle was well aware of the chilling nature of the second young Master Yi. Those who coveted the women by his side were often swiftly dismissed without a flicker of his eye. Even Tang Shuwen thought that Ye Feimo intended to part with Wenwan. He would not stand idly by. Otherwise, Mandong would confront him fiercely. Just as Tang Shuwen was about to speak, his expression shifted, and Wenwan too was momentarily stunned, gazing dreamily at Ye Feimo as he intertwined their fingers. Chairman Zhong, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Did you not notice what she wears around her neck? Ye Feimo's voice was as frigid as the depths of December, causing an immediate chill to envelop the gathering. The women who had anticipated a spectacle were taken aback. Chairman Zhong feigned drunkenness, his hand reaching toward Wenwan's chest, as if to grasp the rose tear necklace for a closer look, but it was evident to all that he was taking advantage of her. Ye Feimo intercepted his hand, a fleeting glimmer of cold amusement crossing his features, his gaze darkened with malice. He twisted Zhong's hand, breaking the bone with a sickening crack, eliciting a pained scream. The women turned pale with fright, while several investors rushed to support Zhong, casting furious glances at Ye Feimo, vociferously demanding to know his intentions. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Ye Feimo's lips, exuding an air of arrogance, nobility, and elegance, yet tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Daring to lay hands on my fiancée, a mere severing of your arm would be a light punishment for your ignorance. This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the room. Han Bai's face drained of color as she took a cautious step back, only to be steadied by Gu Ruwei, who rushed to her side. She chuckled softly, "It's nothing. The heels are too high, and standing is quite uncomfortable." 063 Fiancé. E2 Han Bai's complexion turned pale, and she instinctively took a step back, prompting Gu Ruwei to hastily support her. With a light laugh, she remarked, "It's nothing. The heels are too high, and standing is uncomfortable. Be careful." Gu Ruwei merely offered a gentle reminder. "Fiancé, what are you talking about, young Master Yi?" Came a voice of inquiry. Wenwan was equally taken aback, but fortunately, being an extraordinary woman, she concealed all emotions, managing to maintain a sweet smile despite her shock. To the onlookers, there appeared to be no oddity. Yet, Ye Feimo's words struck her like a thunderclap. "Wait, young Master Yi, when did I become your fiancé? How could such a shocking declaration be made without prior notice? Who in their right mind would wish to be his fiancé? He, a fate so grim." She felt utterly innocent, having been unjustly labeled as a fiancé. She regretted ever encountering the eccentric Ye Feimo. One must adhere to the script when performing. How could one improvise without prior warning? This rose tier could only be worn by the mistress of a Ning International. Ye Feimo's voice was as cold as ice, his frosty gaze sweeping across the room with an imposing presence that conveyed a simple yet powerful message. Sharpen your eyes. Should anyone dare to touch a single strand of her hair, I shall ensure your ruin. A wave of shock rippled through the audience. Whispers erupted as women exchanged hushed conversations, speculating on Wenwan's true identity. Ye Feimo's declaration was emphatic, each word articulated with precision, as if each syllable were a bullet fired decisively to protect his woman. This scene unfolded like an interlude. The injured individual was whisked away to the hospital, while the banquet continued as though nothing had happened. Wenwan pulled Ye Feimo to a corner, gritting her teeth as she inquired, "Ye Feimo, what do you mean by saying I'm your fiancé?" 064 The intended couple. This scene felt like an interlude. The injured individual was swiftly taken to the hospital while the banquet resumed as if nothing had occurred. Wenwan, pulling Ye Feimo to a corner, bit her lip and questioned, "Ye Feimo, what do you mean by calling me your fiancé?" Ye Feimo, with a casual flick of his sleeve, lazily replied, "What? As being my fiancé, He caused you to stress? Oh dear, young Master Yi, it is indeed rare to find someone so self-aware, she retorted with a forced smile. Ye Feimo, with an air of arrogance, cast a sidelong glance at her and responded, I am not at all offended by your presumptuousness. Please, I'm quite concerned about it. She protested. Young Master Yi, could you not be a tad more humble? Humble? What is that? He feigned ignorance, inciting her anger to the point where she felt like punching him. Shameless. Miss Wen, if I were to sell smiles, my face would earn far more than yours. If you can maintain your dignity, why shouldn't I abandon mine? Ye Feimo earnestly undermined her fragile confidence. Wen Wan was at a loss for words. Feeling choked up, was he implying that he was more handsome than she? While this was indeed true, could he not state it so bluntly? Did a man as good looks warrant such pride? Fear not the lack of appreciation. Rather, dread the comparison. Once you juxtapose yourself with others, you realize your poor judgment. I have never complained about you. What grievances do you have? It is a privilege bestowed upon you to be designated as my fiancé. Should I kneel in gratitude? If you wish to kneel and give thanks, I have no objections, Ye Feimo replied impassively. Wen Wan felt tears welling up again. Was it truly so arduous to gain an advantage over young Master Yi in their verbal sparring? 065 Pain. You wish to kneel and express gratitude. I do not oppose it. Ye Feimo replied indifferently. Wen Wan's voice trembled as she asked, is it truly so challenging to best Ye Ershao in eloquence? With utmost seriousness, Wen Wan inquired, do you often watch the evening dramas? I do. Indeed, it seems excessive exposure to melodrama has its consequences. The impact on children is quite evident from you. Wen Wan sighed with heartfelt sincerity, while Ye Feimo felt an overwhelming urge to cast her out. Their playful banter was a source of amusement for them, yet to onlookers, it resembled flirtation. Guru smiled faintly, noting the evident affection between Ye Ershao and his fiancée. Hanbai took a delicate sip, her downcast eyes concealing their depths, and responded softly with a non-committal Guru raised an eyebrow at her. This woman possessed an arresting beauty that was captivating at all times. No wonder. He smiled knowingly. Hanbai, I shall introduce you to someone shortly. Who? Hanbai inquired, her interest waning. Fong Lucheng, a rising star in City A, who has recently shown interest in the entertainment industry. He could prove advantageous for you, Guru explained. Hanbai nodded, taking another sip of red wine. The shimmering lights reflected off her exquisite features, casting an enigmatic glow across her face as her gaze drifted to Ye Feimo, who was conversing with Wen Wan in the distance. Fiancé, Ye Feimo, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? You went all the way to Venice just to share the same sky with me. And now you suddenly have a fiancé, Ye? Surely, you must be doing this to irritate me? You truly excel at this. You even found someone who bears a resemblance to me. Why seek a substitute when I am right here? Why must I seek a substitute when I am right here to sign? In that moment, Ye Feimo's gaze also turned towards her, their eyes intertwining in the air. Han Bixin felt a surge of joy in her heart, but it was fleeting as Ye Feimo swiftly redirected his attention to the woman beside him. The woman was speaking animatedly, her laughter radiant and sweet. A sudden pang of jealousy struck Han Bai, even in her reincarnation. She could never possess such a warm and inviting smile. I really want to ask her for an autograph, Warmth exclaimed excitedly. Could you help me, please? He scowled, glaring at her. Tang Shuwan and Lin Ning approached, their ears catching her request for Han Bai's signature. Tang Shuwan was taken aback, while Lin Ning exchanged a knowing glance with her, then looked at Han Bai in the distance, a meaningful smile crossing his lips. Wan, whom do you wish to ask for an autograph? Tang Shuwan inquired innocently, feigning ignorance. Warmth's eye sparkled. Han Bai is my idol. Brother Shuwan, could you please help me get an autograph? Tang Shuwan, wise to the situation, feigned deep contemplation to avoid provoking the second young master again. Ye Feimo followed Warmth's gaze to Han Bai, looking down at her shining eyes, narrowing his brow. Do you truly desire it that much? Is it permissible? Warmth looked up, her smile sweet, revealing a rare hint of appeal. What will you offer in exchange? Ye Feimo elevated his stance, exuding an air of superiority, as if awaiting her submission beneath his tailored trousers. radiating both power and nobility. Happy Qixi Festival to all my sisters. Today is a special day, our Chinese Valentine's Day. As always, I send my blessings to you all on this festive occasion. I left this morning and returned late, so I apologize for the delayed greetings. Fortunately, the day is still ongoing, making my wishes still valid. Wishing everyone a joyful Qixi Festival. Those with partners should seize the romantic moments. It is said that when you love the right person, every day feels like Valentine's Day. To all the sisters reading here, I hope each of you encounters your destined love and experiences the joy of Valentine's Day every day. For those still longing for love, feel free to consider me as your beloved. Shower me with affection. I do not mind at all. Oh yes, I hope Xiao Xiao can accompany you for a long journey ahead. He could hardly believe that, having spoken so boldly, anyone would dare to let old Tang try this remedy. His greatest concern had always been Smith, but now that Smith had set aside his pride, what more was there to consider? It was truly strange. A man so powerful and striking, possessing such remarkable skills, could it be that he was once a master chef? In stark contrast to the people of Taichu Holy Land, the expressions of the Kunlun crowd were noticeably less favorable. In this household, she has always perceived herself as an extraneous outsider, feeling increasingly awkward and unsure of how to navigate her surroundings. The monk departed swiftly, and aside from Ning Zetian and a few others, no one was aware of his retreat northward. Awakening at noon, when Rao assumed that Sean had already made his way to the port, only to be surprised when he descended the stairs, yawning, just as Sean emerged from below. The shaman's words left Han Yifei in a state of shock, his mind reverberating with disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, a smile gradually unfurled at the corners of his lips. Wang Chen demonstrated remarkable thoughtfulness. The jade pendant was exquisitely carved, undoubtedly requiring considerable effort on his part. I have myriad ways to compel you to surrender. Wu Junliang shot her a look of disdain before turning to leave. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance, yet they also harbored an unmistakable glint of lethal intent. However, due to the absence of a 7-point luck bonus, the actual drop rate for first-tier monsters indicated that slaying 77 creatures would yield a treasure chest, a probability that aligned perfectly with her current circumstances. In the lush jade bamboo forest, over 1,000 miles from Hulu Peak, a golden light flashed, revealing Lu Bai's slender figure seemingly appearing from thin air. At the Mogu Hot Springs, many seemed unconcerned about the escalating situation. On the contrary, they appeared curiously entertained, with a server already dispatched to relay the news. Following closely behind into the room were Yi Zi and Duan Feng, who observed as Si Qingchun laid someone upon the bed, while Mu Zongxing turned to summon the family doctor when Yi Zi suddenly grasped his arm. With the elevation of ranks, my maximum energy conversion coefficient surged by an additional 15 points, escalating from 43 to 58, maintaining a consistent growth rate in tandem with my maximum health capacity. In that instant, Lin Han refrained from anger, instead finding a sense of understanding toward the actions of the Yin family's elder. I sent you to the immortal spirit realm not to have you remain here indefinitely. Kuang Rong suddenly reminisced, breaking the silence as he inquired about Lan Yiqiu. Moreover, judging by the camaraderie between Zhong Likue and Tang Fu, it was evident that Zhong Likue's energy was on par with Song Xiqing's. After all, the disparity between the conventional thermobaric bomb and the upgraded version was quite pronounced. The ordinary bomb had a maximum coverage of merely over 100 meters in diameter, while the enhanced thermobaric bomb could cover a staggering 1,000 meters. Woof woof. Although 2 soldiers had been eliminated, the military dog remained, trained to fear neither death nor adversary. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chu Tianyu's mind, a sound only he could perceive, providing a subtle prompt. 067 signature request, second, young Master Yi. Could you kindly procure a signature for me? Your conditions seem rather excessive. Warmth remarked with a gentle smile. Moreover, it is rather embarrassing that as a fiancé, you are unable to fulfill a simple request from your fiancée. Is it not shameful to consider resigning so soon after taking office? Ye Feimo fixed his gaze upon her, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. You certainly have adapted to your role quite well. Of course, one must make the most of their resources, Warmth replied, her wit surpassing her thoughts yet again. Lin Ning and Tang Shuwen stifled their laughter, while Ye Feimo's expression darkened like a stormy June day. The women surrounding Ye Feimo were typically submissive, eager to comply with his every command, fearful of his potential wrath. It was rare to encounter a woman who would openly challenge him or label him as perverse and utilitarian. Although it was a consensus among his close friends that he indeed possessed a peculiar nature. Miss Wen, your audacity is commendable, one of them remarked. Suit yourself. If you choose not to comply, then so be it. Second young master Yi retorted coldly, his demeanor as frosty as ever. Warmth felt a surge of indignation, wanting to retaliate. Lin Ning, an esteemed international director, was astutely aware of the unspoken dynamics at play. He could sense a deeper intrigue unfolding. He observed Warmth with a hint of surprise. Since that incident, Ye Feimo had buried his heart in the darkest recesses of his soul, becoming more detached and ruthless, indulging in a life of hedonism. He had believed that second young master Ye's heart was irrevocably lost, and that anyone who dared to love him would be left wounded. Yet, the current scenario was perplexing. Second young master Yi, what do you intend to do? Let the debt accumulate. I shall demand repayment later. Do not attempt to evade it. You are the most shameless of all. Do not misplace the blame, Warmth quipped. Ye Feimo took Warmth's hand, leading her towards Han Bai and Gu Rui. Tang Shuwen, observing their retreating figures, inquired of Lin Ning, Director, what is the meaning of this? How would I know? Yesterday, several individuals, much like myself, lost track of time while celebrating the Qixi festival. La la la. 2 updates a day, do lend your support. A third will follow tomorrow. Promising yet unable to deliver is rather puppy-like. In the realm of discourse, Lin Ning scoffed, feigning profundity. What is true and what is false? When the false is true, the true is also false. Meanwhile, Ye Feimo exchanged greetings with Gu Rui, shaking hands. Gu Rui raised an eyebrow in playful mockery, pondering that Ye Feimo had merely approached to exchange a few words with Han Bai. Ye Feimo's gaze swept over Han Bai, his voice as consistently cold and impassive as ever. Miss Han, my fiancé, he wishes to request an autograph. This was hardly a request. It was an order. Warman offered an awkward smile, inwardly cursing Lin Feimo for his lack of decorum. A modicum of politeness is the least one can afford a lady, she thought, reflecting that the young master Yi had likely never been acquainted with the concept of respect, rendering her speechless. Han Bai's gaze turned to Warman, and she elegantly smiled. Are you one of my admirers? Warman beamed and nodded emphatically. Indeed, I have watched all your films. You are even more beautiful and captivating in person than on screen. Warman mused that perhaps this was how sycophantic fans expressed their admiration. Should she embellish her praise further to appear more like a devoted fan? In truth, Han Bai was not Warman's favorite actress. Rather, they shared a resemblance, and Warman aspired to emulate Han Bai's success, making her a target of inspiration. More accurately, a goal rather than an idol. You flatter me, Han Bai replied with a soft smile. Ye Feimo regarded her with a penetrating gaze, akin to a still autumn lake. Warman sensed the chill in his stare, intrigued and bewildered. Did he harbor discontent towards Han Bai? Today is rather inconvenient. If you wish for an autograph, I can provide you with a poster another day. Really? Warman asked, her excitement palpable. May I request a promotional poster for the Magnolia poem? Certainly. Warman's smile radiated warmth. Thank you. You are truly wonderful. What do you all think of Han Bai? She is quite remarkable. Isn't she? As Warmth beamed with a radiant smile. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you, you're truly kind. Gu Rui responded with a meaningful smile. Are you a fan of Miss Han? Of course, she replied. He smiled in silence as Han Bai inquired. Where should the signed poster be sent? No need to trouble him. You can send it to. Warmth pondered, realizing she would be staying at Ye Feimo's place during the summer vacation, and said, you can send it to the 45th floor of Mingcheng, or I could pick it up from your studio. Mingcheng, 45th floor? Despite the makeup concealing her pale complexion, Warmth caught a fleeting glimpse of the pain and despair that momentarily flickered in Han Bai's eyes, so swift it was almost imperceptible, leaving her momentarily astonished. Just as she intended to look again, it had vanished entirely. Gu Rui's enigmatic smile deepened alongside her intrigue. All right, I will have my assistant deliver it. Han bin murmured softly. Warm felt that the usually commanding presence of Han Bai was momentarily enveloped in a sorrowful aura, her gaze brimming with countless woes, touching and evoking pity. She was a woman accustomed to standing before the lens, where every expression was breathtakingly beautiful. Was she overly sensitive? She glanced at Ye Feimo beside her, whose gaze remained as cold as the moon, his expression impassive. He regarded Han Bai, his tone as calm as still waters. Miss Han, your acting has improved remarkably, blurring the lines of reality and illusion. Acting? Han Bai lifted her gaze to meet Ye Feimo's, her eyes filled with self-mockery, as if she had endured profound hurt, her hands trembling slightly. Warmth was perplexed. Wasn't Ye Feimo praising her? For an actress, receiving accolades from a titan of the entertainment industry was indeed a cause for celebration. Why then did Han Bai appear so deeply sorrowful? Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your kind words. I have indeed toiled in Hollywood for a while and have garnered significant achievements, particularly in the enhancement of my acting skills. Han Bai smiled graciously, and it seems that the development of Anning International is flourishing. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Warm's gaze swept across them, noting that Han Bai was nurtured by Anning International. Although she later ventured into Hollywood, she was once an employee of Anning International. This scene appeared to resemble an incongruous dynamic between a boss and a former employee. Could it be that Yi harbored resentment over Han Bai's departure from Anning International? If he viewed her as merely a source of income, such feelings would indeed be rather petty. Warm's imagination wandered through various possibilities, yet her wisdom guided her to remain silent. Given her limited knowledge of the entertainment industry, she believed that speaking less would minimize her errors. Ye Feimo let out a cold snort and led Warm away, but just as he turned, Han Bai called out to him, "The butterfly on your shoulder." Han Bai noticed the butterfly on Warm's shoulder, her surprise evident as she looked at her. The makeup could not conceal her pallid complexion. "Is that woman from the advertisement you starred in? 5203, I love you." This phrase has recently become quite popular, as the advertisement featuring Yi Shao has taken the city by storm. With its portrayal of a semi-nude woman, vibrant butterflies, and ambiguous dialogue, it hardly resembled a perfume commercial. Rather, it felt like a man's declaration of love for a woman. Han Bai, having received information from senior executives at Anning, learned that this advertisement was aired on short notice, and apart from Yi Shao, no one else was involved in its production. Originally, the spokesperson for the 5203 Butterfly Series perfume was the renowned star Bai Xiaowen, but she was suddenly replaced. Han Bai had watched that advertisement countless times, captivated not only by the fact that it was crafted by Yi Shao himself, but also by the underlying ambiguity that instilled a sense of urgency within her. Thus, she particularly focused on the woman in the ad, yet she could not ascertain her identity. Logically, a commercial of such magnitude would feature a spokesperson of considerable stature, and if a newcomer were cast, they would surely rise to fame. Moreover, this advertisement had become a sensation even before the launch of the 5203 Butterfly Series perfume. Yet, the identity of the spokesperson remained shrouded in mystery, with no one aware of her existence. The most striking feature in the advertisement was indeed the butterfly on her shoulder. Warm felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her cheeks flushing as she had not anticipated Han Bai would recognize her. Following the advertisement as success, the butterfly on her shoulder had become a fleeting trend, with many starlets in the entertainment industry adorning similar tattoos on her shoulders. All supposedly because Yi Shao favored such women. Warm glanced at Yi Shao, a matter she had never disclosed to Ye Feimo, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts on the issue. "It is she," Ye Feimo replied on Warm's behalf, his gaze icy as it bore down on Han Bai, a mocking smile flitting across his lips. "Miss Han, you have quite the discerning eye. Have you watched that advertisement? Mr. Yi is truly talented. The advertisement, infused with emotion, possesses a profound beauty. I believe the 5203 series perfume will undoubtedly be a commercial success." Han Bai's gaze briefly reflected pain as she forced a self-deprecating smile. "Do you truly think I filmed it with emotion?" Ye Feimo's chilling gaze remained fixed on her. Since when did Ms. Han gain such an appreciation for artistry? Han Bai was spoken of disparagingly by him, and when Wan discerned the malevolence in his tone, she tugged at his sleeve, saying, Ye Xiao, you ought to reject such flattery. It is evident that you were the one who took the clandestine photos. Clandestine photographer, pervert. By the way, she had yet to inquire about the advertising fee. This matter was quite serious and of great importance. Clandestine photos? Han Bai's expression soured further. Wen Wan initially intended to mediate, but her efforts seemed to backfire. She pressed her lips together, preparing to clarify, when Ye Feimo resolutely pulled her away. Wow. What do you think the relationship between Han Bai and Xiao is? Can you discern it? I've been away from Shanghai for the past few days and have been unable to respond to comments. They were all posted by others on my behalf. You must have noticed that I have not replied to a single comment in 4 days. Having reviewed the comments today, there is one question I wish to address. Do Wen Wan and Miss Chung bear a resemblance? I am uncertain from which perspective you perceive the characters. My interpretation is that Miss Chung, after 7 years, reappears with Ning Ning, embodying someone seasoned in the workforce, worldly wise, shrewd, and possessing exceptional acumen. In contrast, Wen Wan is a fresh-faced young girl, as innocent as a little white rabbit. These two individuals are markedly distinct. Consider the content of today's chapter. Had it been Miss Chung alongside Yi Sanxiao, the situation would have unfolded similarly, yet she would have uttered not a single word. Nor would she have attempted to clarify the matter of the clandestine photographs, as Wen Wan did. Their attitudes towards circumstances reveal their differences, the only commonality being their intelligence, optimism, and humor. Now, as for Yi Sanxiao and Ye Xiao, good heavens, I have never perceived our family's prodigious Sanxiao and the aloof Xiao as the same person. The next update will be around 7 o'clock. In the midst of an unsettling atmosphere, warmth intended to alleviate the tension, yet her efforts seemed to yield the opposite effect. As she pressed her lips together, ready to clarify, Ye Feimo had already assertively taken her away. Han Bai swayed slightly, and Gu Rui hurriedly steadied her. Han Bai, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Warmth sensed Ye Feimo's footsteps falter, his body stiffening. Han Bai's delicate voice drifted back, expressing discomfort from standing too long, assuring that it was nothing serious and urging him not to worry excessively. The words faded into the background, and she vaguely perceived Gu Rui reprimanding her. The man appeared genuinely concerned for Han Bai, prompting Warmth to recall the entertainment tabloids she had perused, which fervently circulated rumors of Han Bai's liaison with a foreign director, even capturing photographs of their hotel encounters. The veracity of such news remained dubious, as the realm of entertainment often blurred the line between truth and fabrication. A pang of bitterness struck Han Bai's heart. Was she being spied upon? Had Ye Feimo ever engaged in such behavior? Did he truly harbor affection for that young lady? No, that could not be true. She quickly dismissed the notion. Ye Feimo was enamored with her visage, one that bore a striking resemblance to hers. Ye Feimo, are you angry? Warmth inquired, despite her initial reluctance, for she could feel the intensity of his grip, as if he might crush her bones without realizing it. No, he retorted vehemently. Clearly, you are upset. Warmth offered a gentle smile, reminiscent of a neighborly girl, which was uplifting, yet her words, laden with irony, suggested that someone had managed to provoke the esteemed second young Master Yi, a feat worthy of admiration. Are you pleased by my anger? Why should I not find joy in your displeasure? Warmth countered playfully, provoking Ye Feimo, who clenched his teeth, tempted to hurl her away. This impudent girl could not utter a single kind word. Ye Feimo, your expression resembles that of a spurned lover who has cast you aside. Warmth jested, eliciting a sharp gaze from him, a mix of irritation and a hint of ferocity. She was taken aback. Her jest had evidently struck a nerve, igniting an unexpected fury within him. Good heavens, Warmth mused inwardly. Could it be that I have accurately guessed his sentiments? Tomorrow, she would decisively buy a lottery ticket. Ye Feimo scoffed. A man of my allure would never be abandoned by a woman. It's you who might face such a fate in your next life before I ever encounter rejection. Miss Warmth was known for her amiable temperament. Yet even the most patient of souls could scarcely endure the tempestuous nature of the second young master. She forced a smile. Indeed, young Master Yi, it is the instant noodles that possess the utmost charm. with thousands indulging in them daily, until your allure surpasses that of these instant noodles. I shall remain unconvinced of your captivating magnetism. Miss One possesses an exceptionally good temperament. However, even the most patient of earthlings cannot endure the foul disposition of young Master Yi. She forced a laugh and remarked, "Ah, young Master Yi, in truth. Master Kang's instant noodles are the most charming. Each day, thousands flock to indulge in them. Once your allure surpasses that of instant noodles, I shall concede that you possess considerable charm." Ye Feimo's expression darkened. Master Kong? She dared to compare him to instant noodles. What an infuriating woman. Hey, Ye Feimo, I have a heart condition. Your expression is quite terrifying. You might give me a fright. Where will you find a beautiful and charming girl to appease my parents? Beautiful and charming? What ein Absurd ist. She was neither beautiful nor charming. Silence. Ye Feimo, initially enraged, found his anger dissipating inexplicably upon hearing her words. This warmth was indeed enchanting. Such emotional fluctuations were rare for him. Very well. This woman needs to be taught a lesson. Young Master Yi, there are countless flowers in the world. Do not hang yourself on a single tree. Explore multiple options. Perhaps you will find that another tree is more accommodating. When warmly advised, taking on the role of his love mentor. Prior to this evening, she had feared Ye Feimo, but now she realized that, despite his ferocity and eccentricity, he had not truly harmed her. There seemed to be nothing to fear. Not far away, Tang Shuwen stifled a laugh, prompting Ye Feimo to glare at him, while Lin Ning hastily pulled him away. For instance, Ye Feimo cast a sidelong glance at her, his gaze audaciously roaming over her. His tone was icy. You wouldn't dare suggest that you were one of those trees that is more comfortable to hang upon, would you? Young Master Yi, should you wish to hang upon me, you must first inquire whether I am amenable. With your demeanor, I wouldn't accept you even if you offered yourself. I resolutely decline, One replied with utmost seriousness, her gaze laced with disdain. Ye Feimo's expression darkened once more. One felt a surge of satisfaction. This evening, she had been subjected to the spectacle of being treated like a monkey, endured repeated humiliations, encountered Han Bai and received an autograph, experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, shame, indignation, tension, and joy, all courtesy of this scoundrel. Had she been an ordinary woman, she would have fled at the first sign of trouble. Yet, she persevered, determined to retaliate. Observing his changing expressions brought her a sense of accomplishment. Vile girl, Ye Feimo managed to grind out through clenched teeth, restraining himself from throttling her. Ye Feimo, why have you brought me here to play the charade? When inquired seriously, her curiosity piqued as to the purpose behind this performance. 073 asking for affection to Ye Feimo. Why you brought me here to accompany you in this performance? When Wan inquired solemnly, intrigued by the necessity of this charade. You need not know. Who are you performing for? When Wan pressed again, her tone sharp. Ye Feimo gazed coldly into her eyes, articulating each word. You need not know. Very well. Since you prefer silence on that matter, let us discuss the matter of compensation. When Wan flashed her signature smile, sacrificing her sleep at this late hour to partake in this act. What is my remuneration? Ye Feimo, for the first time in his life, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. A flurry of curses erupted from him, regrettably, when Wan could not comprehend them, save for a single English insult. Yet she surmised the essence of his tirade. She could not help but look down upon him. Truly, if you must curse, at least learn our dialect. It brings a certain satisfaction. Ye Feimo. When Wan resumed her calculations, tonight's compensation, you clandestinely recorded me and produced an advertisement, infringing upon my right to my likeness, causing significant emotional distress. My advertising fee. Miss Wen, utter one more word, and I shall kiss you. Miss Wen's voice fell silent, but in the next moment, her radiant smile returned. Ye Feimo's expression remained as lifeless as a long-forgotten corpse, leaving Wen Wan in silent despair. Ye Feimo scoffed coldly, causing Wen Wan to wilt. Why the silence? How much do you desire? Ye Feimo inquired with a semblance of smile. You little brat. I refuse to believe I cannot tame you. Your incessant chatter is unbearable, and a few days of discipline should suffice to quell your exuberance. Why the silence? How much do you desire? Ye Feimo inquired with a smirk that danced between amusement and challenge. I refuse to believe I cannot tame you, you incessant chatterbox. Just a few days of discipline, and you'll be back in line. Meanwhile, Wenwan feigned unconsciousness, envisioning the swift downfall of Anning International so she could triumphantly place her foot upon his face. As music filled the air, the men took to the dance floor with their partners. A striking woman approached Ye Feimo, elegantly adorned and statuesque in a black dress with ruffled edges, exuding an icy allure. Not recognizing her, Wenwan watched as Ye Feimo raised an eyebrow, dismissing her with indifference. The woman faltered, casting a venomous glare at Wenwan before turning on her heel. What the hell? I'm being caught in the crossfire while merely standing here. Wenwan couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. Miss Wen, in such an environment, kindly exhibit some decorum. Besides, who else can hear you? Am I not a person? Wenwan retorted with a mocking laugh. Oh, young Master Yi, your self-awareness is truly remarkable. Ye Feimo's cold gaze bore into her, as if he wished to choke the life from her. She averted her eyes, pretending not to notice, and sighed in boredom. Han Bai is truly stunning. He found himself both amused and exasperated. This girl's ability to feign death surpassed even that of his own mother. A group of investors approached Ye Feimo for discussions, allowing Wenwan to wander to another corner. As she strolled, she noticed women whispering and casting her disdainful glances, their expressions rife with contempt. Her keen ears caught the mention of butterfly. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, has my butterfly become a symbol? She had only confided in Han Bai about it. Surely the news couldn't have spread so swiftly. Han Bai didn't strike her as the gossiping type. Catching Han Bai's gaze, who smiled warmly in return, Wenwan silently chastised herself for being overly suspicious. Others' perceptions of her mattered little, no matter how much scorn those women cast her way. She chose to remain deaf to their mockery. Feeling restless, she took a glass of red wine and stepped onto the balcony. The gentle evening breeze caressed her as she gazed down at the twinkling lights below, enveloped in an unusual beauty. A sense of ease washed over her. Yet she was soon interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. What a shame, such a beautiful night ruined by the presence of long-winded women at the banquet. She sighed to herself. Suddenly, a soft voice called out, Feimo. Startled, Wenwan froze, recognizing that tone. Han Bai? The conversation between Ye Feimo and Han Bai earlier seemed charged with tension. Ye Feimo appeared barely able to tolerate even a fleeting glance at her. Yet, how could Han Bai address him with such intimacy? A series of discordant images flooded Miss Wen's mind. It was rumored that the women of the second young Master Yi were all from the entertainment industry, and Han Bai was notably promoted by Anning International. It was said that she had a falling out with the president's wife of Anning International, who, coincidentally, was Ye Feimo's mother, Chung Anya. Chung Anya had held a press conference to publicly expel Han Bai from Anning International, just as an international director from Hollywood took notice of her and invited her to Hollywood. Yet, the truth remained elusive to all. Could it be that she and Ye Feimo were involved in an affair? It was said that affluent wives despised stars from the entertainment world. Indeed, that must be the case. A tantalizing gossip was at hand, particularly one concerning Ye Feimo. Wenwan felt invigorated, akin to being electrified, as she concealed herself behind a pillar, scarcely daring to breathe. Miss Han, is there something you need? Ye Feimo's signature icy tone cut through the air. Feimo, must we converse in such a manner? Han Bai gazed at him with an entranced expression, the soft light flickering across her face, casting shadows that rendered her features enigmatic. In her dark eyes, a ripple of emotion shimmered. Wenwan cautiously peered out. With Ye Feimo's back turned to her, she beheld Han Bai's strikingly beautiful visage. It was unexpected to see the queenly aura of Han Bai juxtaposed with such a heart-tugging expression. It was undeniably captivating. What man could remain unmoved by such a gaze? Surely, it would soften even the hardest of hearts. Yet, Ye Feimo appeared utterly unyielding, his heart as solid as iron, showing no sign of being swayed. Are we familiar enough for such familiarity? Ye Feimo's tone grew colder still. At best, I am the president of Anning International, and you are but a star cultivated by Anning International, such a one as you can be easily produced in abundance. Hanbi trembled slightly. Yet being seasoned by the storms of life, she quickly regained her composure. Are you still blaming me for leaving you all those years ago? What a sensational scandal this was. Ye Feimo was indeed abandoned by Hanbai. Oh my, International Han, I admire your courage. You are truly a woman worthy of being a target, and your audacity is commendable. Warmth sparkled in her eyes, filled with intrigue and gossip, as she listened intently to their conversation. Who remembers the events of years past with clarity? Ye Feimo's gaze was icy. No matter how delicate and enchanting Hanbai appeared, he remained unperturbed, his eyes cold enough to freeze. Who are you, that I should have harbored thoughts of you for so many years? A tremor coursed through Warmth's heart as certain thoughts suddenly crystallized. It became evident that Ye Feimo regarded her as a mere substitute for Hanbai. His true affection lay with her. Feimo, Feimo. On that day, he had demanded she call him Feimo with a voice imbued with longing, reminiscent of the way Hanbai called him now, soft and enchanting. He held her close, murmuring, "Do not leave me, do not leave me." The name he uttered was Hanbai. He wished for her to remain. Others may have been oblivious, but she understood all too well. Ye Feimo loved Hanbai deeply. No wonder. A pang of sorrow gripped Warmth as she finally discerned the identity of the woman who occupied his heart. She had encountered a survey indicating that 90 of men in city selected Hanbai as their dream partner. Once, a prominent scholar in the literary world stated that falling for a woman like Hanbai was an effortless affair. Feimo, please do not speak this way. My departure from you was unavoidable. Must you be so harsh? Hanbai approached Ye Feimo, timidly reaching out to grasp his hand. In their youth, Feimo had been willful. Though cold and indifferent, he had once shown her a modicum of tenderness, never treating her with such stark indifference. Sweet memories surged within Hanbai, cutting her heart like a blade. Ye Feimo remained unmoved, his expression as hard as granite. Is it truly unavoidable for you to share a hotel room with the director? Do you take me for a child? Hanbai bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. I did not. Ye Feimo narrowed his eyes dangerously. Did she really think he was unaware of her infidelity? Hanbai underestimated him gravely. With a bitter smile, she replied, Feimo, why have you never doubted your mother? What do you mean? That scene was a carefully orchestrated scheme by your mother. She wished for me to leave you. A shadow of sadness passed over Hanbai's face, her gaze becoming hazy. I have come to fear your mother's machinations. The scene you witnessed was a meticulously orchestrated scheme by your mother. She desires for me to leave you. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Hanbai's face, her gaze becoming hazy. I have come to fear your mother's tactics. Hanbai, I advise you to choose your words with caution. Ye Feimo's reprimand was low and menacing, an aura of terror enveloping him. Anyone who dared to insult his family would not escape his wrath, not even Hanbai. You truly doubt my sincerity. Your mother knows you well. Years ago, when I sought to reveal the truth to you, she smiled and told me that I could certainly go and speak to Feimo, to see whom he would believe, me or her. Ye Feimo fell silent, then let out a cold laugh. Hanbai, you have played the role of the tragic heroine for too long, and this act was rather convincing. If it was indeed orchestrated by my mother, why would she do such a thing? What could be the reason? With a family like yours, how could you possibly be accepted as my wife? Hanbai lowered her head, tears like pearls cascading down her cheeks. Warm-hearted, she mused that a woman of beauty, even in tears, possesses an exquisite charm. It is truly heart-wrenching. She could not help but imagine giving birth to a man like Ye Feimo, one capable of cruelly severing love's ties. Externally stunning, internally, she must be formidable, a fierce matriarch, no doubt. What is the most terrifying aspect of such affluent society women? Although the photographs in the newspapers may seem innocuous. Thus, Miss Wen's impression of Miss Chung, the wife of the chairman of a Ning International, immediately escalated to that of a fierce matriarch, a formidable tigress. Especially upon witnessing Hanbai's sorrowful tears. Our family? Do you truly comprehend what kind of family we are? Ye Feimo's voice dripped with cold sarcasm. His mother would graciously accept even a sister-in-law. So how could she possibly reject Hanbai? There must be underlying reasons for this. Indeed, It was his mother who held a press conference to expel Han Bai from a Ning International before he had taken the helm. What could have compelled her to act so decisively, disregarding his wishes and banishing Han Bai to a position of instability in a city? This has baffled Ye Feimo for 7 years. Did Han Bai offend his mother? Feimo, whether you believe it or not, the truth remains as such. Han Bai whispered softly, grasping his hand. Please do not be so cold towards me. Your mother's rejection of me made me consider pursuing fame in Hollywood. I thought that once I achieved success, perhaps you would change your mind, for you are so extraordinary, and I wish to be worthy of you. Fai Montak. These years have been painful for me as well. Ye Feimo gazed at her coldly, his eyes dismissing her tears. Even if everything you say is true, it belongs to the past. Since my mother has acted in this manner, she must have her reasons, even if she has caused us pain for so many years. You are unconcerned? Han Bai, you greatly overestimate your position in my heart. Even if my mother has erred, she remains justified. The truth holds no significance for me. Ye Feimo spoke in a low tone. A kiss, Han Bai, you overestimate your significance in my heart. Even when my mother errs, she is still right. The truth holds no importance for me, Ye Feimo stated solemnly. Warmth, shocked, remarked, Ye Feimo, I never imagined you to be such a devoted son. In her distant gaze, Ye Feimo appeared to be the kind of man who, once his parents reached old age, would coldly abandon them to fend for themselves. Let us not discuss this matter further. Feimo, dare you declare that you no longer love me? Just utter a single word, and I shall relinquish all hope. Han Bai said, her eyes brimming with deep affection, reminiscent of a gambler's plea. Ye Feimo remained silent, and Han Bai's heart leaped with joy as she embraced him. Her arms gently encircling his waist, her soft voice weaving a tender melody. He made no move to push her away. Warmth, peering out, beheld the couple illuminated by the dim light. She could not discern Ye Feimo's expression. He did not reciprocate Han Bai's embrace, yet neither did he resist it. He was, after all, such a peculiar man, deeply in love with her, constantly thinking of her, yet presenting himself with such pride and an air of indifference. However, he did not reject her. After all, who could approach him without his tacit approval? Warmth thought bitterly, realizing they seemed quite suited for one another, a golden boy and a jade maiden. Feimo, is your fiancé merely an illusion? Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Han Bai's voice was soft, laced with a hint of infatuation and a touch of reproach, mingled with both grievance and inquiry. Upon hearing such a tone, a man's heart might truly melt. Ye Feimo remained silent, neither refuting nor acknowledging her words. Han Bai's voice carried a trace of satisfaction. Feimo, is it because I bear a resemblance to her that you sought her out? Do not dare to compare yourselves. He interrupted her, his voice cold as ice. Han Bai smiled, for indeed, how could she be compared to that woman? In Ye Feimo's heart, she would forever hold the most significant place as his first love. That woman was merely a substitute. How could she be equated with her? Han Bai tiptoed to kiss his lips, leaving Warmth momentarily stunned. Her lips pressed together as she retreated behind the pillar. It is time for the second update. Do you wish for a third? Please leave your comments and recommendations. In the enchanting city of Fangliuching, Han Bai tiptoed to kiss his lips, only to feel a moment of warmth before retreating behind the pillar. That extraordinarily graceful and radiant woman was truly Ye Feimo's princess, while she merely played the role of Cinderella in her stead. The tales of princes and Cinderellas were but whimsical fantasies. The real princes were destined for princesses, not for someone like her. She had matured enough to renounce such fairy tales. From Fangliuching, she learned an invaluable lesson, to refrain from pouring her heart out for someone unworthy. Her heart was not to be given away. It was to be cherished and safeguarded. The affairs between Ye Feimo and Han Bai were of no concern to her. Warman caressed a rose-tear necklace around her neck, pondering that perhaps by tomorrow it would return to its rightful owner. The footsteps faded into the distance. They had finally departed. Warman exhaled a long sigh of relief. Ye Feimo, since your princess has returned, might I, this humble Cinderella, reclaim my rightful place? Perhaps tonight, he would propose her departure. This contract might very well be rendered void. Encountering Fangliuching at the banquet was a surprising twist for Warman. Even now, seeing him brought a tinge of bittersweet pain to her heart, reminiscent of her most beautiful first love. No, it should be classified as unrequited love, as she had invested all her finest emotions in him. To her dismay, those feelings were shattered by hatred, reduced to mere ashes. Warman, Gu Rue, accompanied by Han Bai, intended to introduce himself to Fang Liuqing, but to their astonishment, Fang Liuqing swiftly recognized Warman. He strode over, firmly grasping her wrist, and upon observing her attire, demanded with a stern voice, "What are you doing here? Han Bai is such a beautiful name," she lamented innocently. "I painstakingly chose a name full of artistry only for you to deem it worthless." Gu Rue intended to introduce Han Bai to Fong Liuqing, but unexpectedly, Fong Liuqing recognized Wen Wan at once. Striding towards her, he seized her wrist with a firm grip and, noticing her attire, demanded sharply, "What are you doing here?" Wen Wan winced from the pain of his hold and attempted to break free, but to no avail. Anger surged within her. Who did he think he was to question her presence? Fong Liuqing's eyes glinted with malice as he tightened his grip, leaving her wrist reddened. Despite her struggles, he held on resolutely, and a tumult of fury ignited within him. She was his, and no one else could claim her. Since childhood, she had adored him, trailing in his footsteps. In his heart, this woman was his alone. Yet, out of hatred, he had suppressed his feelings, constantly reminding himself that she was the daughter of his enemy, someone he dared not desire. However, he now realized the profound error in his judgment. The sight of her laughing charmingly with another man ignited his jealousy to a fever pitch. Gu Rue, puzzled, inquired, "Liuqing, do you know her?" "She is my girlfriend," Fong Liuqing replied with unwavering certainty. Wen Wan stood frozen, staring at him in disbelief. Did he just say girlfriend? She wanted to laugh, but found herself unable to. Had she encountered him on her birthday and heard him declare her as his girlfriend, she would have been overjoyed, feeling as though the heavens had finally answered her prayers and granted her the man she desired. But now, the situation felt utterly absurd. What she had longed for day in and day out had materialized, only to become a cruel irony. She gazed at him in a daze, while those around them were taken aback. The fiancée of Ye Feimo was actually Fong Liuqing's girlfriend. What kind of drama was unfolding? Lin Ning and Tang Shu exchanged glances, seemingly bewildered. Han Bai couldn't help but scrutinize Wen Wan again, believing that Ye Feimo had found some woman to provoke her, unaware that this woman possessed a noteworthy background, adorned with a rose tear she had always coveted. Han Bai smirked, realizing that Wen Wan was not as innocent as she appeared. "Dear friends, your support yesterday was phenomenal. I initially planned for 2 updates, but perhaps I shall aim for 3 instead. Let's keep the momentum going. For those who enjoy the story, please consider saving it. I will strive to maintain a steady 3 updates. By the way, is anyone looking forward to the competition between Wen Wan and Han Bai in their careers? A little shrimp and a big star. How about letting our beloved Mo Xiao Bai play the supporting role? Oh yes, 080, my woman." The people around pointed and whispered, their gazes fixed upon Wen Wan, who felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her face burning as if set ablaze. This was the first time she had felt such humiliation tonight, and it was more intense than ever. A powerful hand seized Fong Liuqing's wrist, causing him to feel a sudden numbness and loss of strength. Wen Wan had already been embraced by Ye Feimo, and upon looking up to see him, Fong Liuqing was struck with shock. "Ye Feimo, is it you?" "Fong Xiao, my woman, I advise you to refrain from moving." Ye Feimo's voice was as cold and cutting as the winter wind, devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a chill sweeping across a snow-covered expanse. Fong Liuqing was filled with suspicion. "Ye Feimo and Wen Wan? Wen Wan, how is it that you are with Ye Xiao?" Fong Liuqing's gaze was dark and filled with reproach and inquiry. Wen Wan responded with a derisive smile, lifting her chin and fixing him with a steadfast gaze. "Fong Xiao, what right do you have to meddle in my affairs? You claim I am your girlfriend. Do you not find that amusing?" "Yes, I loved you for many years, foolishly so, never realizing that your indecisiveness was merely a tactic. It was my blindness. I gave everything, and I was the fool. I was the one who deserved this fate. However, I will not allow anyone to harm my family, regardless of the reasons. If you had called me your girlfriend before my birthday, I would have joyfully declared it to the world. Now, I find it nothing but ironic. After you did what you did, I, Wen, have lost all dignity, all pride, and I will not continue to love you. Even if I can never forget you or this relationship, there can be no possibility between us. Furthermore, you have stated that I am unworthy even to be your mistress. Therefore, if you wish to toy with someone, I suggest you find another target. In front of the crowd, Wen bravely articulated her thoughts. Regardless of how others perceived her, she would face the truth with courage. She had endured far worse, and nothing could bring her sorrow now. Ye Feimo gazed deeply at her, his grip instinctively tightening around her waist. This woman was braver and stronger than he had imagined. Hanbai observed Ye Feimo's expression. Her fists slightly clenched. 081 only kiss the one I love. Hanbai gazed at Ye Feimo's expression, her fists slightly clenched. Warm. Shall we find another place to converse? Fong Lucheng earnestly proposed, his eyes fixed intently on Wen, deliberately avoiding the cold glare of Ye Feimo. Wen instinctively moved closer to Ye Feimo, wishing to evade further entanglement with him. Her heart was in turmoil. Ye Feimo attempted to step forward to take Wen away, but he positioned himself, effectively blocking Fong Lucheng, creating an impasse between two equally formidable men, each exuding a fierce aura, neither yielding to the other. Fong Lucheng regarded Ye Feimo, who stood like a guardian angel, shielding the startled Wen. Ye Feimo possessed a unique blend of dominance and nobility, his demeanor both frosty and graceful. He stood there with an air of cold elegance, as if he were the protector of his cherished treasure, exuding an aura that was both commanding and tinged with a hint of disdain for the mundane world. Young Master Fong, Wen is my fiancée. I disallow anyone from laying a finger on her. Ye Feimo's voice was icy, leaving Fong Lucheng utterly astonished, momentarily unable to comprehend the gravity of his words. His fiancée? Ye Shao, even jesting has its limits. Wen is not a woman to be toyed with by someone like you. Release her, Fong Lucheng asserted, fully aware of Ye Feimo's nature, knowing that Wen would be utterly devoured by him, left with nothing but bones. Jesting? Ye Feimo's gaze turned cold as he suddenly grasped Wen, pivoting sharply, and before she could regain her senses, he descended upon her, capturing her lips with his own. Silence enveloped the room. Hanbai gasped, her eyes widening in shock. She stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing her balance. In the throes of their passionate affair years ago, he had declared, "In this lifetime, I shall only kiss you." She had joked, "What if you kiss another woman?" He had replied earnestly, "Then it would mean I love her, and you would be a thing of the past." That moment had left her in shock, prompting her to anxiously ask him if he would ever love someone else. He had assured her, "Ye Feimo will only ever have Hanbai. I shall never love another nor kiss any other woman." I seem to have unintentionally published something meant for 7 o'clock. I hope no one looks down on me. I'm in tears. He stated that Ye Feimo could only love Hanbai and would never kiss another woman again. Yet now, before her, he passionately kissed another woman, his affection palpable, piercing Hanbai's heart as if it were being sliced by a blade. Lin Ning and Tang Shuwen, along with other friends, stood in shock. The notorious Ye Shao, known for his romantic escapades, had never been seen kissing anyone before. What is real, and what is illusion? Who is acting, and who is merely observing? Warmth felt a surge of anxiety, her mind blank. This was not the first time he had kissed her, yet it was the most overwhelming, with Fong Lucheng and Hanbai present. How could he disregard everything and kiss her so boldly? Ye Feimo, have you lost your mind? Her gaze was filled with panic as he claimed every inch of her sweetness, finally releasing her, leaving her blushing fiercely. Ye Feimo turned to face Fong Lucheng, his expression cold and formidable. Do you still think we are jesting? He approached Fong Lucheng, lowering his voice, a chilling smile gracing his lips. I ought to thank you for bringing her to my bed. As the banquet concluded, Ye Feimo embraced Warmth, departing amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of others, embodying his usual audacity and defiance. Warmth remained silent, sensing his mood was equally somber. The journey back to the apartment was filled with an uncomfortable quiet. Arriving just past 1 o'clock, she removed the rose tear and handed it to him. I want tea take today as events to heart. Rest assured, I won't cause you any trouble, she smiled, clearly discerning reality from illusion. Ye Feimo, shedding his outerwear, exuded a languid air as he sat on the sofa, regarding her coolly. Miss Warmth, you truly possess a remarkable understanding. Warmth raised an eyebrow, retorting, does Ye Shao wish for me to take it seriously? Ye Feimo toyed with a rose tear, a slight smile playing at his lips. Miss Warmth, do you have a particular penchant for such matters? What do you mean? Warmth asked, perplexed. In the realm of beasts, if not for your peculiar inclinations, why would you prefer to be a mistress rather than a properly recognized fiancée? Ye Feimo chocolate cold. When Nuanyuan, with a faint smile, responded, young Master Yi, you are truly of a different ilk. I find myself harboring a sense of racial discrimination. Before I tire of you, you shall adhere to my desires. Remember, during this period, I am your master, he declared, rising to ascend the stairs. His coat, draped casually over his shoulder, his movements exceptionally fluid. When Nuanyuan was taken aback, she genuinely believed that Ye Feimo possessed an extraordinary ability to react. She had called him a beast, yet he did not even contemplate retaliating in kind. How many insults must one endure from childhood to cultivate such a reflex? Indeed, young Master Yi was not of her kind. Miss Wan, come upstairs to attend to the young master, he remarked as he walked away, leaving her utterly flustered. Attend to the young master? Was she to be treated as a maid? Sharing a bed with young Master Yi was a most distressing affair. Her eyes widened as she stared at the ceiling, letting out her 101st sigh. Who could possibly sleep beside a frigid being? She had grown accustomed to the beastly nature of young Master Yi. The last time, he had nearly overwhelmed her in the living room, a man of insatiable desires, widely known for his voracious appetites. To witness such a man suddenly take on the demeanor of a gentleman was profoundly disconcerting. When Nuanyuan found herself engulfed in a sense of incongruity, the image of young Master Yi in her mind was synonymous with that of a beast. To her astonishment, he lay there peacefully asleep, yet her taut nerves grew increasingly tense. Just as she was about to release her 102nd sigh, Ye Feimo abruptly threw back the covers, his tall frame looming over her. In the darkness, his eyes were deep and dark, reminiscent of ancient, unfathomable waters. Startled, when Nuanyuan then thought, this is the true young Master Yi, behaving in a manner that is entirely justified and logical for a beast. How absurd, she chastised herself. Was she truly wishing for him to take her? Did you desire it deeply? When Wan was startled, then thought, this is indeed Ye Shao. So logically and reasonably beastly, he ought to act this way. TSK, Wen Wan, you fool. Are you wishing for him to take you? A twitch occurred at the corner of her eye. Miss Wan, do you truly desire it? Ye Feimo inquired coldly. Wen Wan paused for a moment, pondering his words. Desire it? As she was lost in thought, Ye Feimo had already solemnly begun to unfasten the buttons of her nightgown. 1, 2, Wen Wan scrambled up, her hands pressed against his chest, forcing a couple of insincere chuckles. Ye Shao, I do not desire it at all. Merely wishing to sleep. Is that so? Ye Feimo expressed skepticism. In the darkness, all Wen Wan could discern were his deep-set eyes, imbued with a hint of deadly allure. Miss Wan, are you certain you do not yearn for it immensely? Wen Wan shook her head vigorously. Ye Shao, you are indeed seasoned in this. How can you speak of such matters so calmly? You truly are a stallion, aren't you? Ye Feimo let out a heavy grunt. Miss, there is no need for politeness. If your needs are substantial, I would not mind fulfilling them. Is that to satiate your own beastly desires? Wen Wan wisely refrained from commenting. Ye Shao, may we sleep now? Wen Wan heard her own pretentious voice, nearly making her retch. Ye Feimo turned on his back, his cool tone resonating uniquely in the night. Miss Wan, since you do not desire it, refrain from emitting sounds that suggest otherwise. As your man, such sounds wound my pride. Wen Wan was left dumbfounded. A generational gap of 3 years. Indeed, she and Ye Shao had a disconnect. Why did her sighs, in his ears, misconstrue in his sounds of desire? Ye Shao, is your mind filled with lewd thoughts 24 hours a day? The earth can no longer bear your perversion. Hurry back to Mars. Don't you think these two are quite adorable? Ha! The charming yet aloof Ye Feimo gently embraced Wen Wan with a subtle weariness. murmuring, "I am quite fatigued today. Even if you yearn for my company, please consider my state and let us indulge another time." Wenwan was momentarily taken aback. "Ye Feimo, could you perhaps allow yourself to rest? Might you refrain from speaking?" Before long, the steady rhythm of his breathing enveloped her. Wenwan paused, contemplating that he had endured a lengthy flight followed by a gathering, reuniting with a past lover from years ago, inevitably leaving him drained. She sighed softly. This man was indeed a perplexing amalgamation of contradictions and eccentricities. Ye Feimo presumed that having a woman beside him would keep him awake, yet to his surprise, he fell into a deep slumber within minutes, enjoying an uninterrupted night devoid of nightmares. For many years, she was the first woman to share his bed. When Nguyen had anticipated sleeplessness in his embrace, yet she too succumbed to a restful night. Upon waking, she was startled by the sight of his handsome face magnified before her, momentarily forgetting their shared bed. And in a state of panic, she recoiled, inadvertently tumbling out of bed and colliding with the bedside table. "Oh my, that hurt!" Ye Feimo rose leisurely, casting a disdainful glance her way before retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. When Wan rubbed her aching head, mentally scolding Ye Feimo's entire family. Turning to glance at the clock, she gasped, "Oh no, I'm going to be late." In a flurry, Wen Wan dashed in the bathroom, disregarding Ye Feimo as he groomed himself. She hurriedly brushed her teeth, muttering curses under her breath. Ye Feimo paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of them both in the mirror, then resumed brushing nonchalantly. Wen Wan, swift in her movements, rushed out to grab her clothes. Noticing Ye Feimo still leisurely brushing his teeth, in a fit of urgency, she pushed him out, shutting the door behind him. "Please hold on a moment, second young master." With lightning speed, she changed her attire while Ye Feimo, cup in hand and mouth full of foam, remained frozen in place, left waiting for 5 minutes. The usually quick-witted Ye Feimo found himself moving at an unusually slow pace, gazing into the reflective surface of the glass, pondering coolly, "What a fool." That being said, our dear Feimo is quite adorable. Imagine this scene. Yesterday, we surpassed 100 favorites, and today there are 4 updates. Thus, sisters, you know what to do if you wish for more. Also, if today's comments exceed 1,000, there will be an additional update. That means 5 updates. However, each person is allowed only 1 comment, and no spamming. Comments must relate to the storyline. Currently, there are 840 comments. For those eager for more, do your best. Comments are visible at all times, and once we surpass the limit, we will add more. Just 1 comment per person. It's not too difficult, is it? Haha. In the first chapter of 086, Yi Shao, known for his exceptionally quick reflexes, finds himself moving at an unexpectedly slow pace for the first time. Gazing into the immaculate glass surface, he coldly muses to himself about the foolishness of a certain someone. As realization dawns that the fool is indeed himself, Ye Shao's anga ignites. "Damn it, Wen Wan, you have some audacity," he exclaims, disregarding the foam bubbling from his mouth. He turns abruptly and delivers a forceful kick to the delicate glass door, shattering it open. At that moment, Wen Wan, having just donned her attire, emerges in a white robe, clutching a mouthwash cup. The sight of the second young master, adorned with toothpaste bubbles, standing before her in such a regal yet comical manner, causes her lips to twitch in disbelief. This is the end, she thinks, though the end is only a matter of time. In a flurry, she pushes him aside and hastens down the stairs, leaving Ye Feimo in disbelief at being so blatantly overlooked by Wen Wan. Thus begins the lively and absurd first day of their cohabitation. Upon arriving at the film set, Wen Wan finds herself running late. Fortunately, the abundance of crew members means her tardiness goes unnoticed. Bai Xiao Wan, for reasons unknown, seems perpetually displeased with her presence, subjecting her to a barrage of sarcastic remarks, rendering Tang Man Dong's warnings all but forgotten. However, Wen Wan, valuing harmony, chooses not to engage in petty disputes with Bai Xiaowen. Amidst the crew's discussions about Han Bai's return to the country, which has made headlines in the morning papers, Wen Wan listens intently, her interest piqued by the various rumors surrounding Han Bai. During a break, Director Lin calls her aside for a conversation, igniting a wave of excitement within her. "What is your relationship with Feimo?" He inquires. Taken aback, she responds with a sweet smile, a contractual relationship. Just as Director Lin is about to probe further, the assistant director summons him to review footage, and other crew members require his attention. Cursing under his breath, Director Lin is forced to refrain from asking more questions. Tang Man Dong, with a furrowed brow, addresses Wen Wan. Why? Did Shu and Gus say something? She nods solemnly and replies Wen Wan. The Tang and Ye families have been family friends for generations. I am well aware of the kind of person Ye Feimo is. You and he inhabit entirely different worlds, and you cannot afford to provoke him. She nodded thoughtfully and said, Warm, the Tang and Ye family share a long-standing friendship. I am well aware of who Ye Feimo is. You and he inhabit entirely different realms, and you cannot afford to provoke him. Mandong, you misunderstand. My relationship with him is not what you think it is. Warm sighed. Once I leave him, I shall tell you everything in due course. Tang Mandong hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. Warm was her dearest friend, and since she asserted this, Mandong chose to believe her. She wished for nothing more than for Warm to remain unscathed by Lin Feimo. When Director Lin sought her out once again, he did not inquire about her relationship with Lin Feimo. Instead, he asked, Warm, do you enjoy acting? Surprised by the peculiarity of his question, she nodded emphatically, her expression resolute. I do. Director Lin nodded in return, recognizing the current state of the entertainment industry, corrupt and chaotic. How many young people genuinely pursued their craft with passion? The rampant ambition to ascend the ranks had soured the environment. Warm was an exception. Perhaps every newcomer began with pure intentions, yet she stood apart. Director Lin had witnessed many talents. He could discern that Warm was a rare gem among actors. However, he cautioned, Warm, Feimo has little regard for actors. If you intend to pursue a career in acting, be prepared for the possibility of leaving him behind. Lin Feimo detests actors? She pondered. His girlfriends are all from the industry. If he despises them, why does he engage with them? Is he prone to self-torment? What does his aversion to actors have to do with me? I adore performing. Furthermore, director, you must have misunderstood the nature of my relationship with him. Even if I were to avoid the entertainment industry, we would still part ways. Director Lin gazed at her intently and smiled. You still do not comprehend. One day, you will understand my words. He abruptly shifted the conversation. You have yet to sign with a management company, correct? I'm still in school. That has little relevance. I advise you to consider joining Anning International. With that, he returned to his tasks. Join Anning International? That was Ye Feimo's domain. Was this not a form of coercion? Warm contemplated the matter with utmost seriousness. In the executive office of Anning International, Ye Feimo found himself engulfed in a tempestuous mood akin to a thunderstorm. His 5 secretaries lamented their plight, trembling under the weight of his formidable presence. The CEO's usual cold demeanor was intimidating enough, but his current scowl left them fearing for their hearts. Damn that warmth. On the very first day of cohabitation, she had disregarded him. Where could she possibly be in such a hurry this early? When she returned tonight, he would ensure she faced the consequences. The intercom buzzed, and Ye Feimo answered. Ye Xiaoye. Could you spare a few hours for your mother? The gentle voice of Chung Anya filled the air. You scoundrel. You didn't even call me when you returned yesterday. Mother, I apologize. I was in a foul mood last night, Ye Feimo replied, pausing as he recalled what Han Bai had mentioned. What is it, mother? Let us have dinner together tonight. All right. Ye Feimo responded, what about father? He has gone to be city with Uncle Lin. Chung Anya suddenly inquired, have you met anyone special? Mother, I change girlfriends daily. Haven't you read the newspaper? Enough. I mean a serious relationship. None. You ungrateful child. After a brief exchange, Ye Feimo hung up the phone, twirling his pen as a pensive expression enveloped his features. Who was lying, his mother or Han Bai? He opened the drawer, revealing a photograph of himself and Han Bai from their youth, vibrant and full of life. The memory struck him. He abruptly closed the drawer with a snap. President, Miss Han Bai inquired if you have time to meet. She has something for you. His chief secretary, Zhang Ling, announced. Ye Feimo hesitated momentarily before instructing her to let her in. The hour was late, yet the 5th session was not far off, and he felt a sense of satisfaction today. 090, regaining her heart, Miss Han. I fear you may have to wait in line. There are numerous women vying for my attention, Too many for me to count. I treat each with equal regard, and if you are willing to wait, then so be it. Ye Feimo, with an impassive expression, twirled the pen in his hand, his tone devoid of warmth. Feimo, I had thought you wished to reconcile with me, Hanbai lamented, her gaze heavy with accusation, grievance, and a hint of profound affection. She was indeed beautiful, her every expression meticulously crafted, breathtakingly stunning. Yet Ye Feimo remained unmoved, coldly responding, "What have I done to engender such a misunderstanding?" Hanbai found herself at a loss for words. Ye Feimo's furrowed brows relaxed as he continued, "Are you referring to that kiss? Miss Han, your bed is a revolving door, and you expect her lips to be concerned about welcoming a man?" Ye Feimo, Hanbai cried out in anguish, her emotions a tempest of shame and fury, her fists clenched tightly. How could he humiliate her so? His insinuation that her bed was frequented by others? What kind of heartlessness did it take for him to utter such words? Was there nothing left for him but vengeance against her? If you are unwilling, simply say so. There is no need for such humiliation. No matter how much I love you, I will not permit you to degrade me in this manner. Hanbai said through her tears, her gaze towards Ye Feimo filled with sorrow and indignation. Such a look could soften even the hardest of hearts. Yet Ye Feimo remained indifferent. With a heavy heart, Hanbai turned to leave. Ye Feimo, you may hate and resent me, but that only indicates that you still hold feelings for me. It matters not. I shall wait patiently. As the door closed behind her, Ye Feimo's expression darkened, his thoughts tumultuous. He was indeed a genius, for he spoke words he did not wish to say, fully aware of Hanbai's pride and sensitivity. Yet he chose to humiliate her nonetheless. He knew it would bring her to tears, yet he could not restrain his words. Damn it! Ye Feimo fumed, delivering a heavy punch to the office desk. 91 stubbornness at the bus station. Wen sat waiting for a ride, wearily massaging her legs. A sleek black Benz pulled up beside her, and the window slid down to reveal the strikingly handsome face of Fong Lucheng. The waning sunlight cast a melancholic glow upon him, and Wen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter him here. Get in the car. Fong Lucheng's voice lacked its usual harshness, softened by a hint of tenderness, reminiscent of a bygone era when he was the gallant prince and she, the cherished princess. Had it not been for the upheavals of recent days, she might have truly believed it was all a dreadful dream. No need for your assistance. I can wait for the bus, she replied. Wen, I have something to discuss with you, Fong Lucheng stated calmly. Wen remained seated, unyielding, his brow furrowed in concern as he added, "It takes 10 minutes for a bus to arrive. Are you willing to waste time like this?" "I have nothing to say to you." She turned her face away, refusing to meet his gaze. Fong Lucheng opened the car door and firmly pulled her inside. Panic surged within her. With nobody around, her reluctance was rendered futile as he ushered her into the vehicle. Silence enveloped them as they traveled, with Wen deliberately ignoring Fong Lucheng, treating him as if he were invisible. The car came to a halt in front of an Italian restaurant. Fong Lucheng escorted her into the restaurant, where the waiter cast a surprised glance at Wen before quickly regaining composure. This establishment exuded grandeur, adorned with opulent decor, soft, suggestive lighting, and the elegant strains of a piano, all contributing to a romantic ambience. The waiter guided them to their seats, and as Wen observed Fong Lucheng nonchalantly placing their orders, her agitation grew. What was he truly intending? "Fong Lucheng, what do you mean by this?" "Let us dine while we converse," he remarked coolly. Fong Lucheng lifted his gaze to Wen, who sat there coldly, clearly reluctant to order anything. Unfazed, he proceeded to request 2 identical dishes. He quietly studied her, making Wen feel increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny. "What do you want from me?" she inquired. In the midst of a murky atmosphere, warmth questioned whether leaving Ye Feimo was the right decision. Fong Lucheng replied with a hint of detachment, asserting that she was well aware of the kind of man he was, and that being with him would inevitably lead to her suffering. "Fong Lucheng, on what grounds do you utter such words to me?" Warmth retorted sharply. "You harbor hatred towards my father and my family, and you have sought your revenge. You have succeeded in your deceitful charade all these years, and now you are liberated. You should celebrate For the more miserable and unfortunate my life becomes, the more joy you ought to derive from it. You are mistaken. Your father is your father, and you are you. What fault lies with you? Fong Lucheng implored. Warmth, I truly never intended to cause you harm. Never intended to harm? Warmth scoffed, taking a long, deep breath. You wish for me to be your mistress, trampling upon my dignity. Is this what you call not intending to harm? Pray tell, Fong, what constitutes true harm in your eyes? Fong Lucheng found himself at a loss for words, grappling with how to convey to Warmth that he simply wished to keep her by his side. Yes, she was the daughter of his enemy, and he had repeatedly told himself to refrain from falling for her, promising to distance himself once everything had concluded. Yet, how could he? He had indeed fallen for her, the daughter of his adversary. This predicament weighed heavily upon him. He yearned to hold on to her, yet felt the pangs of betrayal towards his deceased family. Thus, he resorted to those extreme words to inflict pain upon her. The sight of her entwined with Ye Yutong drove him into a frenzy of jealousy. He could no longer endure a life without her. He had intended to allow Warmth some time to regain her composure before having an earnest discussion, confident that after all these years of love, he could win her back. However, witnessing her affectionate interactions with Ye Feimo at the banquet last night, and observing Ye Feimo's protective demeanor sparked a sense of urgency within him, a sensation of impending loss. He could not bear to lose her. Warmth, unable to decipher the anguish etched upon Fong Lucheng's face, pondered who he was performing for. For a fleeting moment, she almost deluded herself into believing he harbored feelings for her. After all these years of protection and affection, if it were merely a facade, it would be too convincing. Perhaps he truly felt a flicker of attraction towards her. Yet, recalling Fong Lucheng's past actions, Warmth found herself bitterly amused, realizing how naive she was. Your father was spared from punishment due to Ye Feimo's intervention, was he not? She pressed. Indeed. Fong Lucheng gritted his teeth, his gaze clouded with complexity. You have engaged in such a sordid transaction with him. In a moment of irony, Warmth raised an eyebrow and chuckled mockingly. Fong Lucheng, have you not engaged in your share of sordid dealings? Is my father truly guilty? You have deliberately ensnared him in injustice. I am willing to sacrifice my own body to save him. Is that deemed impure? All I know is that my father need not suffer in prison, and if I have the power to rescue him, I shall do so at any cost. Why do you have to label me as dirty? This entire predicament is a consequence of your actions, Fong Lucheng. Warmth. Fong Lucheng gazed upon her smiling visage, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. She was evidently in distress, yet she wore a smile. Knowing her disposition, Fong Lucheng felt an ache of compassion. It was truly ironic that the one who had driven another to desperation would so audaciously accuse others of impurity. Warmth offered a cold smile, questioning who was responsible for her predicament. Would she trade with Ye Feimo if not with him? Even if she did, he would not spare her father. Why then? Should she subject herself to humiliation? Warmth, do you still love me? Fong Lucheng inquired, suppressing the anguish in his eyes. Warmth paused, bewildered by his question. It was as though he could read her thoughts. Would you be my girlfriend? Warmth nearly burst into laughter. Had Fong Lucheng lost his senses? I am Ye Feimo's mistress. Fong Lucheng's expression shifted dramatically. Although he had suspected their connection, hearing it from Warmth filled him with fury, his fists clenching tightly. At that moment, a waiter interrupted their conversation by serving their dishes. Warmth, clearly reluctant to delve into that subject, focused intently on her meal. Unbeknownst to her, while she dined with Fong Lucheng, Ye Feimo and Cheng Anya were also present in the same restaurant. Ye Feimo remained his usual taciturn self, speaking little even in the company of Cheng Anya. Feimo, have you been feeling weary lately? She asked. Not particularly, he replied. Perhaps you should stay at home for a few days. Mummy has prepared some soup for you. Ye Feimo smirked slightly. Mother, spare me, please. Since Ye Feimo's stomach began to trouble him, Cheng Anya deliberately spent several months in Riyadh with Su Man and Bai Yi, learning the art of medicinal cuisine in an effort to care for Ye Feimo's health. However, Miss Cheng, lacking in domestic skills, consistently produced dishes that Ye Feimo found unpalatable. As the saying goes, a son grows up independent of his mother. Feimo, let us be honest, you dislike my cooking, don't you? Cheng Anya said, feeling aggrieved. Ye Feimo gazed blankly at her, still radiantly beautiful. As long as Dad doesn't dislike you, it's fine. Get lost. Ye Feimo chuckled, while Ching Anya observed him thoughtfully as he focused on his meal. Hanbai returned. Feimo, she sighed. Ye Feimo lifted his head, and Chung Anya smiled, noting her son's sensitivity. Mom, rest assured I'm fine. If only I could truly believe that. Fine? You've endured so much for her, ruining your health. And you call that fine? Anya regretted her past decisions. For Hanbai, Feimo had suffered from stomach ailments throughout his life. Such a burden was hardly worth it. Mom, is there something you've been hiding from me all these years? Ye Feimo set down his knife and fork, his voice as cold and calm as ever. Have you seen Hanbai? Chung Anya's expression darkened. Ye Feimo nodded. Chung Anya let out a cold laugh before slowly sipping her soup. What did she say to you? Hanbai claimed that the scene I witnessed back then was meticulously orchestrated by you. Do you believe her? Chung Anya asked. Ye Feimo pressed his lips together, falling into silence. He did not trust Hanbai. He merely sought clarity on the matter. One of them, his mother or Hanbai, must be lying. The impact of that scene had been too profound for him, and he had spent years grappling with its meaning. Feimo, no matter what I have done, I would never harm you, Chung Anya stated earnestly. Ye Feimo's mind went blank as he stared at her, his fists clenched, a mix of shock and pain flickering in his eyes. So it's true? Mom, why did you do this? Can you truly not accept Hanbai's profession? You can talk to me. Why treat her this way? The truth too, Mommy. Why must you do this? Ye Feimo asked, his voice filled with anguish. Is it truly impossible for you to accept Hanbai's profession? You can tell me. Why treat her this way? Chung Anya remained silent, biting her lip as she gazed at the tormented Ye Feimo with a heavy heart. Feimo, do you resent Mommy? Ye Feimo was a loss for words. Mommy, please tell me why. Even if you fabricate a reason, I would believe you. You know better than anyone what I have endured since I thought Hanbai betrayed me and left for America. I must understand this, no matter what. Chung Anya closed her eyes briefly, pondering how to convey the unspeakable truths to Feimo. Feimo, let me clarify. I merely offered a kind reminder to Director Chun, giving Hanbai an opportunity. What transpired in that room is her affair. I neither drugged her nor coerced her in any way. Had she managed to leave that room, you would have remained oblivious to this matter. Chung Anya spoke candidly, asserting that Feimo need not be burdened with the past, unless her son found solace in another. A woman capable of healing his wounds, she would remain tight-lipped about the truth of those times. Otherwise, I shall not utter a word, she thought. Haar disdain for Hanbai evident. Mommy, enough. Do you not comprehend my words? Chung Anya's tone hardened. Ye Feimo stood abruptly, intending to leave, but a cold laugh from Chung Anya made him sit back down. Frustrated, he seized a glass of red wine and downed it in one go. Look at you, wasting your time over a woman like Hanbai. Have you not suffered enough these past 6 years? Wake up. What a fool you have been, Chung Anya chastised. What could you possibly see in Hanbai? Is it her looks? Surely, you have encountered beauty before. In terms of appearance, she cannot hold a candle to your sister-in-law. And in personality, she pales in comparison to anyone worth mentioning. With her questionable morals and reputation as a scandalous queen, what is it that captivates you? Ye Feimo glared fiercely at her, and Chung Anya met his gaze defiantly. He exhaled deeply, deciding to investigate matters on his own. Chung Anya chuckled enigmatically. Oh, my dear son, do you truly believe you can uncover what your mother wishes for you to remain ignorant of? Yining Yuan has sealed off all information. What could you possibly discover? Ye Feimo was left speechless. Chung Anya smiled slightly as a warm memory of a sweet smile flashed in his mind, causing him to momentarily lose focus as he stared at Anya. Chung Anya arched an eyebrow and cleared her throat. My dear son, if your father were to see you gaze at me in such a manner, you might as well go to the South Pole and raise penguins. Snap back to reality. Ye Feimo muttered a curse under his breath. In a quiet meal share between Wenwan and Fong Lu Chung, silence enveloped them. She refrained from uttering a single word, and he did not press her for conversation. Only when she contemplated leaving did he finally speak, seeking an answer. Fong Lu Chung, I've already made myself abundantly clear last night. She evaded the topic. I like you, Fong Lu Chung suddenly declared, leaving Wenwan momentarily stunned. This evening's revelations from him overwhelmed her. What had brought about this change? He had uttered the very words she had once longed to hear in her dreams. Yet he had consistently shied away from such sentiments. Now, just as she was resolved to relinquish this relationship, he professed his affection once again. Fong Lucheng, there ought to be limits to this jesting. Today is not April Fool's Day. Wenwan, I'm not jesting, he replied earnestly, gazing at her with an intensity that conveyed she was his most treasured possession, unique and irreplaceable. Under such a gaze, Wenwan's heart raced uncontrollably, a shameful flutter of nerves overwhelming her. Wenwan, you must stand your ground, he urged. I am truly sorry, but I no longer harbor feelings for you, she retorted. I do not believe you. Fong Lucheng grasped her firmly, his eyes burning with determination and affection. I know your nature better than anyone. How could you possibly forget me in such a brief span of time? Master Fong, you have an inflated sense of self-worth. If this is your method of revenge, spare me. I am heading home, Wenwan declared, withdrawing her hand and hastening toward the exit. Fong Lucheng hurried after her as she rushed toward the elevator. As the doors threatened to close, she recklessly thrust her hand to stop them, managing to squeeze inside, only to be met by the presence of Ye Feimo and Cheng Anya. She froze momentarily. Ye Feimo regarded her with indifference, his expression questioning how Wenwan could be there. Fong Lucheng caught up just as she realized the precarious situation. The four of them were now trapped in the elevator together. Upon spotting Fong Lucheng, Ye Feimo's gaze sharpened, a sense of displeasure washing over him. Wenwan is with him? At this restaurant? He mused, his mood darkening significantly. Greetings, young Master Yi and Madam Yi. Young Master Fong, how do you do? A few exchanged pleasantries, while Wenwan silently lamented, striving to diminish her presence. She cast a curious glance at Cheng Anya, the seemingly gentle and beautiful woman who was Ye Feimo's mother, finding her image of a fierce maternal figure somewhat incongruent. Cheng Anya responded with a soft smile, prompting Wenwan to return it sweetly. Though her thoughts wandered, could a fierce mother truly smile so tenderly? Ye Feimo, glancing at her, noted her radiant smile and could not help but scoff inwardly, labeling her a fool for judging by appearances. Little did she know that when his mother was making others wish for life or death, she was likely still in her naive state. Young Master Fong, have you brought your girlfriend to dine? Cheng Anya inquired. Fong Lucheng replied with a smile, indeed. Ye Feimo's expression darkened as his cold gaze shifted to Wenwan, who shivered under the intensity of his stare. In a fluster, she exclaimed, I'm not your girlfriend. Why does that voice sound somewhat familiar? Cheng Anya raised an eyebrow, while Fong Lucheng shot a reprimanding look at Wenwan. Cheng Anya, assuming the young couple was merely having a quarrel, chose to remain silent. Such poor judgment, Ye Feimo remarked cryptically, his words seemingly directed at no one in particular. Cheng Anya was astonished. Her son, who typically remained aloof, had actually spoken up. What a miracle. Wen Yuan realized he was referring to her, and held her breath, while Fong Lucheng retorted, it seems young Master Ye's judgment is not so admirable either. Cheng Anya chuckled softly, agreeing with the sentiment. And your judgment is so impeccable that you fancy a mere bean sprout? In the cramped elevator, tensions flared, and Cheng Anya sensed something was amiss. Did they harbor animosity towards each other? Unable to endure any longer, Wenwan offered a nonchalant smile, expressing her thoughts. In this day and age, prices soar while the value of men diminishes. Cheng Anya burst into laughter. What a golden line. Do remember to collect it. La la la. Soon there will be updates by the thousands daily. As the elevator descended to the first floor, Wenwan turned her face away coldly, feeling the simultaneous glares from Ye Feimo and Fong Lucheng. The moment the doors opened, she dashed out as if pursued by some unseen force, prompting Ye Feimo to silently vow to deal with her later. Wenwan, wait! Fong Lucheng shouted as he chased after her. Chen Anya paused, bewildered. Wenwan? Isn't she the girl living with Feimo? No wonder. Ye Feimo's gaze darkened as he observed Wenwan fleeing in haste, scoffing at her speed, which rivaled that of a rabbit. Cheng Anya, astonished by Ye Feimo's expression, chuckled softly. That child was truly delightful. Ye Feimo remained impassive. You need not accompany me, mummy. I have an appointment with Li Yun. I shall take my leave, she said. Where are you headed? Allow me to drive you. No need. Annie Liyun will arrive shortly. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Feimo nodded. Chung Anya watched him drive away, shaking her head with a smile. Oh, Feimo, when will Mummy cease to worry about you? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression darkened as she dialed a number. I wish to see Han Bai. Madam Yi? There was a brief pause before the voice continued. Miss Han's schedule is quite full these days, I fear. Oh, truly a high-profile individual. I had no idea that in City one needed to schedule an appointment to see someone, Chung Anya remarked coldly, hanging up the phone. When her phone rang again, she glanced at the number. How audacious. If you dare to approach me again, I shall comply with your wishes. Wenwan stubbornly refused Fong Liuqing's offer to escort her, leaving him no choice but to depart alone. Alone, she pondered, what on earth is wrong with Fong Liuqing? Does he truly have feelings for me? Is that even possible? While she was lost in her thoughts, Ye Feimo's car came to a stop beside her. Get in. Wenwan stole a glance at him. His face was shrouded in the darkness of night, exuding an ominous aura. Not wishing to provoke him, she complied and entered the vehicle. You anticipate Miss when tormenting the beautiful Han, or perhaps Miss Chung doing the same. A vehicle sped towards Mingxing apartment. What are you and Fong Liuqing doing here? Ye Feimo inquired, his tone laced with discontent. How could she still have any connection with Fong Liuqing? Was this foolish woman still harboring hope for him? What a fool. Dining. Ye Feimo scoffed. Miss One, Fong Liuqing has brought ruin upon your family, leaving you destitute. How can you not harbor resentment, yet choose to dine with him at a couple's restaurant? Your magnanimity truly astounds me. When Wan's expression shifted, darkening as she retorted. Yi Shao, this is my personal affair. Yes, I have feelings for Fong Liuqing. I love him. I can forgive him anything. My heart is vast. I am a saint. Are you satisfied now? Ye Feimo pressed the accelerator, the car rocketing down the road like an arrow released from a bow, the speed reaching its zenith. When Wan screamed, clutching the handrails within the vehicle. Ye Feimo, you madman! Slow down. She feared for her life, nearly losing her composure. Yet Ye Feimo paid her no heed, his resolute profile appearing even more tranquil and cold in the night, resembling a statue. When Wan lamented silently, her fear compelling her to shut her eyes. This had been the most terrifying ride of her life. Even after exiting the vehicle, her legs trembled. She glared at Ye Feimo, exclaiming, Ye Feimo, if you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Ye Feimo glanced at her impassively before entering the elevator first. When Wan, exasperated, thought, what a detestable man. How did I end up with such a perverse individual? Upon reaching the floor, Ye Feimo entered his study. And when Wan glared at his retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. Moments later, Ye Feimo returned with a document in hand, presenting it to her. This is the agreement you must adhere to during our time together. Should you fail to comply with any clause, the agreement shall be rendered void. And you are aware of the consequences, he stated coldly. A sense of foreboding enveloped Wan as she accepted the document and glanced over it. The previous day's support was remarkable, hence today, as 4 updates. Sisters, let's keep it up. If there are over 200 comments in a day, I shall have more chapters. However, refrain from flooding the comments. Agreement 2, first clause. During the agreement period, no entanglements with other men are permitted. Second clause. During the agreement period, seeking a boyfriend is prohibited. Third clause. During the agreement period, you must report your whereabouts and are not allowed to stay out overnight. Fourth clause. During the agreement period, you must be available at all times. Fifth clause. During the agreement period, all household chores are your responsibility. 20th clause. During the agreement period, all actions must be in service to the master. When Wan stared, wide-eyed, at the lengthy list of inequitable clauses. An agreement? Ye Feimo, why is it that I must comply while you are exempt? This is unjust. Miss One, Ye Feimo drawled. No wonder you are so naive, having never navigated society. Fairness? What is that? I have never encountered such a concept. You approached me to negotiate. Thus, you should cater to the employer's demands. When Wan felt momentarily speechless, her face flushed with a mixture of shame and anger, nearly crumpling the flimsy paper. Ye Feimo, have you grown accustomed to such humiliation? Go make coffee. Ye Feimo noticed her unusual expression and cleared his throat, issuing a cold command. When Wan, jolted back to reality, asked, "Make coffee? You have hands and feet. If you desire coffee, make it yourself." She pouted, her pride thoroughly battered by Ye Feimo, leaving her with no inclination to prepare coffee for him. Refer to Article 5 of the agreement, Ye Feimo stated expressionlessly. Wenwan glanced down at the agreement, exclaiming inwardly that Ye Feimo must have grown up starved for affection and calcium. He infuriated her. She stormed into the kitchen to brew coffee. Ye Feimo, in a particularly good mood, removed his jacket and began watching an anime, relishing the moment. Life was truly enjoyable, especially while Wenwan wore an expression akin to one being trampled upon, which he found rather delightful. As Wenwan emerged with the coffee, she caught sight of him absorbed in the anime, her eye twitching in disbelief. Watching anime, it felt akin to witnessing a pregnant woman earnestly declare herself a virgin. Her mind could not fathom the connection between Ye Feimo and such frivolity. To her astonishment, he was engrossed in legend of the magical soldier. Thankfully, he wasn't watching a shoujo anime, or she would have surely collapsed onto the sofa in disbelief. Ye Feimo, noticing her horrified expression, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Have you seen it?" Wenwan nodded, placing the coffee before him, still somewhat dazed. It was utterly baffling that he chose to watch anime instead of financial news. He took a sip of the coffee, then slammed the cup down, startling Wenwan. "What is this?" he exclaimed. "Coffee? What kind of coffee is this? It's so sweet." "It's Nestle, a fine brand," she replied. The instant coffee packets were remnants from the film set that she had mistakenly stuffed into her bag. It was a wonder he was even drinking it. Ye Feimo was certain there was a communication issue at play. They were speaking different languages. "The kitchen has coffee beans. Brew me another cup without any additives. I cannot abide this sweet coffee. Young Master Yi, your demands are quite excessive. Sweet coffee is delightful. What flavor does bitter coffee even possess? Why all this needless chatter about brewing coffee?" "Apologies, I do not know how to operate the coffee machine." Wenwan replied with a sweet smile. Ye Feimo suggested, "Go to the study and ask Baidu." Wenwan chuckled. "Baidu has been busy with romance lately and won't entertain my trivial queries. Young Master Yi, it isn't my place to say, but with such a sour countenance, you must have consumed too much bitter coffee. Occasionally indulging in sweet coffee could enhance your sweetness quotient, and your romantic prospects would surely soar. I consume bitter herbs. My romantic prospects surpass yours by 100-fold. Ye Feimo shot back with a frosty gaze. Wenwan beamed. "And what of having many romantic prospects if they are all of poor quality? Make the coffee." Ye Feimo's I cannot," she replied. Warm replied succinctly and turned to ascend the stairs. Ye Feimo was exceedingly furious. As night fell, the challenge of sleep loomed large. Warm, clad in the most conservative of pajamas, nestled into the farthest corner of the bed. Emerging from the bathroom, Ye Feimo stood with his chest exposed, revealing a robust and athletic physique, droplets of water glistening upon his skin, exuding an indescribable allure. His handsome features resembled a masterpiece, further shrouded in the dim, ambiguous lighting that lent an air of mystery, elegance, and seduction. He was a man of indulgence, yet bore a countenance that spoke of restraint when donned in uniform. He inspired an overwhelming urge in both men and women alike to be drawn to him. In this moment, Ye Feimo epitomized the pinnacle of sensuality. Warm cast a fleeting glance his way, her heart racing like a startled deer. Ye Feimo was undeniably a man of flawless beauty, a veritable temptation for someone like her, who had always been captivated by appearances. Coexisting with such a man was indeed a formidable challenge. "Wake up, Warm," she chided herself. "Do not let lust cloud your judgment. Such a man is beyond your reach and fraught with peril." Observing her flustered reaction, Ye Feimo's lips curled into a smirk. While Warm was undeniably clever, she remained a young girl, her thoughts as transparent as a blank sheet. He could easily discern her inner turmoil. He had to admit that her momentary infatuation sparked a fleeting sense of pride within him. After all, handsome men do hold an advantage, particularly when the admirer is one who prioritizes looks. Though initially uninterested, her gaze ignited a fire within him, an unfamiliar sensation he had never experienced before, where a mere glance from a woman could incite such desire. Ye Feimo climbed into bed, pulling her into his embrace. Warm gasped, her face flushing crimson as he began to remove her clothing. She struggled, pressing her hands against his chest, his face illuminated by the dim light, revealing a chilling yet enigmatic demeanor, coupled with an intense, flickering passion. On this day, Lin Ning had invited Ye Feimo and others to a dinner gathering, accompanied by several prominent producers and investors. During the meal, one producer mentioned that Fong Lucheng was poised to invest in a film production, having nearly concluded discussions with the CEO of Hua Yin Entertainment. The entertainment industry is dominated by three major companies, Ning International, Hua Yin Entertainment, and Yahweh Group, all possessing formidable backgrounds, abundant resources, and extensive networks, thus monopolizing a significant portion of the film and television talent. One producer remarked, Fong's enterprise primarily focuses on aviation. Their entertainment sector was established only in recent years. It will require at least a few more years of growth. This collaboration with Hua Yin seems primarily preparatory for the future. Another director added, I heard that Han Bai and Fong Lucheng have had contact. The female lead has been tentatively chosen to be Han Bai. Just a few days ago, I spoke with director Fong, and he inadvertently let that slip. Ye Feimo tightened his grip on the wine glass, a glimmer of cold laughter flashing in his eyes. Han Bai had entangled herself with Fong Lucheng. No wonder he had seen Fong Lucheng at the banquet. It seemed to be a strategic move by Guru Wei. Lin Ning furrowed his brow, realizing that Han Bai intended to remain in the country for her career development. If Han Bai were to take the role, the impact would undoubtedly be monumental. A producer cast a glance at Ye Feimo and suggested, why not have Ning direct a film to compete? Director Lin clapped his hands, agreeing, that's a splendid idea. Ye Feimo smirked with a hint of mischief. Compete? Which domestic actress could possibly stand alongside Han Bai in terms of fame? This posed a significant question, as Han Bai's prominence overshadowed a multitude of actresses, ensuring an undeniable victory. Who could match her renown and allure? By the way, Director Lin, how is your New Year's film coming along? It's nearly complete, Lin Ning remarked, eyeing Tang Shuwen. Shuwen, please refrain from sending someone like Bai Shuwen to my production again. If it weren't for your favor, I would have dismissed her long ago. Tang Shuwen responded with a gentle smile, while another investor chuckled. That woman has her charms. Quite enticing. I see you have an interest, Tang Xiao. Don't be absurd. I merely did a favor by recommending her to Lin Ning's film, Tang Shuwen replied lightly. Such favors should be sparingly given. Let me be clear. Do not send anyone to my production, especially for significant roles. If you do, they'll be relegated to minor parts. Director Lin vented his frustrations. Bai Xiaowen is a fool. After years in the industry, she performs worse than the novice, Wenwan. Tang Shuwen and Ye Feimo exchanged glances, with Ye Feimo narrowing his eyes dangerously. Wenwan, are you not aware? Director Lin inquired, intrigued. She is a student from a university's drama department, a protégé of Chengyu. Just the other day, I had her audition, and she performed remarkably well. Which agency represents her? None yet. I suggested she sign with a Ning. Feimo, I wager this girl is a goldmine. You'll have the first opportunity. So do not let her slip away, Director Lin advised. I've never encountered such a promising newcomer. Ye Feimo's eyes remained cold and inscrutable, his thoughts concealed from all. Tang Shuwen, noticing his displeasure, interjected, Wenwan has a genuine passion for acting. Do not be so domineering. Has she acted in your film? In this New Year's film, she has a small role as a stunt double. Which part? Director Lin hesitated, clearing his throat, pondering the implications of Ye Feimo's potential involvement with Wenwan. If it were to be a scandalous affair, would Ye Feimo jeopardize this film? I will inform you at the premiere. Director Lin decisively concealed this matter, intending to discuss it with Wenwan later. What an engaging discussion. Who exactly is this Wenwan? An investor inquired. Director Lin and Tang Shuwen's gazes turned to Ye Feimo, and the group exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding clear. After a moment of contemplation, Director Lin clapped his hands again, declaring, Feimo, let us support Wenwan. Among them were prominent producers, renowned directors, and influential investors. Naturally, they would choose to uplift someone they favored. Director Lin holds a favorable view of Wenwan, having a cordial relationship with Tang Shuwen, and an even more ambiguous connection with Ye Feimo. Rather than investing time in promoting other women, it seems far more prudent to champion someone they all admire and who possesses considerable potential. Ye Feimo sipped his red wine, remaining silent. Tang Shuwen raised her eyebrows in surprise, expressing, Lin Ning, I have never seen you so optimistic about an actress. Indeed, she possesses considerable promise, Director Lin remarked. A few days ago, I received Teacher Wang's script for Yang Hongyu, and the first person who came to mind was Wen Wan. What do you think? Are you interested? Ye Feimo remained unresponsive, contemplating the fact that this young girl, Wen Wan, had caught Lin Ning's attention. You can't possibly be suggesting that you want Wen Wan to compete with Han Bai? Dan Suwon in Guit in Sodun. Director Lin responded matter-of-factly, of course. The relationship between Ning and Hua Yun is fraught with tension. Competitions like this are quite common. A few producers shook their heads, declaring him mad. How could a newcomer like Wen Wan, who hasn't even signed a contract and has no prior work, compete with Han Bai? One producer pressed his forehead, questioning if he had a fever. Get lost, Director Lin snapped, pushing his hand away. The others were taken aback by his staunch attitude, while Ye Feimo remained silent. Promoting Wen Wan? What merits does this troublesome little girl possess? She constantly argues with him, inciting his ire. If he were to support someone, it would be someone who could win his favor, not a rebellious spirit like her. Yet, he recalled the film and television books on Wen Wan's bedside. He had recently found solace in her presence, often bringing work to the bedroom, where she quietly read, her bright and earnest gaze strikingly beautiful. How much investment is needed? Ye Feimo inquired. For Yang Hongyu, the specific budget is not finalized, but I estimate no less than 200 million. Investing such a substantial sum to promote a newcomer, Director Lin. You truly are bold. What if the cost cannot be recovered? One investor exclaimed. Just wait another day, Tang Shuwen mused. If filming were to commence, relying solely on Lin Ning's influence would not suffice. A strong box office draw would be needed in front of the camera, making this investment quite risky. Director Lin stated, that depends on whether Feimo wants to support Wen Wan. With myself, producer Gu, and Teacher Wang, along with my established team, from directors and producers to screenwriters, lighting, and art direction, can't we elevate Wen Wan to prominence? Even Sao could be promoted under our guidance. The crux of the matter lay in his disdain for Han Bai. He vowed to elevate Wen Wan and humble Han Bai's arrogance. Ye Feimo was not someone she could easily harm. He intended to show Han Bai that in her absence. He could also have a woman stronger than her by his side. Producer Gu remarked, it is certain that she can achieve fame. But competing with Han Bai is undeniably a gamble. A judge from the last Golden Medal Awards claimed that no female actor in the country would rival Han Bai within the next 20 years. What a blind fool. Director Lin scoffed. Ye Feimo cast a glance at Lin Ning, seemingly aware that she harbored a plan. Who did she intend to designate as this green leaf? Which box office draw of a male actor would be willing to invest time and effort into a female-centered production? After all, this was merely a showcase for the lead actress. Was it not? Your little M.O. Bai, perhaps? Tang Shuwen chuckled, eliciting puzzled looks from the others. With a clap of her hands, she exclaimed that it was a splendid idea to have Yi Yin take on the role. His appeal undoubtedly surpassed that of Han Biji. Let's engage in a ruse, using Yi Yan's fame as bait to elevate this newcomer, Wen Wan. The notion was indeed brilliant. You are all insane. How could Yi Yan possibly agree to play second fiddle to promote a woman? The crowd was baffled. Tang Shuwen, with a teasing glance at Ye Feimo, remarked that the second young master must possess a solution. Director Lin expressed his support, encouraging Ye Feimo, stating that if he proposed to elevate his wife, M.O. Bai would undoubtedly accept the role without compensation, even suggesting additional romantic scenes, perhaps even turning it into a film of adult nature. How harmonious that would be! Tang Shuwen guffawed, exclaiming that Director Lin truly understood M.O. Bai. Ye Feimo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Why should he exert himself on her behalf? Why should he invite M.O. Bai to partake in this production? Had he lost his mind? Ye Feimo departed midway, and one of the producers inquired about Wen Wan. Who was this person, making such grand gestures to elevate this untested girl? Such rules of the game were being played on a colossal scale. Could the second young master genuinely consent to this? Money could not simply buy such arrangements. After all, it's her own husband she is enticing, Director Lin remarked, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Husband? To drink. I believe the second young master's expression indicates that this matter is indeed settled. Let's celebrate. Today was uneventful. 107 signing with Anning International. When Wan sat in a brightly lit conference room, inexplicably signing document after document. Present were Ye Feimo, Lin Ning, and a beautiful, astute woman whose identity remained a mystery to Wan. All she knew was that this woman wore a warm and amiable smile, gently guiding her through a stack of documents, assuring her that all she needed to do was add her signature. Ye Feimo crossed his arms, regarding her with evident disdain, while a typically irritable Lin Ning surprisingly laughed with abandon. The presence of such a gentle and amiable woman rendered the scene exceedingly peculiar. Wen Wan swallowed nervously. Surely this was not some sort of contract binding her in servitude? She felt akin to a little rabbit encircled by 3 foxes, fearing that once she affixed her signature, she would be devoured down to the last bone. Gazing into the distance, she wondered who could elucidate her current predicament. She had not even comprehended what she was signing. Once the signing was complete, she filled out a registration form. Only after completing all the paperwork did she realize that she had unwittingly sold herself to Anning International, becoming a signed artist under their banner. Ye Feimo, when did I ever express a desire to sign with Anning? Miss Wen, do you not perceive that Anning's willingness to take you on is a miracle? Ye Feimo replied, his expression impassive, his tone frigid. When fortune falls from the sky, you simply accept it. I fear I may be poisoned by you. Director Lin smiled and mediated the situation warmly. Allow me to introduce you to Kai Xiaojing, who will be your manager from now on. Kai Xiaojing is a distinguished agent at Anning International, having propelled countless talents to stardom. Unlike many who nurture their artists from beginning to end, she typically elevates a select few before passing them on to her subordinates for continued development. Nevertheless, no agent at Anning dares to underestimate Kai Xiaojing. The artists she oversees tend to gain recognition within a few months. Recently, she was the force behind the rise of the trending group CYK. Just days ago, Ye Feimo sought her out, requesting that she focus on nurturing a new talent, setting aside her current roster. She was astonished, wondering who could compel Ye Feimo to make such a request. This was unprecedented. His rumored girlfriends are all industry insiders. Everyone knows he would provide them with roles, but never concern himself with their futures, maintaining a relationship of mutual convenience. However, this time, he had approached her directly, and with Director Lin's involvement no less. Who exactly is this Miss Wen? Kai Xiaojing was taken aback by the audacity with which one warmly addressed Ye Feimo. No woman in his vicinity would dare speak to him so directly, and he had yet to show any sign of irritation. A miracle. When zet pet fun vit Kai Siading, who smiled back, just call me Sister Kai. Sister Kai, it's a pleasure. Ye Feimo's gaze fell coldly upon her, revealing no discernible emotion. This was the first time Kai Xiaojing encountered such a dilemma. Was Ye Ershao intending to elevate her or to stifle her? His expression hardly suggested he was inclined to support her. When found it utterly perplexing, what could be the reason for his scrutinizing gaze? She and T provoked him. Perhaps it was related to her dream from the previous night, where she had kicked him off the bed after an unsettling dream about him. Director Lin chuckled knowingly, recognizing that the dynamic between the two warranted further exploration. Yi, there's something I wish to inquire. How long will it be under my guidance? Ye Feimo tapped his fingers on the table, replying, as long as you wish. Kai Xiaojing's eyes sparkled. Previously, she would elevate artists only to relinquish them, with the accolades going to others, while her own name remained overshadowed. Yet within the industry, everyone knew she was the true gold standard agent. Now that Ye Feimo had granted her the liberty to decide, she understood immediately one was destined for great success, and not just modestly so. Yes, I understand. Kai Xiaojing replied with a confident smile, her inherent pride radiating. Rest assured, Yi, I will not disappoint your expectations. Ye Feimo's gaze returned to one. Miss Wen, strive to excel. Do not give me reason to believe you are beyond help. Beyond help? That's a male reference, when quipped humorously, eliciting muffled laughter from Kai Xiaojing and Lin Ning, while Ye Feimo merely snorted in response. Kai Xiaojing then outlined the essential regulations that one was required to follow, one of which left when feeling disheartened. From the very first day of signing, she was prohibited from using public transportation such as buses or subways. Warmth awkwardly informed Kai Xiaojing that her family's financial situation was quite dire. If she could not utilize public transportation, the daily commuting expenses would be utterly unaffordable for her. Tomorrow, there would be an update with 20,000 words. How delightful. It was well known that taking a taxi in city, it was exorbitantly expensive, costing several hundreds for a round trip each day, which she certainly could not bear. Without employment, as a signed artist with Anning International, her basic monthly salary amounted to merely $1,500. After just 4 or 5 days of taxi fares, her earnings would likely vanish. Kai Xiaojing handed her a transportation card, promising to cover her travel expenses moving forward. Warmth was taken aback, but Kai Xiaojing merely smiled it off. She advised Warmth to resign from her temporary job and subsequently arranged a series of training courses for her. The most crucial component was enrollment in an intensive short-term acting class. As a student from a university's drama department, Warmth had only acquired limited acting skills during her year's study. Anning International established this intensive program specifically to train newcomers with no prior acting experience, promising visible results within 1 to 2 months. In addition to the acting class, Warmth would also receive training in makeup, dance, fashion coordination, body shaping, improvisation, handling tricky journalists, conversational techniques for shows, and how to enliven the atmosphere, among others. Her daily schedule was packed to the brim, leaving her no time to catch her breath. The influx of new talent in the entertainment industry is not without reason. Aside from unspoken rules, they indeed work exceptionally hard, seizing a rare opportunity. Each individual strives silently to grasp it. This recruitment cycle at Anning International welcomed 7 new entrants, with Warmth being one of them. The other 6 were accompanied by a small agent, while only Warmth was under the guidance of Kai Xiaojing. The artist at Anning speculated about her background. Who was this person of significance that Kai Xiaojing personally mentored? Despite their inquiries, Warmth had adeptly navigated such questions after a week under Kai Xiaojing's wing. Initially, they presumed she must have entered through some influential connections, enjoying a head start over others, which bred envy. However, when they learned that director Lin had taken notice of her on set and even featured her in a scene, their doubts were alleviated. Director Lin was renowned for his talent in discovering stars, and with each actress he nurtured achieving fame, perhaps Warmth might be next. Sisters, the public segment ends here. See you tomorrow. Author's note. Each time a new chapter is released, I feel compelled to express my thoughts. However, I believe that actions speak louder than words, so let us forego lengthy remarks and proceed with the release. Thank you to all my loyal readers for your unwavering support. Attention, dear readers who wish to upgrade to VIP status. Here is the method you need to follow. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. At the top of the webpage, there is a button labeled I Want to Recharge, where you will find all the necessary details. Firstly, online banking is a more economical option. When you open a bank account, it's advisable to enable online banking services. This method is particularly beneficial for avid readers. The steps are as follows. Log into the reading website's payment center, select I Want to Recharge, and choose online banking to fill in the desired recharge amount with a minimum of 30 yuan at a rate of 100. Next, confirm and select the bank to proceed with the online banking payment. Secondly, for those familiar with Alipay and Tenpay, this method is straightforward. If you have ever purchased items on platforms like Taobao, you will find it easy to navigate. It is important to note that transactions via Alipay on the reading website are processed instantly, requiring payment before you can acquire reading credits. If you feel apprehensive about online transactions, you can opt for bank remittance. Simply register after the transfer, and reading credits will typically be available within a few hours. Although these 4 methods may seem cumbersome, they are cost-effective, allowing you to purchase 100 reading credits for just 1 yuan. This is highly recommended for frequent readers on the platform. Now, let me introduce a few additional methods. Mobile recharge cards. Note, this is not for mobile phone bill payments. You can purchase China Mobile's Shenzhaoxing recharge card with a 17-digit serial number or a Unicom Universal Recharge Card with a 15-digit serial number. Then, select either mobile recharge card, 1 or 2, to complete the recharge, which can usually be found at China Mobile or Unicom service centers. This method allows you to acquire 90 reading credits for just 1 yuan, making it quite affordable. Furthermore, Junwang 1 card, 16-digit car number and password, and GamePoint cards are generally available at internet cafes and are quite convenient. Both Junwang 1 card and game cards provide 80 reading credits for 1 yuan, which is also a reasonable option. Lastly, I would like to remind everyone that it is best to use the full amount loaded onto any card on the reading website, as any remaining balance cannot be utilized elsewhere, especially with mobile recharge cards. Additionally, if you mistakenly select the wrong denomination, for instance, purchasing a 50 yuan mobile recharge card but recharging only 30 yuan while entering the serial number and password next to the 30 yuan option, that card would become void, and the remaining funds would be unusable. Therefore, it is advisable to purchase recharge cards that match the exact amount you intend to recharge for a safer and hassle-free experience. If one truly wishes to remain indoors, one may also recharge their landline and mobile phones. To recharge a landline, one should follow these steps. Log into the reading website. Navigate to the recharge section. Select the relevant province to obtain the designated service number. Dial that number to receive the V-coin number and password, and record these details with pen and paper. Next, select the amount of V-coins, minimum recharge of 5 yuan, at a ratio of 150. Proceed to confirm, and input the V-coin number and password at the top of the web page. The most convenient method of recharge is undoubtedly via mobile SMS. Simply send a text message, log into the reading website, access the payment center, select mobile SMS recharge, enter your mobile number, confirm, and authorize the payment. Upon receiving the SMS response, the transaction will be complete. The minimum amount is 30 yuan at a ratio of 140. Should there be any uncertainties, one may visit the communication center. Additionally, the online customer service of the reading website is available from 9 a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. Simply click on the payment center to find assistance. For further inquiries regarding recharges, one may contact customer service via QQ or call the provided number for consultation. Wishing everyone an enjoyable reading experience. 089, Ye Feimo, and Han Bai President. Miss Han Bai has inquired if you have time to meet her. She has something to give you. His secretary, Zhang Ling, announced. Ye Feimo paused momentarily before instructing her to let Han Bai in. As the door opened, Han Bai entered, clutching a small bag, her manager Linda remaining outside. What brings you here? He asked, crossing his arms and reclining in his leather chair. Even seated, he exuded an air of arrogance and dominance that made Han Bai's smile fade into a subtle shadow. This is the signed poster I promised to deliver to Miss One, Han Bai said as she approached and placed the small bag on his desk. Ye Feimo pursed his lips, observing her intently. Miss Hen, didn't Wan say she would be receiving it at the Ming Chung apartment? Why have you brought it here? Han Bai felt a pang of disappointment. She had come with a heart full of joy, only to be met with his cold demeanor. Did he not intend to reconcile? She stood awkwardly before him. Ye Feimo's gaze was sharp as a knife, dissecting her layers, almost relishing the discomfort he was causing her. Having navigated the entertainment industry for a decade, Han Bai had encountered numerous scenarios, yet she felt utterly at a loss in his presence. Feimo, you know this is merely an excuse to see you. Why must you make me feel so humiliated? Ye Feimo's expression revealed no discernible emotion. Did he truly intend to humiliate her? Han Bi, do you even know what true embarrassment is? The memory of that past incident, which he had stumbled upon, was what he deemed truly humiliating. Miss Han, are you attempting to pursue me? Ye Feimo raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance of her intentions. Han Bai understood his nature all too well. He was capricious, enigmatic, and if wronged, he would retaliate 100-fold. He would undoubtedly make things difficult for her until he felt sufficiently avenged. She offered a faint smile. Young Master Yi, do I stand a chance? That evening, after leaving the training class, Kai Xiao Jing smiled. I'll give you a ride home. No need, Sister Xiao Jing. I can return by myself. You have an appointment with Producer Lin. He dislikes waiting, so you should hurry. Kai Xiao Jing glanced at her watch and realized she would indeed be late. All right, I'll go meet him then. Don't forget, we have to rush Zhang Yi's MV tomorrow in the auditions. Wen Wan nodded with a smile, prompting Kai Xiao Jing to drive away. Wen Wan rubbed her sore shoulders, exclaiming internally how she was becoming a workhorse, with daily schedules from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., filled with training, MV shoots, and minor advertisements. This exhausting routine had made her lose weight. She looked up at the Aning building before turning back towards the lobby. A few days prior, she had casually mentioned she did not wish to rely on Kai Xiao Jing's finances. However, today the transportation costs were substantial. Ye Feimo had casually mentioned waiting for her to leave work together. She realized too late that it was unusual for Ye Feimo to be so kind-hearted. In just a few days, summer vacation would end, and she would need to move out of Ye Feimo's residence. Kai Xiaojing had long inquired about her place of residence, to which she revealed her home address. Kai Xiaojing furrowed her brow, for that location was dilapidated and aged. She did not permit Wenwan to continue residing there, informing her that she was currently assisting in locating a new accommodation ostensibly provided by the company. As soon as Ye Feimo's message arrived, she stepped outside, finding him waiting by the roadside. Ye Feimo, have you been working overtime lately? What is the matter? In truth, it was unnecessary for him to specially wait for her after work. She could return home on her own. Hesitating momentarily, Wenwan voiced her concern, noting that Ye Feimo had a delicate stomach and must eat on time. Ye Feimo gazed ahead with indifference, casually responding, Miss Wen, do you think the president of Anning International has so much leisure time as to wait for you every day after work? He would never be foolish enough to admit that he was indeed waiting for her to finish. That apartment had been a birthday gift from his mother. Living alone had never felt lonely until recently, when she had become accustomed to her lively presence, filling the space with her chatter. Then you must be working overtime? Ye Feimo grunted in acknowledgement, and Wenwan took it as a confirmation. Since he was working late, it was only natural for them to return together. Have you eaten yet? No. Wenwan rubbed her slightly aching brow, worried about his stomach. She felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Ye Feimo glanced at her, asking, what did you learn today? Dancing. What kind of dance? Ballroom, tango. Ye Feimo raised an eyebrow, observing as Wenwan's breaths became steady, her long hair cascading down, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks, her lashes delicately curled, appearing quite endearing. You must be exhausted. In the past 10 days, Kai Xiaojing had subjected her to a grueling training regimen, with early mornings and late nights, returning home only to have a quick bite before collapsing into sleep. Indeed, she was worn out. Such was the plight of newcomers. However, Kai Xiaojing had mentioned to him that Wenwan was exceptionally hard-working, starting from a higher position than others. Yet she pushed herself relentlessly, demonstrating considerable talent. This girl, she yearns to rise to prominence, much like Hanbai once did. The mere thought of Hanbai darkened Ye Feimo's mood. A few days prior, Fong Luqing had attended a fashion launch with Hanbai, their closeness evident. Rumors had spread that Fong Luqing was investing in a grand film, Wind and Moon Beauty, with Hanbai positioned as the leading lady, generating considerable buzz even in the early stages of production. The mere mention of Hanbai conjured a torrent of memories, plunging his spirits to their nadir. She had abandoned him, attained success and fame, and now she returned, unable to relinquish the glamour and applause of the entertainment industry. Hanbai, is this your love for me? The car came to a halt beneath the Mingxing apartment building. Ye Feimo sat in silence, accompanied by the gentle sound of Wenwan's breathing. He unbuckled his seatbelt, unable to resist glancing at her. If back then he had fulfilled Hanbai's wishes, elevating her to the pinnacle of success and granting her desires, perhaps she would not have left him. What Wenwan? What thoughts occupied her heart now? Had he not allowed her to navigate the entertainment industry as she wished, devoid of his guidance, Warmth would have to confront the countless sordid dealings within that realm. Through her own efforts, it might take her a decade to achieve even a modicum of fame. This industry is not what it was 2 decades ago. Success cannot be attained solely through diligence. If he refrained from supporting Warmth, would she not, like Hanbai, decisively part ways with him in search of a benefactor who could elevate her? Seeking her own shortcut. Warmth, would you? Why should he support Warmth? Ye Feimo chuckled bitterly, suppressing that reason deep within, like a thorn lodged in his throat. He feared that, akin to Hanbai, should he fail to promote her as she desired, she would leave. Hanbai loved him, yet her resolve was evident. What more could be said of Warmth? Ye Feimo tenderly lifted Warmth. She was utterly exhausted, oblivious to her surroundings, her delicate face nestled against his chest, as if it were her most secure haven. His foul mood dissipated in an instant. In truth, warmth bore little resemblance to Hanbai. Ye Feimo's lips curled into a slight smile. Hanbai was a peony, while warmth resembled a lily more closely. Warmth stirred, sensing something amiss, and suddenly opened her eyes. Ye Feimo, caught off guard, swiftly averted his gaze. Warmth was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing crimson, as Ye Feimo nonchalantly set her down. You sleep like a disaster and even drool. She barely uttered a word before Ye Feimo rudely interrupted her. The elevator had just reached the 45th floor, and he stepped out first. Warmth paused, touching her chin. Where was the drool? Why had he carried her instead of simply waking her to join him? Her heart raced with a sudden flutter. Exhausted from her day, she had barely returned home before heading to the kitchen. Ye Feimo considered that Warmth must have missed dinner due to her late training. Emerging from the shower, he found that she had already prepared egg noodles. Ye Feimo, it's time for a late-night snack, she called to him. Clad only in a white bathrobe, with damp hair and the robe slightly ajar, he appeared strikingly alluring. Warmth murmured a playful remark about his exhibitionism, to which Ye Feimo coolly replied, "This is your good fortune." How vain. Warmth chuckled, serving him the egg noodles. Did Sister Xiao Jing not advise you to maintain your figure? Is it acceptable to eat noodles this late? Sister Xiao Jing brought me dinner. This is what I made for you, Warmth replied, waving her hand as she ascended the stairs with a casual grace, leaving Ye Feimo momentarily dazed by her thoughtful gesture. She had prepared this simple dish specifically for him. A warmth blossomed in Ye Feimo's chest. Warmth, indeed, lived up to her name. Since her arrival, their apartment brimmed with vitality and warmth, the refrigerator perpetually stocked with food, ready for him to heat and consume. Regardless of how busy she was, she ensured he had meals prepared, as his irregular eating habits and frequent drinking had taken a toll on his stomach, leading to recurrent ailments. Yet since her presence, it seemed his stomach issues had diminished. He recalled how Warmth had just inquired if he had eaten, raising an eyebrow and smiling as he resolved within himself. In the forthcoming production, Liang Hongyu, he would support Warmth at all costs, enlisting Mo Xiaobai to do the same. Having reached his current stature, promoting any woman was well within his means. He had just finished his egg noodles and climbed upstairs, where he warmed himself and took a shower. As he was drying his hair, Ye Feimo lay lazily on the bed, engrossed in his finance magazine. While blow-drying her hair, Wen casually remarked, "Ye Feimo, I'm moving out the day after tomorrow. Just wanted to let you know." Ye Feimo paused, taken aback by the news. Moving out? The thought of her leaving stirred an innate displeasure within him. Where's she going? Sister Xiao Jing is looking for a place, so I'll use her money for now. Once I start earning, I'll pay her back. Summer break is almost over, and I need to return to school. You did say I could stay here for the summer, but I will need to find a place eventually. Ye Feimo snapped the contract shut, nonchalantly stating, "Are you pleased about this?" "Of course. You know how difficult you are to please," she replied. Ye Feimo narrowed his eyes, glaring at her. Suddenly, Wen recalled something important and dashed to the bedside. "Ye Feimo, may I ask you for a favor?" "Speak." "To ask him for a favor?" "Humph." She was quick to recognize the value of his influence. It seemed Wen was no different from other women, willing to cast aside pride and dignity for personal advancement. He pondered whether she was truly different, but his gaze remained as cold as ice. After witnessing the ugly side of women in the entertainment industry, he found it hard to hope for anything pure to emerge from such a murky world. Feeling increasingly despondent, Wen hesitated for a moment. Ye Feimo's gaze grew colder, prompting her to scratch her head, somewhat embarrassed as she said, "Could you please keep our relationship a secret?" "What?" Ye Feimo frowned, contemplating countless possibilities. Perhaps she wanted to leverage him for greater exposure, or plead for a good role or introductions to producers and directors. To his surprise, Wen simply expressed her desire to keep their relationship under wraps. Was she foolish? As a newcomer, aligning herself with him would undoubtedly yield more publicity than any well-received idol drama. Was she really so naive as to overlook such an opportunity? Other women would leap at the chance to flaunt their connection with him, eager for the spotlight. "Miss Wen, do you know what you resemble?" She responded with a subtle smile, akin to a vibrant flower bud. Ye Feimo smirked, You resemble a herd of pigs, for one pig simply cannot encapsulate your foolishness. Miss Wen retaliated by grabbing a pillow and striking him. You look like 100 pigs. The pig protested its innocence. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Wenwan's phone rang incessantly with Kai Xiaojing's urgent voice. Rushing to get ready, Wenwan hurriedly prepared herself. Ye Feimo had already purchased a considerable amount of clothing for her, and Kai Xiaojing had also provided her with several outfits and accessories. Ensuring she looked radiant as she stepped out, she opted for a delicate yellow camisole dress, paired with a chic black blazer and adorned with an elegant brooch. Hastily slipping into a pair of black high heels, Ye Feimo scanned her from head to toe, noting how this young woman had transformed over the past few days under Kai Xiaojing's guidance. Even without assistance, she could now effortlessly coordinate her attire to suit her temperament. Ye Feimo let out a mischievous whistle, remarking that she looked her best without any attire. Warmth approached, seizing a cushion to hurl at him, exclaiming, "Pervert!" She hurried down the stairs, glancing at the time and realizing she was running late. Gritting her teeth, she decided against preparing breakfast and rushed out the door. Kai Xiaojing was already waiting for her outside the studio. This music video required both indoor and outdoor shoots, spanning several days of filming. Zhang Yi, a rising star in the music industry, had consistently topped the charts in a city's monthly song competitions for 6 months and was crowned the most popular male singer of the half year. Though Zhang Yi did not possess the striking looks typical of idol stars, his captivating voice resonated powerfully. This music video featured the lead single from his new album, originally intended for another female star, but last-minute changes had brought warmth into the spotlight. She was unaware of how Kai Xiaojing managed to secure this opportunity for her, yet it was undeniably a significant chance. The song centered on love, and the MV was designed with boldness, showcasing warmth in a sheer black outfit and heavy smoky makeup, intertwining with Zhang Yi in a portrayal of passionate emotions and desires. As it was her first experience filming such a music video, Warmth felt somewhat restrained. The director encouraged her to develop chemistry with Zhang Yi, emphasizing the need for every expression to be meticulously crafted. Zhang Yi, with his witty demeanor, had his own reservations about the sudden change in leading lady, but having navigated the entertainment industry for 5 to 6 years, he chose to embrace this newcomer, treating her with openness and fostering a collaborative spirit. After over 2 hours of shooting, Warmth gradually found her rhythm, leaving the director exceedingly pleased. He and Kai Xiaojing expressed their excitement about the impending release of the album, noting the urgency of a week-long shoot and their surprise at her impressive performance, estimating that they could wrap it up in just 2 days. "Old Shun, this girl has great potential and is willing to work hard. Let's support her whenever possible." They agreed. The MV progressed smoothly, and Warmth had auditions scheduled for the afternoon, concluding her work around 1 o'clock. Just as everything seemed to be going well, Wanbalian, the originally designated leading lady for Zhang Yi's MV, arrived. Warmth recognized her. She was a popular idol and had starred in several notable dramas, exuding an air of arrogance. As Warmth was inadvertently bumped into by Wanbalian's assistant, the latter turned confrontational, attempting to intimidate Warmth into submission, openly asserting her connections. Kai Xiaojing intervened. As a seasoned agent, adept at handling such situations, Wanbalian, I've heard that Boss Yang disapproves of unruly and aggressive women. You've worked hard to present a gentle and considerate image before him. With so many eyes on set, how many can you silence? If word reaches Boss Yang, your carefully constructed reputation could be at risk, she cautioned. Kai Xiaojing, what do you mean by that? Wanbalian was incensed, her demeanor both domineering and arrogant. You resorted to underhanded tactics to seize my music video, and now you dare to threaten me? What do you mean by threatening? Kai Xiaojing interjected with a gentle smile. Leaning closer to her and whispering, she managed to wrest the contract from your grasp. Do you truly believe your background can rival hers? From now on, it will be wise to steer clear of her. Wenwan, let us depart. In her fury, Wanbalian disregarded her image and shouted loudly. Wenwan quickly followed Kai Xiaojing out, curiosity piquing her as she asked, Sister Xiaojing, what did you say to her? Why is she so furious? Nothing much. Just be more astute in similar situations in the future, Kai Xiaojing replied with a smile. The entertainment industry harbors too many shadows. Your innocence, Wenwan, renders you ill-suited for its more sordid affairs. Yet it is crucial for you to be aware. Wenwan pondered to herself, realizing that if she were to encounter such a scenario, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Her agent was indeed formidable. The two arrived at the production studio over an hour early. Wenwan was auditioning for the role of the second female lead, Princess Xiangxiang, in a historical drama titled Princess Qinglian. The second female lead shared a childhood bond with a male protagonist, characterized by innocent affection. She was noble, pure, cultured, and selflessly loved the male lead. Ultimately, she sacrificed herself to save the female lead, bestowing her blessings upon the couple for a lifetime of happiness before her demise. This drama was a remake of a classic series. The original Princess Qinglian had left an indelible mark on a generation's youthful memories, and this new adaptation was met with widespread criticism online. The leading actors in the new Princess Qinglian were renowned thespians with substantial fan bases, and the online debates were fervent. Wenwan's character had significant screen time, appearing in over 30 of the 60 episodes, second only to the main leads. The director placed great emphasis on this role. There were 8 actresses auditioning for the second female lead today, and Wenwan was the last to go. They all shared a single dressing room, which included second-tier starlets with some recognition as well as newcomers. In the dressing room, Wenwan donned a flowing white ancient costume, exuding elegance and grace. The stylist was affable, lacking any pretense, and crafted a stunning period look for her. She truly appeared as a breathtaking beauty, akin to a snow-white lotus, ethereal and enchanting. Absolutely stunning, Kai Xiaojing praised. Wenwan's historical attire was indeed remarkable, and the stylist beamed with pride, leaving Wenwan feeling both flattered and humble, attributing her beauty to the stylist's skill. Her purity radiated, further accentuated by the makeup tailored to her character, rendering her almost otherworldly. Once made up, they waited in a lounge as the other actresses auditioned one by one. Wenwan felt anxious, prompting Kai Xiaojing to share a few jokes to help alleviate her nerves. Finally, it was Wenwan's turn. Director Zhang, a distinguished figure in the realm of television, known for his mastery in historical dramas, was at the helm of Princess Qinglian. Upon seeing Wenwan's appearance, his eyes lit up, and he nodded in approval, finding her the most visually striking among today's auditions. She resembled a poised white lotus, pure and noble, with an exceptional scholarly aura. "You will perform this scene." He presented the audition script to Wenwan, allowing her to audition for the scene where the male protagonist is captured and she pleads with her father to save him, while another actor accompanies her in the performance. Upon reviewing Wenwan's profile, he discovered that she was a newcomer, having only participated in a few music videos and advertisements, with no prior experience in films or television dramas. Taking on such a significant role on her first audition would certainly test her abilities. The audition room was bustling with numerous personnel, including the director, several assistant directors, producers, script supervisors, and assistants, as well as lighting and styling professionals, all of whom were keenly observing her performance. Initially, Director Zhang appeared indifferent, but gradually sat up straighter, as Princess Xiangxiang implored her father to rescue her beloved. Her father's obstinate refusal and stern demeanor prompted her to gaze at him with tears in her eyes, conveying a depth of emotion, pain, disappointment, and helplessness that enveloped the atmosphere in sorrow. Her enchanting, expressive eyes seemed to hold a multitude of unsaid words, a blend of longing and despair. Yet gradually, a surge of courage and determination emerged as she suddenly drew a dagger and held it against her neck. The audience gasped in unison, their hearts racing alongside her actions, as Princess Xiangxiang's gaze brimmed with sorrow, compelling her father to act. This scene vividly portrayed the princess's kindness, strength, and bravery. Her expressions and dialogue were handled with exquisite nuance, a delicate balance of overt emotion and subtle restraint that left everyone in awe. She masterfully illustrated the struggle between familial love and romantic affection. Applause erupted, and Director Zhang, unable to conceal his admiration, clapped his hands, acknowledging the remarkable talent of a novice who could deliver such an impactful performance. Wenwan shyly smiled, and director Zhang nodded, instructing her to remove her makeup, while Kai Xiaojing praised her performance with a thumbs up. Your eyes seem to speak, a true national treasure. After she finished her makeup removal and tidied her appearance, several fellow auditioners gathered around director Zhang to inquire about the results, while Kai Xiaojing engaged in lively conversation with the assistant director. All right, no more questions. Today's auditions are concluded. Results will be announced in 3 days, and you'll be notified then, Director Zhang stated, casting one last glance at Wenwan before his assistant handed him some water. Due to a tight schedule, he hurriedly departed with the planner, script supervisor, and producer. During the audition, Director Zhang had praised her performance, and Su Xiao had promised to make introductions. She was certain she would secure the role of Princess Xiangxiang. Gu Yiting remarked, elegantly departing with her manager and assistant, as she was the most experienced and well-known among the auditionees, with both her appearance and acting skills aligning perfectly for the role, giving her the greatest hope for success. How do you feel? Kai Xiaojing inquired, giving Wenwan a thumbs up. With just a hint of acting skill, you could achieve great fame. Over the past few days, from your training to the audition and music videos, I have come to understand one thing. You will surely become a star, provided Ye Feimo is willing to support you. In this entertainment industry, there are many with talent, skill, and determination. Wenwan is not lacking in these aspects. Beyond these elements of success, one must also have opportunity. Ye Feimo represents the greatest opportunity for warmth. Sister Xiaojing, please don't mock me. I am uncertain whether I can secure this role, Warmth expressed. This character was handpicked by Kai Xiaojing from several productions, perfectly aligning with her temperament. Silly girl, you have accomplished what you needed to do. The rest is my responsibility. You have scored a perfect 100 in your part. Should you fail to obtain this role, it is my inadequacy, Kai Xiaojing reassured her. Warmth felt a sense of tranquility. She adored the television series Princess Qinglian and cherished the character of Princess Xiangxiang. If she were to land a role, she would be ecstatically overjoyed. As evening approached, Kai Xiaojing, considering Warmth's exhaustion from the day's labor, decided against the special training that night, opting instead to take Warmth out for dinner and then home. By the way, I found a place for you in Qianchuan. Do you like it? Qianchuan? Warmth shook her head. Sister Xiaojing, the rent is prohibitively expensive. Let us choose a more affordable option. Do not concern yourself with finances. She had barely finished her sentence when her phone rang. It was Ye Feimo calling. After their conversation, Kai Xiaojing drove Warmth to Mingqing apartment, startling her. Although Kai Xiaojing was her agent, she was unaware of the nature of Warmth's relationship with Ye Feimo. How would she react if she knew they lived together? Moreover, what did Ye Feimo discuss with her? Warmth lamented. Ye Feimo leaned against the front of the car, clad in a slate gray suit, his stature tall and his features refined. Enveloped in the night, he appeared somewhat solitary from a distance, evoking a desire to embrace him and dispel the loneliness that clung to him. He was a fashion icon. Even his casual ensembles exuded undeniable charm, not to mention the regal elegance that accompanied his every gesture, merging into a unique aura of unspoken allure, profoundly seductive. As Warmth unfastened her seatbelt, she mused, Sister Xiaojing, do you not think Ye Xiao resembles a lost puppy? Kai Xiaojing chuckled in surprise. Only you would make such an observation. Warmth pressed her lips together. Indeed, at times, Ye Feimo did resemble a lost puppy, melancholic, solitary, and imbued with a sense of vulnerability that was almost pitiable. However, this was an occasional impression. Most of the time, Ye Xiao was domineering, cold, and infuriatingly arrogant. His gaze fell upon Warmth's face, causing her to awkwardly avert her eyes. Kai Xiaojing inquired, Mr. Yi, what is it that you need from me? You need not search for housing for her. She is a key trainee of the company. The expenses for her housing and acquisition will be covered by the company. Any future costs incurred on her behalf can be directly reimbursed by the company. Ye Feimo stated coldly. Kai Xiaojing was taken aback, unable to fathom what she had just heard. The company had nurtured newcomers before, but typically, special treatment was granted only after they had demonstrated results, a rarity for someone like Warmth. Ye Feimo delivered this information with the nonchalance of someone simply discussing a meal, leaving Kai Xiaojing in shock, while Warmth felt pleased believing this would alleviate Kai Xiaojing's financial burdens. Ye Feimo, where did you find the apartment? Warmth inquired. Ye Feimo gestured towards the upper floors, and Kai Xiaojing, taken aback, turned to look at Warmth. What exactly was the nature of their relationship? Warmth inadvertently blurted out. Didn't Tiwi agree to stay until the end of summer vacation? Upon hearing this, Kai Xiaojing was taken aback and queried, Are you two living together? Warmth's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She coughed lightly and turned her head away. Kai Xiaojing was utterly astonished, her suspicions confirmed. Ye Feimo and Warmth indeed shared a special relationship. Yet, Warmth did not strike her as the type of girl who would compromise her integrity. Sister Xiaojing, we're not in that kind of relationship. Warmth offered a forced smile and waved her hand dismissively, only to see Ye Feimo's expression darken. Miss Warmth, when we walk down the street together, it appears I am the one at a disadvantage. There is no need for you to rush to explain. Xiaojing might be thinking, what could Yersheo possibly see in you, this cabbage? Ye Feimo coldly retorted, if you cannot appreciate me, then it seems your mind is quite muddled. Suddenly, Warmth blurted out, you must be the one with a problem. She was momentarily taken aback by her own words, her face burning with heat. Watching their banter, Kai Xiaojing couldn't help but smile. Ye Feimo's piercing gaze remained fixed on Warmth, his dark eyes inscrutable, devoid of emotion. Warmth felt as if her neck were aflame under his intense scrutiny. Foolish Warmth, what are you saying? Do you truly wish for him to take an interest in you? Are you seeking trouble? Challenging such extremes is akin to raising penguins in Antarctica. I've purchased the 44th floor. You will reside below, he declared. Warmth was baffled, stammering, but isn't there a couple living on the 44th floor? How could it be? They have gone abroad, Ye Feimo replied curtly. He would never divulge to Warmth the true origins of the house. You go upstairs first. I have matters to discuss with Xiaojing, he instructed. Warmth pouted, but, after bidding Xiaojing farewell, ascended the stairs. As for the private affairs of artists, Kai Xiaojing had no intention of prying. Once Warmth had gone upstairs, Ye Feimo crossed his arms, his exquisite, handsome face shrouded in the night, exuding an air of danger. Kai Xiaojing, not fully grasping his intentions, chose to remain silent and awaited his words. Ye Feimo's thoughts were elusive. Even with her extensive experience with various personalities, she could not decipher his moods. What do you think of her? He inquired. Warmth is exceptionally talented and diligent. She possesses great intelligence. If nurtured properly, she is certain to rise to prominence. Kai Xiaojing replied candidly. Ye Feimo gazed thoughtfully at the distant lights, his expression inscrutable. You once met her Hanbai. How do you find her in comparison to Warmth? Kai Xiaojing was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Ye Feimo's intentions, unsure of how to respond. When she first debuted, her first artist was Hanbai. At that time, Kai Xiaojing's influence was limited, yet she managed to elevate Hanbai to the status of a top-tier star, earning considerable respect. Kai Xiaojing was well aware of the past relationship between Hanbai and Ye Feimo. Now, faced with his query regarding Warmth and Hanbai, she hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Speak honestly, Ye Feimo urged, his voice low and firm. With a sigh, Kai Xiaojing replied, both Hanbai and Warmth possess unique strengths. They are both highly gifted, dedicated, and tenacious. However, I find myself favoring Warmth slightly more. She is not as impetuous as the Hanbai of yesteryear and demonstrates greater resilience. Is that so? Ye Feimo clenched his fist, suddenly turning his gaze towards Kai Xiaojing. You are most aware of the events concerning Hanbai from years past. Why did my mother expel her from Anning? Did she offend my mother in some way? Kai Xiaojing's expression shifted subtly, even someone as seasoned as she was momentarily flustered, deepening Ye Feimo's suspicions. In his youth, he had yet to assume control of Anning International, during which time his mother, Chung Anya, held the reins of the Anning Entertainment Department, possessing the utmost authority. Speak, he commanded with a sharpness in his tone. Kai Xiaojing, feeling anxious, replied, Young Master Yi, I'm unaware of these matters. You know that Hanbai never confided in me about many things. That is a lie. Ye Feimo's voice resonated with severity. Kai Xiaojing fell silent, maintaining her assertion of ignorance. Yet, he was acutely aware that she was indeed being deceitful. Kai Xiaojing took a deep breath, confronting the formidable aura of Ye Feimo, unsure if she could withstand it. Is that all you wish to discuss? Ye Feimo's gaze softened slightly, his hostility dissipating. Kai Xiaojing dared not provoke him further, inwardly lamenting that he had yet to forget about this matter. What about Wen Wan? She held a fondness for Wen Wan, whom she had mentored. Her greatest concern was for Wen Wan's well-being. Anning was currently preparing for the production of Liang Hongyu, directed by Lin Ning, with plans to commence filming by June of the following year, with Wen Wan slated for the titular role. For this year, focus on her image and reputation and strive to open up markets for her. No film should be accepted. I want her to achieve instant fame. She should endeavor to take on positive roles in television dramas, Ye Feimo stated casually, oblivious to the tumult brewing within Kai Xiaojing's heart. She finally grasped Ye Feimo's intentions. He aimed to elevate Wen Wan's status. The first film would be Lin Ning's Liang Hongyu, a project she had heard was penned by the esteemed writer, Master Wang, renowned for its artistic merit. With Lin Ning at the helm, it would be challenging for Wen Wan not to shine. Yes, I understand. Kai Xiaojing straightened her back, invigorated as if she had gained newfound strength. However, she deemed it prudent not to disclose this to Wen Wan just yet, to prevent the girl from becoming overly elated. Indeed, I comprehend, she smiled, recognizing the gravity of the situation. She would certainly keep this from Wen Wan for the time being, considering that Ye Feimo had indicated her casting was assured. Yet, a year was a long time, and circumstances could change. She worried that if she became too excited, any potential loss of the role would be disheartening, especially for Wen Wan. After a moment's contemplation, she added, Young Master Yi, today I took Wen Wan to audition for Princess Qinglian. She performed admirably, and all the funding and preparations for this production are in place. Once the cast is confirmed, filming can commence. Given director Zhang's prowess, it could air as early as next year. If Wen Wan secures the role of the second female lead, it will be both a challenge and a valuable opportunity for her. Director Zhang was quite pleased with the audition results, and Gu Yiting had also auditioned. Her recent closeness with a young heir from Hairan raised some concerns for Kai Xiaojing. I understand, Ye Feimo replied nonchalantly. Kai Xiaojing, being astute, chose her words wisely, realizing that with Ye Feimo aware of the situation, the role was all but guaranteed for Wen Wan. Although it is undeniably unfair, when the entertainment industry is just, those with means and formidable backgrounds navigate the path more smoothly. Ye Feimo has paved a way for Wen Nuanyuan, effortlessly clearing all obstacles. Wen Nuanyuan, with her stubborn disposition, should not be burdened with these realities. Let her believe that all of this is the fruit of her own labor. Do you understand? Understood. Kai Xiaojing was secretly astonished. Ye Feimo's protection of Wen Nuanyuan is truly remarkable. He even refrains from informing her of these matters, fearing that awareness might bruise her self-esteem. Wen Nuanyuan is unlike any girl Kai Xiaojing knows. Many artists in the industry desperately seek support and strive to ascend, reveling in any attention they receive. Yet Wen Nuanyuan desires to rely on her own efforts. Should she learn the truth, it would surely sadden her. Furthermore, I do not wish for Wen Nuanyuan to encounter the darker sides of the industry. Be vigilant. If you encounter anything you cannot handle, seek me directly, Ye Feimo said coldly. Kai Xiaojing nodded obediently. As Ye Feimo ascended the stairs, Wen Nuanyuan was busy preparing a meal. Lately, she had been returning home late each day, often resorting to quick dishes like boiled egg noodles, never having cooked a proper meal. Today, after attending an audition, she felt optimistic and decided to showcase her culinary skills. Ye Feimo, is there anything special you wish to eat? She called out. Ye Feimo loosened his collar and unbuttoned his shirt, casting a cold yet alluring glance in her direction. The sight of the beautiful Wen Nuanyuan wielding a kitchen knife while inquiring about his preferences, juxtaposed against the presence of a man exuding irresistible charm, was amusingly absurd. Ye Feimo sighed, pondering why he found this woman, clad in an apron and brandishing a knife, so alluring. Rubbing his temples, he noted his exhaustion. Even a mere pig appeared as a beauty in his tired eyes. Hey, Ye Feimo, you have nothing in mind? I wish to eat you, he replied, feeling a strange appetite awaken within him. Wen Nuanyuan, brandishing the knife in a mock-threatening manner. only added to the absurdity of the situation, prompting a smile from Ye Feimo. In that fleeting moment, when Nguyen was taken aback, the crystal chandelier in the living room sparkled, and his smile seemed to capture countless beams of light, breathtakingly beautiful. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it would leap from her chest. Ye Feimo, realizing his smile, quickly pressed his lips together, reverting to his usual cold demeanor. When Nguyen hastily turned her face away, she had always perceived Ye Feimo as unremarkable, yet when he smiled, oh, how captivating he was! A deep dimple graced his left cheek, one she had never noticed when he was serious. How stunning he was! Why must a man be so exquisitely handsome? It seemed a curse, placing immense pressure on the women who stood beside him. When Nguyen decided to prepare dompa pork, asparagus, and stir-fried onions and carrots, along with stir-fried mushrooms with meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and finally, a winter melon soup with spare ribs, Ye Feimo sat expressionless in the living room, engrossed in an anime. Occasionally, he stole glances at Nguyen in the kitchen, where she was busily clad in an apron, her demeanor radiating joy, causing him to curl his lips slightly. Her nimble movements suggested a commendable culinary skill. At the very least, the egg noodles she prepared were palatable, albeit lacking in complexity. Concerned for his well-being and fearing he might go hungry, Nguyen served him one dish after another, allowing him to eat as soon as it was ready. After consuming a modest portion to quell his hunger, curiosity led Ye Feimo to the kitchen. Is it not ready yet? He inquired. Just a rib soup left. It will be ready shortly, she replied, turning around with a smile, her gaze flickering to the pot. Her brilliant smile was fleeting, yet her enchanting peach blossom eyes always held a captivating allure, deepening with affection as she grinned. Ye Feimo felt a stir of desire. This woman possessed a pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes. Standing behind her with arms crossed, he observed her hair elegantly pinned up, exposing her fair and graceful neck, a few strands playfully cascading behind her ear. The gentle sway of her hair seemed to softly scratch at Ye Feimo's heart. His gaze darkened, and a tightening sensation coiled in his abdomen. The typically indulgent Ye's second young master suddenly embraced Nguyen, startling her into releasing her grip, causing the spoon to clatter into the pot. She found herself turned around and firmly held against his chest. He cupped her face, capturing her luscious, crimson lips. A warm, garlicky fragrance enveloped her, and Ye Feimo kissed her fervently, his tall frame pressing her against the countertop as he passionately claimed her sweetness. Savoring her lips and tongue, her eyes widened in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden surge of his desire. During their time together in his home, sharing a bed, Ye Feimo had previously stated he would wait until she was willing, yet he was no novice. He had grown accustomed to embraces and kisses, no longer as shocked as he once was. His heavy breaths brushed against her nose, mingling with the scents of the kitchen and his fresh cologne. Nguyen felt as if she was ensnared in a web of ambiguity and madness that both thrilled and terrified her. She instinctively wanted to escape from this side of Ye Feimo. His arm encircled her waist, their bodies intimately pressed together, and she could distinctly feel his arousal threateningly against her. Her heart raced like thunder, her cheeks flushed with fiery warmth. Ye Feimo. When he finally released her, she gasped for breath, feeling both shy and flustered. I'm cooking you. Ye second young master, can you not become aroused everywhere? Yet, Ye Feimo still held her against the countertop, leaving Nguyen's flustered hands unsure of where to rest. His gaze bore a fiery intensity, as if it could ignite anyone it fell upon. He desired her, suddenly and intensely. Aside from his mother, she was the first woman to prepare meals for him. He could not comprehend what it was about Nguyen that enchanted him so, compelling him to yearn for her fiercely, as though the more he craved to ravage her, the more exhilarated he became. While his initial desire may have stemmed from her resemblance to Hanbai, a chance encounter that allowed him to vent his frustrations, he was left questioning the motivations behind his recent fervor. You are unaware of how to resolve your heat. Ye Feimo displayed an air of indifference. Even though his body was taut with pain, yearning to explode, his voice remained as tranquil as a still pond. When Nguyen felt exceedingly awkward, Ye Feimo had been embroiled in a whirlwind of rumors these past few days, with his images alongside female celebrities frequently gracing the entertainment tabloids. Surely, he must have a woman in his life, yet he remained so. When Juan found herself in a quandary, Ye Feimo calmly surveyed the kitchen to facilitate cooking. When Juan had donned a short shirt and hot pants, his hand unceremoniously ventured beneath her garment as he gently nibbled on her earlobe, murmuring, "I have yet to try cooking in the kitchen. It should be quite delightful." In a fit of anger, when Juan thought to grab a spatula and strike him, Ye Feimo, having indulged in numerous anime, must have been influenced by the genre featuring maid training. Consequently, his psyche seemed somewhat askew. Tears brimmed in Miss Wen's eyes. Dealing with such a capricious and unpredictable man was truly beyond the endurance of an ordinary woman. After a brief pause, she forced a sweet smile. "Ye Feimo, the food is getting cold. You should attend to your own culinary needs." Ye Feimo gazed deeply into her eyes, the flame of desire unwavering, intense, and fervent, causing Wen Wan's heart to race. In terms of presence, 100 Wen Wans could not rival Ye Feimo. Flustered, she urged him out. "Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready." Ye Feimo watched as she hurried back to the kitchen, extinguished the flame, ladled the rib soup, and served the rice, as though he were a sentinel guarding the passage. "How do you know my stomach is delicate?" he inquired while sipping his soup. Without lifting her head, Wen Wan retorted, "Is the stomach medicine on the nightstand merely decorative?" Ye Feimo ceased his inquiries. Having grown accustomed to dining in hotels, the taste of Wen Wan's home-cooked meal was refreshingly different. Earlier, he had professed his fondness for asparagus, yet the dish remained untouched. Wen Wan observed him curiously. He preferred the light, delectable rib and winter melon soup. "Why do you not eat the asparagus?" she asked. "Who told you to add carrots and onions?" Ye Feimo replied, eyeing the vibrant asparagus with longing, then glancing disdainfully at the onions and carrots beside it, as if merely touching the carrots with his chopsticks were an egregious act. Wen Wan was taken aback. He was indeed a picky eater. As expected, he is difficult to please. Ye Feimo pushed the asparagus towards her, discarding the carrots and onions. "Just eat the asparagus without the carrots and onions. Why must you insist on picking them out?" she retorted. "It pleases me," Ye Feimo replied with a stoic expression. "Who instructed you to include the carrots and onions? This entire spread is my creation. Who compelled you to eat it?" Miss Wen could not help but counter, questioning why she found Ye Feimo so challenging to accommodate. Being picky is not commendable. Moreover, Ye Feimo, with your delicate stomach and your pickiness, is truly a sin. Carrots and onions are packed with nutritional value. You ought to consume them. Ye Feimo replied nonchalantly, "It is precisely because they are nutritious that I insist you eat them separately." Ye Feimo replied calmly, "I only let you choose those due to their high nutritional value. I am neither ill nor in pain. You are the one unwell." Wen Wan asserted decisively. Under Ye Feimo's chilling gaze, she felt that her remark about him being sick had been rather smooth. With a forced smile, she added, "Gastric ailments are quite serious. Young Master Yi, are you aware? The rising incidence of gastritis and stomach cancer among the youth is alarming, primarily due to irregular meal times. Choose your vegetables." Ye Feimo's chopsticks tapped on the plate a few times, causing Wen Wan to feel exasperated. She had taken great care of his stomach, always preparing breakfast for him, even when exhausted, and would cook a bowl of noodles if he hadn't eaten. How could he treat her like this? From tomorrow onward, she resolved not to cater to him any longer. Let him suffer from his ailments. In a huff, Wen Wan pulled the plate towards herself to select the vegetables. She despised carrots and onions, yet had included plenty. As she watched Ye Feimo indulge in dompa pork, sought ed mushrooms, and soup with great relish, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She was tempted to throw the picked carrots and onions at him. As he reached for the last 2 pieces of dompa pork, Wen Wan swiftly pulled the plate closer and pushed the clean plate of tender asparagus towards him. Ye Feimo's chopsticks met empty air as he raised an eyebrow at her, clearly indicating his desire for meat. Wen Wan feigned ignorance and hastily swept the 2 pieces of pork in her bowl, devouring them voraciously. After all her efforts in preparing the dompa pork, she could only manage to eat 2 pieces, which brought her tears. Ye Feimo, however, did not hold it against her and began to clear the plate of asparagus. In the future, when cooking asparagus, Just add a heap of meat and nothing else. Ye Feimo remarked, his tone somewhat teasing. You should do it yourself. I also enjoy braised pork, braised carp, boiled beef, curry, and steak. I do not like onions, radishes, or green peppers. That's that. Ye Feimo seemed oblivious to Wenwan's comments, continuing to eat while placing his orders. Wenwan wiped her sweat. Did he consider her a full-time cook? Young Master Yi, you should opt for lighter flavors due to your stomach issues. She couldn't help but interject. No wonder you have such a heavy taste in bed. This pork rib and winter melon soup is quite good, Ye Feimo said approvingly. Wenwan smirked, feeling a bit proud, thinking perhaps my culinary skills are commendable. Delicious, isn't it? I knew it. Even my mother says my dishes are top-notch. Miss Wen, you truly bloom with a little sunshine, Ye Feimo replied in a cool tone, as he nearly finished the considerable portion of winter melon soup. Wenwan couldn't resist pulling the bowl toward herself. Ye Feimo raised an eyebrow. You've already taken the dompa pork. Now you want the winter melon soup too? Young Master Yi, you shouldn't eat so much in the evening, she cautioned, concerned about his substantial appetite. Will your stomach be able to handle all this? I didn't eat much at lunch. I'm hungry, Ye Feimo replied expressionlessly. Wenwan noticed he consumed very little rice, but a large quantity of meat and vegetables. Pursing her lips. Having a delicate stomach necessitates maintaining a regular meal schedule. Do you venture out for lunch? Warmth inquired with curiosity. The secretary generally orders takeout, Ye Feimo remarked, unless he has a lunch appointment. Otherwise, it is typically Zhang Ling who orders, with the occasional instant noodles. Warmth paused, sighed. You appear as robust as an ox. How could you possibly have stomach issues? Ye Feimo's expression darkened, as if struck by a sudden thought. Warmth had merely posed a casual question, not intending to tread on any sensitive ground. Noticing his grim demeanor, she abruptly set down her chopsticks, her surprise evident. Her beautiful, expressive eyes brimmed with confusion and apprehension, seemingly a touch aggrieved, yet also slightly vexed. Under the scrutiny of her enchanting gaze, it was as if no one could summon the resolve to remain indifferent. Ye Feimo's countenance remained somber, his silence amplifying the tension in the air. Warmth continued her meal in quietude. Indeed, Master Yi was as unpredictable as the weather. After a considerable pause, Ye Feimo casually inquired, You came from a well-off family. Surely there was no need for you to assist at home. So how did you acquire such culinary skills? Warmth, being an honest child, replied previously. Fong Luqing mentioned he liked girls who could cook, so I requested my mother to send me to a culinary class for a year. Ye Feimo's expression darkened further, his eyes blazing with ire. This fool! An inexplicable anger surged from the depths of his being. He felt as though her words lodged like a thorn in his throat. He felt unwell. Fong Luqing, was Warmth's culinary prowess a tribute to him? Did this mean that he was merely benefiting from Fong Luqing's influence for a delightful meal? It dawned on him that he was not the man she had chosen to care for. She had willingly pursued these skills for another man. His previously buoyant mood soured dramatically. He remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently thrust Warmth into a realm of personal significance. Hey, Yi Shao, what is the matter with you? Her expression was one of confusion. She wondered what had provoked his anger. You idiot! You would toil for a year just because someone said a single word? Ye Feimo erupted in frustration. Isn't that perfectly normal? Warmth replied, bewildered. Once, Chunmiao was terrified of water, but she learned to swim just to get closer to a boy she liked. Ye Shao, you've been in love too. Doing foolish things for someone you care about is quite natural. Isn't it? Ye Feimo scoffed inwardly. He had never done anything foolish for someone he admired. Years ago, when he fancied Han Bai, he knew she was a signed artist with Anning International. She often lamented the hardships she faced in the entertainment industry, recounting tales of being bullied on set or receiving disdain from renowned figures. She repeatedly expressed her desire to make a name for herself. As the young master of Anning International, although he had yet to wield power, he could have easily paved a smoother path for Han Bai if he had chosen to. Yet he never did. In his memories, he could not recall ever doing anything foolish for anyone. The most foolish act he committed was rushing to a hotel upon seeing a text message, only to find Han Bai in a compromising situation with another man. Had he ever done anything foolish for love? The one she cherishes. 117. 2095 words. Does she still hold feelings for Fong Luchin? The mere thought unsettled Ye Feimo, his gaze icy as it bore into Wenwan, cold enough to freeze her. Wenwan had long grown accustomed to Ye Feimo's unpredictable moods. She pursed her lips and lowered her head to continue her meal, choosing to ignore him. This man's temperament was notoriously difficult to decipher. It was best not to provoke his ire. Miss Wen, have you truly not forgotten Fong Luchin? I have liked him for over a decade. It's not so easy to forget, Wenwan replied, a hint of melancholy in her voice. With a sudden motion, Ye Feimo arose and stormed upstairs, his back radiating a palpable fury. Wenwan blinked, raising her voice. What are you angry about? Ye Feimo ignored her as he ascended the stairs. Wenwan bit her lip, pondering how he could change like the weather in June. So capricious. After finishing her meal and washing the dishes, she hesitated for a moment before donning her wallet and transit card, slipping into a pair of sneakers, and heading downstairs. She hailed a taxi to a nearby supermarket, where she purchased an assortment of meats, pork, beef, curry, shrimp, and pork chops, alongside vegetables such as asparagus, shiitake mushrooms, tomatoes, greens, and cilantro. Gazing at her overflowing basket, she lingered by the onions and carrots for a moment, contemplating her pickiness. It was a rather undesirable trait. After some reflection, she decided to buy a few onions and carrots. If he wouldn't eat them, she certainly would. One day, when they graced the dinner table, let us see how he would continue to be selective. People become picky out of habit. When faced with scarcity, they can consume anything. Having selected her ingredients, she added some milk and yogurt to her cart before pushing it toward the section for lunchboxes. She intended to cook for Ye Feimo, preparing a meal that he could take to the office the following day, sparing him from greasy takeout that could aggravate his poor stomach. I must be a masochist, she mused, tapping her forehead, as thoughts of Ye Xiao's infuriating face flooded her mind. Just the other day, at the dinner table, she had wished for him to suffer for his ailments. Yet, here she was, repeatedly visiting the supermarket to procure food and containers for him. What else could this be but self-inflicted torment? However, to her surprise, she encountered Chung Anyun at the supermarket. Chung Anyun, too, had not anticipated running into Wenwan here. The Mingqing apartment was quite distant from the Yi family estate, with Anning International being closer. Ever since Ye Feimo moved out, Chung Anyun would visit him sporadically, always restocking his refrigerator during her visits. This time, she had hurriedly chosen the nearest supermarket to the Mingqing apartment, not expecting to find Wenwan. Anyone who has made a name for themselves in the entertainment industry knows who the wife of Chairman Yi is. She is the spouse of Yi Chun, who initially served as Yi Chen's chief secretary. Later, when Anning International expanded its market, Chung Anyun became the general manager of the entertainment department, a position she held for over a decade, during which Anning nurtured countless stars, with Chung Anyun playing a vital role. It is said that while she appears gentle and virtuous, her methods are unwaveringly stern. Like Yi San Xiao, she is known for her iron-fisted approach and her decisive, ruthless style is well known in the industry. After Ye Feimo assumed control, the couple relinquished their power, stepping back from the business affairs altogether. These are the words she heard from Kai Xiaojing. Those who mingled in Anning back in the day all understood that it was better to offend Yi San Xiao than to cross Yi foreign. Upon hearing Han Bai recount her past mischief in breaking up couples, Wenwan thought it wise for such an innocent little rabbit to steer clear of the fierce mother tiger, even if the latter bore resemblance to a cute bunny. With this thought, Wenwan forced a couple of hollow laughs, pretended not to see Chung Anya, and hurriedly turned to flee with her cart. Chung Anya raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips as she observed Wenwan's retreating figure. Was she really that intimidating? The young girl donned a crisp white shirt, black shorts, and pink sneakers, revealing a pair of long, slender, fair legs. She radiated youth and charm. Chung Anya coolly mused that her son was indeed fortunate. Seeing Wenwan's hasty retreat, Chung Anya realized that the girl recognized her. Was there truly a need to run so fast? She recalled their encounter in the elevator when the girl had made every effort to diminish her presence, darting out like a rabbit the moment the doors opened. The scene now bore a striking resemblance to that day. Chung Anya was surprised to encounter her here. Wenwan had mentioned she would be staying until the summer vacation. And now it was the end of August. Was she still residing with Ye Feimo? Run, run, Chung Anya thought. The supermarket is small enough to corner someone easily. Wenwan wiped her sweat, exclaiming in her mind, Mamma mia, why is Ye Foreign also here? She had forgotten her initial intent to purchase a lunchbox, focusing solely on checking out and leaving, only to be intercepted by Chung Anya while navigating the fruit aisle. Tears welled up in Wenwan's eyes. Turning to flee was not an easy task with the cart in tow. With many people around, she squinted into the distance, her smile slightly contorted. Chung Anya found her increasingly adorable. Ye Feimo enjoys kiwi fruit. Wouldn't you like to buy some? She remarked, observing the considerable load in Wenwan's cart. Could such a small girl truly carry all of that? In her own youth, it was always Yi San Shao who bore the burden. When had she ever been subjected to such treatment? Wenwan responded with a soft "oh," grabbed a bag, and moved to select kiwi fruit, suddenly pausing. Wasn't this revealing too much? She had intended to deny living with Ye Feimo should Chung Anya inquire, but the latter's single remark had betrayed her. Wenwan's eyes brimmed with tears again. Chung Anya chuckled lightly as Wenwan bowed deeply, obediently greeting, Ye Foreign, hello. How polite of her. Chung Anya couldn't help but smile, thinking she had intended to procure supplies for Ye Feimo, but it seemed unnecessary now. Wenwan had filled an entire cart with provisions, making it appear as though she were hosting a feast. Unsure how to respond, Wenwan scratched her head and finally admitted, I've been quite busy lately, and he doesn't come out to shop, so I thought I'd stock up. She chuckled awkwardly, realizing she had indeed gathered quite a lot. You should select more fruit, Chung Anya suggested. Wenwan nodded. Does he really love kiwi fruit? Aside from apples, he eats everything. How peculiar, Wenwan remarked. He can eat an apple daily without needing to see a doctor, yet he refuses to eat them. Chung Anya's keen eyes spotted carrots, onions, and bell peppers. With a smile, she remarked, he also doesn't eat onions, carrots, or bell peppers. Warmth spontaneously exclaimed, I did it on purpose. Chung Anya was momentarily taken aback, while Warmth's face flushed crimson, as if she were boasting in front of someone's mother. I am mistreating your son. Come and scold me. Come and scold me. Warmth felt rather awkward. Chung Anya burst into laughter, though Warmth appeared somewhat reserved. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, Madam Yi, why don't you choose? I'm uncertain about his preferences. Certainly. Chung Anya replied with enthusiasm. As she selected kiwis, she observed Warmth diligently picking out fruits beside her, unable to suppress a smile. This time, Non-Mo had a commendable eye. Miss Wen, where do you study? Chung Anya inquired with a smile. In the performance department at university, Madam Yi, please call me Warmth, Warmth replied, feeling slightly uncomfortable being addressed as Miss Wen by someone of such high stature in the entertainment industry. Performance department? Chung Anya's brows furrowed slightly, her smile diminishing as she scrutinized Warmth a bit longer. After selecting several kiwis, she nonchalantly asked, Have you signed with a Ning? Yes, Warmth answered candidly, oblivious to Chung Anya's changing demeanor. Chung Anya nodded, her smile fading entirely. Warmth, unaware of Chung Anya's discontent, tilted her head and asked, Madam Yi, what should I prepare for Ye Feimo, considering his poor digestion? Chung Anya was taken aback, gazing deeply at her. Warmth assumed that someone of Chung Anya's status would be unfamiliar with domestic matters, realizing she had perhaps asked the wrong person. With a smile, she added, You don't know either? Honestly, I don't understand much. I can only cook basic home dishes. His palate is rather bold, and with his stomach issues. Wouldn't a lighter diet be preferable? Indeed. Chung Anya smiled, glancing at the food in the cart, all of which were Ye Feimo's favorites. She thought, perhaps she and Han Bai were different. However, after a decade in the entertainment industry, she had encountered many artists who, in their pursuit of success, neglected their well-being, leading to a certain bias against them. This young lady appeared promising. At least her judgment was sound. It was unfortunate that a few years ago she misjudged Han Bai. She hoped that Warmth would prove to be different. Otherwise, Chung Anya's heart darkened with a smirk. She would not allow anyone to harm her son again. No one would. Are you the one who usually cooks? Of course. Ye Feimo is quite demanding, Warmth mumbled. Chung Anya chuckled, acknowledging the truth in her words, teasing, You have quite the challenge. Miss One, Warmth offered an awkward smile. It's nothing, really. Despite her words, she couldn't resist a few gentle complaints about Ye Feimo, and Chung Anya joined in, making Warmth feel that Madame Yi was not so difficult to interact with after all, as she willingly shared her light-hearted criticism of Feimo. Is there anything else we need to buy? No, that's all. Warmth glanced at their ample purchases and suddenly remembered. Oh, the lunch boxes. Two women, one tall and one petite, ventured out to select lunch boxes. Warmth tried on several, yet none met her expectations. Chung Anya presumed she intended to prepare meals, suggesting a few options, but Warmth shook her head, indicating they were unsuitable for soup. Ye Feimo expressed his fondness for soup. Is this for him? Is he bringing lunch? Chung Anya raised her brows in surprise. No, he mentioned that he wouldn't eat much for lunch today, and he usually orders takeout. Isn't he supposed to be cautious with his stomach? Consuming greasy takeout isn't beneficial. My culinary skills are quite decent. I'll prepare meals for him to take to the office in the morning, Warmth replied with a smile. Chung Anya chuckled, appreciating the girl's kind-heartedness and innocent charm. Ye Feimo's gastric issues were quite severe. She had long instructed Zhang Ling to monitor his meals, and the menu was entirely her design. Zhang Ling merely needed to follow it. However, home-cooked meals do differ significantly from takeout, and Warmth's reasoning was sound. Reflecting on Warmth's consistent concern for Feimo's health, Chung Anya contemplated that had Han Bai shown similar care for Feimo in the past, perhaps her mistakes wouldn't have led to such heartlessness. Ultimately, Warmth selected an insulated lunchbox capable of holding both dishes and soup, alongside a more conventional bento box. She inquired about Chung Anya's opinion, and upon receiving a nod, Warmth beamed and placed the items in the cart. Madam Yi, are you here to see Ye Feimo? Warmth asked as they approached the checkout. Chung Anya nodded, affirming her visit, and concluded that perhaps she could worry a little less about Feimo in the future. Are you with Feimo? Chung Anya probed. Warmth hesitated, feeling awkward about how to articulate the peculiar nature of her relationship with Ye Feimo, especially given that the question came from Chung Anya, leaving her even more uncertain. They were bound by an agreement, yet he had not coerced her. It would be inaccurate to label them as lovers, and describing their relationship as merely contractual seemed to dilute the complexity. Thus, Warmth found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her discomfort, Chung Anya understood and refrained from pressing further. Perhaps it was due to her rising fame, or some other reason that brought her together with Feimo. It could be one of these two. Yet regardless, as long as she treated him well, genuinely cared for him, and truly loved him, Chung Anya would not mind. The motivations behind their initial union were inconsequential. Even if her interests stemmed from his wealth and status, it mattered little. If Feimo was fond of Warmth, he would not object, and neither would their parents. Chung Anya comprehended better than anyone that it was not easy for Ye Feimo to find love again. If Warmth was his salvation, perhaps she would be more accepting. At least for now, it appeared that this young woman genuinely cared for Feimo, even if she was not entirely fond of Warmth's background. I'm just asking casually. You needn't feel obliged to respond, Chung Anya chuckled. While checking out, Chung Anya noticed that Warmth was using Feimo's card, raising her eyebrows in intrigue. This was rather unusual. Feimo had never been one to allow a woman to use his card recklessly. It seemed as though their lives resembled that of a married couple. Aware of Chung Anya's gaze, Warmth glanced at the card in her hand, suddenly feeling as if it had burned her. In the brief time they had spent together, she had genuinely enjoyed her interactions with Chung Anya. She did not wish for Chung Anya to perceive her as a materialistic woman. Yet she found herself at a loss on how to explain the card in her possession. This card was exclusively utilized for supermarket purchases. She had no other means of financial support. With no money of her own, her daily expenses were covered by Ye Feimo. Initially, she had intended to repay him once she earned her own income. Upon noticing Chung Anya's gaze linger on the card, Wen Nuanyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chung Anya, realizing her scrutiny had inadvertently hurt Wen Nuanyuan, chuckled. Do not misunderstand. It is entirely reasonable for him to cover your living expenses while you are together. I was merely curious, as he has never given a card to a girl before. Has he? Is that so? Wen Nuanyuan scratched her head. Chung Anya teased. Having someone spend on him is indeed a blessing, Otherwise, it would be rather tragic if he earned money without anyone to spend it on. You should indulge him a little. When Nguyen increasingly felt that this lady was quite different from the rumors she had heard. Her temperament was exceedingly pleasant, unlike the affluent women portrayed on television. After purchasing 8 hefty bags, the two women found them cumbersome to carry. Chung Anya offered to drive Wen Nguyen home, and, while navigating the road, inquired, Wen Nguyen, who is your agent? Kai Xiao Jing, Wen Nguyen replied, her face lighting up with joy at the mention of her agent. She is truly remarkable. Chung Anya turned to look at her, increasingly finding the situation peculiar. Wen Nguyen, how long have you been with Anning? Just over half a month. Chung Anya smirked. Have you not acted in any films yet? No, why? Just a casual inquiry. Chung Anya replied with a smile, her gaze fixed ahead. It seemed that Ye Feimo had intentions of promoting her, given that Kai Xiao Jing had guided her upon her entrance to Anning. Wen Nguyen, may I pose a question? Go ahead. Was signing with Anning International a condition for you to be with Ye Feimo? Chung Anya asked directly, as there was no need for subtlety with someone as straightforward as Wen Nguyen. Not at all. Wen Nguyen quickly shook her head. It was not like that. I do not even know why I signed with Anning International. That day, Director Lin brought me there and had me sign numerous documents. I only realized afterward that I had become an artist under Anning International. Lin Ning? Yes. Do you know him? Oh, I acted as a body double in the New Year film he is currently shooting. Wen Nguyen felt a bit embarrassed, refraining from admitting it was a nude double. Chung Anya nodded and chose not to press further. Moments later, they arrived at Mingqing apartment. Madam Yi, will you be going up? He is home. I want to go up today to avoid disturbing you, Wen Nguyen replied. Disturbing? No, it is I who is interrupting you, Chung Anya said with a smile. Can you manage to carry all these bags? Perhaps you should call him to come down, Chung Anya suggested. Never mind. He was just angry with me and stormed off. He would surely give me a cold shoulder if I went up, and I would rather avoid that, Wen Nguyen insisted stubbornly. Chung Anya chuckled and dialed Ye Feimo, realizing that Wen Nguyen would struggle to carry all the bags alone. Ye Feimo swiftly descended, donning a simple off-white leisure outfit. Noticing Wen Wan in the company of Chung Anya, he expressed mild surprise. Chung Anya chuckled, as a grown man. How could you let her venture to the supermarket alone at such an hour? Wen Wan quickly clarified, it was my own decision to go. It has nothing to do with him. Mommy, what brings you here? She inquired. Oh, just passing time. I was at a charity organization with Wen Lan and thought I'd stop by. Chung Anya replied. Ye Feimo intended to elucidate his relationship with Wen Wan, but Chung Anya seemed uninterested, waving him off as she departed. Mommy, drive safely, Wen Wan cautioned. I will, you two head back. Chung Anya smiled at Wen Wan before driving away. As soon as Chung Anya was behind the wheel, she made a phone call. Once connected, her voice brimmed with excitement. Ah Chun, I have some juicy gossip about Feimo. Want to hear it? Are you driving? He asked. Yes. And you're this excited while driving? Spare him the gossip. Otherwise, I might see your own headline in tomorrow's newspaper. Ye Feimo glanced at the multitude of bags scattered around, unable to suppress his remark. Are you planning to buy out the entire supermarket? Could you refrain from being so dramatic? Wen Wan rolled her eyes, picking up a few of the lightest bags and leaving the rest for Ye Feimo. He shot her a glare, gritting his teeth as he followed her into the apartment. Your mommy is quite easygoing. Being with her is so comfortable, Wen Wan remarked with a smile. Ye Feimo cast her a sidelong glance, noting that since she felt at ease, it seemed his mother had taken a liking to Wen Wan. His mother had a distinctive approach to relationships. Those she favored found joy and comfort in her presence, while those she disdained felt as if pricked by needles. Those who did not belong to either category would perceive her as shrewd and worldly. Little White Rabbit, Big Bad Wolf. Wen Wan turned her face away. Surprisingly, Ye Feimo's foul mood lifted slightly. Upon returning home, Wen Wan organized the refrigerator and began preparing dinner. Ye Feimo looked at her in astonishment. You're cooking again? I'm making lunch for tomorrow, she replied. Has Kai Xiao Jing been neglecting you? Who said that? She treats me very well. Ye Feimo shook his head and proceeded upstairs. Wen Wan cooked the meal, portioning it into 2 containers, and prepared a fish head soup for him, which she intended to heat up again tomorrow. After finishing dinner, it was already past 10. Wen Wan went upstairs to freshen up, while Ye Feimo reviewed reports. When she emerged from the shower, Ye Feimo asked. Kai Xiao Jing mentioned you auditioned for the Qing Lian Princess film today. How did it go? Director Zhang said results will be available in 3 days. They will issue a notice then, Wen Wan replied, smiling. I believe I performed well. The opportunity is promising. Ye Feimo lifted his gaze from the reports. Glancing at her with a sidelong look, he lazily set down the papers and responded coldly. The entertainment industry is not short of decent performers. There are plenty of them. Wen Wan's confidence wavered, her smile dimming slightly. I know, but can't you say something to encourage me? Will encouragement secure you the role? Ye Feimo let out a derisive laugh, realizing that Wen Wan was utterly oblivious to the intricate rules of this social sphere. Nevertheless, he preferred her to remain uninformed, lest her purity be tarnished. The boss was indeed quite demanding. Wen Wan muttered, I am brimming with confidence. This employee was truly naive. By the way, when are we moving? She inquired. Ye Feimo turned his head and retorted irritably, to sleep. Wen Wan felt a pang of embarrassment. This man was once again unpredictable, and she clutched her pillow, contemplating throwing it at him. The following morning, she rose 20 minutes earlier than Ye Feimo, descending to prepare him a pot of fish head soup, which she packed alongside a hearty breakfast, substituting his coffee with milk. Ye Feimo pressed his lips together, saying nothing until she handed him a multi-layered lunchbox. What is this? He asked. It's a bento. It contains vegetables, meat, and soup. The lunchbox keeps it warm, and if it cools down, you can heat it in the office microwave. It's far better than takeout, Wen Wan replied with a smile, taking her portion as well. Ye Feimo gazed at her intently. Did you venture out last night just to prepare this? The story has been launched. Wishing my sisters an enjoyable read. Anticipate Wen Wan's breakout moment. He, perhaps the handsome youths of the Ye family, will make their appearance in the morning. Oh. If today's comments exceed 100, an additional chapter will be released. No spamming allowed, and there is no upper limit. So for those sisters desiring 11, 12, or 13 extra chapters, give it your all. Is there a problem? Wen Wan asked, perplexed, and unable to decipher his current expression. Was he angry or something else? His gaze was as profound as the ocean, seemingly endless and deeply inked, resembling a vortex that threatened to draw her in. Idiot! Ye Feimo chided lightly, though a smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he took the lunchbox and headed downstairs. Wen Wan beamed with delight, following closely behind with her backpack. Throughout the journey, Ye Feimo's spirits were particularly high. Wen Wan, accustomed to his unpredictable moods, wisely chose to maintain her silence. Not wishing to disturb his rare good humor, his jovial disposition persisted until they reached the company, and Wen Wan mused that this was a record-breaking streak. Upon arriving 50 meters from the office, Wen Wan alighted from the vehicle while Ye Feimo continued driving. She walked to meet Kai Xiaojing, who was already waiting for her in the training department. Today was performance training, and to her surprise, her mentor, Cheng Yu, would be teaching the class. Teacher, what a surprise to see you. Wen Wan exclaimed, genuinely astonished. I am a Ning's special instructor, Cheng Yu replied with a smile. A seasoned actress in her 60s. She had gained fame early in her career and now seldom appeared on screen. Wen Wan was overjoyed, appreciating Kai Xiaojing's thoughtful arrangement. Cheng Yu's course for the training class would last 10 days, with Wen Wan being one of 12 participants, 7 of whom were newcomers while 4 were earlier-stage trainees needing performance training. Meanwhile, Ye Feimo ascended to the top floor, handing his lunchbox to Zhang Ling. Please heat this up and bring it at noon. Understood, Zhang Ling replied, startled. In all her time as his chief secretary, it was the first occasion she had witnessed Ye Feimo arrive at work in such high spirits, even carrying a lunchbox. It was truly astonishing. Secretary Zhang, please bring me a cup of coffee. As Zhang Ling began her busy day, Ye Feimo's command echoed through the room. She acknowledged him and went to prepare the coffee. It struck her as odd that Ye Feimo had not indulged in coffee these past few days, for he typically relied on it to stave off drowsiness. Following his preferred taste, she brewed a strong cup and entered his office. Just as she was about to retreat, Ye Feimo called her back, furrowing his brow. Why is this coffee so bitter? Zhang Ling was taken aback. This had always been his preference. He relished bitter coffee, despite Cheng Anya's repeated warnings about his sensitive stomach and her admonitions against excessive consumption. Yet, He remained indifferent to her counsel, leaving Zhang Ling with no choice but to consistently prepare coffee to his liking. Well, had he ever complained of bitterness? Ye Feimo, too, was momentarily stunned. Over the past few days, he had grown accustomed to the soothing sweetness of milder coffee, and the bitterness of this cup was jarring. President, shall I prepare another? He cleared his throat and nodded. Do you have instant coffee? Yes. Then please make me a cup of instant. Zhang Ling's expression resembled that of someone who had bitten into a lemon. Ye Feimo cast a cool glance in her direction, prompting her to hastily mask her surprise and exit the office, returning to prepare a cup of instant coffee. Coincidentally, another secretary was present in the pantry. As Zhang Ling brewed the coffee, she pondered, when did the president start drinking instant coffee? Is that so? The other secretary exclaimed. I had no idea he had developed such a preference. I once made him a cup of instant coffee, and his glare made my skin crawl. Goodness. I hope he isn't ill. No, he brought a lunchbox with him today, Zhang Ling replied, her curiosity piqued. The two women exchanged knowing glances, speaking in unison. There must be some romantic involvement. The signs of an affair were unmistakably evident. Whom had President Yi been rumored to be seeing lately? Several candidates emerged. Who had most hope? They contemplated slowly as Zhang Ling decided to deliver the coffee. Later that day, after completing a promotional shoot for a skincare product, Ye Feimo inquired of Kai Xiaojing. With no prior arrangements, he invited her to join him for dinner at a unique restaurant atop a mountain called Romantic Night, located an hour's drive from the city center. Ye Feimo explained that it was an exclusive eatery, open 3 days a week, serving only 10 tables per day. Reservations at Romantic Night were booked at least a month in advance. When Juan was taken aback, what kind of restaurant is so prestigious? I've never heard of such a high-profile establishment in City A. If they're so busy, why not accommodate more guests? Why the sudden desire to take me out for dinner? When Juan asked, to celebrate. Is there something worth celebrating? She inquired with a smile, a hint of surprise in her tone. She had never witnessed him celebrating anything during their time together. Could it be that he had clinched a significant deal? Ye Feimo glanced at her sideways while driving, thinking, what a fool. Just focus on enjoying the meal, he replied nonchalantly. When Juan pouted, if he chose not to elaborate, that was fine. She was now quite curious about this restaurant, having never encountered such a renowned establishment. Your audition results will be known tomorrow, right? Yes, I'm so nervous, she admitted, patting her chest. Tomorrow, she will know whether she has passed the audition. Today, she is exceedingly anxious, feeling hopeful about her chances. However, while shooting an advertisement, she overheard some gossip from Gu Yiting, mentioning that the young heir from Hairan has recently been supporting her. Director Zhang from the Princess Qinglian production team is also quite optimistic about her, and it seems likely that she may play the role of Princess Xiangxiang. Upon hearing this, Wen Wan felt a chill in her heart. If a female star has someone to back her, it is undoubtedly easier for her than for someone like herself, who lacks connections. Ye Feimo's cold and piercing gaze remained fixed ahead, yet a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. This foolish girl is truly easily satisfied. Simply believing that she has a chance at the coveted role of Princess Xiangxiang makes her so nervous. If she were to learn that she is already slated for the role in Liang Hongyu, with Yi Yin as her supporting cast, would she not be on the verge of a nervous breakdown? Although he has yet to discuss the matter of Liang Hongyu with Mo Xiaobai, the preparations are still underway, and filming will not commence until next year. There is no rush to inform Mo Xiaobai, as he has his own methods to ensure her participation in the project. No one understands Mo Xiaobai's weaknesses better than Ye Feimo. The vehicle came to a halt outside a romantic venue, where a gentle breeze swept over the mountaintop, surrounded by lush greenery and blooming flowers. The summit features an artificial lake, with a restaurant constructed at its center, exuding the charm of a southern water town. Encircled by a row of large red lanterns reflected in the water, it possesses a unique allure. A stone bridge, 1 meter wide and 50 meters long, leads directly to the restaurant. The bridge is adorned with brilliant lights, while elegant lotus crystal lamps emit a soft and beautiful glow. The surface of the lake ripples gently, creating a dreamlike ambience. Merely gazing at such beauty feels worthwhile. Wow, it's truly stunning, Wen Wan exclaimed, taken aback by the restaurant's exquisite beauty. But what if she encounters her rivals, Han Bai and Fong Lucheng? By the way, your comments have been lackluster. I've updated Chapter 11, and if you desire Chapter 12, it's up to you to make it happen. With so many readers, the comments are surprisingly few. It's like a king-sized instant noodle pack without any seasoning. Please leave comments, dear sisters. If you want me to update vigorously, you must provide some motivation. Ye Feimo handed the VIP card to the waiter and led Wen across the stone bridge towards the restaurant. I've never heard of such a beautiful place. She remarked. Miss Wen, it seems you have had little exposure to the world. Ye Feimo replied coolly. You have quite a sharp tongue, she retorted. Their playful banter continued until they reached the restaurant, where a waiter guided them to a table on the balcony. The view of the artificial lake, shimmering with light, was breathtaking. Each dining table was uniquely arranged, ensuring privacy and tranquility. Wen noticed that there were indeed not many patrons that evening, as the restaurant only serves 10 tables a day, with most guests having visited during the day. A beautiful waitress in uniform approached with a smile, presenting a total of 18 dishes that filled the entire table. Wen was astounded. Are you serious? 2 people eating 18 dishes? Won't that be overwhelming for you? Ye Feimo gazed at Wen, the shimmering light reflecting in his eyes, presenting an image of a prince charming, cold yet possessing a touch of tenderness. Perhaps it was the lighting that made him appear less aloof. Each dish was to be sampled once. No one expected her to consume it all. Could it be packaged for takeout? Unfortunately, it could not. What a tremendous waste. This culinary experience was truly exquisite, particularly the crab roe shark fin, which, according to Ye Feimo, was the most tender portion selected from hundreds of large hairy crabs. The shark fin was a rare delicacy from the icy seas. Another dish, the goose palm paired with sea cucumber, was also a favorite of Wen's, exceptionally flavorful. Though she had been raised in luxury, she had never tasted such delicacies. This was vastly different from the shark fins and sea cucumbers sold at hotels. Wen felt full, yet had an overwhelming desire to take some home. A table laden with treasures from land and sea. Ye Feimo, how much is this feast? After satisfying her appetite, her curiosity piqued about the cost of the meal. The restaurant exuded opulence, its ambience sophisticated, and the dishes were remarkably delicious. The price must be steep. Ye Feimo pressed his lips together and extended a hand. 50,000? Wen gasped. He remained silent, leading her to assume he confirmed her estimate. Ye Feimo thought to himself. It was impossible to enjoy such a feast for 50,000, yet for Wen, it was an astronomical sum, a true luxury. Indeed, the second young master of the Ye family was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. For the first time, Wen realized the stark differences among people. The cost of this meal could equal an ordinary person's annual salary. However, she held no resentment toward Ye Feimo. He had earned his status through his contributions to society, which others might never achieve in a lifetime. Thus, it seemed that God was fair after all. Ye Feimo, can't we take any leftovers? Wen protested. It doesn't make sense to pay such a hefty sum and leave so much uneaten. Do you still wish to eat? Ye Feimo raised an eyebrow, casually responding, I could bring you back tomorrow. No. Wen decisively rejected the idea. Her response too quick. Ye Feimo raised an eyebrow, his cold gaze assessing her. Wen explained, I might suffer from indigestion. One ought not to indulge without earning their keep. It's better to eat less at such a lavish feast. Ye Feimo studied her in silence. What is there to celebrate? Wen inquired, genuinely puzzled about why a meal of such extravagance was necessary. Had he closed a significant business deal? You will find out soon enough, Ye Feimo teased, and Wen did not press further. As they rose to leave the restaurant and walked across the stone bridge, Wen received a phone call from Kai Xiaojing. Wen, you passed the audition. You secured the role of Princess Xiang. Wen halted, her eyes widening in disbelief. Really? Xiaojing, is that true? A wave of joy surged through her. It felt as if she could hear joyous melodies. Overwhelmed with excitement, she struggled to articulate her emotions. Had she truly succeeded? Yes, it's true. The company will announce it tomorrow. Congratulations, little girl. Thank you, Sister Xiaojing. I'm truly overjoyed. The warmth of surprise brought tears to my eyes. After a few words of encouragement from Kai Xiaojing, she hung up the phone. Ye Feimo gazed at her flushed cheeks, filled with excitement, and felt a surge of happiness within himself. He adored seeing Wen Wan's spirited smile. Clutching her phone, Wen Wan, overwhelmed with exhilaration, turned and leaped into Ye Feimo's embrace, exclaiming, "Ye Feimo, I got the role. I really got it. I am so happy." She bounced in his arms like a child, her faint fragrance enveloping him. Ye Feimo's heart fluttered. This was the first time when Wan had taken the initiative to draw close to him. She was so ecstatic, so thrilled, perhaps even unaware of her actions. However, with such a beautiful girl throwing herself into his arms, Ye Feimo had no intention of rejecting her. With a smile gracing his lips, he encircled her waist and held her close. Witnessing her joyous expression made Ye Feimo feel that his efforts were truly worthwhile. The drama Princess Qinglian is a historical series collaboratively produced by Hairan Cultural Media and Chaoyang Film Production Company. The young executive at Hairan is eager to promote Gu Yiting, and the leading role has long been predetermined for Yao Hong, while the character of Princess Xiangxiang is also intended for Gu Yiting. Ye Feimo had inquired with director Zhang of the Princess Qinglian crew, and although he was quite pleased with Wen Wan's audition, he still had to heed the investors' opinions, as Hairan was also funding the production. The relationships within the entertainment industry are intricate and convoluted. The director's authority is limited, and many matters are dictated by the investors and producers, who decide whom to promote. Lin Ning maintained a decent rapport with director Zhang and, upon learning the inside scoop, discovered that Gu Yiting had indeed been confirmed for the role. Ye Feimo negotiated with Hairan's chairman, offering to invest in Hairan's next espionage drama in exchange for this role. Such is the nature of the entertainment industry. Excelling in one's craft does not guarantee success. Countless individuals like Wen Wan find themselves in similar predicaments, pleasing additions notwithstanding. Without connections or a solid background, even the greatest talent may go unrecognized due to lack of opportunity. There are those who, despite their talent and diligence in their youth, refuse to compromise with the unspoken rules of the industry. Some quietly strive upwards, gradually building connections and relying on loyal friends, only to achieve recognition after many years, often wasting their most glorious youth. Others are directly cast aside by the industry, left in dire circumstances. This realm is relentless, with countless beautiful faces and handsome figures entering daily. Startled by Wen Wan's affectionate kiss, Ye Feimo looked down at her. She had released him, brimming with uncontainable joy, her enchanting eyes sparkling with laughter. The comments have exceeded 1,600, so here, Chapter 12. Sisters, if you want Chapter 13, let us aim for 1,700. I keep my promises. There's no upper limit. Does anyone have free gold medals this month? If you don't mind this book, please gift one to Wen Wan as a reward for securing her role. 122, Chapter 13, 2,192 words, previous. The drama Princess Qinglian is a historical series collaboratively produced by Hairan Cultural Media and Chaoyang Film Production Company. The young executive at Hairan is eager to promote Gu Yiting, and the leading role has long been predetermined for Yao Hong, who has now been changed to Zhu Bingbing. I apologize for my typographical error, dear friends. Silly girl, are you truly so delighted with merely landing a minor role? Do strive for greater accomplishments, one to you. Ye Feimo could not help but remark, pondering how to nurture this girl's aspirations further. With warmth and joy, Wen Wan entwined her arm with his, her cherubic face alight with glee. You have no idea, for someone like me just starting out, typically relegated to bit parts or stunt doubles. Being fortunate enough to appear in 10 episodes of a drama would already leave me quite content. Thus, landing such a significant role as Princess Xiangxiang undeniably brings me immense joy. Ye Feimo lowered his gaze to Wen Wan, who was intimately linked to his arm, his thoughts not occupied with her character, but rather with the whimsical notion that this innocent girl, when elated, becomes utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Normally, she keeps her distance from him, yet upon securing a good role, she clings to him affectionately. How perplexing! What could be going through her little mind? Filming is expected to commence next week, and I am truly thrilled. I've heard director Zhang is quite strict, and, as it is my first acting experience, I hope not to incur his wrath, Wen said with a beaming smile, her thoughts entirely consumed by the upcoming production of Princess Qinglian. Ye Feimo. Have you seen Princess Qinglian? It's truly captivating. No. Oh, come now. Don't you watch primetime dramas? This is a quintessential evening show. How could you have missed it? Primetime dramas come in varying qualities, you know? This time, you simply must watch my performance. What is so remarkable about it? You're not even the leading lady. So what if I'm not the lead? That role is still quite significant. Moreover, how could you say I'm not captivating? You haven't even seen me act. Didn't sister, shout Jing inform you? When I don the costume of Princess Xiang, I am as radiant as snow, exquisite as a celestial being, when Wen exclaimed, her spirit exuberant. Ye Feimo's eyes twinkled with amusement. He genuinely adored this side of Wen, so unpretentious, brimming with dreams. Yet he teased her, remarking on her disheveled morning appearance. No matter how angelic she might seem, it would be futile against her everyday visage of tousled hair and tears. I do not appear disheveled and tear-streaked. When Wen protested, on what day do you awaken without looking like that? Come on, Ye Feimo. Must your tongue be so acerbic? You're not one to criticize my morning appearance, considering you often find yourself unceremoniously kicked out of bed by me in the middle of the night, she retorted, playfully striking his shoulder in frustration. You do realize your sleeping posture is atrocious? Mentioning this infuriated Ye Feimo. He had been unceremoniously ejected from their bed 5 times. Baffled by how a woman could possess such poor sleeping habits. Your sleeping posture isn't exactly praiseworthy either. Let us not quibble over who is worse. Ye Feimo flicked her head playfully, jesting, silly girl, one day I shall assemble a stellar cast to elevate you. I would rather not. When Wen instantly rejected the notion. This response was precisely what Ye Feimo anticipated. He feigned surprise. Why not? I refuse to be labeled as someone who achieved fame by climbing the social ladder or indulging in any underhanded tactics. I wish to rely solely on my own efforts. When Wen declared resolutely, her eyes shimmering with a captivating confidence that was utterly mesmerizing. It was rare for him to witness such beauty in a woman, one filled with dreams and determination. When Wen, indeed, is astonishingly innocent. You have long been my secret, Ye Feimo remarked coolly. When Wen glared at him, inquiring, Ye Feimo, just how many women have you seduced? Oh, please, a few is an underestimation. Perhaps hundreds? He retorted. Could you not spare a kind word? She asked. How can I speak well of you when you do not engage in virtuous deeds? To an outsider, this scene resembled a playful exchange between a young couple. Ye Feimo did not shake off her hand, allowing her to cling to him. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment emerged from behind. Feimo. Ye Feimo's body stiffened, and when Wen could not help but halt, turning to find Han Bai, Fong Lu Cheng, Guru A, and Han Bai's manager, Linda, standing behind them. Han Bai's dark eyes gazed deeply at Ye Feimo, swirling with tenderness, grievance, astonishment, and confusion, as if seeking to shatter one's heart with her sorrowful expression. Fong Lucheng looked at Wen with a heavy heart. Having overheard their earlier conversation, had she and Ye Feimo grown so close? Sharing a bed, he had even witnessed her rise in the morning. Were they truly serious? Ye Feimo's soft demeanor vanished, replaced by the cold and impassive second young Master Yi. The warmth in his gaze was replaced by frost. As he locked eyes with Han Bai, his expression inscrutable. When Wen felt uncomfortable under Han Bai's penetrating gaze, which seemed to accuse her of stealing another's man. Like a thorn in her back, she quietly released her grip on Ye Feimo. He glanced down at her, while she kept her eyes lowered, focusing on Fong Lucheng. Ye Feimo frowned slightly, wondering if this foolish girl would so swiftly distance herself from him upon encountering her former lover. What a coincidence! Second young Master Yi, you brought your fiancé Yi to dine. Guru A interjected to ease the tension. Fortunately, their romantic evening was confined to just their small group, and their gathering on the stone bridge did not interfere with anyone else. Yet, the situation was undeniably peculiar. 2 pairs of former lovers and 1 pair of bystanders, creating a peculiar atmosphere. If Mo Xiao Bai were present, she would surely capture this moment on film. Indeed, what a coincidence! Had I known you would be here, I would have postponed my visit until tomorrow. What bad luck. Ye Feimo's expression turned frosty, his gaze devoid of warmth, clearly disinterested in entangling himself with them further. Han Bai's eyes brimmed with pain. She had assumed Ye Feimo and Wenwan were merely playing around, unaware that their intimacy had reached such depths, sharing a bed. And he even tolerated her kicking him off. He had even mentioned forming a team to support Wenwan. During their relationship, he had concealed his identity while she lamented, receiving no words of comfort from him, let alone any assistance. Back then, she had been oblivious to Ye Feimo's true identity. Had she known, perhaps, Han Bai felt as if she had bitten into a bitter herb, overwhelmed by despair. Did he truly have feelings for Wenwan? This girl, akin to a neighborly maiden, possessed no remarkable traits. Her looks and figure paled in comparison to her own, and her knowledge and status were far beneath hers. What could possibly attract Ye Feimo to Wenwan? It is said that although I have always been a person of my word, you ought not to flood the comments. If one person leaves 10 messages, it becomes overwhelming for me. I have been fervently updating, so dear sisters, please refrain from spamming. If you must comment repeatedly, I encourage you to write lengthy reviews that engage with the plot rather than merely filling space. Due to the severity of the spamming, the next update will be a substantial one of 1,850 words. For those who have already commented, please avoid spamming and instead craft thoughtful critiques. Here is the 13th update. Is he truly fond of Wenwan? This girl resembles a neighborly young lady. Yet what is it that she possesses? She pales in comparison to her in terms of appearance and stature, and her experiences and social standing do not measure up either. Why, then, is Ye Feimo drawn to Wenwan? Surely, it must be that Wenwan bears a slight resemblance to her, prompting his interest. Han Bai is convinced that Ye Feimo is a steadfast individual, having not forgotten her for 7 years. How could he possibly develop feelings for another? Wenwan resembles her in many ways, and he is merely seeking the feelings of first love in her presence. Yet, Han Bai is deeply unsettled. When has Ye Feimo ever shown such affection for anyone? In their most passionate times, she never jested with him in such a manner. She always found him difficult to engage with, his temperament peculiar and his demeanor taciturn. She harbored a certain fear of him. Yet what of Wenwan? That girl manages to interact with him so effortlessly, exchanging playful banter and sharing intimate moments. She even initiated a kiss, which he did not refuse. And when she joyfully embraced him upon receiving a role, he reciprocated her embrace. Wenwan scolds him, mocks him, ridicules him, actions that Han Bai has never dared to undertake. Han Bai is witnessing a different side of Ye Feimo. Fong Lu Chang gazes at Wenwan, his deep eyes reflecting a blend of anguish and cold detachment. Wenwan dares not meet his gaze. Undeniably, her composure falters in his presence. The pleasant mood she had moments ago has been thoroughly shattered. Miss Han, thank you for the sign poster. I have longed for an opportunity to express my gratitude, Wenwan said. The poster had been gifted to her by Ye Feimo. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, Wenwan does not feel the elation she had anticipated. Sometimes, it seems that idols are best admired from a distance. Once the veil is lifted, they cease to be the idols one envisions. Han Bai is taken aback, glancing at Ye Feimo, a cold smile flickering in her eyes. Miss One, there is no need for such formality. It is my honor. She had assumed Ye Feimo would keep the poster as a memento, but to her surprise, he truly gave it to Wenwan. Wenwan, how have you been lately? Fong Lu Cheng inquired. Wenwan offered a faint smile. I am well. The conversation fell into silence. Han Bai glanced at Wenwan and remarked, I heard from Miss One that you secured a good role. Congratulations. And I hope you find success. Before Wenwan could respond, Ye Feimo interjected, Wenwan, let's go. He took her hand and turned to leave, completely indifferent to the myriad expressions of the crowd behind them. Feimo, wait. I have something to discuss with you, Han Bai called out. Ye Feimo posit. And Wenwan released his hand, stating, I will wait for you in the car. Before Ye Feimo could utter a word, Wenwan swiftly made her exit. This was Miss Wen's forte. No one could escape as quickly as she could. Ye Feimo gritted his teeth, glaring at her slender silhouette. Fong Luching hastened across the stone bridge, accompanied by Gu Rue and Linda, leaving only Ye Feimo and Hanbai behind. Hanbai approached slowly, her tone tinged with sorrow. Feimo, must you be so resolute in your actions just to provoke me? Provoke you? Ye Feimo replied with a half-smile, his lips curling in a mocking coldness. Miss Hen, you may be overestimating your importance. I am well aware that she is not your fiancée. You merely brought her along for pretense, did you not? Hanbai questioned sharply, having already learned the truth. And what of it? Ye Feimo countered. Feimo, let us forget the past and start anew, shall we? Hanbai spoke softly, her tender gaze shimmering with emotion, captivating and enchanting, revealing her undeniable charm. Even the most stoic of souls might find it difficult to refuse such a beautiful plea. Yet Ye Feimo only scoffed, his exquisitely cold visage appearing as if cloaked in frost. Hanbai, I have stated before, should you wish to pursue me, you must wait in line. Even if I have erred in the past, I have suffered my share of retribution over these years, Hanbai implored, her eyes brimming with tears. Feimo, please, do not treat me this way. It truly pains me. Hanbai, spare me your pitiful demeanor. Have you performed your role so often that you now recite your lines in life? Ye Feimo's voice was frigid, his imposing figure casting a stark shadow upon the stone bridge. I have nothing further to discuss with you. Wait. Ye Feimo turned as if to depart, but Hanbai called out to him once more. What if we set aside emotions and discuss work instead? Ye Feimo pursed his lips, gazing at her. Work? A flicker of amusement danced across Hanbai's beautiful face. Do you know what Gu Rue, Fong Lucheng, and I discuss over dinner? Ye Feimo smirked internally, responding nonchalantly. Miss Han, what business could there be in your company's dinner engagements? Must you be so sardonic? Hanbai could no longer endure Ye Feimo's biting remarks. Her gaze drifted toward the other end of the bridge, where Fong Lucheng was conversing with Wenwan. With a cold laugh, she remarked, Wenwan is merely an artist, lacking status, background, and achievements, just a novice. You may find her innocent and charming now, but in a year's time, will she still appear as she does today? Sooner or later, she too will be entertaining at banquets, singing and dancing for investors, perhaps even sharing a bed. Enough. Ye Feimo Bodkit sharply, although he understood that Hanbai spoke of a common occurrence in the entertainment industry. He could not bear the thought of it transpiring with Wenwan. Hanbai, do not presume that all women are like you. Hanbi log had bitterly. And Ye Feimo continued, if this is all you wish to discuss, then spare me. That is hardly the case, Hanbai replied. Fong Lucheng and Hawaii Entertainment had decided to produce the beautiful woman of Feng Yue, and they are keen for me to take on a role. Linda is currently negotiating with Fong Lucheng. Congratulations, Ye Feimo said curtly. Feimo, the Hawaiian Entertainment has released 2 blockbuster films this year, capturing a significant portion of the market. In contrast, Ning appears to be lacking momentum, with its most substantial bet being director Lin's New Year film. However, Hawaiian has 2 promising films set to launch in the latter half of the year, suggesting that the majority of the market will belong to them this year. If the production of The Beautiful Woman commences, I would like to star in it. Once the foreign blockbusters have run their course, half of the market share will once again fall to Hawaiian. Would you not prefer that? Hanbai smiled confidently. Hanbai, you are truly self-assured. Do you believe that a single film, The Beautiful Woman, can sustain half a year as performance? Do you think I lack the capability? Ye Feimo paused, leisurely inquiring. What do you wish to convey? Hanbai had been awaiting this moment from Ye Feimo. She smiled and said, I have received word that the rights to teacher Wang Liang Hongyu have been acquired by you. It's also set to be a major film next year, and I wish to portray Liang Hongyu. Miss Han also wishes to star in Liang Hongyu. What should be done? Shall we call it a day? But is there anyone still pushing for the 15th chapter? Hanbai continued, I have received word that the rights to teacher Wang Liang Hongyu have been acquired by you. It's also set to be a major film next year, and I wish to portray Liang Hongyu. Ye Feimo's gaze turned icy. Oh, the second female lead? How could that be? Why would I invite you? Feimo, aside from me, who else could you find to portray Liang Hongyu? Who possesses my charisma? Hanbai asserted with growing confidence. Since learning about Ning's preparations for Liang Hongyu, she had longed for the role. This was her opportunity to forge a closer connection with Ye Feimo and, through Lin Ning's reputation, elevate her own status. For her, it was a dual benefit, And for Ning International, her presence guaranteed box office success, a mutually advantageous relationship. Ye Feimo's lips curled in a smirk. So you intend to abandon the beautiful woman and extend an olive branch to me? I believe Liang Hongyu is more suited to me. With a cold laugh, Ye Feimo replied, Han Bai, within this circle, at best, you are merely an actress who stands taller than others. Nothing remarkable. Do you think Liang Hongyu is suited to you, and that a Ning should roll out the red carpet in acceptance of your olive branch? Have you not learned, after so many years in the entertainment industry, what you deem suitable may not be within your grasp? A few years ago, my mother expelled you from a Ning International. I cannot offer you the role of Liang Hongyu. If you wish to star in a Ning International production, you must first win my mother over. Han Bai did not anticipate such a ruthless rejection from Ye Feimo. Given her current standing, any film she wished to partake in would welcome her, making Ye Feimo's dismissal particularly humiliating. A Ning International is under your command. It is no longer. Not Lady Yi. And so what? Ye Feimo sneered, turning to leave. As if struck by a thought, he turned back and said casually, by the way, there will be a public audition for the role of Liang Hongyu. If Miss Han is interested, she may participate. With that, he disregarded Han Bai's contorted, distressed expression and departed with an air of indifference. Han Bai clenched her fists, unable to fathom what she had just heard. An audition? Ye Feimo wanted her to participate in an audition? The so-called audition entailed competing with a slew of both renowned and obscure newcomers for the role of Liang Hongyu. How dare he humiliate her so? Wait, did Ye Feimo imply that she had a chance? In that moment, her emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and anger. As she followed along, having prepared a contingency for herself, if she could not portray Liang Hongyu, she could still take on the role in Feng Yue Jiren, which would not hinder her, as both were outstanding productions with top-tier crews in the country. Feng Lucheng observed Wenwan with a complicated expression. As she attempted to enter the car, he blocked her way. Wenwan, are you and Ye Feimo serious? He inquired. It's none of your business. Wenwan retorted awkwardly. Ever since Feng Lucheng had confessed his feelings, her perception of him had become tainted by ambiguity. Neither love nor hatred felt appropriate. Wenwan, do you remember why I ventured into the film industry 2 years ago? Feng Lucheng asked softly, his gaze under the lights imbued with an air of intimacy. The starry sky atop the mountain lent a touch of romance to the moment. Suddenly, Wenwan recalled her 18th birthday when Feng Lucheng had taken her out for dinner. That evening, the stars had shone brilliantly, a beauty unmatched, and he had treated her with utmost kindness and tenderness, attending to her every need. Even if it was all an act, a decade of pretense held a kernel of truth, did it not? A cool breeze swept through, dispersing her memories, and Wenwan was jolted back to reality. Those recollections were too beautiful, tinged with a bittersweet pang. I don't know, she replied, not wishing to delve deeper. Her gaze briefly flickered to the stone bridge where Ye Feimo and Han Bai stood. She pondered what they might be discussing. Ye Feimo's feelings for Han Bai were evident. He was painfully awkward. The more he cared, the more he feigned indifference. In truth, he could not have felt otherwise. Had he not harbored affection, he would not have afforded Han Bai the opportunity for solitude with him. Feng Lucheng, noticing the change in Wenwan's demeanor, felt a pang in his heart. Do you remember what you said on your 18th birthday? He asked, fearing she might have forgotten. For all these years, it seemed as though Wenwan had always pursued him, forever entangled in her own emotions. Yet, it was he who held onto every moment they shared. And if he had truly resolved to ignore her, how could she have clung to him for so long? Continuously deceiving herself into forgetting that she was the daughter of one family? He often thought that once all truths were revealed, their paths would be irrevocably altered, which is why he cherished those joys that were not his to possess. Now, as she distanced herself, he found himself sinking deeper. Who, in the end, bore the greater sorrow? Wenwan was taken aback. 18? What did I say? She pondered, suddenly enlightened. That day coincided with the opening ceremony of the Jinjiang Awards in City A. After dinner, Feng Lucheng had taken her to witness it. Watching the actors ascend the stage to receive their awards filled her with envy and admiration. She had expressed her passion for acting, her aspiration to enroll in the acting department at a university, and her hope that one day she too would stand among those actors, receiving accolades and recognition from the public. In those days of warmth, she harbored dreams with an innocent heart. From a young age, she had a remarkable artistic talent, excelling in both dance and music, eventually securing a place in the prestigious performing arts department of a university. Do you remember Fong Lucheng? She gazed at him in astonishment, never expecting him to recall such details. She assumed that he wished to forget their shared memories. It is because of me that you... She hesitated, reluctant to indulge in the notion that everything stemmed from him. Yet, what did the expression in Fong Lucheng's eyes signify? What did the pain reflected there mean? As an actress, she was acutely aware of the nuances of body language, more sensitive and perceptive than most. A sense of trepidation washed over her as she pondered the implications behind it all. Did Fong Lucheng truly harbor feelings for her? Yes. It was because of you that I stepped into the entertainment industry, he stated solemnly, confirming her suspicions. A sharp pang of hurt pierced her heart. Why wait until after their tumultuous past to share such sentiments? I wish to provide you with an excellent foundation for your career, to pave a smooth path for you. Wan, perhaps I have spoken too late, but if... Fong Lucheng clenched his jaw, his cold demeanor betraying a flicker of pain and compromise. If I return the one family to your father, could you continue to love me? Can we start anew? I swear, this time I will not let you down. Wan was taken aback by his words, left utterly speechless. Fong Lucheng was indeed deeply affectionate, though she remained oblivious to the sacrifices he had made for her in silence. After the upheaval in their family, she had always blamed him for his ruthlessness, forgetting the kindness he had shown her, never considering his perspective. Now, hearing his confession left her in a whirlwind of confusion, unsure of how to respond. Do you not despise us? She asked softly. Fong Lucheng nodded. Indeed, I harbor resentment towards the one family. If it were not for your father, my parents would still be alive, and I would not be an orphan. Yet, Wan, my parents only granted me a few years of life. I still have decades ahead. I have always cherished you deeply, but I force myself to believe that you were the daughter of the one family, that I should keep my distance to avoid sinking too deep. However, over the years, I have become irrevocably entangled. Whether you believe it or not, I truly love you. I sought vengeance, thinking it would bring me relief and joy, but I realized my mistake. I would rather forsake this hatred and start anew with you. Wan, I will return the one family to you. Shall we begin again? I promise I will not hurt you. His sincerity was profound, almost searing her with its intensity. She could feel his fervor, his devotion, his resolve, and her palms grew clammy with anxiety. This had been her dream since her youth. He was the prince who had captured her heart, and she longed for him to ride in on a white steed, whisking her back to a castle where they could live happily ever after, just like in fairy tales. Yet, that dream had already shattered once. Do you not care about me and Ye Feimo? Wan asked, sensing that Fong Lucheng was not a fool. He should have discerned the ambiguous nature of her relationship with Ye Feimo. Though it was not as he imagined, there was indeed a certain complexity to their connection. Surely, no man could endure such a situation. Fong Lucheng closed his eyes in anguish, acknowledging that this turmoil was of his own making, and he was willing to bear the consequences. Wan, do you trust me? When Wan's thoughts became a chaotic tangle, her heart was in disarray, unsure of what to do. Being an innocent girl, she was deeply enamored with Fong Lucheng. Hearing his fervent declaration and steadfast promise, something she had dreamt of countless times, left her mind in a muddle. What should she do? Suddenly, applause erupted from behind, causing Wan to stiffen. Ye Feimo's voice sliced through her tumultuous emotions like a chilling breeze. Young Master Fong, you seem quite devoted to my fiancé. Even I, her fiancé, am moved by your sincerity. When Wan felt a tightening around her waist as he pulled her into his embrace, asserting his possession over her. His icy gaze locked on a Fong Lucheng. You need not concern yourself with her career or future. What you can offer her, I can provide equally. When Wan's heart raced, what was Ye Feimo doing? How could he casually speak such words to Fong Lucheng? Did he not understand the significance of promises? The two equally matched men faced each other, their eyes filled with steely determination and composure, their formidable presence causing Gu Rue and Linda to tremble. This was the legendary dominance of male beings. Fong Luqing and Ye Feimo were both men of considerable influence. Their mere presence could reshape economies. To witness such fierce expressions, as if they were willing to annihilate each other over a woman, was truly unfathomable. Gu Rue glanced at Han Bai, suddenly questioning the reliability of the situation at hand. As Ye Feimo led Wen Wan into the car, she followed him in a daze. Fong Luqing intended to call out to her, but seeing her expressionless face filled him with unbearable sorrow. This was a consequence of his own actions. Had it not been for this vendetta, he and Wen Wan would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Han Bai watched as Ye Feimo's car vanished into the distance, feeling an icy chill envelop her, as if submerged in frigid water, causing her to shiver. She repeatedly reassured herself that it was merely a moment of confusion for Feimo. He would not abandon her. Wen Wan's mind was consumed by Fong Liuqing's heartfelt confession, his fervent gaze, and the intensity of his emotions. Were those genuine feelings? Did Fong Luqing truly care for her? Time seemed to rewind, and her heart ached. How wonderful it would have been if he had clarified his feelings sooner. Ye Feimo coldly curved his lips, turning to gaze at her distressed profile. An inexplicable fury surged within him. How could this foolish girl still believe Fong Luqing after being deceived? They descended the mountain in silence. And when Wan finally spoke, do all men wait until they lose something before attempting to regain it? Ye Feimo glanced at her with indifference. How many men have you encountered? Do not let a single man overturn a whole ship of people. It is hard to believe that you have seen so little of the world. Just one man can leave you so bewildered. How absurd. Warmth seemed to be lost in her own thoughts, oblivious to Ye Feimo's words, and even more so to the sour tone in Ye Ershao's voice. Her heart was in turmoil, stirred by Fong Liuqing's remarks. One moment she felt sweetness, the next bitterness, torn between the desire to run to him and the doubt that she should trust him. Within Warmth's heart, two small versions of herself emerged, one maintaining a stoic facade, while the other, filled with youthful longing, yearned to rush towards her Prince Charming, both grappling with their conflicting emotions. Ye Feimo, observing her expression, understood her turmoil. For him, Warmth was a book easily read. Her emotions were always written on her face. He flicked her forehead with his long fingers. Ouch, that hurt. Warmth snapped back to reality, covering her head and glaring at Ye Feimo. What are you doing? Sitting next to me while thinking about other men? Are you looking for trouble? Ye Feimo replied coolly, his gaze icy. Miss Warmth, what is the 13th clause of our agreement? Who knows what your clauses are? Warmth mumbled, straining to recall the details of the agreement. What was the 13th clause? She had been so busy lately that she had no time to remember such trivial matters. What was it again? It seemed that Miss Warmth was rather negligent about the agreement. When we return, I shall add a new clause. If I ask you and you cannot answer, you shall owe me 1 million for each mistake, Ye Feimo stated impassively. Warmth, already racking her brain over the agreement, nearly choked on his words. Ye Ershao, has anyone ever told you that you are inhumane and quite perverse? Ye Feimo nodded expressionlessly. Many have said so. Your opinion does not make a difference. Tears welled in Warmth's eyes as she covered her face. What on earth was this man's skin made of? Ye Feimo simirkit, reveling in her discomfort. Torturing Warmth brought him inexplicable joy. The expression of conflict on her face was more satisfying than any intimate moment. In summary, he had a penchant for tormenting her. Did Fong Luqing mention anything about work? Ye Feimo sudenli inwurit. From what Han Bai implied, the lead role in the play, Fong Yuejire In, had yet to be decided. With Fong Luqing as the principal investor, while other investors favored Han Bai for the role. Given Fong Liuqing's feelings for Warmth, he might be inclined to support her financially. What could I possibly discuss with him about work? Warmth scoffed, her mood complicated by Fong Liuqing's words, which suggested that the Fong family ventured into the entertainment industry because of her. It left her feeling perplexed. Neither joy nor disappointment could encapsulate her emotions. Moreover, she was at a loss regarding her own feelings. By the way, Ye Ershao, on what grounds do you question me so? I haven't asked you a single thing, Warmth remarked, adjusting her seatbelt. She had not inquired about his matters with Han Bai at all. He is equally unqualified to inquire about the matters between her and Fong Luqing. Miss Wen, please bear in mind that I am the president of Anning International, and you are an employee of Anning International. It is my duty to prevent and eliminate any possibility of employees being poached. Ye Feimo stated coldly, his gaze sweeping over her with an icy demeanor, as if to convey that Miss Wen, should you dare to change jobs, I would ensure our fates intertwine in ruin. Leaving Wen with goosebumps. Ye Feimo, I believe you must have spent several millennia encased in a coffin with ice blocks in your previous life. Otherwise, how could your mother, so gentle, have given birth to someone with such a coffin-like visage as yours? It's utterly terrifying. I once thought it was a hereditary issue, as your entire family seems quite peculiar, but it appears that it is you, young Master Yi, who has mutated. The marvels of genetic mutation are indeed profound and unfathomable. Ye Feimo cast her a sidelong glance, realizing that this foolish girl was yet again resorting to veiled insults. When it comes to eloquence, he could easily outshine 100 Wenwans. Nevertheless, he decided that it was unwise for a gentleman to spar with a lady. Ye Feimo, a few days ago while filming an advertisement, I overheard some gossip. Wenwan blinked, her eyes fixed on Ye Feimo, a mischievous smile dancing upon her lips. Ye Feimo shot her a sidelong glance, his expression frigid as he drove. Speak your gossip. With that enchanting gaze upon me, I might misconstrue your intentions. Wenwan's alluring eyes held an undeniable charm. Even a simple gaze exchange between them bore an intimate quality, let alone when she smiled directly at him. The intensity of her gaze made Yi Shao feel a tightening sensation, rendering him unable to control his impulses. Wenwan remarked, "There is only you, my dear man, in this world. For the sake of the child, I might consider pursuing you. There is only you, my dear woman, for the sake of the child. I would not consider pursuing you. You have already experienced that. Thank you. It seems you fondly recall the pleasures of that night. Shall we revisit it once more for a refresher?" Wenwan's face contorted in disbelief, exclaiming, "What kind of absurd dialogue is this?" Tears welled up in her eyes. Every time she followed Ye Feimo's line of thinking, she ended up at a disadvantage. This man's psyche was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Good heavens, can't you entertain some pure thoughts for once? I've heard people say that I resemble Hanbai. Wenwan smiled at Ye Feimo, deciding to stick to gossip, lest she be taken advantage of again. As they reached a traffic light, Ye Feimo halted the car, turning to scrutinize Wenwan with utmost seriousness, his gaze appraising her from head to toe. Wenwan felt as if she were a tender pig, awaiting his favor. I would wager, from a man's perspective, that the families of those who spread such gossip are all akin to pigs. How could you possibly compare to Hanbai's beauty? Wenwan, she was brought to tears. She never intended to compete with Hanbai in terms of beauty, even if she were indeed less attractive. Could you not show a bit more restraint, Ye Shao? Must you be so cruel? Isn't she merely a sultry goddess? I could be that too. In a moment of impulsiveness, Wenwan blurted out, unaware of why she felt compelled to compete with Hanbai. She herself was not lacking in beauty. In the entertainment industry, there are countless beauties, and while she may not be exceptionally stunning, she possesses a decent level of attractiveness. Asik good? You? Miss Wen? That is undoubtedly a cosmic-level joke. Ye Feimo seemed to hear some amusing jest, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, his dimples subtly appearing, causing Wenwan's cheeks to flush with warmth. Noticing his gaze lingering on her chest, Wenwan fell silent, pondering his intentions. Was he mocking her modest assets compared to Hanbai's voluptuous figure? The scrutiny felt utterly humiliating. She too was blessed with a beautiful face and an appealing figure. After all, she was a proud 34B. With a sense of pride, she lifted her chest and raised her chin, reminding herself that she had the right to showcase her body. Yet, was it not possible to flaunt beauty without ample bosom? Ye Feimo's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement as he leaned over the steering wheel, laughing heartily. It was the first time when Wenwan had witnessed him laugh so exuberantly, and she mistakenly assumed he was ridiculing her physique. The thought of Hanbai's alluring figure gracing the billboards outside the mall made her sorrowfully lower her gaze to her own modest curves. Was her body truly so disappointing? Did he need to laugh so derisively? Her fragile self-confidence felt shattered by his laughter. Fury ignited within her, a small universe of determination flaring up as she clenched her fists and resolutely declared, "Tomorrow, I shall undergo breast enhancement." Ye Feimo could no longer contain his mirth, laughing uncontrollably as he gently patted Wenwan's head, akin to soothing a puppy. "Oh dear, please stop. You're about to make me die of laughter." This silly girl was indeed a source of joy for him. He had not laughed so heartily in many years. One could say he had never experienced a day of such unrestrained joy since childhood, all thanks to Wenwan. It was also the first time Wenwan saw Ye Feimo laugh with such unrestrained joy, leaving her puzzled about what was so amusing. Imagine Wenwan's expression as she proudly showcased her figure. Isn't it adorably delightful? I must admit, I chuckled for quite a while writing this scene. Haha, just 2 more chapters to go. See you tomorrow. I forgot to mention the comment section. One cannot be overly domineering. A domineering figure can only provide seasoning without the noodles. Wenwan, too, was bewildered by Ye Feimo's laughter. The thought of her confidently lifting her chest made him want to chuckle even more. It was truly hilarious. Annoyed, she turned her face away, thinking, laugh all you want. But why must I compete with him over body image? How trivial. You need not consider breast enhancement. I dislike touching a blob of gel. Get lost, she retorted, her face flushing as she shot him a glare, just as a traffic light changed, prompting Ye Feimo to drive. Ye Er Shao inquired with a grin. Do you truly not know the saying big waves, no brains? Wenwan replied with a smile. That is exactly why Hanbai is rather dim-witted. Ye Feimo. At last, he understood the meaning of feigning ignorance. This little girl was simply too endearing. Wenwan remained somewhat concerned about her body image, but upon reflection, she acknowledged that while Hanbai might be more attractive and have a better figure, she was younger. Why do you insist on comparing yourself to Hanbai? Wenwan paused, realizing, indeed, why was she so intent on measuring herself against Hanbai? Wenwan pondered for a moment, feeling a sense of indignation. That day, they had called her Little Hanbai, which left her quite displeased. How absurd. I bear no resemblance to her whatsoever. The director on set even remarked that she was following the same path as Hanbai, suggesting she was imitating her every gesture and expression, which only served to exacerbate her discontent. Sister Xiao Jing pointed out that Hanbai had been under her guidance at the outset of her career, acknowledging the slight similarities in their styles. However, being constantly associated with Hanbai made her feel profoundly uncomfortable. Ye Feimo glanced at her, acknowledging the reality of the entertainment industry. Once an individual achieves fame, any newcomer resembling them is inevitably labeled as Little XX. For someone as genuine as Wenwan, who possesses her own unique performance style, such comparisons were undoubtedly unwelcome. Yet, Ye Feimo remarked coolly, Miss One, don't you feel fortunate to be compared to Hanbai as a newcomer? Are you suggesting I should be grateful? She retorted, realizing that he, too, could adopt a prickly demeanor. Ye Feimo's tone was almost icy as he replied, leaving Wenwan frustrated, wishing to disregard him. It dawned on her that in Ye Feimo's eyes, she and Hanbai were worlds apart. They were not even on the same level. This realization stung her. Ye Feimo's bluntness often left her feeling exposed, and while she resented him for it, the truth remained. Comparing her to Hanbai indeed elevated her status. She should have been graciously thanking those who made such comparisons. Slapping her forehead, she realized her initial intention in bringing up Hanbai was to extract gossip about her and Ye Feimo's past. Yet the conversation had veered off course from discussing their rumored entanglements to the issue of physical resemblance. Blast it, Wenwan. You've let Ye Feimo lead you astray again. Ye Feimo, you seem quite familiar with Hanbai, she remarked. She was once an artist under Ning International, but later established her own agency, he stated with an air of nonchalance. Wenwan mused silently. So she was your former lover? Ning International was a massive entity, and the entertainment sector was merely a fragment of its operations. Could he truly afford to be so casual about his artists? What was her purpose in seeking you out? Wenwan inquired. Women are inherently curious, especially about the affairs of those close to them. Recently, rumors had circulated about Hanbai and a Hollywood director, and whispers suggested she was getting close to the head of a media conglomerate. The tabloids had even captured them hand in hand, appearing quite affectionate. Could Ye Feimo endure such gossip? Why should I divulge that to you? He raised an eyebrow in her direction. Wen pouted in response. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, the company is preparing for Liang Hongyu, and Han Bai is interested in participating. Liang Hongyu? Oh, isn't that a work by Teacher Wang? A tale of heroic women. You know of it? Of course, Teacher Chung referenced it as a case study in class, when Wan replied. If Han Bai were to star in it, the box office would undoubtedly soar. Ye Feimo cast her a sidelong glance as she smiled innocently. Just moments ago, she had been displeased at being called Little Han Bai, yet now she was asserting that Han Bai's involvement in the blockbuster would guarantee its success. This girl is truly something. This little white rabbit, without his protection, would likely face numerous setbacks in the entertainment industry, suffering greatly. The cast for Princess Qinglian has been finalized, and High Run Cultural Media, along with Chaoyang Film Production, has released a brief promotion. Wen Wan has been diligently studying the script and memorizing her lines over the past few days. This time, the lead in Princess Qinglian has become the focal point of major newspapers, featuring capable actors who are poised to take center stage. Wen Wan is not to be underestimated. Her most notable claim to fame is her appearance in Zhang Yi's lead MV, where her alluring goddess persona starkly contrasts with the pure and noble image of Princess Xiangxiang. After browsing Tianya, she discovered that the filming of Princess Qinglian has attracted significant attention, and she finally located her thread amidst a sea of posts about the main characters. While the stills from the drama have yet to be released, screenshots from the MV depict her in a form-fitting black gown, black stockings, and smoky eye makeup, performing an enchanting dance. These images have been compared with the older version of Princess Qinglian. The comments below are quite revealing. Oh my, is this the actress portraying Princess Xiangxiang? Where did this creature come from? Princess Xiangxiang, how can you endure this? Princess Xiangxiang, you are doomed. She must have used underhanded means to land this role. How could someone like her play such a character? The truth is evident. The upper floors have shed light on the matter. I've seen her in ads. She's not bad looking. Looking forward to it. Remakes are a true tragedy. Oh, General Administration of Press, Publication, Radio, Film, and Television, please spare the classics. Why do you enjoy being criticized so? The old version of Princess Xiangxiang was an ethereal being, while the new version is a mere sprite, definitely a sprite. Wen Wan shed tears as she perused the overwhelming criticism on Tianya, realizing that she needn't even check mop. Calm, as it would surely be filled with similar vitriol. The only consolation was that her portrayal of Princess Xiangxiang garnered less attention than that of Princess Qinglian, who was being subjected to far harsher criticism. With a sweet smile, Wen Wan eagerly clicked on a thread denouncing the actress Zhou Bingbing, who played Princess Qinglian. She felt a sense of balance restored. Ye Feimo observed Wen Wan's morbid curiosity and shook his head, recognizing her unfortunate predicament. Wan is just too adorable. Ho ho, today we might see a surge of 10,000 or even 12,000. Keep it up, everyone. Commenting is a must. In the following days, Wen Wan moved out of Ye Feimo's home to the floor below, soon returning to school to report for the new term. She hadn't been home all summer, causing her parents, Wen Dad and Wen Mom, great concern. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Dad had taken on several jobs to cover her tuition, even working as a car washer at his age. It was only at the start of the school year that she learned of this. She silently reproached herself for being so preoccupied over the summer that she had failed to check in on her parents. It was only when Father Wen handed her a somewhat disheveled stack of 8,000 yuan that Wen Wan realized the extent of her father's hardships and tribulations endured for her and Wen Jing during the summer. Overcome with sorrow, she embraced Father Wen, repeatedly uttering apologies, feeling deeply ashamed of her unfilial behavior. Father, please keep this money. I do not want it. I have already earned my tuition for this summer, Wen Wan declared, retrieving a bundle of cash from her bag to present to him. This is for you and Mother. I will cover my future tuition and miscellaneous expenses myself. Father, please quit the car wash job. I will support the family from now on. It may be difficult for a while, but I will not allow you to suffer or go hungry any longer. Mother Wen counted the money, finding several thousand yuan, and asked in astonishment, Wan, didn't you say you were doing odd jobs? What kind of odd jobs could possibly earn you enough for your tuition and leave you with this much left over. You haven't done anything, mother. I haven't. Wen replied, recalling her agreement with Ye Feimo, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. Yet, aside from shopping together at the supermarket with Ye Feimo, she had not spent a single cent of his money, despite him giving her his card. Holding her parents' hands, Wen continued, I worked in a film crew this summer. As you know, it was funded by the Mandong family. They were aware of our difficulties and offered a higher salary. Moreover, I signed with a talent agency and have shot some music videos and commercials during this time. I have earned this money through my own hard work. Father, mother, rest assured, I have not stolen or engaged in any improper activities. This is all from my efforts. Father, for my sake, please resign from that job. Otherwise, I will not be able to focus on my work. Which agency did you sign with? Father Wen, a seasoned figure in the business world, questioned, having seen much in his years. It seemed implausible that Wen, being new to the industry, could amass such wealth. At that moment, Kai Xiaojing interjected. Wen signed with Anning International. She is exceptionally talented and diligent, and the company is prioritizing her development. The expenses for her purchases are also covered by the agency. I am her manager. Anning International? Yes, father, I am not deceiving you. While I may not be able to provide you and mother with a lavish lifestyle just yet, I also do not wish for you to endure excessive hardship. Promise me you will quit that job, all right? Your health is poor, and the work is arduous and draining. How can I be at ease? Wen pleaded, clinging to him affectionately. Father Wen glanced at Kai Xiaojing, then back at Wen, and eventually nodded, bringing her a sense of relief. Wen Jing chimed in, Sister, does this mean I'll be able to see you on television in the future? Wen nodded, prompting a burst of laughter from Wen Jing, and the entire family felt a wave of joy. In her heart, however, Wen resolved that she did not possess much money. The sum was borrowed from Kai Xiaojing, who had been quite surprised when she had asked for assistance a few days prior. Initially, it was presumed that she resided with Ye Feimo, who would undoubtedly provide her with material comfort. Yet, she found herself borrowing money, leading Kai Xiaojing to realize that Warm was with Ye Feimo to spare her father from incarceration. Despite this, there were no financial disputes between the two, making it awkward for Warm to ask Ye Feimo for money, fearing he might harbor ulterior motives. Through this incident, Kai Xiaojing genuinely began to envision elevating Warm's status. Previously, she had largely followed Ye Feimo's orders, but after this episode, she recognized Warm as a commendable individual. If she had sought financial assistance from Ye Feimo, he would surely have obliged, and she wouldn't even need to repay him, yet she refrained. This indicated that Warm did not wish to take advantage of Ye Feimo, suggesting that his affection for Warm was entirely genuine. Perhaps he recognized her potential, aware that she was a lucrative investment, or perhaps he simply had feelings for her. Kai Xiaojing also grasped why Ye Feimo had consistently advised her to shield Warm from the darker aspects of the entertainment industry, cautioning her against revealing any behind-the-scenes dealings. He intended for Warm to believe that her successes were solely the fruits of her own labor. He was genuinely invested in her, while Warm remained blissfully unaware. Although Warm's signing with Anning International was indeed a step forward, her base salary was modest, making it challenging to cover her living expenses, let alone save any discretionary funds. She had secured a few music video roles through her own networks and efforts, but the remuneration was minimal, and most advertisements she landed were minor, reflecting her lack of fame. Consequently, the earnings that eventually reached her were scant, as Anning International took a significant cut. As the school term approached, she faced tuition fees that posed a considerable burden, alongside a desire to provide her parents with some pocket money to ease their hardships. Having spent a lifetime in the marketplace, her father was unaccustomed to poverty, and her mother, having been raised in comfort, would certainly struggle with such a sudden change. Left with no other option, Warm reluctantly sought a loan from Kai Xiaojing. This modest sum was insignificant to Kai Xiaojing, who was more than willing to assist. Fully aware that Warm was a pivotal figure in her career, after settling her parents, Warm provided them with an address, initially intending to have them live with her. However, the thought of her current living situation and sharing a bed with someone else dissuaded her from that idea. Warm's parents, under the impression that she resided with her manager, naturally did not express a desire to cohabitate. Seizing a moment while Warm and Wenjing were gathering their belongings, her father turned to Kai Xiaojing and said, "Miss Kai, I may have to trouble you to look after Warm more closely. I have been overly protective of my daughters. I originally opposed her entering the entertainment industry, but she was adamant, and I found myself powerless to resist. Rest assured, Mr. One, I assure you that Warm is treading a legitimate path and will not engage in anything that would bring you shame. However, should you come across any reports or photographs in the tabloids or on television, I implore you not to take them to heart or become upset. Instead, approach Warm calmly and inquire directly. You are a reasonable man, Mr. One, and you must understand that in our line of work, one occasionally requires certain means and tools, such as rumors. Please rest assured that I shall not lead Warmth astray. Today I have made my 5th update. Will there be a 6th? He guess. Mother One harbors her concerns, having heard of the chaos in the entertainment industry. Female stars resorting to plastic surgery for beauty, flitting from one partner to another. Some even indulging in drugs, taking ecstasy, or engaging in prostitution. Kai Xiaojing smiles gently, assuring, "You need not worry, Wan will not be like that." Upon hearing this, Father One feels a sense of relief. I do not desire my daughter to achieve immense wealth or fame. I only wish for her to have self-love, discipline, and joy in her work. Kai Xiaojing nods in agreement, recognizing that Wan is indeed a fortunate individual. As long as Ye Feimo remains steadfast, even if he were to change his mind, she, as Wan's manager, possesses the means to guide her. It may take more time and involve some hardships without Ye Feimo's assistance, but they will manage. Wan tidies up some books and clothes, and Kai Xiaojing helps her carry them downstairs. After bidding farewell to her parents and younger sister, she departs with Kai Xiaojing. On the 3rd day after the school term begins, a low-key opening ceremony for Princess Qinglian takes place. The director, assistant director, producer, script supervisor, production manager, lighting technician, action director, leading male and female actors, supporting cast, and others participate in the customary ceremony, which Wan finds refreshing as it is her first experience. Everyone poses for a photograph in front of banner. Upon returning, Ye Feimo reviews the photo and comments, "Aside from you, the other ladies appear like village women or ants." Wan gazes at him. "Young Master Yi, are you complimenting my youthful beauty?" The filming location is the Jingda Film City in City A. Princess Qinglian narrates the story of a lively and charming princess entangled in a saga of love and enmity with a prince of an enemy nation who has fallen into obscurity. She is brave, intelligent, and spirited, always aided by noble benefactors. The narrative features 3 men as her knights, culminating in the prince and princess overcoming numerous obstacles to unite in love, with the prince ascending the throne and Princess Qinglian reigning with grace. Several days prior, stills from the production were taken, and Wan has already met a few actors from the crew, finding them easy to get along with. Zhuo Bingbing, who has gained fame over the years, remains approachable and kind, which Wan appreciates. The leading male character, Nalan Wushuang, is the prince who has fallen into obscurity. Betrothed since childhood to Princess Xiangxiang, yet ultimately falls for Princess Qinglian, leaving Princess Xiangxiang heartbroken. He is portrayed by Chun Heng, who has starred in several successful dramas. The second male lead, who harbors unyielding love for Princess Xiangxiang, ultimately rebels for her sake, is played by Li Chengming. The 4 characters weave 3 distinct romantic entanglements throughout the story. In addition to these young actors, the cast includes seasoned veterans. Cheng Ying plays the prince's mother, while Peng Yuming portrays the formidable and ambitious emperor of the enemy nation. Wan is particularly delighted to reunite with them in this production. Both Cheng Ying and Peng Yuming, having seen the cast list, recognize Wan, and everyone shares in the joy, hoping for a fruitful collaboration. To my pleasant surprise, Gu Yiting also plays a role in the drama as the elder sister of Princess Qinglian. She harbors an inexplicable animosity towards Wenduanyuan, who remains oblivious to the reasons behind it. However, Kai Xiaojing is well aware that Gu Yiting was originally cast for the role, but was usurped by Wenduanyuan, which undoubtedly stirs a sense of injustice within her. Despite being a seasoned actress with ample time on set, having spent the previous month shooting, Gu Yiting refrains from making things difficult for Wenduanyuan. "Cut!" Director Zhang exclaimed, his expression reflecting displeasure. This scene, depicting the farewell between Nalan Wushuang and Princess Xiangxiang, had been interrupted numerous times, marking it as the most frequent cause for error during the month of shooting. The reason for the continuous failures lay in Wen Nuanyuan's insufficient emotional investment. In this pivotal moment, Princess Xiangxiang embraces Nalan Wushuang from behind, murmuring her heartfelt farewell, which elicits an involuntary kiss from the prince. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wen Nuanyuan struggled to deliver her usual performance. Though director Zhang's temperament is not as volatile as director Lin's, his capacity for reprimand should not be underestimated. He does not tolerate defiance from his actors and delivers critiques when necessary. Apart from the seasoned veterans, Wen Nuanyuan is the only young performer who has yet to face his ire, as her performance has consistently earned his praise. I implore you both, when filming a farewell scene, could you please summon some atmosphere? Wen Nuanyuan approached the assistant director, who went to convey the scene's context to Chen Hang. The shoot was paused for half an hour, during which the assistant director briefed Chen Hang, while director Zhang provided guidance to Wen Nuanyuan. The heat was unbearable. Zhuo Bingbing and several other actresses, clad in their costumes, fanned themselves while playing cards. Upon witnessing yet another NG, Zhuo Bingbing laughed. Princess Xiangxiang, that's your 9th NG. Ifo balansano. Ah. Indeed, director Zhang. You usually scold us so harshly. This time, let us be fair and give her a hard time. Princess Xiangxiang seems quite easy to bully. Go, continue your card game. Director Zhang waved his hand dismissively, as the actresses immersed themselves in their game, while the male actors entertained themselves with their iPhones, thoroughly enjoying the moment. After half an hour of discussions, Wen Nuanyuan discreetly inquired, Director Zhang, could we perhaps adjust the positioning for the kissing scene? Are you truly an actress? Director Zhang retorted. Wen Nuanyuan fell silent, feeling a sense of discomfort. Even a mere peck on the lips felt somewhat awkward to her. Furthermore, the farewell scene, where she expresses her emotions while embracing him from behind, felt peculiar as well. What do you suggest then? Zhang inquired. This television director grants his actors considerable creative freedom, allowing for script modifications at any time, guided solely by his intuition. In the initial 10 episodes, Wen Nuanyuan was slated to appear in only 3, yet they ended up filming 8 episodes. As an actress, she would never refuse such an opportunity to expand her role. In truth, I've always found this segment to be rather illogical. The prince and princess have yet to develop any emotional entanglement, while Princess Xiangxiang and the prince share a childhood bond, representing a more innocent time. However, upon reviewing the lines, it seems as though Princess Xiangxiang is acutely aware of her impending loss of the prince, which is rather unreasonable, and, as I perform, I too find it quite awkward. Warmth candidly expressed her feelings, her eyes sparkling with insight as she remarked, do you not think that the princess playing the flute, accompanied by its melodious tones, would evoke a deeper sense of artistry? The script supervisor and producer, who were nearby, chimed in, acknowledging the merit of Warmth's suggestion. Throughout the preceding episodes, her recommendations had consistently proven to be exceptional, resulting in commendable outcomes, which garnered the admiration of director Zhang for her talent in this regard. Warmth possessed a distinctive perspective in her performances, showcasing both innate talent and charisma. Chen Hang, come here, director Zhang called, proceeding to elaborate on the next 10 minutes of the scene. With a wave of his hand, the cinematographer, lighting technicians, and other crew members promptly took their positions. As the action commenced, Warmth and Chen Hang approached the performance area, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. The clapperboard snapped, signaling the start of the performance. Warmth's movements and posture were graceful and fluid, never overshadowing Chen Hang, but rather complementing his presence with ease. Her expressive, doe-like eyes gazed deeply at Prince Nalan, conveying emotions that transcended words, imbued with a gentle tenderness and a womanly softness akin to flowing water. Director Zhang nodded approvingly, as both performers adeptly portrayed the complexities of parting, longing, and the prince's ambition to soar high, alongside the princess's bittersweet blend of support and loss. The intimate kiss was captured through a clever angle, a notion proposed by Warmth that Chen Hang readily accepted. The final scene depicted Princess Xiangxiang playing her flute, her gaze lingering on her beloved, who rode further away on a white horse. The music flowed softly, rich with emotion, yet tinged with a subtle sadness. This scene unfolded effortlessly, allowing warmth to exhale in relief. Director Zhang, pleased with the result, cast a glance at warmth, recognizing her as someone truly destined for this profession. As the focus shifted to Zhua Bingbing's scenes, warmth took a moment to rest, during which Kai Xiaojing brought her a bottle of chilled pure water. Gu Yiting and her assistant approached, marking Gu Yiting's first visit to warmth. As their scenes were filmed separately and they rarely crossed paths, Gu Yiting regarded warmth with a condescending air, asking, "Who did you manage to associate with at Anning International?" Taken aback, warmth was momentarily speechless, while Gu Yiting sneered, looking down at her. "If you hadn't attached yourself to someone, how could you possibly have secured the role of Princess Xiangxiang?" For over a month, warmth had resolved to endure. She had originally been slated for the role of the second female lead, only to have it snatched away by warmth, relegating her to a less significant character. Her agent had informed her that the role was hers, yet overnight it was unexpectedly reassigned to warmth. This turn of events left her feeling resentful, as High Run's junior executive had merely indicated that Anning International aimed to promote someone this time, with promises of future opportunities, leaving her feeling wronged. On set, observing Warmth's rapport with the director and fellow actors, it was evident that everyone enjoyed a harmonious collaboration. Director Zhang had increased her scenes significantly, and Warmth's costumes and styling surpassed even those of the lead actress, with her wardrobe budget being the highest in the entire production. She became increasingly convinced that someone was backing Warmth, for how else could she receive such preferential treatment? "I do not comprehend your words," Warmth remarked, seemingly disinterested in her. Gu Yiting had poor rapport within the crew, as the other actresses seldom included her in their outings for meals or leisure. "Stop pretending and speak the truth. With whom do you have an affair?" Gu Yiting retorted bluntly. Just as Kai Xiaojing was about to respond, Warmth rose, flashing a sweet smile. "Must one engage in such liaisons to secure a role? We all audition together, and it is Director Zhang who selects the cast. What exactly are you implying?" Their dispute caught the attention of onlookers, prompting a familiar second-tier actress to intervene. "Enough of this nonsense. Don't engage with the envious. Come over and play cards." Director Zhang paused the filming, casting a glance at the quarreling duo, shaking his head. He was indifferent to the rivalry among the actors. His priority was the quality of the performance. In truth, the role of Princess Xiangxiang had initially been designated for Gu Yiting, but he had strongly recommended Warmth. However, the investors insisted on Gu Yiting, leaving him powerless. Unexpectedly, the next day, the choice was altered, confirming Warmth instead, although he was unsure of the reasons. He felt elated to have his preferred actress cast. He was quite satisfied with Warmth's portrayal, granting her ample screen time. Had Gu Yiting been cast, he was notorious for his editing prowess, which could have relegated her to the role of an extra. Gu Yiting stomped her foot in frustration and turned her face away. Kai Xiaojing received a phone call regarding an urgent matter, noticing that Warmth had not faced much bullying on set for over a month. And given Gu Yiting's lack of assertiveness, she felt a bit reassured, offering a few words of advice before departing. The group engaged in their card game, where several women laughed, commenting on how Warmth's agent treated her as a child, while their agents were less attentive, rarely accompanying them on set. While playing cards, they exchanged gossip from the entertainment industry. Warmth happened to overhear that Ye Feimo was rumored to be involved with someone, and that the second young master, Ye, was once again promoting another rising star. She mused to herself about the nature of such gossip. His reputation remained unchanged. Recently, he had been linked to a female singer and a model, yet Warmth found it curious that there were no rumors involving him and Han Bai. Han Bi, on the other hand, seemed to be romantically entangled with Guru A and appeared intent on collaborating with Fong Luqing. There were whispers that Han Bai would participate in a film production backed by Huayun Entertainment and Fong's investment, touted as Huayun's annual masterpiece. Han Bai was indeed fortunate, with numerous excellent films awaiting her selection and participation. Whether art films or commercial ones, she could adeptly handle both, and her appearance was timeless, allowing for great versatility. In the afternoon, Director Zhang gathered all the cast members to expedite the filming process, aiming to complete the project before the new year. Consequently, night shoots would commence, disrupting the actors' schedules. The main cast lamented the onset of night shifts, and Warmth was no exception. Upon receiving this news, Warmth called Ye Feimo. "I will be working the night shift tonight. You'll need to prepare your own meal." "What time?" "I'm not certain yet." Annoyed, she grumbled about the long hours. As if returning home late wasn't enough, now she was also required to work night shifts. "Why are you busier than I am?" Ye Feimo's tone was far from pleasant. Warmth, the assistant director is calling me. I must go. She ended the call swiftly, opting to switch off her phone to avoid any further reprimand from Ye Feimo. Residing in the prestigious Mingxing apartment, although she lived directly beneath Ye Feimo, their lives were practically intertwined. There was no need for her to rent an additional place. Ye Feimo possessed a rather eccentric personality and was particularly fastidious, disliking anyone intruding upon his personal space except for the scheduled cleaning staff. Warmth was solely responsible for his meals, ensuring that breakfast, lunch, and dinner were never missed. Perhaps accustomed to her attentions, Ye Feimo could hardly do without her. Despite her exhausting schedule on set, she returned home to prepare his meals without a hint of complaint. However, one evening, after returning late and falling asleep, she forgot to prepare his breakfast and lunch for the next day, which triggered a flare-up of his gastric issues, alarming Warmth. Since then, she was even more diligent, knowing he would certainly inform Ye Feimo if she slacked off, compelling him to fend for himself in the kitchen. Her profession was inherently demanding. Filming a television drama was a tedious endeavor, often requiring her presence at the studio for long hours. And sometimes she had to rush to fulfill other commitments. In Princess Qinglian, there were several musical segments initially intended for renowned singers, but due to budget constraints, the director resourcefully decided to utilize Warmth's and Chunhang's recordings. Warmth was tasked with singing 3 interludes, while Zhuo Bingbing had 2. The opening theme was a duet between Zhuo Bingbing and Chunhang, and the closing theme featured Warmth's solo. Lacking formal vocal training, she sought assistance from Kai Shaojing to ensure the best possible performance. Thus, after a frantic day of work, Warmth would sometimes return to Anning International for rigorous vocal training, while also attending promotional events for Princess Qinglian. She was inundated with responsibilities, leaving her utterly occupied. Ye Feimo had significant reservations regarding her work commitments. Yet Warmth found joy in her busy life. Although he remained silent on several occasions, his temper was still quite temperamental. Warmth, clutching her phone, felt a wave of confusion. "Wow, Warmth, do you have a boyfriend?" "No, it's just my dad," she replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. Kai Shaojing had long advised her to never disclose having a boyfriend in public, regardless of her level of trust in others. In the evening, Su Yongchang, the young heir from Huiran, came to visit the set, and Gu Yiting was all smiles. The two openly displayed their affection in front of the crew. Su Yongchang was quite handsome, impeccably dressed, and well-mannered, making him a suitable match for Gu Yiting. Despite the efforts of actresses to achieve success, marrying a wealthy and influential man seemed far more advantageous. Gu Yiting, who had always reveled in competition, carried an air of superiority within the crew. With Su Yongchang accommodating her whims, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Warmth was filming a dance scene, clad in white as pure as snow, her garments fluttering gracefully. Her ethereal beauty swiftly captivated Su Yongchang's gaze, and one could not help but remark on how her ancient attire exuded an otherworldly charm, delicate and refined, reminiscent of a blooming lily. Enhanced by the exquisite craftsmanship of her costume and adornments, she appeared as if descended from the heavens. Although she was merely a supporting role, her presence overshadowed Zhuo Bingbing, who, despite her generous spirit, harbored an understanding that someone was undoubtedly backing Warmth. She had heard her agent mention Kai Shaojing, a figure of considerable significance, so she wisely refrained from offending Warmth. In the entertainment industry, those with acumen can often sense the slightest shift in the wind. Suddenly, Su Yongchang expressed his desire to treat the crew to dinner. Director Zhang hesitated slightly, as they had a late-night shoot ahead. But given that Huiran was the investor and it had been a grueling month of filming without a communal meal, he acquiesced. Cheng Ying and Peng Yuming chose not to join the fray, but Su Yongchang was indifferent. His focus was solely on Warmth, whose appearance and figure were to his liking. The entire crew, including the director, assistant director, producers, and both lead and supporting actors, over 30 individuals in total, were treated to a lavish dinner in a stylish restaurant, where Soo Yeon-chang reserved an expansive private room. In the days leading up to this, Warmth had bonded well with the crew, being the youngest and well-liked. Jian Hang, Lee Ching-ming, and Zhuo Bingbing, all in their mid-20s, enjoyed a lively camaraderie with her. During the meal, Soo Yeon-chang expressed his appreciation for their hard work, speaking with humility and a lack of pretense, which garnered him favorable sentiments from a group. He proposed toasts, which everyone accepted. Warmth, lacking in tolerance for alcohol, drank sparingly, while Soo Yeon-chang persistently toasted the others. Chun Hang and Lee Ching-ming, youthful and spirited after a month of filming, were more than willing to indulge, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Warmth, Bingbing, are you two lovely ladies refusing my toast because you find my drink unpalatable? Soo Yeon-chang jested after they declined several times. Warmth shook her head, citing her poor alcohol tolerance, while Zhuo Bingbing, being familiar with such social conventions, managed to drink a couple of glasses in compliance. Director Zhang was aware of Soo Yeon-chang's reputation and discreetly signaled to Warmth, who complied with a couple more toasts. Such a lively ambience should not be marred by abstaining from drink. The dinner lasted over 2 hours amidst joyous chatter. After the meal, someone jovially suggested that Soo Yeon-chang take them to a KTV for some entertainment, a notion that resonated with him. He clapped his hands and called several investors, producers, and media moguls, enthusiastically inviting Zhuo Bingbing, Warmth, and others to join him for singing. Director Zhang mentioned that they needed to drive back for a night shoot and could not attend. However, 2 actresses from the crew were eager to go, and hearing the names of the prominent figures Soo Yeon-chang had on the line, they implored to join, realizing that associating with such influential people could elevate their careers significantly. The entertainment industry is filled with countless beauties, and while some manage to achieve great fame, it is an undeniable truth that effort is not the sole determinant. One must also have the support of influential figures. In today's entertainment realm, unlike the era of Leslie Chung, success cannot simply be attained through talent and hard work. Director Zhang, after a moment of contemplation, allowed Soo Yeon-chang to whisper something in his ear. Despite his irritation, he ultimately relented, permitting them to indulge while he refrained from joining, leaving the assistant director and producer to accompany them. Unbeknownst to Wenwan and Zhuo Bingbing, they were ushered into a vehicle, caught off guard and unable to decline as it sped away. They found themselves in Soo Yeon-chang's car, with Gu Yiting seated in the front. Chun Hang and Lee Ching-ming squeezed in beside them in the back. Wenwan and Zhuo Bingbing, having indulged a bit too much, were in a daze and lacked the will to resist. Director Zhang stomped his foot in frustration, lamenting the audacity of those rascals. An older actor patted his shoulder, advising him to let it go, for he had long since grown accustomed to such antics. I noticed that Soo Yeon-chang seems particularly taken with Wenwan. His gaze was fixed on her throughout the shoot. Director Zhang's concern grew. Did anyone have Kai Xiaojing's number? I don't have it, I'm frantic. Just months ago, Soo Yeon-chang left a female actress in ruins. Wenwan stands no chance against him. We must inquire if anyone knows Kai Xiaojing's contact, he urged. That young woman was quite astute. If she sensed danger, she would certainly reach out for help. Another seasoned actor chimed in. These days, young women often appear innocent. But who knows what lies beneath? Perhaps they welcome such attention. Old Zhang, you should detach from this matter. Otherwise, you risk jeopardizing the entire production. Which actor hasn't he encountered similar experiences? Casablanca, the most renowned bar and KTV in City A, attracted many from the industry seeking to unwind, sing, and revel in merriment. The establishment boasted elegant decor, exuding opulence amidst the vibrant nightlife, where the air was thick with revelry. The spacious dance floor hosted a band performing the latest hits. While youths swayed and danced passionately, the atmosphere electric and intoxicating. When Soo Yeon-chang arrived with over 10 members of the crew, several investors, producers, and media magnates had already secured a lavish private room. They strode purposefully through the dance hall toward their reserved space. Casablanca featured dozens of private rooms, renowned for their excellent soundproofing and security. rarely witnessing any disturbances. Upon entering, Su Yongchang and his entourage found themselves in the company of several strikingly beautiful women. Wenwan swallowed hard. Among them was Bai Xiaowen, but what astonished her further were two well-known pop singers. Their pristine screen images now transformed as they donned vibrant red spaghetti-strap dresses that revealed enticing glimpses of their décolletage. Clad in sheer black stockings, they exuded an alluring charm that was utterly captivating, resembling sirens rather than the pure, noble figures they portrayed on screen. The warmth of recognition was abruptly shattered, as the enchanting image of the jade, maidenzingers disintegrated before her eyes. Clad in exquisite attire, they possessed striking figures, yet at that moment, Warmth felt somewhat dazed. The effects of alcohol had worn off. Aside from those few women, the private room also housed two delicate-looking young men attending to a middle-aged man with a beer belly, engaging in debauchery that surpassed Warmth's imagination. She felt like an unsophisticated little rabbit stumbling into a throng of heavily made-up sirens. Zhuo Bingbing, having witnessed more of the world, assisted Chun Hang in seating Warmth down. Su Xiao, are these the actors from the Qingling crew? Inquired a Mediterranean man, puffing on a cigarette, his gaze lecherously flitting between Zhuo Bingbing, Warmth, and the other women. Greet them. This is Brother Xiong, Brother Chong, Producer Gao, and Director Zhuang. Be astute. If you serve them well, there will be benefits for you. If you catch their eye, it could be your fortune, Su Xiao remarked. The entertainment industry in City A is inextricably linked with the underworld, and among these men, Brother Xiong and Brother Chong are formidable figures that few dare to provoke. Warmth's intoxication dissipated entirely, her expression blank, while Zhuo Bingbing, Chun Hang, and Li Chengming exchanged pleasantries. Warmth merely opened her mouth in a silent gasp, her palms slick with perspiration, overwhelmed by nervousness. How had she so foolishly wandered into such a place? They all appeared rather youthful. Brother Chong let out a whistle. But I like them. Gu Yiting, seated beside Su Yongchang, raised a glass in toast. Su Xiao urged, Bing Bing, you all should go and serve Brother Chong. If you do well, this time, I'll raise your pay. Warm's heart raced as she grasped Zhuo Bingbing's hand. Zhuo Bingbing smiled, releasing Warm's grip, and joined Brother Chong alongside the two women. Shortly thereafter, two affluent ladies arrived, whom Warmth overheard were daughters of wealthy families, exuding an air of grandeur. Once the door to the private room was closed, coarse language flowed freely, and they indulged in drink, expressing a penchant for handsome men. Chen Hang and Li Chengming, with no choice, could only endure and serve them. These two ladies were rather temperamental, particularly disdainful of actors, their words laced with derision. Chen Hang and Li Chengming feigned smiles as they toasted. You have quite a physique. How did you build those muscles? Do you frequent the gym? One of them unabashedly lifted Li Chengming's shirt, caressing his abs, while the other showed no sign of embarrassment. Only Li Chengming felt humiliated. The singers and actors engaged shamelessly with the prominent figures present, kissing, feeding, and toasting as if it were an everyday occurrence. Zhuo Bingbing, a respectable young woman, suppressed her discomfort as she poured drinks for Brother Chong, fully aware that they were powerless against such influential individuals. To thrive in the entertainment industry, one must adhere to its unspoken rules. If she felt this way, it was needless to say how the others fared. The expansive private room resembled a grand spectacle of indulgence. Warmth finally believed Ye Xiao's words. Her experiences were indeed limited, and it was only she who felt ill at ease in such a setting. The others had lowered themselves to comply and cater, while she maintained her lofty demeanor. Beside Brother Xiong, Bai Xiaowen and Wenwan, who had a bit of a history, were smiling as they spoke to him. Brother Xiong, look at Wenwan. Isn't she just your type? Pure and innocent, like a high school girl. It would be quite delightful to play with her. Wenwan's expression remained impassive, her habitual smile seemingly lost. Poor Miss Wan, raised in a sheltered environment, had always chased after Fong Luqing. After the fall of the Wen family, she endured little hardship and was soon ensnared by Ye Feimo in his private domain. Entering the entertainment industry with Ye Feimo's backing and Kai Shaojing's adept maneuvering, Miss Wen had barely encountered such scenes, and for the moment, she could only coldly observe everything around her. It appeared as though a proud, Aloof fox disdainfully regarded a circle of lustful wolves and lecherous boars in chaos, when in fact it was a pack of gray wolves encircling a small white rabbit. Brother Xiong's gaze turned toward Wenwan, his lascivious stare causing her to break out in goosebumps. Su Xiao extended an arm, embracing Gu Yiting on one side while wrapping the other around Wenwan. Brother Xiong, she's the one I have my eye on. You wouldn't snatch her away from me, would you? Wenwan glanced at the hand resting on her shoulder, furrowing her brow as she fought the impulse to push it away. Gu Yiting playfully punched Su Yongchong, pouting, Su Xiao, you're so bad. Aren't I enough for you? Why do you need someone else to serve you? If Brother Xiong likes her, just let him have her. She certainly did not want Wenwan to steal away Su Yongchong's affections. Compared to the others present, although Su Yongchong wasn't the most powerful, he was undoubtedly the most well-formed. She had her grievances with Wenwan, and the thought of her being toyed with by Brother Xiong pleased her immensely. Brother Xiong laughed heartily, praising Gu Yiting for her understanding. The talented songstress beside him seized the moment to sing, and Brother Xiong beckoned Wenwan over. Su Yongchong had taken a liking to Wenwan and merely wished to have some fun. After all, she was an actress and had surely seen her share of the world and experienced similar encounters. There was no need to offend Brother Xiong over her. Perhaps they could all enjoy themselves together. He nudged Wenwan, urging her to attend to Brother Xiong. As Wenwan stood and prepared to leave, Bai Xiaowen had already risen to pull her back, firmly pressing her into her seat. With anger flashing in her eyes, Wenwan glared at Bai Xiaowen, who smiled sweetly. Wenwan, what with that expression? Are you unhappy about serving Brother Xiong? Wenwan truly detested Bai Xiaowen. She had forgotten the slap she had dealt her previously, and now being forcibly dragged into such a situation. Why would she willingly open herself up to be taken advantage of? Brother Xiong unceremoniously lifted Worm's chin, his intention clear as he focused on Bai Xiaowen's words, which were deliberately directed at him. Towering and robust, Brother Xiong's face was adorned with rolls of flesh, his gaze lewd and malevolent, his hand resting inappropriately on her waist. This swine, Ye Feimo, I shall never again insult you by calling you a pig. You remain a fair distance from such a comparison. Worm marveled at her own resilience. Even under Brother Xiong's fierce scrutiny, she still found the time to think of Ye Feimo. With a handsome face and captivating eyes, what was his issue? Were his services not to his liking? Brother Xiong inquired with a menacing tone. Worm turned her face away, appalled by the foul odor emanating from his mouth. Had he just brushed his teeth? The stench was unbearable, suffocating her. His words flew from his mouth like spittle, repulsive, and with a set of yellowed teeth. Goodness! With all that wealth, could he not invest in a decent set of dentures to spare her the horror? Ye Feimo, ignorance is not the issue. It is the comparison that brings despair. You are truly a rarity. Your physique is admirable, your appearance commendable, though your temperament is dreadful, your breath surprisingly fresh. Worm felt tears welling up. She was troubled, wondering why her thoughts kept drifting back to Ye Feimo. She genuinely admired Bai Xiaowen, who could serve him without flinching. How could she endure a kiss from him without retching? The more Worm thought this way, the more it ignited Brother Xiong's desire for conquest. Zhuo Bingbing poured a glass of wine and slid it toward Worm, concerned for her well-being. If it were the producer, it would be manageable, but figures like Brother Xiong and Changgu were to be avoided at all costs. Brother Xiong, our Worm is still young. Please do not frighten her. Worm, toast Brother Xiong, Zhuo Bingbing urged, winking at Worm. Stubbornly, Worm gritted her teeth, and Zhuo Bingbing kicked her from beneath the table. The enchanting voice of a singer filled the air, and the others applauded, oblivious to their plight. Worm swallowed her indignation, raising her glass. Brother Xiong, I toast you. Brother Xiong appeared pleased, his gaze fixated on Worm's crimson lips. Is this your first foray into the entertainment industry? You do not even know how to toast properly. I have already suppressed my temper to toast. You may drink if you wish. As she held the glass, Worm turned to set it down, only to hear Zhuo Bingbing exclaim, Changgu, Bingbing toasts you. Zhuo Bingbing sipped her red wine and pressed her lips to Chang Ji's, sharing the drink directly. Qiang Yi, not one to waste such sweetness, grasped her chest with one hand while fervently kissing her. Worm's stomach churned, a wave of heat rising. The wine she had just consumed threatened to surge back. Stunned, she thought, was this what it meant to toast? Bai Xiaowen watched with glee as Worm's face paled. Worm's grip tightened around her glass, nearly shattering it. Worm, why are you not toasting Brother Xiong? Do not forget, a toast without sincerity may lead to punishment. Bai Xiaowen taunted. Do you often engage in such antics? Worm finally snapped, unable to contain her frustration. This woman was insufferable. Why must they all, being women, torment one another so? What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Xiaowen retorted angrily, unable to tolerate Worm's innocence. They all navigated the same world. So why should she always appear so naive, her smile so untainted? In truth, everyone is the same. She is desperately eager to prove this point. How pretentious she is, adhering to the rules of this circle upon entering it, for otherwise she cannot persist. Brother Xiong, observe the disdain in Wenwan's demeanor. She clearly harbors contempt for you and is reluctant to toast. Bai Xiaowen stirs the pot, and Wenwan yearns to hurl her drink at him. Brother Xiong, in a fit of rage, incited by Bai Xiaowen's provocations, becomes even more furious as he sees Wenwan's unwillingness to engage. Zhuang Bingbing, sensing the escalating tension, approaches with a charming smile, suggesting, Brother Xiong, please do not take offense. Wenwan is merely an inexperienced girl, rather clumsy. Why not allow Bingbing to toast you on her behalf? From the outset, Wenwan has been reluctant, and Brother Xiong, already irked by her demeanor, finds further provocation in Bai Xiaowen's interference. In a fit of rage, he forcefully pushes aside Bingbing, who attempts to mediate, resulting in her stumbling and crashing onto the table, scattering wine, beer, and snacks everywhere with a resounding clatter. The sudden chaos startles everyone, including the singing diva, who halts mid-performance. With her hand pressed onto the shards of glass, Zhuang Bingbing bleeds profusely, causing Wenwan to exclaim in alarm, rushing to assist her. The crowd is taken aback. Yet Brother Xiong seizes Wenwan by her hair, causing her pain to the point of numbness as he yanks her back. Su Yongchang and others, witnessing the scene, rush to intervene, but Changge merely observes, having seen such spectacles numerous times. It is common for newly entered actresses to create havoc in their initial encounters, only to learn after a few lessons to behave like docile kittens, pursuing their desires without restraint or fear of opposition. You refuse to toast. You are merely an actress. After all, what pretense of superiority is this? Today, in this very place, I shall have my way. Let us see who dares to speak against it. Brother Xiong bellows, shoving Wenwan onto the couch and reaching for his belt. As the belt is torn from his waist, he immediately lashes it towards Wenwan. She hastily raises her hands in defense, but the belt strikes her arm. The onlookers, both singers and actors alike, stand in stunned silence, too frightened to utter a word. They are accustomed to such antics, yet this scene is unlike anything they have encountered before. Zhuang Bingbing, in a panic, calls for Chun Hang's help, but none dare to utter a word. Wenwan, paralyzed by fear, watches helplessly as the man lunges toward her, shouting, You are all forbidden to leave. You are merely a whore. Let us see how they watch me take you down. I shall see how high and mighty you truly are. Warmth was taken aback, and those around her retreated, none daring to utter a word. Zhuo Bingbing pleaded with Su Yongchang to intercede for Warmth, to which Su Yongchang chuckled, suggesting that this temper required some correction, to see if she would behave afterward. Brother Xiong, shall we play together? Brother Xiong agreed, and Su Yongchang planned to wait until Brother Xiong had his turn before joining in, to prevent any interruption of their mischief by someone alerting the authorities. They forbade anyone from leaving. Let go of me, Warmth cried, evading his kiss, utterly repulsed by the foul odor emanating from him. Brother Xiong, witnessing her struggle, became infuriated and struck her twice across the face. His hands were thick and heavy, brimming with malice, leaving Warmth's cheeks swollen and her mind a haze of pain as he forcefully tore at her clothing, exposing her delicate collarbone and blue bra. He then attempted to rip off her jeans, leaving Bai Xiaowen in shock. She had merely wished for Warmth to be rescued from bullying, never anticipating a scene of such violence. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, Zhuo Bingbing dialed for help. Let go of me. Warmth's voice became hoarse. his nails leaving numerous scratches across her chest and shoulders as she fought desperately to protect herself from having her underwear torn away. The mixed company present only deepened her humiliation, making her wish for death. The horror of this circle was overwhelming. In a fit of rage, she grasped a bottle of alcohol and, without hesitation, brought it crashing down onto Brother Xiong's head. With a cry of agony, Brother Xiong staggered, blood streaming from his forehead as red wine spilled across the floor. Dazed, he seemed severely affected by the blow, while Warmth, equally stunned, stabbed at his thigh with the broken bottle. Her fierce nature was undeniable. One stab was insufficient, and she aimed to strike again. The tables had turned, as Brother Xiong, who had always been the assailant, now found himself on the receiving end, leaving everyone in disbelief. Do you think you're the only one capable of cruelty? Warmth's swollen face bore a fierce determination, her words precise. Let me tell you, the most formidable are those like me who fear nothing. She raised the bottle again, prompting another agonized scream from Brother Xiong. You filthy BTCH. He roared, swinging a fist at her. With a resolve to perish alongside him, she did not flinch. Zhua Bing Bing, grasping Warmth's hand, urged her to retreat. Run, run. Warmth stood frozen, blood covering her hands, while all present were paralyzed in shock. Blood gushed from Brother Xiong's forehead, and a bottle protruded from his thigh, leaving everyone unsure of how to respond. In a frantic attempt to help, Zhua Bingbing tore off her long shirt, revealing a simple tank top beneath, which was still preferable to warm state. As her own clothing lay in tatters and her bra half removed, Zhua Bingbing wrapped her in the shirt and, taking advantage of the days surrounding them, led her towards escape. Chase her. Send someone after that BTCH. Hurry. Brother Xiong, suppressing his pain, bellowed, consumed by a desire to kill this woman. Strong Brother immediately made a phone call, and the gangsters waiting outside Casablanca rushed in, startling the dancers on the floor, who became a chaotic mass. Chung Anya raised an eyebrow as a large group surged through the entrance. How disappointing. Chung Anya sighed, seated opposite a stunningly glamorous and mature woman, dressed in a crimson gown, with her long hair cascading smoothly down her shoulders. This was Su Nuo, the wife of Yining Yuan, the eldest son of the Ye family. She was as beautiful as a blooming rose, strikingly radiant, with an ethereal elegance that added a unique charm to her allure. Mommy, let us go. Feimo's car should be arriving soon. Su Nuo called out towards the dance floor, summoning Ye Kellen and Ye Tianyu to head home. As soon as Su Nuo's voice faded, a boy of around 14 and a girl of about 13 bounded over. The boy, though young, stood tall, possessing the quintessential features of the Ye family, exquisite and noble, excessively handsome. The girl's beauty was even more striking, resembling Su Nuo, as if she were carved from the same mold, save for her slightly upturned big eyes that mirrored Yining Yuan's. This was Yining Yuan and Su Nuo's pair of children. Oh, mommy, grandma, I haven't danced enough yet. Ye Kellen pouted, clinging to Chung Anya. Grandma, can we dance a little longer? I've spotted a handsome young man, and am trying to figure out how to flirt with him. Ye Tianyu leaned against the side, chuckling, while Su Nuo covered her face in exasperation. Chung Anya smiled and said, let us call it a day. It's your first day back. It's time to go home. Tomorrow, I'll take you out to have fun. Come on, your second uncle is probably waiting outside. My beautiful young man. Ye Kellen's sweet voice called out, causing Su Nuo to break into goosebumps. Unable to resist giving her a playful punch. Shut up. How many handsome young men have you set your sights on? Daddy said that if you find someone appealing, you should act decisively, gathering them all into your harem, to cultivate slowly and choose wisely. Ye Kellen replied with utmost seriousness, prompting Su Nuo to inwardly curse, lamenting the way Yining Yuan was raising their daughter. Ye Tianyu surveyed the burly men who had rushed in, asking, Grandma, what is happening? I don't know. I'm not sure who has offended the people from the fire gate, Chung Anya responded. Just as the family was about to leave, the black-clad men had already seized Wenwan, dragging her towards the private room. Wenwan Zhua Bing Bing cried out in distress. Chung Anya was taken aback, glancing over just in time to see the black-clad man roughly pulling Wenwan towards the room, her coat torn off, exposing her delicate shoulders. Wenwan's cheeks were swollen, evidently having been struck severely as she desperately fought against her captors. A wounded Xionggu emerged from the private room. Chung Anya turned her head and said, "Tianyu, didn't Tu just come from the training base? Let Grandma see how skilled you are. Here they come. Do you wish for more updates? Today marks the 5th, or perhaps the 6th installment." Ho-Ho 135, 2091 words. Ye Tianyu raised an eyebrow and performed a gentlemanly bow, eager not to disappoint his grandmother. In a flash, Ye Tianyu's figure darted like lightning. With a swift sweep of his long legs, he effortlessly incapacitated 2 men beside him. A group of assailants, brandishing clubs, lunged at him, surrounding him in a fray. Brother Xiong and his companions stood dumbfounded, watching a tall and elegant young man navigate through a dozen burly figures clad in black, dispatching them with remarkable speed. Within merely 5 minutes, he had taken down more than 10. Ye Kellen clapped her hands and leaped onto the sofa, cheering for her brother, exclaiming how magnificent and handsome he was, her love for him evident in her exuberance. Having been shielded by warmth, the 15-year-old boy stood notably taller than her. She gazed at him in a daze, her emotions a tumultuous mix of distress and relief. She had feared being captured and humiliated by Brother Xiong once again, yet unexpectedly, it was this young man who came to her rescue. Trembling in the aftermath of her fear, she saw Brother Xiong limping toward them, angrily admonishing her, instructing her to focus on her studies and to stay out of matters that did not concern her. Ye Tianyu responded with a gentle smile, "I sincerely apologize. I am illiterate and have never received an education." Brother Xiong, furious, threatened, "Release that girl. I will ensure you regret it." His anger intensified, and his associates, including Brother Chong, emerged, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. Upon noticing a wound on Brother Xiong's forehead and injuries on his thigh, Chung Anya turned her attention to Wenwan, piecing together the situation. "Wenwan, are you all right?" Wenwan glanced towards the voice, recognizing Chung Anya, and instinctively shrank her shoulders in embarrassment. Her vulnerable state, with red-rimmed eyes, could easily be misinterpreted. Seeing Chung Anya felt like a beacon of hope. Her taut heart began to ease, and the flood of fear nearly brought tears to her eyes. Chung Anya frowned, and Ye Kellen whistled, teasingly inquiring, "Oh, Grandma, do you know her?" As Chung Anya spoke, Brother Xiong and Brother Chong, unfamiliar with her, were perplexed. They were from the underworld and significantly younger than her, with no ties to her world. The younger generation of singers and actors failed to recognize her as well, given her diminished presence in headlines over recent years. Amidst the bar's chaotic atmosphere, they could hardly identify her. However, producer Gao and director Zhuang were well aware of Chung Anya's identity, hastily pulling Brother Xiong aside, urging him to defuse the situation. After all, she was the most powerful woman in City A. Who would dare to provoke her? Yi Xiao would undoubtedly exact vengeance on anyone who dared to cross her. "Why are you pulling me? Go, seize that girl. I intend to eradicate her today," Brother Xiong bellowed menacingly. Chung Anya stepped forward, taking hold of Wenwan's trembling hand, slick with sweat and blood. A pang of compassion washed over her, and with a steely gaze, she warned, "Try to take her from me, if you dare." Director Zhuang, "It's a pleasure to see you again. What has my artist done to offend someone?" The actors gasped, realizing her significance. After all, she had commanded respect in the entertainment industry for over a decade, her name resonating even if she were not in the spotlight. Wenwan, affiliated with the Anning Agency, had just heard of Chung Anya's inquiry, which clearly indicated her ties to the Yi family. Noble, graceful, and an authoritative figure. The only person it could possibly be was Lady Yi. The young master of the Yi family is a renowned painter and photographer, while the esteemed matriarch of the family serves as the highest inspector for an international anti-terrorism organization. She is well aware that the artist under my management is none other than Chung Anya. "Madam Yi, this is a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding," Director Zhuang stammered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had previously crossed paths with Chung Anya in the business realm, and having offended her in her youth, he dared not imagine the consequences. "Ah, so it is you, Madam Yi. You must ensure she is handed over to me today. Otherwise, If you wish to preserve the reputation of Anning International, you must insist on taking her away. Look at this injury on me. It was inflicted by her. I will accuse her of attempted murder, and I will even sue Anning International. You would do well to be sensible. Su Nuo furrowed her brow, incensed that such unworthy individuals would dare to speak to her mother in such a manner. They must be eradicated. Tieng Anya intercepted Gunuo, while Ye Kellen placed her hands on her hips, a playful smile gracing her lips as she elongated her voice. Grandma, we are so frightened. What do you think will happen if we do not comply? Cheng Anya smiled. Grandma is curious as well. Ye Kellen stood atop the sofa, hands on her hips, grinning. Hey, big teddy bear, what do you intend to do with us? Please enlighten us. Brother Xiong, in excruciating pain, was too absorbed in his suffering to heed Ye Kellen's words. Cheng Anya and the others were not wearing their outer garments. She cast a glance and noticed Wenwan's somewhat tattered clothing, her palms stained with blood. In a panic, she rushed to inspect, finding Wenwan gritting her teeth, attempting to withdraw her hand, though her fingertips trembled. This was not her blood, which offered Cheng Anya slight relief. She shot a cold glare at Brother Xiong, unwilling to tolerate anyone bullying her people, as if Anning were to be trifled with. Cheng Anya released Wenwan, allowing Su Nuo to support her. She advanced a few steps, smiling with an air of nobility. So you wish to sue Anning, do you? Why complicate matters? It would be far simpler to sue me directly. Tianyu, I find his legs quite unsightly. Let's render them useless. Yes. Brother Xiong gasped in shock, having not even seen how Yi Tianyu had made his move. Suddenly, he felt a tingling in his legs and lost all sensation, writhing on the ground in agony. Yi Tianyu had seized a metal rod from a man's grasp and brought it crashing down onto Brother Xiong's legs. The boy's movements were fluid and graceful, demonstrating a remarkable elegance that seemed to have been sculpted by countless hands. The combination of strength and beauty was astonishing, simultaneously beautiful and fierce. The sound of bones snapping echoed clearly, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The bar owner flustered and unsure of how to proceed. These individuals were not to be trifled with, not a single one of them. Cheng Anya crossed her arms coolly. In all my years in city, no one has dared to tell me to be sensible. Well then, feel free to bring forth any charges against me. With Wenwan in such a state, Brother Xiong would surely seek retribution. The best course of action was to divert his wrath. She could hardly believe he would dare provoke the Yi family. Brother Chong shouted in fury, commanding his thugs to come and attack. Grandma, you are truly formidable. The youngest, most formidable, most beautiful, and most incredible grandmother. My idol. Brother, I cannot stand his pig-like face. Yi Tianyu chuckled, just about to respond when a cold voice suddenly pierced through from behind. Mummy, sister-in-law, what are you doing? It should be around 6 o'clock now. Have you all been fed? Hee. Young Master Yi has arrived as expected. Ye Feimo's gaze swept coldly across the venue, landing on Wenwan. His expression darkened upon seeing her in such a disheveled state, a flicker of murderous intent passing through his eyes. Wenwan broke free from Su Nuo's grasp and rushed to embrace him, bursting into tears. Ye Feimo. Wenwan cried pitifully, disregarding the pain from her facial injuries. She felt both unjustly wronged and physically hurt. Su Nuo raised an eyebrow, surprised. Familiar face? While some might not recognize Cheng Anya, young Master Yi, with his exquisite features surpassing that of any star and an aura more commanding than international superstars, frequently graced the headlines of entertainment news. Anyone who failed to recognize him lacked discernment. Wenwan's cheeks were badly swollen from the blows, her hair a chaotic mess, her shirt half-tucked, and her shoulders bore numerous scratches from nails. This sight filled Ye Feimo with a bloodthirsty glare, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Wenwan's tears soaked his shirt. He immediately removed his suit jacket and draped it over her, enveloping her in its ample fabric. His fierce gaze swept over Chong Guo and the others, his voice as cold as death, demanding to know who was responsible. Everyone turned their gaze to the writhing Xiong Gu on the ground, none daring to utter a word. Chong Gu hurriedly waved his hands. Anning International had a firm grip on both the black and white markets, and it was well known that even those with prominent status in the underworld feared Anning International. The Ye family's primary influence lay within the white market through Anning International, maintaining a strong relationship with the A city government. The Ye, Tang, and Lin families were intertwined through generations, with everyone aware that the leader of Longmen was the head of the Tang family. The Ye and Tang families shared a cordial bond, yet no one dared to provoke the Ye family. Moreover, although the eldest son of the Ye family, Yining Yuan, was a layabout, seemingly skilled only in painting and photography, regarded as a good-for-nothing by many, he had married a formidable wife. The Ye family matriarch held the esteemed position of chief inspector in international counterterrorism, making it clear that the Ye family was not to be trifled with. Seong Ye, who lay there, had already endured Wen Wan smashing a bottle and inflicting wounds upon him, only to have his legs broken by Yi Tianyu. In his fury and indignation, he lay there wailing, cursing Wen Wan with vile words that darkened Ye Feimo's expression. In a swift motion, he brought his foot down hard on Xiong Ji's face, shattering his front teeth. Yi Kellen clapped in approval. "This man's mouth is far too filthy," she remarked. Second uncle, pull out all 36 of his teeth. In that instant, Ye Feimo contemplated countless torturous methods to inflict upon him, but the presence of so many onlookers restrained him. A glint of malevolence flickered in his eyes. He vowed to repay the shock and pain Wen Wan had suffered 1,000-fold. As the commotion unfolded, many patrons of the bar witnessed the scene. Chung Anya turned to Su Nuo and spoke briefly. She nodded, instructing her people to seal the bar's entrance. Chung Anya aimed to protect Wen Wan. Should the media capture this moment, particularly with Wen Wan in her current state, it would surely become a scandal. She understood the entertainment industry's rules well. Sensational stories sold, and the more scandalous, the better. In the realm of warmth, this was a grievous affliction. Ye Feimo could feel the tremors of the person in his embrace, and all he desired was to exact vengeance. His piercing gaze swept over Changgu, Director Zhuang, and the others, seething with indignation. "You dare to bully those under my protection? Have you lost your minds?" The last two words were spat out through clenched teeth. As Ye Feimo prepared to unleash his fury, Changgu frantically waved his hands, nervously defending himself. "Second young master, this has nothing to do with us. This woman is simply ungrateful." Brother Xiong merely jested, and who could have anticipated that she would retaliate with a bottle, nearly taking Brother Xiong's life? "This is her fault, not ours." Zhuo Bingbing shouted, "You lie." It was clear that Brother Xiong intended to publicly assault Wen Wan. Changgu shot her a fierce glance, silencing her immediately. Ye Feimo, unable to contain his rage, seized a steel pipe from the ground and struck it mercilessly against Changgu's ample belly, though he yearned to shatter his skull instead. Brother Xiong spat out a mouthful of filth, but Ye Feimo found no satisfaction in it. He raised his leg and sent Brother Xiong flying like a football, crashing into the wooden bookshelf of the bar. Wen Wan clutched his sleeve, imploring, "Ye Feimo, please take me away from here. I cannot bear to remain in this place for another moment." Ye Feimo gazed down at her swollen face, her tear-filled, panicked peach blossom eyes gripping his heart with a delicate yet profound pain, enveloping it from all sides. The wailing sirens approached, growing ever closer. Ye Feimo scooped Wen Wan into his arms and strode out with purpose, vowing to remember each of these individuals, promising to make them regret their actions in a city where he would not be Ye Feimo. With his mother handling the aftermath, he could momentarily disregard everything else. His sole focus was the person nestled in his arms. Bai Xiuwen, Gu Yiting, and Su Yongchang trembled with fear, their legs quaking at the thought of being discovered as the instigators. Would the Yi family show them mercy? What was the nature of the relationship between Wen Wan and Ye Feimo? Why were they so intimately connected? Ye Feimo had even resorted to violence on her behalf. Ye Kellen's lips curled into a wry smile. "Uncle has left. He didn't have the chance to play the hero. I was looking forward to seeing how he would perform in front of the beauty, yet he departed without making an impression." Chan Onyo smiled, imparting wisdom. Men must leave a favorable impression on women. Ye Kellen, with her enchanting beauty, blinked mischievously. "But does uncle possess the luxury of a good image?" Chen Onyo replied, "There. If the beauty believes he has one, then he does." "Ah, it seems the beauty is merely a naive little rabbit." Ye Kellen nodded, her intelligence shining through. Yi Tianyu chuckled. In the eyes of the public, Many can attest that Cheng Anya incited Yi Tianyu to injure Brother Xiong. Thus, Cheng Anya and Su Nua, along with Yi Tianyu and Yi Kellen, were summoned to the police station for questioning, including the actors, assistant director, producer, and Changge from the Qinglian film crew. The actors and investors in the private room were also invited to the police station. Yi Tianyu rubbed his nose, his smile graceful, "Grandma. If Dad finds out I've landed in a police station, I'm doomed." "Brother, you are so foolish. Mama's already been to the police station. Dad will forgive you," Yi Kellen replied charmingly. Cheng Anya shook her head and inquired of Su Nua, "Is everything taken care of?" Wu Nua nodded reassuringly, replying, "Mommy. Don't worry, it's all fine." Wen Wan was reluctant to go to the hospital. Such disgraceful matters should not be aired at a medical facility, especially as she was an actress. Leaving behind evidence would not reflect well on her. Furthermore, this scandal had cast a shadow over the entire production team, a reality Wen Wan could not bear to witness. The hospital would be teeming with gossip, and tonight's events would surely spread like wildfire. She felt utterly despondent, wrapping herself in sorrow, mourning her lost opportunity to pursue her passion. She had genuinely enjoyed her time with the crew, yet now all of that was in ruins. She understood the entertainment industry was fraught with chaos, particularly in City A, where the underworld was pervasive and its ties to the entertainment realm were alarmingly close. She had heard the salacious rumors of underworld leaders who had harmed female artists and of coercion compelling them into unspeakable acts, some even openly pricing their services. She was aware that resisting such forces could lead to dire consequences. Ruin and disgrace were merely the beginning. Despite her limited exposure to this dark side, the veteran actors in her production were kind-hearted and devoid of arrogance. Zhuo Bingbing and others were warm and generous, and even Gu Yiting had not made things difficult for her. Yet, she never anticipated that such a calamity would befall her. She had come perilously close to being assaulted by Brother Xiong in front of so many witnesses. Tonight had left her in shock and despair. Under normal circumstances, she would not have resorted to violence, but in that moment, she had entertained the thought of killing Brother Xiong. Ye Feimo had remained silent throughout the drive, the speed of the car reflecting his agitation, the throbbing veins in his temples betraying his emotions. He had endeavored to shield Wen Wan from such turmoil, only to discover that he had failed. He glanced at her face, her vacant eyes intensifying his ire. Had his mother and sister-in-law not been present, he could scarcely fathom what might have become of her. He was acutely aware of the reputation of those present. Had Wen Wan provoked them, she would not survive the night. Damn it, they dared to lay hands on his woman. This time, he would ensure they all paid dearly. He loathed himself for not being able to protect her. Upon arriving at Mingxing apartment, Kai Xiaojing and the family doctor awaited them downstairs, having received the news. Seeing Wen Wan in such disarray, Kai Xiaojing felt a pang of sorrow and guilt, embracing her as tears streamed down her face. "Xiaojing, Ye Feimo," Wen Wan insisted, not wanting her manager to blame herself. "You foolish girl, how can you say you're fine? It's infuriating. I shouldn't have left this afternoon. I'm so careless." Kai Xiaojing lamented, filled with regret. Ye Feimo's demeanor was even more alarming. Had he been angry and shouting, she might have felt less apprehensive, but his unnerving calm only heightened her unease. After reaching the 44th floor, Wen Wan quickly bathed, washing away the blood and alcohol from her body. Thankfully, her injuries were merely superficial. A bit of medication would suffice. Initially concerned about the bloodstains on her clothing, Ye Feimo feared she had sustained serious harm, only to discover that the blood belonged to Zhuo Bingbing. He breathed a sigh of relief. Warmth flushed as her cheeks became severely swollen, coupled with scratches on her shoulders and chest. There had been no significant impact, merely minor issues. Ma Minjuan, a distinguished surgeon, found it ludicrous to be attending to such trivial matters. He had initially anticipated a more serious injury, based on Ye Feimo's tone, but it turned out to be nothing more than a slight inconvenience. Ahem, of course, he would not broach this topic with Ye Feimo. Observing Ye Feimo's dark demeanor as he sat silently in the hall, Ma Mingyuan couldn't help but feel the gravity of the situation. Perhaps she was someone of considerable importance to him. He couldn't resist stealing glances at Warmth. After the doctor provided instructions on what to watch for in the coming days, he departed. Kai Xiaojing, while applying ice to Warmth's face, expressed her regrets to Ye Feimo. Mr. Ye, I sincerely apologize for my negligence this time. Yes, you. There will not be a next. A next? Do you understand that had it not been for my mother today, she could have lost her life? How do you handle your responsibilities? Ye Feimo's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it bore a calmness that belied the chilling severity of his tone. The sight of Warmth's distress ignited a fierce fire within him. It had been years since he had felt such rage, as if he could tear apart Brother Xiong. Believing only blood could quell his fury, he had come perilously close to losing Warmth. I'm sorry. Kai Xiaojing offered no excuses. It was indeed her oversight. Although agents do not accompany their artists around the clock, she had her own duties to manage, securing work for Warmth, paving the way for her career. She cannot always be by her side. What agent remains with an artist 24 hours a day? After spending over a month on set with Warmth, she had believed that everything would be fine. Yet, events are often unpredictable. This incident, regardless of the reasons behind it, was her fault. If the situation tonight were not handled properly, and if someone were to capture a video of Warmth in such a state and disseminate it online, her career could be irrevocably damaged. Moreover, dealing with Brother Xiong and Brother Chong would be no simple task. Kai Xiaojing was anxious and flustered. She was a capable assistant, adept at managing their work and public relations, and knew how to navigate scandals, but tonight's circumstances exceeded her capabilities. Warmth, I'm so sorry, Kai Xiaojing said, her own distress and surprise feeling trivial compared to what Warmth had endured. Warmth had experienced far more fear and injury than anyone else. Warmth shook her head, her gaze serene and gentle. Sister Xiaojing, it's not your fault. This was an accident. She felt fear at the thought of what had transpired, but it was not anyone's fault. Are you foolish? They invited you to sing karaoke, and you went? Do you know what kind of place Casablanca is? Do you understand who Brother Xiong and Brother Chong are? How could you dare to accompany them for drinks and dinner? Ye Feimo was enraged. After suppressing his temper for an entire night, it erupted without restraint. He spoke carelessly, and upon hearing that there were producers, investors, and renowned directors, he accused her of joyfully running out to drink, dine, and sing with them, just like those mediocre artists. What was she thinking? She pretended to be lofty and pure in his presence, yet in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Was she truly so cheap? Inevitably, some would criticize Ye Feimo. In that moment, upon seeing Wenwan, his initial feelings were not of blame, but rather concern that she might have been bullied, feeling sad, hurt, or frightened. Therefore, when Wenwan rushed to embrace him, he held her tightly, feeling a flicker of happiness. His foolish girl, when faced with danger, would instinctively seek refuge in him. When she was harmed, she would subconsciously cling to him for comfort. This brought him joy. However, the chaotic scene also reminded him of Hanbai from years past, evoking memories of the various women he had encountered over the years, all vying to ascend the social ladder, employing their cunning and tactics. Igniting his anger, once more it felt as if history was repeating itself. He had always harbored a bias against artists, perhaps when one willingly participated in drinking and singing. After all, it was the excessive behavior of Brother Xiong that prompted her to rebel, leading to this uncontrollable situation. Hanbai was like that, and so was Wenwan. Was every female artist so debased? He had believed Wenwan to be different, only to find that she was no better than the others. His heart was now overwhelmed with the unfortunate scenes of the past, almost inextricably linking them to Wenwan. Little did Ye Feimo know that his words detonated a bomb within Wenwan, shattering all her self-esteem and pride. How could he say such things about her? Pretending to be lofty? Pretending to be pure? Joyfully accompanying others for drinks, dinners, and songs? Cheap. Did he truly see her as such a woman? With eyes pressed against her face, she felt as if she had been slapped repeatedly, those blows heavier and more painful than any from Brother Xiong, fracturing her dignity and causing her tears to fall like scattered pearls. Kai Xiaojing understood, well, that Ye Feimo's concern led to his reckless words. His accusations against Wenwan were excessive. In his fury, he lost his rationality, but as he witnessed her tears, his fading reason began to return. Realizing the foolishness of his statements, Ye Feimo was filled with regret, yet he maintained a facade of indifference, his expression still cold. As when Juan wiped her tears, she managed a hollow smile, saying to herself, "Yes, I merely ran out to drink, dine, sing, and even share a bed, all of it willingly. Are you satisfied now? You do not realize how cheap I truly am? I worry about your stomach issues and inquire if your mother's meals are suitable for you. I fear for your health. And no matter how busy or tired I am, I still prepare your meals. Every day, I warm your bed for you, and all of this is free. You can enjoy it at no cost. Where else could you find a free maid, a free pillow? How cheap am I? Did you only just realize how inexpensive warmth can be? Where have you been all this time? Warmth. Ye Feimo acclaimit. His voice filled with a mix of emotions upon hearing such words from her lips. He instantly regretted his earlier thoughtless remarks. It turns out, despite her busyness and fatigue, she prepared his meals out of concern for his gastric condition. Sometimes, even after she had eaten, she would rush to the kitchen to make him a late-night snack upon hearing that he hadn't tea-dined yet. "Leave me alone." Warmth turned her face away, tears welling in her eyes. Ye Feimo, frustrated, found himself at a loss for words. Warmth sniffled, hastily grabbing a tissue to wipe her tears and runny nose, inadvertently aggravating the injury on her face, which caused fresh tears to stream down. Whether from grievance or pain, she couldn't tell. Kai Xiaojing had never witnessed Warmth, usually so amiable and innocent, speak so sharply to Ye Feimo. In her eyes, Warmth was kind-hearted and straightforward, as long as one did not provoke her. She was truly delightful to be around, always bringing joy, even when she and Ye Feimo engaged in their playful banter, with him often mocking her unexpectedly. She would cheerfully retort, displaying her clever charm. This was the first time Kai Xiaojing had seen her in a fit of anger, and the way she furiously wiped her tears and nose was inexplicably adorable. "Mr. Yi, I received a call from General Manager Zhang. He mentioned that Su Yongchong visited the set this afternoon and took a liking to Warmth. He later invited the crew out for dinner, where he poured them quite a bit of alcohol and then insisted on taking them to a KTV. Warmth and the others were unaware of Su Xiao's ulterior motives. Concerned that Warmth might be taken advantage of, he called me. I rushed to the bar, but on my way, you summoned me here. You've truly misunderstood Warmth." "Gai si aving et lai." Warmth scoffed coldly. "Sister Xiaojing, you needn't defend me. He doesn't misunderstand me. I was drawn to Su Xiao because he is handsome and wealthy, and I clung to him like a puppy. The consequences are mine to bear. I deserve it. He has no misconceptions." Warmth felt that upon first seeing Ye Feimo and throwing herself into his arms, she had acted foolishly, as if she were a complete simpleton. "Warmth, be quiet. Say one less word." Kai Xiaojing tugged at her hand, signaling her to refrain from speaking. Ye Feimo's expression darkened, and Warmth, being the stubborn person she was, refused to speak kindly after his remarks. With a scowl, Ye Feimo stood up and stormed out, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang that shook the floor. Warmth, unfazed, huffed. Can he only slam doors? I can too. Pouting, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Having been wronged, she wished he would at least comfort her. Admittedly, she had been somewhat careless, but she had no inkling it would escalate to this extent. Kai Xiaojing shot her a disapproving look. "Are you done arguing with him? Are you all right?" "Who said I'm not all right?" "Sister Xiaojing, look at my face," and then my shoulder. Warmth decisively pulled aside her clothing to reveal her injury. Her adorable demeanor lightening Kai Xiaojing's mood even amidst the gloom. "Warmth, this girl, possesses remarkable resilience and an inherently optimistic disposition. In the face of such adversity, other girls might take days to recover, haunted by fear and unable to forget. Yet within mere hours, she has managed to don a smile. Just moments ago, she was utterly distraught, but her current demeanor reassures Kai Xiaojing. Having an artist like her makes a manager's job considerably easier. She belongs to that rare breed of individuals who can swiftly rebound from even the most profound setbacks, a trait well suited for the unpredictable nature of the entertainment industry, which, in turn, alleviates a great deal of worry. She harbors a disdain for overly sentimental women, reminiscent of Han Bai from years past, who, fragile and delicate, would wallow in self-pity over the slightest setback, as if the world owed her a debt. Really now, look at you. Have you forgotten the danger you just faced? Kai Xiaojing felt a shiver of fear at the thought. Was Warmth oblivious to the gravity of the situation, or merely indifferent? It is already past midnight, she continued. If those photos were to be released half-exposed, rest assured, President Yi will not allow such a thing to transpire, Kai Shaojing reassured her. Unless a certain newspaper wishes to court disaster. Besides, Warmth's fame is still modest. The news value is low. Who would risk their existence to offend the second young Master Yi? Upon hearing this, Warmth felt a wave of relief wash over her. In retrospect, she acknowledged the peril. Yet now, in the safety of her home, she felt no threat. With a radiant smile, she resolved to forget the incident, believing there was nothing insurmountable, and to dwell on it would only bring her distress. In any case, you are safe, and the remaining issues shall be handled by us. I am not the one in trouble, she said with a cheerful demeanor. I smashed that pig's head with a wine bottle and even jabbed him twice with a broken glass. I truly regret it. I was blinded by anger at the time. Given another chance, I would aim for his groin, Warmth confessed. Kai Shaojing exclaimed, how ruthless. I never envisioned you, so seemingly delicate, possessing such explosive strength. Impressive. Wait, if Brother Xiong does not let this go, you may find yourself facing legal repercussions, Kai Shaojing warned, playfully striking Warmth's thigh. How could you be so impulsive? That pig attempted to assault me in front of so many people. It's fortunate I didn't stab him to death, Warmth retorted, unable to suppress her defense. She, too, was perplexed by the courage she had summoned in that moment of heat. It was her first experience inflicting harm, and her mood was understandably low. Yet she had prioritized survival over all else. Thus, it is evident that human violence and brutality are often born of desperation. Let it go, let it go. No more of this. Let us see the news tomorrow, Kai Shaojing suggested, casting another glance at Warmth. And you, refrain from speaking to President Yi in such a manner in the future. Why shouldn't I speak to him like that? Did you not hear how he spoke of me? He berated me for pretending to be virtuous and pure, claiming I was joyfully accompanying others to dinner and singing. What did he see with his eyes? He even called me cheap and used such harsh words. Why should I not retort? Warmth exclaimed, filled with indignation, her eyes ablaze with anger. The memory of Ye Feimo's words stung her, and she lamented, besides, I have always spoken to him like this. He is not targeting you. Kai Shaojing found herself at a loss when attempting to explain the situation to Wenwan. Although Ye Feimo's words were indeed harsh and excessive, they were not entirely directed at Wenwan herself. Yi, having encountered numerous ambitious women willing to resort to unscrupulous means to ascend in their careers, bore a certain bias against female artists, particularly in light of past experiences that were far from pleasant. Thus, the recent incident merely stirred up painful memories rather than being a personal attack on her. You should refrain from confronting him so defiantly next time, she advised. I am not inclined towards self-harm, Wenwan muttered, who pretended in front of him. I am inherently pure and noble, am I not? He consumes my home-cooked meals daily, yet dares to criticize them as cheap. My temper has already been remarkably patient. Tell me, which woman could endure his foul temper? He should not vent his frustrations on me. His words are so harsh, yet I am not permitted to respond. Kai Shaojing pressed her forehead, feeling tears well up. Wenwan's stubbornness was infuriating enough to make her want to bang her head against a wall. As her manager, Kai Shaojing fervently wished for her to avoid clashing with her benefactor. Come now, dear girl, let me share a story with you. Once, there was a female artist who was kept by a wealthy businessman. He treated her exceptionally well, elevating her to the status of a top-tier star. One day while shopping, she spotted a Cartier jewel and immediately called him to pay for it. He was in the midst of negotiating a significant business deal when she interrupted him, causing him great displeasure. Upon entering the jewelry store, he slapped her twice. Although the jewelry was purchased, it served as her severance fee, and from that day forth, the artist fell into obscurity, losing her status as no one supported her anymore. Kai Shaojing smiled at Wenwan, believing she was a wise girl who would surely grasp the meaning behind her words, which had been articulated with sufficient subtlety. Thus, when Kai Shaojing looked at Wenwan with hopeful anticipation, she longed for her to reply, Dear Sister Shaojing, I understand. However, Wenwan remained utterly bewildered. Kai Shaojing felt tears escape her. After a moment of hesitation, Wenwan asked, What does this have to do with me? Have you not noticed that you and Yi are akin to the artist and the businessman? Kai Xiaojing pointed out with clarity. Wenwan, still with red and swollen eyes from crying, blinked in a peculiar manner, reminiscent of an animated character. Kai Xiaojing found herself at a loss for words. As Wenwan murmured to herself, "Have I really been kept by that pig?" Ye Feimo, Kai Xiaojing gently patted her head. "Good girl, you have finally recognized this truth. Henceforth, be a little more obedient and refrain from arguing with your benefactor." Xiaojing Jia, you and Ye Feimo must share some unclear blood relation. Sniff. Your speech patterns are eerily similar. At the police station, Yi San Xiao felt utterly speechless when he arrived to retrieve his wife. Although Yining Yuan was not present in City A, Yi Kellen had promptly reported the situation to him, leaving him equally at a loss. Wife, while in America, you were meeting with international anti-terrorism officials over coffee. Yet upon returning home, you were summoned to the police station for a coffee meeting? How do you expect to uphold the dignity of the International Anti-Terrorism Organization? Yining Yuan Tisit. Su Nuo remarked, I cannot be held accountable. It is your son and your mother who have caused this trouble. By the way, sure too, the coffee at the A City Police Department is utterly dreadful. Nowhere near as delightful as that at our precinct. Yining Yuan interjected. Is that really the crux of the matter? Su Nuo insisted. That is precisely the point. Well then, has Daddy come to pick you up? Yining Yuan inquired, concerned as all the women in their family were at the police station, a significant issue indeed, though he seldom fussed over his son. Daddy and fourth uncle are handling the paperwork, Su Nuo replied, before the phone was seized by Ye Feimo. Daddy. Second uncle has a beautiful girlfriend, but she's been treated terribly, she exclaimed. She surely cannot compare to our little princess. Yining Yuan chuckled, doting on his beloved daughter, who unabashedly accepted the praise, declaring, of course, I'm the most beautiful woman in the world. Su Nuo found the father-daughter duo insufferable, while Changanya chimed in teasingly, you still have a ways to go before you can call yourself a woman. Grandma, perhaps by the end of tonight. I shall be a woman, Ye Feimo pouted. Yining Yuan quickly intervened, Stop. Let that thought come to an immediate halt. Thus, the much-anticipated third young master made his entrance, filled with excitement. After some banter between Ye Feimo and Yining Yuan, the phone was passed to Yi Tianyu, who exchanged a few words with Yining Yuan before handing it over to Changanya. Yining Yuan took turns chatting with his family to pass the time until Yi San Xiao and Yi Yutong completed the formalities. The evidence from the bar had been destroyed, and those present who had witnessed the incident fell silent, with no witnesses or physical evidence remaining. The police could only turn a blind eye to this baffling case. After all, who would dare to stir trouble with this family? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Yutong, I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour, Changanya said with a smile. Sister-in-law, you're too kind, Yi Yutong replied. It's rare for me to make a trip to the police station for you. Brother, sister-in-law, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yi San Xiao and Changanya nodded, and after Su Nuo and the children bid farewell, Yi Yutong drove away. Who caused this ruckus? Yi San Xiao queried. Yi Tianyu and Ye Feimo chimed in unison, Grandma. Yi San Xiao cast a cool glance at Changanya, while Su Nuo added with a smile, Daddy, it's really not a big deal. It's better that Mommy injured him than if Wenwan had done so. It would be easier for him to sue Wenwan than to take action against us. If it weren't for this, Changanya wouldn't have bothered to visit the police station. All she wanted was for Brother Xiong to focus his attention on her, sidelining Wenwan. As for how Ye Feimo intended to deal with him, that was entirely his affair. Who was Wenwan? Just a performer named Ning, involved in a trivial matter, likely causing a stir because the young lady was unwilling to comply. Chung Anyan chuckled, sharing gossip about Feimo with him. Yet Yi San Xiao remained oblivious to the identities of the gossip subjects. Why should she concern herself with the affairs of artists when she is merely idling? Yi San Xiao teased. Grandfather, that is no ordinary artist. My second uncle is quite furious. He even knocked out someone's front teeth and kicked that pig around like a ball. Ye Feimo remarked, sidling up to Yi San Xiao, linking her arm with his, her face alight with glee. Perhaps it's some of my second uncle fancies, she added. Yi San Xiao playfully pinched her nose, his expression shifting abruptly to one of coldness. Bi. Ugh, if it were her, I would see her off. I meant the person I mentioned to you last time. he replied. Chung Anyan laughed as they all got into the car. Once inside, Ye Kalan exclaimed, "Grandfather, grandmother, shall we visit my second uncle? I want to see if that beauty is as lovely as they say." "She is beautiful. What taste does your second uncle have?" Chung Anyan laughed. "Grandmother, my second uncle's taste is quite questionable. I saw in the newspaper that none of the women he has been with are even remotely attractive." Ye Kalan couldn't help but comment. Chung Anyan chuckled. "Those don't count." "How do they not count? After all, he did have an affair with them." "I think my second uncle is like a peacock, always walking alongside women less beautiful than himself, perhaps to accentuate his own attractiveness." "Would you agree?" Yi Sen Shao interjected. "Chung Anyan, you truly understand your second uncle," Chung Anyan remarked. "All the men in our family have poor taste when they are young." Yi Sen Shao raised an eyebrow, pondering. What does this imply? Is it akin to the saying that when the city gates burn, the fish in the moat suffer? Ye Kalan quickly responded, her enthusiasm palpable. "Grandmother, does this mean that grandfather and daddy also had poor taste when they chose you and mummy when they were young?" Chung Anyun and Su Nua both felt tears welling up. Yi Sen Shao reached out with one hand, affectionately pinching Yi Kalan's cheek. "Good granddaughter," he praised, prompting Yi Kalan to preen like a peacock, smiling with great delight. Chung Anyun scoffed at Yi Sen Shao. "Your grandfather was not young when he took a liking to me. 20 is not young, my dear wife. What is your standard for youth?" Yi Sen Shao inquired. Yi Kalan turned to Su Nua. "Does that mean daddy has poor taste? He was only 7 when he fell for mummy. That's quite young. Isn't it?" Su Nua was moved to tears. She then turned to Yi Tianyu, wrapping her arm around his grinning brother. "You must learn from this and open your eyes." Yi Tianyu smiled elegantly. "As long as a man does not fancy you, he has good taste." Laughter erupted in the car. Meanwhile, Brother Xiong was at the hospital documenting his statement, still intent on suing Wenwan and Chung Anyun for assault. Ye Feimo personally visited the hospital, perplexed by the sudden change in Brother Xiong's demeanor, who cheerfully sent Yi Shao off. It seemed a private deal had been struck, leading to reconciliation. The police were pleased with the ease of resolution. In the evening, the director of Rinshin Hospital reluctantly hung up the phone. Young Master Yi stated that they must find a way to expedite Brother Xiong's recovery, his leg, having been broken in a rather artistic manner, would not be easy to mend. "Young Master, are you planning to target the fire gate?" inquired a figure clad in black. Ye Feimo replied with a cold smile, "Patience. Keep a close watch on Changgu and Su Xiao, ensuring they do not flee the country. I have a splendid performance in store for them." A chilling smile lingered at the corner of Ye Feimo's lips, causing the longtime follower, Xiao He, to shiver in trepidation. Understood. Xiao He was well aware of the young master's methods, yet he found it perplexing why Yi was allowing Brother Xiong to receive treatment instead of sealing his fate. This twisted mindset of Yi was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Particularly after witnessing the footage from Casablanca, the aura of menace surrounding him became even more daunting. Casablanca was equipped with concealed cameras in each private room. The proprietor, being astute, had installed these after a murder incident occurred in the bar, unbeknownst to the patrons. Only the owner and the information supervisor at Casablanca were privy to this arrangement. Typically, recordings devoid of any notable occurrences would be destroyed by the owner that same night, while those of significance would be preserved. Ye Feimo had ample channels to uncover this information and was well aware of the events that transpired within the private rooms. As the night deepened, the bar was bustling with patrons and journalists eager for a scoop. It was likely that the eldest sister had already dealt with some, but to prevent any remaining loose ends, Ye Feimo instructed, send 2 people to investigate the journalists who entered and exited the bar tonight. Also, find out who captured the scene. I do not wish to see anything related to Wenwan reported online tomorrow morning. Should you fail to comply, you know the consequences." His voice was chillingly resolute. Xiao He nodded. "Yes, I understand. Inform me when Brother Xiong is discharged," Ye Feimo added coldly. "And also, look into the backgrounds of the actresses Gu Yiting and Bai Xiuwen. I want them to struggle to remain in this industry." Understood. It appeared as though a tempest had been forcefully quelled under Yi Er's firm hand. Upon returning home late at night, Ye Feimo received a call from Chung Anya inquiring about Wenwan's condition. He merely stated that everything was fine and that the matter had been suppressed. This is her first encounter with such events. You must ensure she does not witness anything like this again, Chung Anya admonished. While acknowledging that Kai Xiaojing was indeed reliable and adept, she reminded him that she could not manage everything alone. Provide her with an assistant to support her whenever needed. Wenwan prefers not to have anyone shadow her. I will be cautious, Ye Feimo replied, feeling weary. Thank you, Mama, for tonight. You should thank Hukalin and Tianyu. They just landed and expressed a desire to dance, which is why I took them to Casablanca. Chung Anya chuckled. As long as you handle matters well. Return home and keep her company. Chung Anya hung up the phone with a smile, and only then did Ye Feimo ascend the stairs, instinctively pressing the button for the 44th floor. Wenwan had long succumbed to slumber, and in the dimly lit bedroom, only a soft yellow light flickered. Kai Xiaojing, fearing that she might not sleep soundly through the night, had opted to rest in the guest room, and Ye Feimo returned without disturbing her. He settled at the edge of the bed, and in the muted glow, Wenwan's face appeared somewhat swollen. The application of ice had alleviated it slightly. Yet the force of Brother Xiong's blow had been severe, leaving her bruised. Ye Feimo reached out, gently caressing her cheek. Despite the air conditioning cooling the room, her skin radiated warmth, and Ye Feimo felt a pang of sympathy as he beheld her wounds. This foolish girl, she was indeed fortunate tonight. Had anything worse occurred, he would have been driven to madness, perhaps even to commit murder. Wenwan shifted in her sleep, prompting Ye Feimo to withdraw his hand. She remained blissfully unaware, drifting deeper into slumber. In the darkness, Ye Feimo's gaze burned with a fierce intensity akin to a raging flame. Foolish girl, sleep well. Those who dared to bully her would face retribution 1,000-fold. They would come to regret their very existence. Wenwan was his to protect, and anyone who dared to lay a hand on her would be met with his wrath. And be is appaltment. Linda ended her call while Han Bai was engrossed in a script. After a moment's hesitation, Linda spoke up. Han Bai, something happened at Casablanca today regarding Wenwan. Are you interested in hearing about it? Han Bai raised an eyebrow. Her interest piqued, but not overly so. What could possibly occur at a bar? Just then, Linda's phone buzzed with a notification, and she opened a video, sharing it with Han Bai. Why are you so nosy today? Han Bai chuckled as she accepted the phone, her expression shifting to surprise as she watched the footage. It was recorded inside a private room, where Brother Xiong had compelled Wenwan to offer a toast, only to subsequently push her onto the sofa, attempting to take advantage of her. The video displayed Wenwan's terrified gaze, her disheveled appearance revealing signs of distress. Brother Xiong's intentions were unmistakably predatory, and it was clear he intended to have his way with her. Who sent you this? Han Bai exclaimed, incredulous that such a video had leaked. Today, Selena had accompanied Brother Xiong and Chang Ge for karaoke, while Su Xiao had brought the Qinglian crew over for dinner. Brother Xiong had taken a liking to Wenwan, yet this girl was stubborn and refused to toast him, inciting his wrath. He had intended to toy with her in front of Su Xiao and the others. But when she swung a bottle and injured Brother Xiong, it was said that she had struck fiercely, using the bottle as a weapon. Linda scoffed. This newly emerged girl is just like that, with audacity. If she doesn't open her eyes, I fear she has finished. It will surely make headlines tomorrow. Han Bai watched the video in silence, reflecting on her own early days in the industry when she too had faced such a scenario. Back then, she had resisted fiercely, though not with the same ferocity as Wenwan. She was younger than Wenwan now, filled with youthful arrogance and ignorance. Over time, she learned that such arrogance in the entertainment world only led to humiliation. What had become of her thereafter? Selena remarked that Mrs. Yi and the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yi family were present and intervened to save Wenwan. It was said that Mrs. Yi even ordered her grandson to break Brother Xiong's legs and send him to the hospital. Subsequently, some individuals silenced the matter, erasing all footage from that day, threatening anyone who dared to leak it. Linda, with a hint of schadenfreude, laughed, stating that Casablanca was quite the renowned circle where many frequented, and that there were over a dozen journalists lurking about, all astute individuals. How many mouths could a Ning truly silence? Even if they attempted to protect Wenwan's image, it was bound to make headlines by tomorrow. Interestingly, Selena was the young singer accompanying Brother Xiong for karaoke that very evening. Linda had a good rapport with her manager, and during a casual chat a few days prior, it was mentioned that Han Bai was not particularly fond of Wenwan, who was often referred to as Little Han Bai. At that moment, Selena had flattered Han Bai while disparaging Wenwan, sharing a fair amount of ill remarks, which fortuitously captured a scene that was promptly sent to her email, preserved for Han Bai's viewing. Later, Su Nua ordered the deletion of the videos and images one by one, but that particular video had already slipped through the cracks and remained. The mention of Mrs. Yi piqued Han Bai's attention. She tightened her grip on her phone, feeling a surge of indignation. How did she come to know Wenwan? Who could say? Linda shrugged, suggesting it might have been a case of witnessing an injustice. After all, Wenwan was also an artist under a Ning International, and perhaps Mrs. He could not stand by idly. They had previously seen her assist other artists in similar predicaments. Chung Anya's perspective had always been a thorn in Han Bai's heart, a constant source of hidden pain. Today, I shattered my third laptop since I began writing, rendering it utterly useless, and had to make yet another trip to the computer market. Alas, who would pity me? 3 laptops ruined in 3 years, I weep. I need Ning Ning to assemble one for me. Today's computers are far too fragile. I am distraught. She was an artist, and so was Wenwan, yet Chung Anya's attitude towards them differed vastly, which left Han Bai feeling quite uncomfortable. What was it that made her inferior to that girl, Wenwan? Observing Han Bai's expression, Linda refrained from informing her that Ye Feimo had also attended, and according to Selena, he shared a significant bond with Wenwan. A newcomer, freshly navigating the industry, had stirred such a commotion. How absurd. Han Bai set her phone aside, wondering if Brother Xiong had succeeded in his endeavors. Rumor had it that he had not only failed but had been thoroughly beaten. He thought he was dealing with a harmless little rabbit, unaware that he had provoked a fierce tigress. It was said that when Wenwan fought back, she was relentless, shattering a wine bottle and splattering blood everywhere without a flicker of hesitation. Linda recounted. Han Bai remained silent. Had the protagonist not been Wenwan, perhaps they would have dismissed the incident as mere gossip, giving it little thought. What Ye Feimo? Was he aware of the situation? What might his reaction be? Would he stand up for Wenwan? A minor artist should hardly merit such exertion and concern. In a bustling bar filled with voices, silencing every individual would require considerable financial resources. Furthermore, with numerous reporters present, it is improbable that he would resort to threatening each one individually. For the sake of a mere girl, such actions are beneath Ye Feimo. Han Bai prided herself on her understanding of Ye Feimo. Yet little did she know that his reputation for ruthlessness was well-deserved. With Mrs. Yi having already injured Brother Xiong, the likelihood of a private reconciliation between the two parties was significantly heightened. Should Brother Xiong remain unwilling to relent, he would likely have no grounds for refusal. After all, she merely regarded Ning as an artist. She doubted that Ye Feimo harbored any unsavory connection with Wenwan, nor did she believe he would genuinely be attracted to that naive girl. Are you reassured now? Linda remarked with a triumphant smile that radiated satisfaction. Han Bai raised an eyebrow, questioning, reassured about what? Are you foolish? From this incident, even if Ye Xiao and Wenwan have a connection, she is merely another of his past romantic interests. Nothing exceptional. Given your relationship, he despises actors. If he truly fancied Wenwan, he would never allow her to thrive in the entertainment industry, nor permit her to encounter such circumstances. Engaging in drinking and singing is entirely voluntary for artists. What man of substance would allow his partner to partake in such activities? This only indicates that Wenwan and Ye Xiao do not share a significant bond. His affections still lie with you. The closer you become to him, the more likely they might reconcile, Linda suggested, ever the supportive manager, eager for Han Bai's success to elevate her own career. With Han Bai's happiness, her own would surely follow. A gentle smile graced Han Bai's lips as thoughts of Ye Feimo enveloped her heart in warmth, her exquisite visage seemingly emanating an irresistible glow. Feimo, I comprehend your intentions now, Han Bai remarked, her understanding deepened by Linda's insights. How about we deal with this Wenwan? Linda teased mischievously, suggesting, according to Selena, the only copy of that video might be in her possession. Others have deleted theirs. If we were to send it to Greenlight Daily and GK Media, tomorrow's entertainment news would be rife with gossip. I suspect every television station would broadcast it, and Wenwan would be unable to recover her reputation. Hanbai pondered briefly before responding. With so many reporters present at Casablanca, this incident will undoubtedly make headlines tomorrow. They possess superior means of preserving information. Even if there is no video, there will certainly be photographs. Why should we interfere in matters others are already addressing? Moreover, is it worth my effort to contend with someone as inconsequential as Wenwan? That would simply diminish my own stature. Hanbai spoke with an air of superiority. Given her international standing, Wenwan could hardly compare. Why would she lower herself to confront someone of such little significance? She knew that others would manage Wenwan in her stead, so why sully her hands? The entertainment industry is rife with intrigue, where revelations and exposures are commonplace. Yet, for an international superstar to target a novice would be utterly unreasonable and detrimental to her image. Hanbai, dismissive of Wenwan, had no intention of engaging with her. You are right. I nearly overlooked that matter. She is indeed not worth your effort. Tomorrow, let us await her performance with bated breath. Linda's expression radiated triumph. Kai Xiaojing, let us see where you can hide your face this time. Within the realm of artistry, rivalries abound, not just among performers, but also among their agents. Linda and Kai Xiaojing, both fresh faces at Anning International, entered the industry together. Linda had always felt a sense of inferiority towards Kai Xiaojing, who had nurtured both male and female talents, as well as ensembles, each achieving remarkable success. The company held great esteem for Kai Xiaojing, especially during the tenure of Chung On-yu, who ruled the entertainment division with an iron fist and regarded Kai Xiaojing as her most valued protege. Linda resented this. She believed that Kai Xiaojing was merely fortunate, crediting her own artist's diligence and compliance for their success. Although Kai Xiaojing's position among the agents was not the highest, Chung On-yu assigned her the task of mentoring newcomers, ensuring their rise to fame before transferring them to others, which did not afford her the opportunity to manage exclusive talents. Nevertheless, Kai Xiaojing produced a multitude of stars, cultivating the backbone of Anning International, a skill Chung On-yu highly prized. Kai Xiaojing enjoyed a compensation package surpassing that of the entertainment division's director, a fact kept under wraps. Linda had assumed that even if Kai Xiaojing's remuneration was superior, it would not be by much. She was taken aback by the stark contrast. Hence, Linda's animosity towards Kai Xiaojing grew. After Hanbai's fallout with Anning International, Linda followed Hanbai and became her agent. In truth, Linda possessed skills and acumen comparable to Kai Xiaojing's. Her downfall lay in her incessant need for comparison and an insatiable drive to outshine others. She eagerly anticipated witnessing Kai Xiaojing's downfall. Should Wenwan falter, Linda's standing at Anning International would surely plummet. If Hanbai were to reconcile with Ye Feimo and become the second lady of Anning International, Linda would revel in standing atop Kai Xiaojing. Hanbai, let us take the initiative to invite Madame Yi to dinner, Linda suggested, her eyes glinting with cunning. After a brief pause, she continued, I should not have ended that call prematurely. When I tried again, she refused to answer. I heard that the Yi family's eldest son has returned with his family. Consider this. The heir of Anning International is an artist uninterested in the company's affairs. Ultimately, Anning International will belong to Yi Ershao. Their children are still young. We must seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. It would be a travesty if someone else were to beat us to it. I understand, but Hanbei pursed her lips. Madam Yi simply refuses to meet with me. If she will not come to us, we can proactively seek her out. Give me some time to think it over. Hanbei rubbed her temples. Uivi. Those events had transpired so many years ago. Surely Madame Ye's anger must have subsided by now. Her primary concern remained winning Ye Feimo's heart. If Ye Feimo were to desire her, Madame Yi would have little choice but to respect her son's happiness. I have also heard that Anning International is preparing a production titled Liang Hongyu, and it is rumored that Yi Yin will be cast as the male lead. Therefore, rather than accepting Fengyue Jiren, it would be wiser to take on Liang Hongyu, especially since you have long desired to collaborate with Yi Yin, Linda remarked. Hanbai's eyes brightened at the mention of Yi Yin, as the male lead. Where did you hear this? She inquired. I have my sources, and rest assured, the information is reliable. If Yin truly takes the role in Liang Hongyu, it would indeed be more advantageous for me to accept that project, marking yet another pinnacle in my career. I suppose I should discuss this matter with Ye Feimo, Han Bai said, her face brimming with joy as she envisioned collaborating with Yi Yin on a successful project. Linda smiled, offering her suggestions from the side. Ye Feimo leveraged numerous connections and employed various strategies to suppress the incident. The following day, tranquility returned. No reports surfaced regarding the events at the bar from the previous night. The altercation involving Madame Yi went unreported as well, as if it had never occurred. Han Bai and Linda were taken aback. Han Bai's expression darkened. Why is there absolutely no news? Such a significant event transpired, and Brother Xiong is a prominent figure in the underworld of City A. How could he remain silent after sustaining such severe injuries? Furthermore, with so many entertainment journalists, actors, producers, and investors present at the bar, how could not a single one of them speak up? This is exceedingly strange. Just yesterday, Han Bai was convinced that Ye Feimo had no ties to Wen Wan. Yet this morning, her doubts began to surface. Did Ye Feimo truly suppress the news? Is he willing to go to such lengths to protect Wen Wan? Han Bai was keenly aware of the substantial price that must be paid to bury such a significant story. It was almost unimaginable. The Ye Feimo she knew would never resort to such tactics. Today, Wen Wan anxiously monitored MBS, ATV, and several of the most prominent television stations in the country, finding no mention of the previous night's events, not even a hint. There were no reports in newspapers or online, nothing at all, which brought her a sense of relief. Even the most scandalous and unscrupulous gossip tabloids had remained silent. Sister Xiaojing, why is there no news at all? Has someone suppressed it? Of course, you are a key talent nurtured by Anning. They would never allow you to encounter any trouble. Rest assured, if anything were to happen, Anning would bear the brunt. Kai Xiaojing replied with a smile. Wen Wan's face lit up with joy. She had taken a morning off and did not go to the set, as she did not want to delay the progress. In the afternoon, she accompanied Kai Xiaojing to Jingda Film City. Zhuo Bingbing, Chen Heng, and Li Qingming were all present. Overnight, Wen Wan's face had reduced in swelling, with only a minor abrasion at the corner of her lips, which was not a serious issue. Although over a dozen crew members were present during the incident, everyone remained tight-lipped about what had transpired. Chen Heng and Li Qingming felt a profound sense of guilt towards Wen Wan, lamenting their inability to assist her as men during the ordeal. However, Wen Wan bore no hard feelings. They were up against powerful adversaries with underworld connections, far beyond their capacity to handle. She was immensely grateful for Zhuo Bingbing's timely intervention and expressed her thanks repeatedly. Director Zhang did not say much to Wen Wan. He merely addressed Kai Xiaojing, saying, Xiaojing, I acknowledge my mistake. Knowing the character of Su Xiao's group, I still allowed them to board. I sincerely apologize. Fortunately, Wen Wan came to no harm. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face her. Director Zhang, do not dwell on this matter. Wen Wan was able to eat, sleep, joke, and even bicker over trivialities yesterday. She has long since recovered. You needn't worry about her. Her self-healing ability is remarkable, Kai Xiaojing replied with a smile. Although she harbored some reservations about Director Zhang's actions, she understood his predicament. This drama was financed by Huiran, and he was merely a humble director with limited influence. Furthermore, such occurrences were not uncommon in the industry. If an artist faced misfortune, it was merely a stroke of bad luck. Kai Xiaojing kept her emotions in check, recognizing that Wen Wan's troubles elicited Zhang's guilt, which was a positive sign. At the very least, for the portion of the drama that belonged to Wen Wan, Director Zhang would surely be more attentive than usual. All is well. All is well. In the future, if there are any dinner gatherings and someone wishes to treat if I'm not present Wen Wan, please lend your support. If it becomes too difficult to refuse, just let me know, she instructed. Understood, Wen Wan replied. The entire crew settled into a calm atmosphere, with no one daring to mention the incident, as if they had all suffered from amnesia, forgetting the thrilling scene that had once unfolded. During these days, Ye Feimo returned to the Yi family to relish familial joy, avoiding the Ming Chung apartment. Wen Wan was delighted. After their recent quarrel, she had no desire to face him. On this day, Director Zhang was engrossed in editing the footage, having arranged for another episode, while the assistant director and the screenwriter observed. The assistant director nudged Zhang on the shoulder and said, "Don't you think this drama would be better off titled Princess Qing Lian?" Director Zhang rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He was well aware of the assistant director's implication. Wen Wan's role had drawn considerable ire. Not because of any misfortune, but due to Zhang's guilt leading him to increase her screen time, which had been filmed previously. Can this be blamed on me? I wouldn't dream of cutting a second of Wen Wan's scenes, while others made me want to edit them incessantly. Is this my fault? Director Zhang expressed his innocence. At this rate, the title of the drama would surely have to be changed to Princess Xiang Xiang instead of Princess Qing Lian. Zhuo Bingbing felt equally wronged. Director, are you implying that you find me lacking? She inquired. Director Zhang rolled the script into a scroll and dramatically waved it toward her head. This must certainly be the fault of your makeup artist. You are undoubtedly the leading lady, yet in comparison to Wen Wan, you have somehow been relegated to the role of the supporting actress. By the way, has no one noticed how industrious I have been lately? This is a significant flaw in both appearance and temperament that cosmetics cannot remedy. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Wen Wan joined in, appreciating the rare camaraderie within the cast, devoid of ulterior motives. During the filming of this production, she felt genuinely joyful. During breaks, Wen Wan and Zhuo Bingbing chose to forego removing their makeup, donning ethereal outfits as they made their way to Lin Ning's set, which was nearing completion and not overly busy. Upon seeing Wen Wan's appearance, Director Lin promptly instructed his photographer to capture the moment and called for the stylist to analyze her look. Wen Wan was perplexed, and Tang Mandong captured the moment on her phone, intending to showcase it at school. Chun Shiweru's scenes had recently concluded, and she was preparing to embark on another script. Director Lin, have you taken a liking to our Princess Xiang Xiang? Zhuo Bingbing teased playfully. Director Lin replied, "Your princess possesses an ethereal charm that a mere mortal like myself could only dream of. Should I dare to pursue her, I might find myself in dire straits." Dire straits? Wen Wan was bewildered, questioning the mention of a third leg. The familiar male actors in the crew teased Director Lin. "Come now, Director, refrain from teasing the young lady. Our princess seems quite oblivious to your words." "Ah, someone's education has clearly failed. I shall have to address this later." Director Lin feigned a sigh. While Wen Wan remained confused, Zhuo Bingbing understood and laughed heartily. When Wen Wan inquired about the meaning of the phrase, Director Lin cryptically advised, "Ask your significant other when you return home." This only deepened Wen Wan's confusion. The group erupted in laughter as Director Lin appraised Wen Wan's appearance with a knowing smile, exclaiming, "Your looks truly transcend both time and fashion." Indeed, Wen Wan fluttered her peach blossom eyes, striking a narcissistic pose reminiscent of a delicate flower. "Director Lin, do I not resemble a blossoming bud? You and the one surnamed Yi are indeed a match made in heaven. Get lost." The promotional posters and materials for the Princess Qinglian series had just been released, garnering widespread acclaim online. Initially, 80% of viewers were skeptical about the show, but now they were eager to catch a glimpse. Even before its airing, it had already gained traction. Director Lin remarked that even if the old version of Princess Qinglian was deemed subpar, its viewership would still be promising, especially with the formidable talents of Zhuo Bingbing and Chen Heng, along with seasoned veterans like Peng Yuming and Cheng Ying, making success almost inevitable. The most buzz surrounded Princess Xiang Xiang, with the first teaser showcasing her prominently. In a 4-minute clip, Wen Wan dominated nearly 2 minutes, effectively positioning herself as a leading lady alongside Zhuo Bingbing, leaving the two male leads as mere background figures. Recently, Wen Wan had developed a fondness for browsing the Tianya and Maopu forums. Why, you may ask? Not long ago, both platforms were rife with harsh criticisms aimed at her, leaving her delicate self-esteem bruised, prompting her to seek out threads disparaging Zhuo Bingbing for some sense of balance. Now, however, an overwhelming tide of praise for Princess Xiang Xiang flooded the forums, describing her as enchanting, otherworldly, ethereal, and breathtaking, which filled Wen Wan with delight. Akin to a flower in full bloom. Her parents also admired the poster and trailer, singing her praises, which filled Wen Wan with joy. She fluttered about like a little bird, completely forgetting the scene in Casablanca. In short, Wenwan has recently been in the limelight. Moreover, the launch of the 5203 fragrance series was a sensational success, quickly ascending to the top of the sales charts among similar products and becoming the newfound darling of young women. The alluring advertisement for the 5203 series flooded major television stations and shopping malls across City A, showcasing half-naked models with butterfly-like shoulders. The advertisements began to feature the model's name, Wenwan, and Ning International officially announced her as the spokesperson for this fragrance. Following this, the 5203 jewelry series was also set to be launched, with Wenwan as the sole representative for this collection. This news sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry, as Ning International's jewelry had only ever been endorsed by international superstars due to its global popularity. Until now, no Asian actress had ever been chosen to represent Ning International's jewelry. Thus, Wenwan became the first Asian face for Ning jewelry, not merely as a representative in Asia, but as the exclusive global ambassador. When Kai Xiaojing received the news, she was momentarily taken aback, realizing that young Master Yi had elevated Wenwan to unprecedented heights. The former president of Ning International, Yi Sanxiao, had always considered the global marketability of jewelry and the aura required to wear it, believing that no Eastern artist could embody the essence of Ning jewelry. Hence, he had never employed an Asian star, establishing a precedent that young Master Yi adhered to. Consequently, Wenwan became the first Asian face for Ning jewelry. With an impassive expression, she wrestled with her feelings, pondering whether this was the advantage of being supported. Once this news broke, Wenwan swiftly became the darling of advertisers, with countless endorsements pouring in, leaving Kai Xiaojing overwhelmed as Wenwan's advertising value skyrocketed. Watching young Master Yi announce Wenwan as the spokesperson at the jewelry launch felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Realizing the benefits of having someone in the family who could rise to fame without any financial burden, Feimo's mind worked quickly. Ye sans ho. Ye kelan potu, grandpa. Grandma, let my second uncle support me, please. I am adorable, charming, and loved by everyone. Supporting me would yield great benefits, and I would do endorsements without asking for payment. Ye Kellen struck a very ladylike pose. Are we sending you to shoot a milk powder commercial? Yi Tianyu asked with a smile. Yi Sanxiao responded, no, let my little cousin and me shoot a couple series advertisement, Grandma. Su Nuo covered her face, utterly speechless at her daughter's antics. Would you like to see how young Master Yi handles others? If one person guesses correctly, there will be a sixth update today. Is that enticing enough? In a peculiar turn of events, after Gu Yiting's incident, Wenwan found it strange that she had visited the film crew. Yet no one knew why she was there. Following her 3-day absence, Director Zhang announced that Gu Yiting had breached her contract and would be replaced. Without pondering who might be orchestrating this behind the scenes, Wenwan and Zhua Bingbing happily suggested that Chen Xiuru take on the role, to which Director Lin agreed to advocate for, though the outcome remained uncertain. On this day, the entertainment industry was abuzz with a scandal involving compromising photographs of Bai Xiuwen and Gu Yiting. The images conveyed a disheveled appearance, with both women seemingly lost in a moment of indulgence. A seasoned entertainment reporter revealed that these photographs were captured after the pair had consumed ecstasy at an underground bar last year, and they implicated several prominent female celebrities with the surname FMKL. This revelation swiftly dominated the headlines of Anning International Entertainment. Unsurprisingly, the source of this scandal was indeed a veteran reporter from Anning International, and the news sent shockwaves throughout the industry. Beyond the visibly implicated by Xiuwen and Gu Yiting, speculation ran rampant regarding the identity of the other female celebrities associated with the FMKL surname. Several top-tier actresses found themselves embroiled in rumors, as reports proliferated, engulfing the entire entertainment sphere. The reputations of Gu Yiting and Bai Xiuwen plummeted. Both had achieved a modicum of fame, distinct from lesser-known stars, particularly Bai Xiuwen, who was at the height of her career, having garnered numerous awards and starring as the lead in director Lin's upcoming New Year film. Such a scandal was astonishing, especially given the rampant drug use and illicit behaviors that pervaded the entertainment world. Yet this public exposure was unprecedented, leading to the complete ruin of both women. As news from Anning International spread, other newspapers and television stations followed suit, unleashing a torrent of speculation and gossip. The female celebrities with the FMKL surname were on high alert, fearing they might be named next. With public outcry mounting, Baishowen's career appeared irreparably damaged. Within the film crew, rumors ran rampant. In addition to focusing on the scandal surrounding Baishowen and Gu Yiting, everyone speculated about the identities of the other implicated actresses. Zhuo Bingbing, while perusing the newspapers, remarked to Wenwan, "These two deserve their fate. Although Gu Yiting has done nothing to you, Baishowen treated you poorly in that private room. This time, she has brought it upon herself. It's quite satisfying, really." Everyone said her value would skyrocket after starring in director Lin's New Year film. But who could have predicted this? She has finished. Zhuo Bingbing relished the downfall, having never held a favorable view of Gu Yiting or Baishowen. Meanwhile, Wenwan expressed concern over the fate of director Lin's film. What will happen now? The filming is complete, and only post-production remains. This could ruin director Lin's work, she fretted. Why concern yourself with this matter? Anning International has ample funds. You need not worry. The person who wronged you is facing their comeuppance. You should be pleased, my lady, Zhuo Bingbing replied with a grin. Warmth pressed her lips together as Kai Xiaojing listened to their gossip, half dozing off. What was there to be surprised about? This was entirely the doing of Ye Feimo. Several seasoned entertainment reporters at Anning International were known, yet their identities remained shrouded in mystery. They were adept at uncovering news, ensuring that the entertainment section of Anning International was always bustling with captivating stories. Having once followed Changanya, Kai Xiaojing harbored a vague thought. The Ye family's methods were indeed elusive, capable of uncovering almost any detail. They had orchestrated this themselves, yet had even conjured a seasoned reporter from thin air. Baishowen and Gu Yiting were the most vulnerable targets. Kai Xiaojing was unaware that Warmth had mentioned the events in the private room that day. As soon as trouble befell these two, she surmised that Ye Feimo was manipulating the situation behind the scenes. He hadn't hidden them away, but rather allowed them to fall from grace. This was far more ruthless than mere concealment. Next in line were Brother Xiong, Brother Chong, and Su Xiao. However, Ye Feimo would ensure that their downfall remained out of the public eye. Privately, these three would likely meet a much grimmer fate. Yet, none of this concerned them. There was no need for Warmth to know what Ye Feimo had done for her. It was entirely unnecessary. Warmth urged Kai Xiaojing to focus on her own matters and not to worry about her. She felt guilty for having Kai Xiaojing trailing her every day. With a smile from her beautiful manager, she said, "I'll take care of myself. Just do what you need to do." Warmth sidled up to Kai Xiaojing, her voice laced with mystery. "Sister Xiaojing, could it possibly be Ye Feimo behind this?" Kai Xiaojing lazily opened her eyes, casting a sidelong glance at her, surprised at how quickly this little white rabbit had caught on. Warmth continued her own musings, but it couldn't be, right? That New Year's film is about to be released. Ruining it would severely harm Anning. It wouldn't make sense to do that. Perhaps I'm just overthinking. Kai Xiaojing patted her head. Perhaps Ye Ershao desires beauty more than power. Who is the beauty? Warmth blinked at her. Kai Xiaojing found the girl's act of feigning ignorance particularly amusing, as if she were a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Actually, I have always believed Ye Ershao's judgment to be quite questionable, Kai Xiaojing remarked, gazing at Warmth with a smile. He has a tendency to inflict pain on others, as well as to self-inflict. That's why his relationship with you remains so ambiguous. There's something amiss with him, directly affecting his discernment. Warmth rolled her eyes, leaving Kai Xiaojing utterly speechless. That night was splendid, the stars twinkling brilliantly. Upon receiving news of Brother Xiong's discharge from the hospital, Ye Ershao smiled and called Brother Xiong. "Hello, Brother Xiong. Let us go out for a meal." "Sure. We need to have a thorough discussion about what you promised me." "Of course. I prepared quite the show for you." "Ha, what kind of show? Are you bringing that ungrateful woman from your team?" A cold flame flickered in Ye Feimo's eyes, his voice calm and expressionless like still water. "Tonight's performance will undoubtedly be to your satisfaction." After hanging up, Ye Feimo's expression turned icy. "Tonight shall undoubtedly be an unforgettable evening for Brother Xiong." He flexed his wrist, and inquire the nearby Xiao He. Are we all prepared? Xiao Hei's lips twitched, and he shuddered slightly. A splendid performance awaits, to be continued. Ho ho. Second young master, this is rather disturbing. Are you certain? Xiao He wiped the sweat from his brow. Since the age of 15, he had served as Ye Feimo's bodyguard, tasked with executing the less savory undertakings for him. Among the members of the Ye family he had encountered, the second young master's methods were the most cruel and twisted he had ever witnessed. Ye Feimo, with an air of nonchalance, curled his lips into a slight smile. Do you not find me rather gentle today? Xiao He felt tears welling up, rehearsing his resignation in his mind for the umpteenth time. Oh, how naive he had been in his youth to follow the second young master. Brother Xiong, accompanied by 5 companions, arrived at the rendezvous point. Ye Xiao had summoned them to the high bridge port in City Ye. Upon their arrival, Ye Xiao was already standing atop an oil tanker, awaiting them. The sea breeze was brisk that night. Clad in a cream-colored casual outfit and draped in a long black trench coat, he stood tall and handsome against the backdrop of the night. Reminiscent of a dandy from the bygone era of Shanghai, commanding storms and fortunes alike. Noble, imposing, with a fierce sharpness in his gaze, he exuded an aura of coldness, as if he were a messenger from the depths of a dark abyss. As Brother Xiong led his men aboard the tanker, Ye Xiao cast a chilling glance their way, a faint and enigmatic smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Ye She, how delightful it would be to sip drinks and discuss matters in Casablanca, where beautiful women abound. What brings us here? Brother Xiong, a cigarette dangling from his lips, was assisted aboard by his subordinates. His leg, though mended after being broken, had not yet fully healed. Ye Feimo's eyes narrowed sharply, a deep intensity lurking within their inky depths. The audacity of this man to mention Casablanca was notable. With a cold arch of his brow, he replied, "The night is quite splendid. The program I have arranged will be to your liking." Brother Xiong lifted his gaze to the heavens, which were devoid of stars, shrouded in dark ink, while the sea breeze chilled the heart. A splendid night? Brother Xiong's men exchanged worried glances at Ye Xiao's icy demeanor, but Brother Xiong, upon reflection, recalled that Ye Feimo was famously stoic, known for his cold and ruthless disposition. Who had ever seen Ye Xiao smile? He remembered a time when, amidst gossip about Ye Xiao, several older gentlemen had pondered whether he maintained the same expression during intimate encounters. Brother Xiong had once found himself quite captivated by Ye Xiao's beauty. That was a long time ago, 5 years, to be precise, when Ye Feimo officially assumed the role of president of Anning International, causing a seismic shift in the business world. His father, Yi Sanxiao, was still years away from retirement, while Chung Anya led Anning International into the entertainment industry, establishing itself as a dominant force. Suddenly, the reins were handed to the second son, provoking considerable discontent among the board members. At just 20 years of age, Ye Feimo was still in the bloom of youth, lacking the clout to inspire confidence, especially as Yi Sanxiao convened a press conference, maintaining a stoic silence. His face as frigid as ever, even more so than the younger Yi Sanxiao. In the past, he would at least manage a smile when dealing with the media. Unlike him, who embodies the essence of a haughty prince, dismissive of all, the press conference left a lasting impression on everyone. Brother Xiong, too, was once a newspaper reader. The relationship between the Yi and Tang families was quite close. In the underworld, who does not fear the Tang family? Naturally, there was a heightened interest in the Yi family. Brother Xiong was known for his indiscriminate affections. He enjoyed the company of both men and women, as long as it brought him joy. At 20, Ye Feimo still bore traces of youth in his exquisite features, cold and imposing, dressed impeccably in a suit, reminiscent of a forbidden military officer from an anime, evoking an overwhelming urge to dominate him. Brother Xiong certainly fell into that category, and as rumors about Ye Feimo proliferated, it became clear that the Yi family operated across both the legal and illegal realms. It was said that this young man's methods surpassed even those of his father. Ruthless and formidable, those in the underworld would steer clear upon hearing the name of second young Master Yi, unwilling to provoke him. Brother Xiong had no business ties with Long Min and thus no connection to second young Master Yi. Yet, observing him up close stirred a youthful ardor within Brother Xiong. Ye Feimo was undeniably striking, his cold demeanor compelling a desire to conquer him. Setting sail, Ye Feimo pursed his lips and offered a chilling smile, prompting Xiao He to command the captain to depart. Brother Xiong suppressed a lewd grin and inquired about Su Xiao and Chang Ge. Ye Feimo stood with his hands clasped behind him, the oil tanker shooting forth like an arrow, the sea breeze billowing his long coat, exuding an aura that was both dark and intimidating. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Brother Xiong felt a foreboding sensation rising within. With a peculiar smile, Ye Feimo remarked that they were waiting for him upstairs. This smile sent a shiver down Xiao He's spine. To be honest, after nearly a decade of following Ye Feimo, he had witnessed his smiles only a handful of times, and when he did smile, it felt as though a dance of demons ensued. Eerily uncanny, sinister. Xiao He lamented, "Second young master, you truly should refrain from smiling. It's quite terrifying." The oil tanker boasted 3 lavish levels, exuding an air of aristocratic opulence, resplendent in gold and jewels. As Brother Xiong walked, he couldn't help but covet the wealth of the Yi family. Such a luxurious vessel. How many in city could possess something so dazzling? Leading Brother Xiong to the second level, Ye Feimo suddenly plunged the space into darkness. Taken aback, Brother Xiong felt a powerful shove from behind. His subordinates failed to catch him, and he found himself toppled to the second floor. Sensing the danger, his men rushed to his aid, only to be ambushed by 2 young men clad in black, swiftly incapacitating them. Brother Xiong cried out in distress, rolling on the floor as the lights flickered back on, not in the blinding brilliance of gold, but in a dim, ambiguous glow, ominous and fraught with danger. He cursed Ye Feimo, who remained unfazed, his long legs draped over a nearby chair as he sat with an imperial air, his gaze cold as a devil in the night. Heart racing, Brother Xiong began to comprehend the trap he had fallen into. "Brother Xiong," a familiar call. Brother Xiong arose to find Chang and Su, both writhing in agony on the ground. A wave of alarm washed over him as he sensed something was amiss. The room was vast, its walls adorned with a multitude of terrifying implements, candles, ropes, chains, knives, and an assortment of whips of varying lengths. How could Brother Xiong possibly remain oblivious to the purpose of these items? Xiaohong had kicked the 3 of them together. Chang and Su seemed to have endured a beating, their bodies marked with the telltale signs of whips. These were not the soft leather whips among the props, but instruments of torture. Brother Xiong's face paled as he glanced up at Ye Feimo. "Is anyone calling for a 6th update?" Ye Feimo remarked with a hint of disinterest. "Why do I feel this isn't sufficiently entertaining?" Xiaohong, taken aback, surveyed the 3 individuals in the room, resembling wild beasts. "Is this not enough? Or shall we have the second young master take the lead?" The mere suggestion sent a chill through Xiaohong. He knew better than to utter such words, lest he find himself swiftly dispatched by the second young master. Ye Feimo stood, gestured for his subordinates to bring in the others, instructing them to take turns until dawn, cautioning not to play too hard lest someone be harmed. Xiaohong thought to himself, "Second young master, you are indeed formidable. Do you not fear a day when you fall into someone's hands and they take their turn with you?" The very thought made Xiaohong wish to leap into the sea. Ye Feimo turned away from the scene. His methods of dealing with others had never been so twisted and perverse. He typically offered a swift resolution. Yet this time, they had truly provoked him. They deserved it. To dare disturb Wenwan was to invite such consequences. Anyone who dared to lay a finger on her would come to regret their very existence. Upon exiting the second floor, he ascended to the bedroom on the 3rd floor, comfortably settling in to watch a film. Brother Xiong, Chang, Su, and even by Xiuwen and Gu Yiting, who had made things difficult for Wenwan, did not escape his notice. If that girl were to find out, she would surely be at a loss for words. But it was unnecessary for her to know. Let her believe that the world was entirely benevolent and filled with kindness. That was sufficient. Having been ordered home for the past few days, with his sister-in-law and nieces and nephews returning home, Yi Sanshao and Chung Anya had insisted he return as well. Since that day, he had not seen Wen Wan. According to Kai Xiaojing, she had performed excellently in the production, earning the appreciation of director Zhang, a man of integrity known for his straightforwardness. If Wen Wan had garnered his praise, it was surely indicative of her talent. The thought of her usual demeanor caused Ye Feimo to involuntarily smile. He wondered what it felt like to see her act. Suddenly, he had a strong desire to watch one of her performances. Ye Feimo opened his computer, which contained 3 advertisements she had filmed, 2 music videos, several posters, and the first teaser for Princess Qinglian. It all seemed promising. Wen Wan's appearance was the most fitting for a historical role he had ever seen, ethereal and enchanting. However, Ye Feimo furrowed his brow. The male lead became increasingly irksome to him. How could someone like that stand beside his foolish girl? And to think they were even kissing. Ye Feimo was furious. Director Zhang has informed that tonight there will be a night shift, and a group of actors, with sorrowful expressions, looks to him in hopes of his compassion. Unfortunately, Director Zhang's heart is as unyielding as stone. The decision is made. Overtime it is. Wen Wan is on the verge of tears, having not returned home for 2 nights. She finds herself yearning for the comfort of her soft, cozy bed. The crew has been pushing to meet deadlines, utterly exhausted. Acting is indeed not a solitary endeavor, and the fatigue is overwhelming. Audiences only witness the vibrant personas of actors on screen, adorned in splendid attire at various events, oblivious to the immense effort exerted behind the scenes. Normally, Wen Wan struggles to get even 6 hours of sleep, and lately, it has worsened to merely 2 or 3 hours a night, often jolted awake by the director's summons, her dark circles becoming quite unsightly, requiring copious makeup to conceal. After completing her scenes during the day, she still has numerous training sessions to attend. Soon, she is to shoot an advertisement for Anning International's 5203 jewelry series, and the director of the jewelry department insists on cultivating her elegance. Kai Xiaojing sent Wen Wan's photos over, and the director slammed the table, declaring they lacked elegance, nobility, and presence. How could she possibly represent Anning International's jewelry? Upon hearing this, Wen Wan cursed his ancestors. How could he choose her for the advertisement and then claim she did not meet his standards? Kai Xiaojing found it difficult to disclose that it was indeed the master who had chosen her. To enhance her grace, Kai Xiaojing arranged for ballet lessons and specialized courses, employing an image consultant to teach her how to walk and smile, leaving Wen Wan so exhausted that she could barely muster a smile. At dinner time, Wen Wan had lost a considerable amount of weight. Already slender, her recent exhaustion and inadequate rest had made her even thinner, perfectly aligning with Kai Xiaojing's aesthetic demands, sparing her from any dieting. This dinner was a reward for Wen Wan's hard work over the past few days, featuring a sumptuous spread of braised lion's head meatballs, pork chops, and cod fillet, an enticing feast. Just as she was about to dig in, Kai Xiaojing received a call from Chung Anyan. Xiaojing, bring Wen Wan to the rooftop CAF at Milan Spring. I'd like to treat her to a meal. Chung Anyan said with a smile. Kai Xiaojing pondered. Does the chairperson's wife of Anning International hold a particular fondness for Wen Wan? She replied affirmatively. And Chung Anyan added, and please ensure she is well dressed. I want to see a beautiful, elegant Wen Wan who dominates the room. Kai Xiaojing glanced at the individual drooling over the feast, her heart fluttering. Dominating the room? Mrs. Yi, that would indeed be a challenge. Yes, madam. Wen Wan paid no heed to Kai Xiaojing, who was constantly on the phone, scheduling appointments, and juggling an array of tasks. As Wen Wan popped a piece of braised lion's head in her mouth, she felt utterly mistreated. Not only was she unable to enjoy her meal, but the perverse director insisted that while her figure was commendable, her face bore a hint of baby fat that needed addressing, leading Kai Xiaojing to feed her nothing but cabbage and tofu, leaving her craving meat. As the savory braised lion's head was about to reach her lips, Kai Xiaojing abruptly interrupted, causing Wen Nuanyuan to blink in surprise. She assumed that Kai Xiaojing had suddenly deemed her still too chubby to indulge, which left her heartbroken. Observing Wen's expression, Kai Xiaojing recalled what Chung Anyan had said about elegance. Goodness, how could a girl drooling over pork be considered elegant? What are you doing? Don't eat. Madam Yi wishes to see you, Kai Xiaojing said, pulling one up. She called out to Director Zhang. Director Zhang, Nguyen has something to attend to. I'll take her away. You can have her practice all night tomorrow, no problem. We're off. Director Zhang was quite amiable towards both Kai Xiaojing and Wen Nguyen, showing no concern as they swiftly exited the set. Xiaojing, let us at least have a meal first, Wen said, patting her belly. She was genuinely famished and lamented. I've only had a single piece of bread today. You can't treat me this way. Kai Xiaojing replied, it's just as well to be hungry. If you eat too much, you'll have a little belly when you wear the gown. Be good. Wen cast a glance at her flat stomach, and tears welled up once more. She resembled a melancholic puppet as Kai Xiaojing led her to get styled. Donning a striking purple low-cut evening gown and selecting a pair of purple crystal high heels, complemented by exquisite jewelry. Once adorned, as long as one maintained a composed expression, she transformed into a radiant and noble young lady, standing tall and captivating all around her. Wen's features were exceptionally photogenic, capable of exuding any desired aura. Combined with her recent studies in etiquette and image, her efforts had not been merely for amusement, but would prove invaluable at critical moments. In the midst of it all, Cheng Enyun urged them along. Kai Xiaojing initially intended for one to try on a black gown as well, but time was of the essence, and she hurried one to the rooftop of Milan Spring. One was puzzled, wondering if they were attending yet another banquet. Will there be food? My stomach has been growling for a while now. Xiaojing, can't you hear it? She lamented as she was led to the rooftop, expecting a grand feast. To her surprise, the rooftop CAF had been reserved, with only Cheng Anyun and a stunning woman in a fiery red gown present. Ah, Xiaojing, your arrangements are indeed reliable. What do you think? Cheng Anyun inquired, glancing at Su Nuo beside her. Very beautiful, quite breathtaking. Su Nuo nodded in agreement. Cheng Anyun smiled and beckoned one over. While Kai Xiaojing raised an eyebrow in confusion, she had anticipated a lavish gathering and had dressed one to dazzle, only to discover that it was not the case. Xiaojing, this is exactly the effect I wanted. Cheng Anyun beamed as they sat down, introducing one to Su Nuo. Upon learning that Su was the grand lady of the Ye family, Kai Xiaojing couldn't help but steal a few more glances. The title of Chief Inspector of the International Anti-Terrorism Organization carried significant weight, especially considering the Ye family's involvement in the underworld, juxtaposed with their daughter-in-law's position in the legitimate realm, creating a striking contrast. When Wan had never encountered her before, initially, she had assumed that an inspector from the counterterrorism organization would be a formidable woman, tall and robust. However, upon meeting Su Nuo, she realized that the latter was even more glamorous than an international celebrity. In terms of beauty, few of the actresses Wen Wan had seen could rival Su Nuo's stunning allure. It was genuinely breathtaking. From a distance, she was striking, and up close, her radiance was even more captivating. Kai Xiaojing couldn't help but murmur. The Yi family was indeed a household of beauty, with all members, young and old, being exceptionally attractive. Madam Yi, Miss Yi, what brings you to me? Wen Wan inquired, her hands fidgeting nervously. After all, she was still a young girl, unlike Cheng Anya, who was worldly and composed, having weathered life storms. She was not like Su Nuo, born with an innate queenly presence. In the presence of these formidable women, Wen Wan felt like a naive little girl. Wen Wan could distinctly sense the differences between them. The last time she was with Cheng Anya at the supermarket, she felt somewhat restrained, and with the powerful aura of Su Nuo now present, her timidity only intensified. Wen Wan, relax, we won't bite, Cheng Anya chuckled, amused by her formality. She genuinely liked Wen Wan, having observed her for quite some time. This young woman, with her pure, optimistic, and resilient nature, reminded Anya of her own early days in society. After just a year of navigating the world, Anya had become shrewd and seasoned, having faced the harsh realities of life alone. In contrast, Wen Wan, still a student, was under the protection of Feimo, and if he continued to shield her, she might remain forever innocent. If she truly became part of their family, she would be the only little white rabbit among them. Wen Wan felt exceedingly uncomfortable, acutely aware of her own awkwardness. Clad in an elegant gown, she was dressed to the nines, while Cheng Anya and Su Nuo were in casual attire. devoid of heavy makeup or ostentatious jewelry. The scene felt decidedly out of place. By the way, Wenwan, I heard that the last time Ye Feimo took you to a banquet, he publicly declared you to be his fiancée, and even placed a rose tear necklace on you. Is that true? Chung Anya inquired with a smile, sipping her coffee. Wenwan's heart skipped a beat. Was this the legendary scenario of the wicked stepmother tormenting Cinderella? In dramas, once the prince and Cinderella fell in love, they would inevitably encounter a malevolent stepmother who would try to thwart their romance, sending them fleeing in opposite directions. Alas, even if she were Cinderella, Ye Feimo was certainly no prince. She felt more wrong than do. Madam Yi, you misunderstand. Yi Shao was merely putting on a show that night. It was not sincere, truly not sincere. I returned that necklace to him the very same evening, and we clarified everything. So, any talk of being his fiancée, it was simply a jest. Madam Yi, I assure you, there is absolutely no truth to it, Wenwan clarified, determined to distance herself from the Yi family, primarily because Ye Feimo did not meet her standards for a partner. Putting on a show, Chung Anya regarded Wenwan with intrigue. She understood Ye Feimo's character better than anyone else, and given his complicated history with Hanbai, it was unlikely he would share such details with Wenwan. Thus, how would she know he was merely acting? How fascinating. The men in our family do not indulge in theatrics, so feel free to take my words at face value. Wenwan fell silent. When Su Nuo spoke with such a frigid tone, asserting that there was no need for pretense, she could not shake the chilling sensation that enveloped her. The woman's demeanor was excessively cold, and how brave of the young master of the Yi family to sleep beside such an ice-cold figure at night. Chung Anya's lips curled into a smile. Wenwan was utterly endearing, her thoughts plainly written across her face, a source of amusement. Fortunately, while Su Nuo was indeed clever, she remained rather naive, unable to decipher Wenwan's current expression. Su Nuo's tone is rather frigid, isn't it? Chung Anya commented. Wenwan instinctively nodded in honesty, only to then shake her head woodenly. Chung Anya laughed heartily, while Kai Xiaojing remained perplexed, uncertain about the purpose of their gathering. Was it merely for idle chatter? Well, since Feimo has declared you his fiancé, you shall henceforth regard yourself as such, Chung Anya quipped. Wenwan stood there, momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. She mumbled to herself, do I truly appear to want to be Feimo's fiancé? Can you guess why Anya summoned the little white rabbit? There's an intriguing spectacle in store. Kai Xiaojing remained oblivious to Chung Anya's intentions until Hanbai and Linda arrived, at which point the purpose became apparent. Hanbai, adorned in a black V-neck dress, her long hair cascading down, wore a Cartier ruby necklace, a luxury watch she endorsed, and a gemstone bracelet, exuding beauty, elegance, and an air of nobility. Initially, she wore a smile. However, upon seeing Wenwan also present and dressed so splendidly, her smile faltered momentarily. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure, the flicker of displeasure and confusion vanishing as she resumed her usual demeanor. Kai Xiaojing rose, while Linda's expression revealed discontent. Why were they also present? Ever since learning about the film Liang Hongyu, Han Bai had been eager to secure the role. But Ye Feimo had previously declared that she had been ousted from Ning International by Chung Anya, and he would not cast her in any film funded by the studio. If she truly wished to star in Liang Hongyu, she would require Chung Anya's approval. After analyzing the implications of Han Bai's involvement in the film alongside Ye Feimo, he merely chuckled coldly. After years in business, did he need her to remind him how to earn money? His remark left Linda speechless. She had received internal news confirming that Yi Yin would portray the male lead in Liang Hongyu, and she was keen for Han Bai to land that role. Hence her encouragement for Han Bai to cultivate a good rapport with Chung Anya. The last time Chung Anya called Linda, wishing to meet Han Bai had been preoccupied, resulting in the call being cut short. When Linda attempted to call again, Chung Anya did not answer. Undeterred, they tried numerous times, and, eventually, Chung Anya agreed to take their call, arranging to meet that evening at the rooftop CF of Milan Spring. Both Linda and Han Bai assumed that Chung Anya had finally relented. To her surprise, they encountered Kai Xiaojing and Wenwan here. Upon seeing Han Bai, Wenwan rose and greeted her with a warm smile. "Hello, Miss Han." "Hello, Miss Wan." Han Bai responded with a subtle smile, gracefully approaching to exchange pleasantries with Chung Anya and Su Nuo. Chung Anya's expression remained indifferent as she gestured for her to sit. Kai Xiaojing and Linda, aware that the two had matters to discuss, distanced themselves. Wenwan found it peculiar that Chung Anya had invited Han Bai to this gathering. It was truly strange. A waiter presented a cup of coffee, and noticing that Wenwan's cup was empty, Chung Anya ordered a refill. "Han Bi, what was so urgent that you called for me?" Chung Anya inquired coolly, her tone exuding a condescending air that felt foreign to Wenwan. She had always perceived Chung Anya as gentle, gracious, and amiable. It was surprising to witness this domineering side of her. Han Bai remained unfazed, merely smiling amiably as she turned to Wenwan. "Madam Yi, I have a serious matter to discuss with you. Would it be possible for Miss Wen to excuse herself for a moment?" Despite her current status, even if she wished to discuss a film role with Chung Anya, she knew that Chung Anya would undoubtedly complicate matters for her. Han Bai felt utterly powerless before Chung Anya and did not want Wenwan to witness her vulnerability, fearing it would become a source of ridicule. Chung Anya pressed her lips together, laughing unabashedly, her gaze dripping with disdain as she regarded Han Bai, as if she had uttered a joke. Han Bai felt increasingly uncomfortable under her scrutiny. "So no inte zet, Han Bai. My mother arranged for me to meet with Wenwan for coffee today, which is why I have time to see you. Why should Wenwan excuse herself? Must I do so as well?" Having grown accustomed to the commanding tone of the anti-terror organization, Su Nuo's demeanor was more authoritative than Chung Anya's, her icy tone creating an even heavier sense of pressure. Wenwan, an astute and perceptive woman, quickly grasped the situation. Her role was simply to sip her coffee and observe the unfolding drama, as it was none of her concern. Watching the spectacle and indulging in gossip was precisely her interest. The look of hunger and despair on Wenwan's face suddenly transformed into excitement, her enchanting eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chung Anya secretly chuckled to herself, thinking that Wenwan would undoubtedly make a splendid silent film actress. "I did not mean it that way," Han Bai stammered, flustered by Su Nuo's challenge. How could she dare to ask Su Nuo to leave? Chung Anya and Su Nuo shared an exceptionally close relationship. The esteemed young master of the Ye family was rumored to often disappear behind the camera, appearing less frequently than his wife. Therefore, the bond between Su Nuo and Chung Anya was particularly harmonious. Moreover, as the wife of a Ning international, how could she possibly ask Su Nuo to excuse herself? In that case, let us proceed with the discussion. Since I do not need to excuse myself, Wenwan certainly does not need to either. She, like me, is also a wife of a Ning international. What is there to avoid? Han Bai's complexion paled immediately as she turned to look at Wenwan. Coughing softly, Wenwan found herself choked by the coffee, hastily grabbing a tissue to wipe away the spilled drink. Fortunately, none had splattered onto her gown, which was a rental. Had it gotten stained, Sister Xiao Jing would surely twist her ear in reprimand. Wife? When had she become the spouse of a Ning international? This revelation was utterly shocking. She believed that Su Nuo's personality was particularly suited for delivering deadpan humor, possessing an exquisite sense of irony. Despite her usual composure, she had not anticipated being startled to the point of choking. One ought to at least offer a friendly warning before laying such a bombshell. For reasons unknown, the image of Ye Feimo in a groom's attire surfaced in Wenwan's mind, standing before an altar, waiting for her, draped in white satin, to approach step by step. Yet, halfway there, she lifted her gown, turned her head, and dashed away in a flurry. The thought of marriage was utterly terrifying, especially with Ye Feimo standing before her. He could very well induce a heart attack. Kai Xiao Jing covered her face, exclaiming, "Wenwan, you silly girl, must you be so flustered? To be so easily frightened by such news is truly embarrassing." Su Nuo and Chung Anya observed Wenwan, her reaction entirely anticipated by Chung Anya. Now, she was more curious about how Wenwan would articulate her choking incident. Wenwan, being an astute young woman, would certainly not undermine Su Nuo at such a moment, and Han Bai was not easily deceived. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, Wenwan's charming eyes dropped slightly. Nonchalantly, she set down the bitter coffee. Reflecting on how Ye Feimo had recently developed a penchant for sweet instant coffee, while she found this bitter brew quite unpalatable. Su Nuo, maintaining a stoic expression, raised her hand to request a glass of milk and a jar of sugar. With her head bowed, Wenwan, having learned her etiquette lessons well, gracefully added milk and sugar in silence. Wenwan, the beauty, Su Nuo, still expressionless, ordered her milk and sugar, and Wenwan, with her head lowered, demonstrated the elegance she had mastered in her etiquette classes. Unbeknownst to her, Hanbai recalled a recent encounter, a few days prior. She had arranged a meeting with Ye Feimo. Arriving early, she had taken the liberty of ordering him a cup of coffee, well aware of his preferences for strong, pure coffee from their time together. However, on that occasion, he merely tasted it before setting it aside, opting instead for a latte. When she jokingly questioned him about his changing tastes, Ye Feimo remained stoic, offering no reply. During their meal, Hanbai noticed his palate had indeed become more subdued. The dishes he once relished remained untouched. Perhaps, during the years she had been absent, he had changed significantly. Yet, he had only known Wenwan for a mere 2 to 3 months. Could these transformations truly be attributed to her? Had Miss Wen and the second young master wed? In recent days, she had not heard him mention it. Hanbai smiled, maintaining her poise. Aside from her initial shock, she revealed no sign of losing her composure. Wenwan looked up and smiled, feigning modesty, delicately pursing her lips in a manner reminiscent of an elegant young lady, embodying a bashful demeanor that hinted at words left unspoken. Chunya couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Having a wife who could act was indeed a delightful prospect. Hanbai, filled with disdain, let out a cold laugh within her heart. Chang Anya, displeased to hear that she and Ye Feimo were still in contact, retorted coldly, "Did he not make it clear to you that Wenwan is his fiancée, Yi? The nature of Su Nuo's work makes it inappropriate for her to wear jewelry like the rose tier. It would invite criticism. Therefore, I gifted this necklace to Wenwan, and that is an irrefutable fact. Just because they are not married does not mean she is not my daughter-in-law. As for you, since Feimo already has a fiancé, it would be wise for you to maintain some distance and not entangle yourself with him." Hanbai's expression shifted slightly as she cast another glance at Wenwan, who was engrossed in her coffee, oblivious to Hanbai's significant gaze. Hanbai replied coolly, "Mrs. Yi, I understand your implication. However, if Feimo insists on meeting me, I cannot simply refuse, can I?" Chung Anya snorted derisively. Indeed, after years of mingling in society, Hanbai had garnered some audacity. She glanced at Wenwan and remarked, "In this day and age, prices are ever increasing while men seem to diminish in value. It is often said that what is lost is always the best. This reflects the psychological tendency of men to seek what they cannot have. Feimo is no exception, Hanbai. Do not presume that he harbors deep feelings for you. In truth, he never loved you profoundly. It was merely a coincidence that you saved his life, and he wished to repay that debt. Coincidentally, my foolish son, still young and unaware, was infatuated with you. When you left, it was merely his pride that was wounded. After all, he has always had everything at his fingertips, appearance and lineage both exceptional. For him, acquiring a woman is an effortless endeavor. Your rejection merely bruised his ego, which is why he has remained preoccupied with it all these years. To put it simply, he cannot accept emotional defeat. It is not love that consumes him. Feimo does not yet comprehend the essence of love. During your relationship, how often did you meet? You were striving in the entertainment industry. And what support did he ever provide during your setbacks? What promises did he make to you? Now consider Wenwan, who is also navigating the entertainment world. From the very beginning, Feimo took her under his wing, safeguarding her and considering her in every aspect, ensuring she was shielded from unsavory matters. Do you not see the fundamental difference? Therefore, do not approach me with the notion that you are indispensable to my son. It repulses me. I do not wish to harm my son, and it would be prudent for you to recognize this and avoid forcing a situation where we all find ourselves in an untenable position. Wenwan's heart raced with uncertainty. What had Ye Feimo done for her in secret? What had he protected her from? He had never disclosed anything to her. Was Mrs. Yi under some misconception? Hanbai, visibly affected by Chung Anya's words, turned pale, her expression faltering in disbelief. This was not the reality. It could not be as Chung Anya portrayed. Feimo loved her, deeply, profoundly. She yearned to counter Chung Anya's claims, yet her heart began to waver. Was it true that Feimo was merely wounded in pride, not love? No, it could not be. It had to be Chung Anya's deceit. Su Nua interjected calmly. It is said that when you first ventured into the entertainment industry, you faced considerable bullying, yet Feimo appeared indifferent. Now, consider, if when Wan were to be mistreated, what fate would befall those who dare to wrong her. Ye Feimo is fully aware of what will transpire tonight with Brother Xiong and Brother Chan. Yi Kalan, that girl, clamors to witness the spectacle, and Yi Tianyu is equally intrigued. However, considering Ye Feimo's methods, which may be somewhat inappropriate for younger eyes, Yi Chun and Chung Enya have decided against allowing Yi Tianyu and Yi Kalan to join the fray. Chung Enya would not object to them witnessing mere altercations, but anything beyond that is to be avoided. Madam Yi, I understand you have harbored biases against me. Hanbai's voice trembled with emotion. I acknowledge my past transgressions, yet I am determined to amend my ways. My love for Feimo is genuine, and were it not for your interference, we would not have endured such prolonged suffering together. Chung Enya appeared amused, as if she had heard the most absurd jest. Suffering? Have you truly suffered, Miss Han? I observe you flourishing in Hollywood, living a life of leisure and freedom. Where's this so-called suffering? With all your accolades and charm, I see no trace of distress. Hanbai, anxious to clarify, continued, I merely aspire to carve out a name for myself in Hollywood, to prove that I am worthy of Feimo. What is wrong with that? If not for this ambition, you would hardly spare me a glance. When Wan pondered, questioning whether Madame Yi had indeed pushed Hanbai to such a desperate state, her tone tinged with lament. Although she regarded Hanbai as a target, she couldn't help but lean towards believing Chung Enya. What are you trying to prove? That you are deserving of Feimo? Chung Enya laughed heartily, a laughter that was both carefree and elegant. Hanbai, you are amusing. Let me tell you the truth. Even if you became the most renowned and accomplished actress in history, even if you were to win the Oscar for Best Actress, you would still not be worthy of my son. My daughter-in-law need not be extraordinary or in the limelight. She simply needs to love my son enough. And you fall short. I love Feimo, Hanbai asserted firmly. You are not me. Why do you dismiss my feelings? Stop. Chung Enya interjected, observing Hanbai's rising agitation. She gestured dismissively, wishing to cease this line of discussion. In front of Wenwan, I prefer not to delve into your relationship with Feimo, as it may displease her. Let's return to the matter at hand. What is it you wish to discuss with me? Wenwan blinked innocently, her beautiful and pure peach blossom eyes sparkling with excitement. Madam Yi, I don't mind at all. I'm quite happy for you to continue your conversation. It doesn't concern me in the slightest. Please go on. I'm eager to hear the gossip. Such tales are of utmost importance. Chung Enya shot her a look of exasperation, while Wenwan pouted and silently sipped her coffee, yearning for the juicy tidbits. Hanbai fell silent, feeling a wave of resentment, yet she dared not oppose Chung Enya. No matter how many years passed or how high her achievements rose, she remained intimidated by Chung Enya. Su Nua smiled, a hint of sarcasm in her gaze as she regarded Hanbai. Hanbai, I see Wenwan is quite eager for gossip. Let me share another tidbit. When you were dating Feimo, you were utterly oblivious to his family background. During his youth, Feimo exhibited a rebellious spirit. Coincidentally, he expressed a desire to live independently for 2 years, and both my parents consented. Thus, during the time you were involved with Feimo, he indeed possessed the capability to acquire a house and a car in a remarkably short period. However, he could never rival the illustrious reputation of young Master Yi. He merely had a strikingly handsome visage, coupled with a rather somber and uninteresting demeanor. At that age, you were likely somewhat enamored with the notion of heroism. Initially lacking fame, you found yourself drawn to Feimo. As you navigated the entertainment industry, you soon realized that being with a struggling boyfriend paled in comparison to dining with directors, singing, or even engaging in intimate encounters. As these experiences contributed more significantly to your career advancement, opportunities that Feimo could not provide. I did not, Hanbai retorted loudly, her gaze glistening with unshed tears. I never thought that way. Chang'an stifled a laugh. Whether you thought that or not, you know in your heart. If you had known Feimo's true identity back then, would you have been willing to forsake such a strong foundation? Moreover, Han Bi, who told you to lie before me? Is it not evident that I can discern the truth at my age? Hanbai was rendered speechless. Wenwan mused silently, recognizing the formidable nature of the dynamic between Chang'an and Su Nuo, leaving Hanbai utterly defenseless. It seemed that during their courtship, Ye Feimo had masqueraded as a poor boy. How self-inflicted that suffering seemed. If only he had revealed his true identity from the outset. Perhaps Hanbai would not have abandoned him. Perhaps they would have shared a loving relationship, sparing him the anguish he endured. Thus, young Master Yi, your lack of honesty has led you to deserve your suffering. It was reported that a particular survey site once conducted two contrasting inquiries. First, if your boyfriend were a poor boy masquerading as a wealthy heir and the truth came to light, what would you do? 99% of women would choose to break up, valuing honesty above all. Second, if your boyfriend were a wealthy heir posing as a poor boy, and the truth was revealed, what would your response be? 99% of women would choose to continue the relationship, deeming true love more important than integrity. This presents a thought-provoking dilemma in life. Young Master Yi aligns with the second scenario, yet faces the consequences of the first. Thus, he is indeed a tragic figure. As when Wan's mind wandered to other matters, Hanbai was engulfed in despair, feeling humiliated by the words of Su Nuo and Chang'an. Seeing her distress, Chang'an remained quite pleased, feeling that no matter how much Hanbai suffered, it would never compensate for the pain Feimo endured over the years. The more Hanbai was hurt and indignant, the more Chang'an relished it. Hanbai deserved it. Enough of these trivial matters. It has been years since those events occurred. Why have you sought me? Chang'an inquired. In this uncomfortable situation, Hanbai felt quite awkward and was reluctant to broach the subject of Liang Hongyu. However, passing Chang'an's scrutiny and that of Ye Feimo was a challenge she could not overcome, and she could not fathom why Ye Feimo was so obedient to his mother. Anger simmered within Hanbai. Madame Ye, I came to discuss the matter of Liang Hongyu, Hanbai stated. And Ning is currently preparing for Director Wang's production, directed by Lin Ning. Have you heard about this? I have long ceased to concern myself with Anning's affairs. What? You wish to audition for Liang Hongyu? Indeed. Hanbai remarked that regardless of Chang'an's prejudices against her, her standing in the film industry is irreplaceable by any star. She is the most influential figure domestically. While her ventures in Hollywood have proven fruitful, she has not neglected her promotional efforts at home. The series she starred in has also been introduced domestically and has garnered immense popularity. Her fame was not acquired without merit. Despite Chang'an's biases, she remains the most suitable candidate for the role of Liang Hongyu. Chang'an exchanged glances with Su Nuo, who then looked at Wenwan. Chang'an stated, have you mistaken the person? If you desire to play Liang Hongyu, you should approach Feimo or Lin Ning. Since Lin Ning is directing, you know the protocol. He selects his own cast. Approaching me is futile, for Lin might not heed my words. Otherwise, would it not ruin his film if I were to suggest an unsuitable candidate? Wenwan nearly spat her coffee in disbelief. A pig? Mrs. Yi's acerbic wit was truly remarkable. To liken Hanbai to a pig. Goodness, how could the exquisite and noble Hanbai be reduced to such a comparison? What then did that make her? A pig's sister? She finally comprehended the source of Ye Feimo's sharp tongue. However, at present, she was not particularly concerned with that. Hanbai's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as she clenched her fists, making an arduous effort to suppress her indignation. Noticing Wenwan's hesitation to speak, Chang'an mused that the girl was quite astute. Surely she did not wish to audition as well. That would make for an entertaining spectacle. Thus, Chang'an gazed at Wenwan with anticipation. Wenwan, what do you wish to convey? Kai Shao Jing anxiously observed Wenwan, fearing she might foolishly declare her desire to audition as well. Mrs. Yi had little tolerance for such behavior in women. Of course, she was unaware that if Wenwan were to voice such intentions, Chang'an would appreciate her even more. She relished any opportunity to vex Hanbai. Han Bai cast an irritable glance at Wen Wan. In her view, there was no place for Wen Wan to interject in her conversation with Cheng Anya. Wen Wan felt the weight of the gazes upon her. Each of the three women present was formidable, their presence overshadowing her. Feeling somewhat awkward under their scrutiny, she nonetheless felt compelled to voice a thought. "Mrs. Yi, is there anything edible in the CAF?" Her eyes conveyed a palpable urgency for sustenance. Chen Anya sighed, realizing she had perhaps placed too high expectations on Wen Wan. How could Feimo's taste have shifted so drastically to favor this little white rabbit? Su Nuo chuckled. "Are you hungry?" Wen Wan nodded seriously. "I've only had a single piece of bread today." Su Nuo waved to summon the waiter to bring forth a selection of the CAF's renowned pastries. The conversation was soon interrupted by Wen Wan's stomach. Before long, the waiter presented 4 distinct types of cakes and pastries. Wen Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, something to eat. "You all continue your discussion. I shall indulge in my meal. You may disregard my presence," she declared, taking small bites of her matcha red date cake, wearing an expression of pure delight. Eating exquisite treats while eavesdropping on gossip was indeed the most delightful of pastimes. Kai Xiaojing's lips twitched. Her thoughts had already faded away. "Wen Wan, can't you endure a little longer? Is it truly impossible for you to hold on just a bit more?" Cheng Anya shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. Han Bai interjected. "Madam Yi, Feimo mentioned that years ago you expelled me from Anning International, forbidding me from participating in any films invested in by Anning International, unless you grant your consent." "Oh, this impudent child. Am I truly such a tyrant?" Cheng Anya feigned innocence as she glanced at Su Nuo. "Mummy, you are indeed a gentle person," Su Nuo responded. Exactly, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law harmonized, while Han Bai's expression darkened considerably. Wen Wan couldn't help but want to scoff. She admitted to having misjudged the situation. Madame Yi and gentleness were surely worlds apart. In her youth, this woman must have been a queen. Han Bei, suppressing her temper, maintained her poise, concealing any displeasure. "Madame Yi, are you implying that you consent to my taking on Liang Hongyu? Which of your ears heard me say that I agreed for you to take the role?" Cheng Anya's smile vanished. Han Bai's expression shifted. If she disagreed, then what did she mean? Cheng Anya pursed her lips. "Han Bai, it appears you possess quite a bit of confidence. Among the artists under Anning, many have reputation, status, and a loyal audience. Do you think you are the only international star in this country?" Peng Xiao, Li Yuanyuan, Chen Xiuli, Yang Yang, each of them has fame, talent, and a following. Why must it be you? Cheng Anya enumerated Anning International's top female stars, renowned throughout Southeast Asia and well-known in Europe and America. Peng Xiao and Li Yuanyuan had even graced the covers of 2 of the most prestigious magazines in the United States, with reputations that, although slightly inferior to Han Bai's, were by no means lesser in domestic appeal. This woman was overly confident, as if no other female star existed in the country. Han Bai smiled confidently. "Indeed, Madame Yi speaks the truth. They are excellent artists. However, I am different. Besides domestic audiences, I have a significant following abroad. Anning International intends to showcase Liang Hongyu at the Cannes and Venice film festivals, and I believe the majority of international judges commend my acting. With me in the lead, the International Entertainment Department of Anning can solidify its standing in the domestic market. A successful and commercially viable project should not be hindered by your prejudices against me." Cheng Anya recognized that Han Bai was speaking the truth. If Anning International aimed to project Liang Hongyu internationally, Han Bai would indeed be the best candidate. She wasn't outright denying Han Bai's participation. The film Liang Hongyu had been attempted over a decade ago, but its reception had been poor, too artistic, and somewhat self-indulgent. It did not perform well at the box office. This time, under Lin Ning's direction, the commercial aspect would surely be emphasized. Box office success was not in question, and to gain critical acclaim, bringing Han Bai on board was indeed the most favorable choice. Although Cheng Anya harbored biases against Han Bai, her acting was indeed widely praised. Occasionally, Cheng Anya would watch her performances and found them commendable. From the perspective of an actress, she was indeed talented. It was said that she was dedicated, hardworking, and gifted. "Wan Wan, what do you think?" Cheng Anya suddenly inquired of Wen Wan, who had been attentively listening while eating with great seriousness from the very beginning, causing Chung On-yu to suppress a laugh. There was an innate warmth about Wen-wan that made her presence remarkably comforting. However, Han Bai's expression darkened at this, questioning the significance of Wen-wan's involvement. As a fellow artist signed under Anning International, if Wen-wan expressed a desire to act, Chung On-yu's protective nature would undoubtedly lead her to grant the role to Wen-wan. Han Bai clenched her fists as an international superstar. To seek a role through a mere novice like Wen-wan felt like a slap to her face, igniting feelings of humiliation and anger. Yet reconsidering, she mused that a major production like Liang Hongyu would never cast an unknown actress like Wen-wan. If they did, it would indeed be a perilous decision, one that Ye Feimo would not entertain. Wen-wan set down her spoon and pressed her lips together, noticing the unfriendly gaze from Han Bai. She pondered why Han Bai was looking at her in such a manner when she had not said anything. I believe Miss Han, with her significant international influence, remarkable acting skills, and striking appearance, is undoubtedly the best choice for the role of Liang Hongyu. I have seen her excel in similar roles, Wen-wan stated with genuine sincerity. Kai Xiaojing, with her eyes closed, thought to herself, "You're the one who is truly the best choice. Your benefactor has specially crafted this production for you, not for you to push it away. Such a naive child." Yet, Wen-wan's words were truthful and evident to all. It was precisely this quality in her that inspired a deep desire to cherish and provide her with the very best. Chung On-yu raised an eyebrow, remarking, what noble virtue! How generous you are to your rival, dear daughter-in-law." The women in their family typically dealt with rivals decisively, leaving no room for mercy. Su Nua took a sip of coffee and cast a glance at Wen-wan, suggesting, "Wen-wan, I believe if you were to play Liang Hongyu, the outcome would also be commendable." Han Bai's expression grew more sullen, a trace of derision flickering in her eyes. The thought of Wen-wan playing the role provoked a cold laugh within her. "What right did Wen-wan have?" Startled, Wen-wan quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "I can't. I have no reputation whatsoever. I would surely be scolded by Director Lin. If I were to act, no one would watch. It would be a guaranteed loss. Wen-wan, you are far too modest. I think you would do splendidly." Chung On-yu replied with a smile. Han Bai's expression soured even further as Wen-wan, sensing the growing hostility in Han Bai's gaze, smiled again and said, "If Miss Han desires this role so much, then she should have it. I believe she would perform exceptionally well." Wen-wan's words carried no hidden meaning. Yet to Han Bai's ears, they were acutely grating. Did she truly think of herself as a member of Anning International? Since when did Han Bai need to seek a role through Wen-wan's charity? What did she mean by that? Is this charity? I don't need it. Han Bai has been navigating the entertainment industry for a decade, having witnessed much and matured beyond her once impulsive and fervent nature. Yet, upon hearing Wen-wan's words, discomfort stirred within her, prompting a sharp retort. Wen-wan, taken aback, innocently replied, "Miss Han, have you misunderstood something? What I expressed was sincere. I genuinely believe your films are commendable. I am in no position to bestow charity upon you. Hen bi glad af endnu wishing enya coldly interschictel, Miss Hen. If you do not desire this role, why burn up with me?" Wen-wan stated, "I was initially inclined to suggest you to Feimo, but since you are not interested, let it be." Linda, anxious at the side, understood that Han Bai did not truly wish to reject the role. Rather, she perceived Wen-wan as a threat. With Wen-wan's audacious remarks, Han Bai's pride felt pricked, interpreting them as a veiled insult. "Madam Yi, that was not my intention. Please do not misunderstand." Linda hurriedly attempted to mediate. "This role is something I greatly desire. I appreciate Madam Ye's support and hope you can speak favorably of Han Bai." Chung On-yu retorted coldly, "As I mentioned, if Han Bai does not want it, then it is settled. I shall not force her. Matters concerning Anning are at Feimo's discretion." After a moment of contemplation, she regarded Wen-wan with a smile. "After all these years, it is indeed time to forget past grievances. Han Bai, here is my proposition. I shall not obstruct your participation in Anning International's productions. However, if you wish for Feimo's approval, your capabilities must speak for themselves. Should he agree to cast you, I assure you there will be no further objections. You may rest easy." Chung On-yu had her own agenda. Han Bai and Linda exchanged glances, elated by the unexpected turn of events. Han Bai's eyes sparkled with surprise. Are you speaking the truth? Certainly. Every word is genuine. I'm not like some individuals who speak as if their words are mere flatulence, Chung Anya remarked coolly. Han Bai's delight surged. After enduring a night of vexation, she felt relief wash over her. As long as her objective was achieved, a little discomfort was inconsequential, especially considering Chung Anya's notorious penchant for complicating matters. So long as she did not impede her, Han Bai was confident Ye Feimo would acquiesce to her role in Lianghong Yu. The production of Feng Yu Jia Rin boasted impressive investments, a skilled director, and a reputable crew from Huayan Entertainment, capable of challenging in Ning International. However, the presence of Yi Yin within the Lianghong Yu crew rendered incomparable. When Wan observed Han Bai's elation, pondering whether she truly failed to recognize that Master Yi was more difficult to engage than Madame Yi. Enough, you may leave now. Do not disturb us as we reminisce. Chung Anya coldly issued the dismissal. Though displeased, Han Bai forced a smile, elegantly rising to her feet. She cast a lingering gaze at Wen Wan before departing with Linda, while Chung Anya beckoned Kai Xiaojing to join her. Wen Wan, alone, devoured all 4 desserts. Kai Xiaojing gritted her teeth. You shouldn't consume so many high-calorie treats at this hour. Warming looked at her with a sense of unjust grievance, lamenting that her consumption in recent days was a multitude of what lay upon the table. Xiao Jing, please do not torment me. I stand at 167 centimeters, weighing merely 88 jin. A gust of wind might carry me away. Initially, she had weighed 98 jin, shedding a full 10 jin. Truly, it was a life unworthy of living. Oh, the poor girl, sighed Xiao Jing. Let her indulge. You haven't had dinner either, have you? Chung Anya summoned more desserts, for there was little else to be found in the CAF. Kai Xiao Jing remarked. Director Li from the jewelry department mentioned that Warming's face retains a hint of baby fat, which would lack presence in advertisements, suggesting she lose weight. Yet, despite her overall slimness, her face remains unaffected. She spoke with evident frustration. Li Mingfei is notoriously discerning. Perhaps you should have Xiao Tian intercede on her behalf. Chung Anya gazed intently at Warming's visage, which was indeed an exquisite oval face, small and elegantly contoured. The lower portion bore a slight softness, lending her an air of youthful charm. This subtle baby fat rendered her appearance all the more endearing, her complexion fair, complemented by large, beautiful peach blossom eyes, an undeniable beauty. That hint of baby fat adds a touch of adorability, mused Chung Anya. In truth, with such beauty, a smidgen of baby fat is quite charming. She ought not to lose it. Just look at her frame. There is hardly any flesh left. How cumbersome it would be to carry her at night. Chung Anya's thoughts drifted towards the benefits for Ye Feimo. Warming widened her eyes in astonishment, puzzled by the implications of her words. Was there a hint of impropriety in her statement? Was she suggesting that she would be held in embrace at night? Why emphasize the nighttime embrace? Su Nuo discreetly kicked Chung Anya beneath the table, who, unfazed, pushed the desserts towards Warming, who eagerly seized them. Xiao Jing, isn't Ning truly preparing to shoot Liang Hongyu? Chem Anya inquired. Kai Xiao Jing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Director Yi has long mentioned it to me. He spoke to you? Chung Anya raised an eyebrow. Kai Xiao Jing's gaze darted toward the voraciously eating Warming, and Chung Anya's eyebrows arched in surprise. Feimo intended to support Warming? That was a considerable investment. However, was it not somewhat precarious? Did she even realize? Kai Xiao Jing shook her head helplessly. Warming remained oblivious, believing her role in the Qinglian production was solely a product of her own diligence, just as she attributed her numerous endorsement deals to her efforts. In reality, unseen hands were orchestrating her rise. Post-fame, she would undoubtedly attract a plethora of advertising opportunities, yet Warming was still only modestly known, far from the heights of stardom. Some commendable endorsements sought her out, but these connections were inextricably linked to Ye Feimo. Without him, she would have been relegated to minor advertisements. I perceive her as a clever facade, playing the naive to hide her true prowess, Chung Anya teased, while Kai Xiao Jing covered her face, often perplexed by Warming's genuine ignorance or feigned naivety. At times, I feel as if I am guiding a little white rabbit, only to glance back and find a tiger shadowing us. Kai Xiaojing chuckled, acknowledging that regardless of the circumstances, her fondness for warmth was undeniable. By the way, Madam Yi, I heard from Director Lin that the role of Liang Hongyu will be auditioned publicly. Any woman aged between 18 and 30 may participate, regardless of experience. The so-called public audition is merely a strategy to prevent others from exploiting Warmth's lack of experience. In this industry, any news can circulate. With Warmth's recent entry into the field and her opportunity to star in such a major film, she will undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Inevitably, some unflattering remarks will surface, and neither Director Lin nor Ye Feimo wishes to see that. What do you mean? Your recent tactic was quite effective, madam. Hanbai must have perceived your concession as a sign of hope for the role. Even in a public audition, she would lower herself to participate. Despite Hanbai's involvement, she was not chosen, while another candidate was selected. You understand this inadvertently generates buzz for Liang Hongyu and a certain individual. Serving as an excellent promotional strategy at no cost, Kai Xiaojing remarked, expressing her admiration for Ye Feimo's approach. Ye Feimo had mentioned the public audition to Hanbai, deliberately stating that Chung Anya was obstructing her, prompting Hanbai to seek Chung Anya's favor. Considering in Ning International, Chung Anya would likely be somewhat accommodating. Moreover, she no longer concerned herself with the matter. It was ultimately Ye Feimo who held the reins. At most, this mother-son duo would play their respective roles, one taking on the role of the good cop, while the other assumed the bad cop. With Hanbai generating momentum for Liang Hongyu, the force would be formidable, especially with Yi Yan's imminent strong entry into the production. This would undoubtedly create ripples. This promotional tactic is truly brilliant. One cannot help but admire it. I can foresee such minor schemes, Chung Anya replied, her mind sharp as a mirror. Hanbai must have approached Feimo, expressing her desire to portray Liang Hongyu. I have long ceased to involve myself with Ning International. Feimo is known for his independent ways. If he prefers to cast Hanbai, I shall not object. However, Hanbai has informed me that Feimo has forbidden her from participating in Ning's productions, clearly positioning me as the bad cop. Alas, this child is becoming increasingly difficult. Yet, I truly did not anticipate that he would employ Hanbai to generate buzz for a certain individual. Fools often find their fortunes, Kai Xiaojing remarked. Chung Anya laughed heartily, while Warmth appeared somewhat bewildered. Chung Anya shook her head, realizing that Warmth was genuinely unaware of the developments surrounding Liang Hongyu. Warmth, do you wish to portray Liang Hongyu? Chung Anya inquired. If it were another artist, being questioned by the industry's leading figure would prompt them to eagerly flatter her in hopes of securing the role. However, Warmth, harboring some trepidation, responded, I do wish to, but what if it incurs losses? Perhaps it is best to refrain. If I lose money, Ye Feimo will surely scold me. Fear not. Our family may lack many things, but we possess an abundance of various currencies. Let's stimulate consumption. Chung Anya waved her hand, speaking with grandiose flair. Warmth felt slightly taken aback and weakly remarked, no more stimulating consumption. Even with soaring consumption indices, pork will become unaffordable. Every time I see the rising prices of pork at the supermarket, I contemplate a vegetarian diet. Ah, you are quite remarkable. Chem Anya replied. Su Nuo, standing nearby, laughed. Warmth, when will your portrayal of Princess Qinglian be broadcasted? Director Zhang mentioned that filming would be completed by the end of this year, with an anticipated airing around March or April of next year. Why do you ask? Warmly speaking, this drama is highly anticipated, and everyone is putting in great effort. While she cannot claim it surpasses the original, it is undoubtedly a captivating production with 80 of the storyline altered, offering numerous points of interest. Su Nuo has committed to following this soap opera, a notion she never expected. In her memory, the highest inspectors of international anti-terror organizations are typically drawn to action-packed blockbusters. So her interest in this genre comes as a surprise. In the second episode, Huapian Shirtu expressed his admiration for the show's trailer. He even requested a poster of Princess Qinglian, albeit with the caveat that all must sign it. Su Nuo felt slightly embarrassed, lamenting over Yining Yuan's peculiar taste. She often found herself cuddled by him while watching these trivial soap operas. Consequently, over the years, she has developed a habit of indulging in them. When Ye Tianyu was born, Cheng Anya rewarded the couple with a well-crafted historical drama as a gift, which turned out to be both critically acclaimed and commercially successful, becoming a classic of its era. When Ye Kellen was born, they ventured into comedy films, producing a 2-hour feature that, despite mixed reviews, performed remarkably well at the box office. In summary, the entire family adores soap operas. Warmly, it sounds wonderful. I will inquire about it when I return, she said. Such a peculiar preference. Their brothers also share a fondness for soap operas. Cheng Anya chuckled, attributing this interest to their upbringing, as their mother had a penchant for 8 p.m. dramas. Warmly instinctively noted that Ye Feimo also expressed a liking for these shows, despite their often melodramatic nature. It's quite insidious, she remarked, which may explain his somewhat theatrical demeanor. The cliché and domineering characters seem to stem from some misguided screenwriter. Cheng Anya and Su Nua exchanged several knowing coughs, pondering the bluntness of their observations. Do we need to be so direct? It's quite disheartening for those of us who indulge in such melodrama, warmly mused, a hint of pride in her voice. Nonetheless, Princess Qinglian is the finest of the 8 p.m. dramas. The young master has exquisite taste. Cheng Anya and Su Nua exchanged glances at Warmly's self-satisfied expression, thinking, must you be so self-absorbed? Just admit you performed splendidly, as expected of a match made in heaven with Ye Feimo. Absolutely perfect, they thought, acknowledging her delightful arrogance. Comrades, are we not eagerly anticipating the rising combat prowess of the little white rabbit down in the parking lot? Are we not? It will be absolutely stunning. This film could aptly be renamed Princess Xiangxiang. I was cast as the second female lead, but director Zhang has elevated me to the first. Thankfully, Bing Bing is magnanimous, or there would surely be drama on set. The crowd merely chuckled in response. As dusk descends, Wenwan feels a sense of fatigue and yearns to return home for some much-needed rest. Cheng Anya and Su Nua watch them descend the stairs. And just before their departure, Cheng Anya inquires with a smile, Wenwan, since Su Nua is often away from city, I would love to invite you for tea when you have the time. Absolutely. Wenwan responds with enthusiasm, prompting Kai Xiaojing to depart alongside her. Su Nua, observing their retreating figures, remarks, Mommy, she is truly delightful. Su Nua struggles with the art of complimenting others and seldom offers praise. Her words are straightforward, simply expressing that someone is nice or beautiful. Cheng Anya chuckles. Indeed, she is a lovely child, a little cunning, yet her nature is kind-hearted and innocent. Though she seems increasingly intent on playing the role of a naive girl who outsmarts others. I agree. Feimo does possess a discerning eye, Cheng Anya replies. Enough of that. Your mention of it reminds me of Han Bai. Cheng Anya's expression shifts slightly, for she is certain that Su Nua speaks so boldly only because she believes Cheng Anya will not reveal anything to Feimo. Forget it. It's all in the past. It's perhaps better that Feimo remains unaware. Cheng Anya nods, and at that moment, Ye Kellen calls again. Su Nua answers, and upon hanging up, she cannot help but exclaim, that girl Kellen cannot sit still for a moment. She's been taken to the police station again. What happened? She and Horwan went to a bar, and, unfortunately, it was a brothel. They were caught during a police raid and arrested as underage prostitutes. Now she is calling me to bail her out. Goodness, how foolish are these officers to think a mere 12 or 13-year-old girl could be involved in such things. Su Nua covers her face, lamenting, twice in one visit to the police station. Where do I put my face? Shirtu will surely make fun of me again. That girl certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Not only that, but she also seems incapable of fleeing the scene. She must be drunk, and so is Xiao Huan. When those two are together, it's bound to be chaos. Meanwhile, Kai Xiaojing and Wenwan arrive at the parking lot after descending the stairs, when suddenly they hear someone calling from behind. Wenwan turns to find Han Bai and Linda approaching. Han Bai, shedding her previously demure demeanor in front of Cheng Anya, now adopts an imperious stance. Looking down at Wenwan, seemingly unfazed, Wenwan greets her with a sweet smile and a warm demeanor. Han Bai regards her coldly. Miss Wen, I didn't expect you to be so cunning, integrating yourself into the Ye family so swiftly. Don't think your little act can fool me. Feimo doesn't truly like you. The title of fiancé is merely a wishful thinking of Ye Feimo. Do not let it go to your head. Kai Xiaojing opens her mouth to speak, but when Wan holds her back, she typically adheres to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked herself. Yet she refuses to remain indifferent when faced with bullying. Miss Han, I'm neither proud nor oblivious. It is, in fact, you who seems anxious. Why the fear? You, an illustrious international star, stand here with an air of superiority confronting a mere novice like myself. Don't you find that rather unbecoming? As Han Bai's expression shifted, she had always perceived Wen Wan as a delicate little rabbit, easily manipulated and lacking in the capacity for retaliation. Just moments ago, in the presence of Chung Anya and Su Nuo, she had maintained a cheerful demeanor, quietly consuming her meal while offering praise on Han Bai's behalf. Han Bai had assumed that Wen Wan was merely a naive newcomer, fresh to the industry, easily intimidated by a few casual remarks. To her surprise, Wen Wan had the audacity to counter her, a revelation that Han Bai had not anticipated. What kind of newcomer would dare to confront an international superstar? Unless, of course, they had no desire to remain in this circle. Wen Wan's boldness was not merely a reflection of her character. It likely stemmed from the support she had behind her. With a cold smile, Han Bai leaned closer to Wen Wan, regarding her with disdain. I see now, Miss Wan, you are quite the master of deception. Feigning innocence before Lady Yi and Su Nuo, it appears you are not as simple and benevolent as you seem. You exhibit a certain cleverness in how you seek to ingratiate yourself with them, craving both reputation and powerful connections. Wen Wan regarded Han Bai with a calm gaze. In truth, Miss Han, I'm not your admirer. I have only watched a handful of your performances. What I expressed the other day was mere pleasantry. Once, I considered you a target, but a target is not the same as an idol. I am not your fan. Today, I have come to realize that regarding you as a target was a rather superficial choice. It seems there is nothing about you that warrants my emulation. How dare you? Han Bai seethed, her face flushing with anger. How could this young girl raise her voice to her? Did she truly believe herself to be the mistress of a Ning International? Do not let your embarrassment turn to fury. I merely speak the truth. Wen Wan smiled sweetly. As for whether I am trying to please Lady Yi, that is of no concern to you. A person like her does not lack for admirers. If I can bring her joy, it is a skill in itself, certainly preferable to those who seek her favor yet receive none in return. Furious, Han Bai was further incensed by Linda, who, unable to contain her anger, attempted to strike Wen Wan, only to be intercepted by Kai Xiaojing, creating a tense atmosphere. Wen Wan stood aside, smiling sweetly, as if the conflict did not involve her at all, while Kai Xiaojing and Linda faced off. Han Bai suddenly realized that this girl, Wen Wan, was far from ordinary. She could be genuinely innocent, yet when it came to retaliation, she was formidable. Just like that day in Casablanca, when most girls would have been paralyzed by fear, Wen Wan had dared to confront Brother Xiong, seeking to assert herself. Perhaps she had always misjudged her. Linda, think carefully about the consequences of striking her, Kai Xiaojing remarked coldly, as Linda gritted her teeth and attempted to break free from her restraint. Wen Wan had no desire for conflict with Han Bai, but her tone had been excessively humiliating. She did not wish to linger in this entanglement. Sister Xiaojing, let us go. Just as she turned, Han Bai called out to her. Wen Wan, do you know the relationship I have with Ye Feimo? Wen Wan slowly turned around, her gaze smiling as she regarded Han Bai. What did she wish to convey? The little white rabbit will present an astonishing image next. Ho ho, comrades. Please disregard my title. I've been rather whimsical lately. The highlight lies in the subsequent image. Han Bai believed she had finally managed to intimidate Wen Wan. Unable to suppress her elevated demeanor, she cast a cold glare at Wen Wan and scoffed. I once loved him deeply. He has loved me above all others in this lifetime, not you. You are merely admired for your resemblance to my face. He regards you as a mere substitute. Miss Wan, a stand-in will always remain a stand-in, a counterfeit forever a counterfeit, incapable of becoming the genuine article. Do not harbor illusions of replacing my position in Feimo's heart. It is utterly impossible. This was her bargaining chip. All of Feimo's rumored girlfriends were merely fleeting encounters, a means for him to retaliate against her past betrayal. He still loved her, not Wen Wan. With a little more effort, he would return her side. When Wan smiled at Han Bai, unable to resist touching her own face, innocently gazing at Kai Xiao Jing. Sister Xiao Jing, do I resemble her in any way? Look at Miss Han. She has an oval face, while mine is more akin to an egg shape. By our country's standards of beauty, an egg-shaped face is deemed more attractive. Wouldn't you agree? And regarding our eyes, hers are almond-shaped, while mine are more like peach blossom eyes. According to Baidu's interpretation, peach blossom eyes are the most beautiful, full of emotion and vibrancy. As for our noses, hers may be more prominent, yet our aesthetic values favor daintiness. So my petite nose is quite fitting, isn't it? Now, concerning our mouths, hers appears significantly larger than mine, and her ears are quite prominent, whereas mine are delicately small. Kai Xiao Jing was stifling laughter to the point of injury, when Wan's words were indeed sharp. Comparatively, while Han Bai's features may stand out individually, none could surpass Wan's beauty when viewed collectively. Han Bai, though striking, lacked the elegant charm that Wan possessed, which was merely a matter of time. If comparing features individually, few could rival Wan in beauty. Han Bai was livid, her face turning a deep shade of anger. You, Wan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Thus, you see, we are entirely different in appearance. How could you possibly think we resemble each other, Miss Han? Furthermore, with your commonplace features, it is quite normal for others to share a resemblance with you. Whether Feimo favors me is his concern, and it has nothing to do with my visage. When Wan despised being compared to Han Bai, the incessant mentioning of little Han Bai was already vexing enough. The last thing she needed was Han Bai inserting herself into the situation, which only added to her discomfort. When discontent brewed within her, her words became particularly biting. Linda, standing nearby, was equally incensed. Han Bai coldly smiled. Deny it all you want. It is futile. You are merely replicating the path I once tread. Let us not forget that your manager was once mine. Your every move echoes someone else's. Miss Wen, I have seen your performance in Princess Qing Lian. That aura, that role. I once portrayed something quite similar. Your performance style undeniably emulates mine. Every gesture and movement reflects imitation. Do you dare to deny it? Were it not for the guise of Xiao Hanbai, your fame might remain modest. She believes that your rise to prominence is merely a consequence of basking in her light. The advertisement for Perfume 5203, which you appropriated, was shot by none other than the illustrious Ye Feimo, and her envy has only deepened. Little did anyone anticipate that the endorsement for the 5203 jewelry line would also fall into your hands, inciting further ire from Hanbai. While the perfume, being a subsidiary of Anning International Jewelry, holds little significance, the jewelry itself is a different matter altogether. Anning Jewelry ranks among the top 3 international brands and has never enlisted a Chinese celebrity as its spokesperson. Its ambassadors are always Hollywood's elite. This endorsement was something she coveted, only to have it snatched away by you. Such events have sent ripples through the realms of advertising, jewelry, and entertainment. Hanbai is convinced that you are utterly unworthy of this endorsement contract, and that Ye Feimo must have intervened on your behalf, likely engaging in some unsavory dealings. Otherwise, how could he possibly assist you without reason? Hearing your sarcastic remarks now only deepens her discomfort. Upon hearing these words, you felt a surge of anger. Am I mimicking Hanbai's performance style? What a ludicrous assertion. The more infuriated you became, the sweeter your smile turned. Miss Han, am I imitating you? Have you become so enamored with yourself? Just because you donned a black gown today, does that mean anyone else in black tomorrow is imitating you? How absurd. Should I call you insecure or self-absorbed? Who were you emulating when you first emerged? Do you even hold a right to judge others? You continued. Do you know why I detest being referred to as little Hanbai? I despise the notion of others mistaking Hanbai's works for mine. Rather, I fear the opposite, people mistaking my creations for hers. Do you grasp my meaning, Miss Han? Having navigated the industry for a decade, Hanbai found herself flustered by the audacity of a newcomer, nearly succumbing to a heart attack from the shock. She could not comprehend the source of your confidence or why you dare to challenge her. This was sheer humiliation, blatant and unrefined. Kai Xiaojing was equally astonished. Having mentored you for so long, she had always perceived you as a gentle and innocent little rabbit. Apart from a singular incident in Casablanca, where you occasionally played the role of a cunning underdog, You generally exuded a gentle demeanor. To witness you speak so assertively and incisively to a senior for the first time was remarkable. Your words were piercingly sharp. You expressed fear not of others mistaking Hanbai's work for yours, but rather the other way around, clearly asserting that Hanbai was unworthy of being compared to you. Warmth. You are formidable. Where does this little rabbit derive such confidence? Yes, your acting talent is a gift, but must you wield it so dominantly? This statement bore lethal weight. It was the first moment Kai Xiaojing recognized your formidable fighting spirit, realizing there was no reason for her concern. After delivering your retort, you wave your hand nonchalantly, declaring, "I shall return to rest. Do as you please." She took 2 steps, then turned back, her smile as radiant as that of a little white rabbit. "Miss Han," she began, "is your relationship with Ye Feimo truly something to boast about? I find it rather incomprehensible. After all, you were merely a couple who parted ways 7 years ago. There are countless former lovers with separations exceeding 7 years. Your pair is hardly unique. Do refrain from such pride. Furthermore, separations occur daily among couples, a phenomenon more commonplace than instant noodles. Yet you speak of it so casually. I genuinely fail to see what merits celebration. If you had managed to keep him tied to you for 7 years, maintaining his fidelity throughout, then perhaps you could claim some prowess. Alas, Ye Xiao is akin to a stallion, chasing after every mare he encounters. Thus, your sense of superiority is misplaced. In my eyes, it merely amounts to a jest. With that, when Wan elegantly turned away, her faint smirk lingering as she regarded Han Bai, only to instantly shift her demeanor, leaning on Kai Xiaojing's shoulder. "Sister Xiaojing, I'm so tired. Carry me home, please." "Woe is me." Kai Si Azing, observing the spectacle from the shadows, along with Chung Anya and Su Nuo, momentarily forgot about their little princess at the police station, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Su Nuo remarked, "Mommy, it seems you misjudged. This is not the little white rabbit you thought." Chung Anya nodded. Her combat prowess is indeed formidable. Your mommy has truly relished this moment. Just seeing Han Bai's face brings me joy for an entire week. Initially, she had feared that when Wan's temperament would lead her to suffer in a direct confrontation with Han Bai, but it appeared her worries were unfounded. This girl was far from naive, feigning innocence while concealing her strength. She had even caught Chung Anya off guard. She adored such girls, gentle yet fiercely resilient. Su Nuo laughed. I never expected her to be so adept. Was she merely pretending to eat earlier? Yet, even if it was an act, when Wan is undeniably a clever and discerning woman, it was evident she aimed to challenge Han Bai. And of course, she chose to indulge in the gossip. Since Han Bai hadn't uttered a word against her, she had every reason to enjoy the show. Once Han Bai put on airs, when Wan was bound to retaliate. Chung Anya chuckled. What I initially rated as an 80-point daughter-in-law has suddenly reached perfection. Oh, I truly adore her. Especially how she can switch from fury to charm in an instant. I can easily envision her having delightful moments with Feimo. He ought to be with a spirited girl like her. Han Bai stomped her foot, disregarding her image as she muttered a few curses before departing with Linda. Chung Anya shook her head while Su Nuo suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, Kalan." At the police station, Yi Kalan stood defiantly. Her fair face flushed with indignation as she glared at the officers. "I'll have my father blacken all of you." The police, maintaining their cool demeanor, inquired about her parents. With tears welling in her eyes, Yi Kalan pleaded, "Officer, look at me, a lively and charming young girl. Observe my noble and aloof demeanor. Not to mention my slender figure. Do I resemble a girl of ill repute?" The officer cast her a sidelong glance, reflecting on the recent trend of individuals who fancied themselves as juvenile maidens. Yi Kalan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she blinked and asked the police officer, "Oh, dear officer, you share this preference too, don't you? Is that why you are involved in such raids, seeking to indulge your eyes?" The officer, overwhelmed, lamented the absence of the girl's parents. Was it enjoyable or not? Was it, please disregard my title. It is rather shocking, isn't it? You all seem quite impure, covering my face in embarrassment. There will be some intimate scenes soon, so stay tuned. Perhaps in just 10 days, we will unveil them. Oh, joy! Kai Xiaojing drove Wen Wan back to the Mingqing apartment. Throughout the journey, Wen Wan felt drowsy, utterly fatigued from the past few days. Kai Xiao Jing glanced at her, uncertain whether she was genuinely tired or merely pretending to sleep, as if she had completely forgotten about the recent incident with Han Bai. She seemed to be in a deep slumber, as if that event held no significance at all. Kai Xiao Jing shook her head, pondering the uproar that would ensue if those words were broadcasted. A novice challenging an international superstar. A headline so striking and sensational. Silently, she escorted Wen Wan back to the apartment. Halfway through, Director Zhang called to inquire if she had resolved matters concerning Wen Wan. If so, he expected her to return for night work. Observing Wen Wan sleeping soundly beside her, Kai Xiao Jing softly replied, "Director Zhang, I apologize. It was Ning's wife who met Wen Wan, and some discussions may extend late into the evening. I will ensure she reports for work by 8 tomorrow morning. I am truly sorry. I hope you can accommodate this one night." Director Zhang offered no further remarks before ending the call. Kai Xiao Jing continued her silent journey back to the Mingxing apartment. Upon arriving downstairs, she was about to awaken Wen Wan to ascend when Ye Feimo's car pulled in. He lowered his window and asked, "Where are you headed at this late hour?" Kai Xiao Jing pondered for a moment and replied, "We have been working late lately." He furrowed his brow, and Kai Xiao Jing curiously noted Ye Feimo's attire. Was it particularly cold today? Why was the young master dressed in a long black coat? It exuded a sense of chilling melancholy, akin to a haunting lament. Ye Feimo exited the vehicle and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Where is she?" Kai Xiao Jing gestured towards the sleeping Wen Wan, who appeared as if in a deep slumber. Ye Feimo frowned, and just as Kai Xiao Jing was about to rouse Wen Wan, he raised his hand, walked around, unfastened her seatbelt, hoisted her bag onto his shoulder, and carried her upstairs. Kai Xiao Jing silently observed as Ye Feimo carried Wen Wan into the apartment. It was not favoritism. It seemed that Ye Feimo and Wen Wan were indeed the most compatible pair. Upon reaching the 44th floor and swiping the access card, Ye Feimo tossed her bag onto the sofa and directly carried her into the bedroom. Why has she become so lightweight? He mused, noting that while she was not short, her appearance had grown unappealingly thin. Wen Wan remained in a deep sleep, oblivious to Ye Feimo's dissatisfaction regarding her weight. She rolled over under the covers, clutching her pillow as he turned on the air conditioning and prepared a warm towel to gently wipe her face. She slept soundly, unaware of everything, while Ye Feimo gazed quietly at her sleeping face. She must be quite exhausted lately, as her complexion did not appear well. Upon reflecting on the unfortunate circumstances of Brother Xiong and Brother Chang today, Ye Feimo felt a slight sense of relief, finally avenging her to some extent, even if she remained oblivious to the details. He struggled to comprehend his own emotions, questioning why he felt compelled to defend her. After all, she had been by his side for quite some time. Considering her efforts in preparing meals for him, it seemed only fitting that he should protect her. Warmth sneezed, prompting Ye Feimo to lower the temperature in the room slightly. Her bedroom connected to a dressing room, which featured a wooden staircase. Ascending the stairs, Ye Feimo lifted the floorboards, revealing a passage that linked his home on the 45th floor to the 44th in this rather peculiar manner. Ye Feimo worked on the 45th floor, while his meals and rest now took place on the 44th. Initially, Warmth had been quite pleased to move to the 44th floor. Despite being one floor above, in such an apartment, it was rare to encounter others living above or below for an entire lifetime. She had relished the thought of living a blissful life away from Ye Feimo. Little did she know, on her very first night, she would hear noises from the dressing room that startled her awake. Grabbing her slippers, she intended to confront what she assumed were mice. To her astonishment, the door to the adjoining room opened, revealing the second young master, clad in pajamas and holding a pillow, boldly appearing before her. He disregarded her threat with the slipper and casually lay down on her bed. Warmth was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how someone from the 45th floor could so stealthily enter her bedroom in the dead of night. It was a disturbingly surreal experience. Upon rushing to the dressing room, she discovered an additional wooden staircase that he had constructed before her move, connecting the two floors. Tears welled in her eyes. No wonder he had remained unfazed by her relocation. It became evident that whether she had moved or not, The outcome was unchanged. They were still destined to share the same bed at night. Since the establishment of this passageway, the second young master found it exceedingly convenient to traverse between the two floors. Sleeping on the 44th floor and working on the 45th, his personal belongings gradually migrated downstairs. Ultimately, the 45th floor transformed into a study, while the 44th became a bedroom and living room. Warmth had grown accustomed to the second young master's domineering presence, hardly feeling inclined to evict him. As she slept soundly, Ye Feimo's phone, resting on the bed, rang incessantly, disrupting her peace. Groggily, she stirred, grasped the phone, and answered. "Feimo, come keep me company, will you? I'm at the bar we used to frequent." Warm's mind was in a fog. Unable to discern who was speaking, she mistakenly believed it was her own phone. With a thud, she collapsed back onto the bed, inadvertently hitting her head and letting out a yelp. The voice of Hanbai abruptly ceased. "Who are you? Where's Feimo?" Her tone tinged with urgency and jealousy. Half awake, Warmth found the noise exasperating, muttering to herself about the incessant disturbances. "Enough already. I'm trying to sleep." She hastily ended the call, casting the phone aside and curling back under the covers. Once Ye Feimo had finished addressing 2 urgent documents and descended the stairs, he couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. Warmth's sleeping posture was far from ordinary. The blankets were tangled into a chaotic mass, leaving her body exposed to the cool air. He could not resist raising the indoor temperature once more, just as he was about to change clothes, take a shower, and retire for the night. His phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, Ye Feimo furrowed his brow. He answered the call and asked indifferently, "Hanbai, what is it?" "You." Hanbai was taken aback, having assumed that it would be Wenwan answering instead, though the voice was somewhat muffled. She could discern it was indeed Wenwan. They were truly together. Why would Feimo's phone be with her at this late hour? Hanbai was not a child and understood the implications. It turned out that Feimo's words were indeed true. He was living with Wenwan in Mingcheng apartment. After their breakup, she learned of his identity and initially sought to win him back, searching for his whereabouts, but regrettably, Cheng Anya had not divulged this information to her. Eventually, upon discovering that Feimo was residing in Mingcheng apartment, she waited for him on the 45th floor for 3 days and nights, nearly freezing to death. He merely let her in for a glass of water before hastily sending her away, unwilling to allow her to stay. She had exhausted all means to rekindle their relationship, yet the resolute Ye Feimo had coldly rejected her. Hanbai even professed that she would relinquish fame and exit the entertainment industry, regretting her past actions, as long as Feimo would not leave her. However, Ye Feimo never granted her another opportunity. When she departed, she once harbored a dream that when she stood at the pinnacle of the entertainment world once more, having achieved success, she would return to live happily with Feimo in that very apartment. Yet now, he allowed another woman to reside in Mingcheng apartment. Over the past few years, Hanbai had devoted herself to her career, rarely returning to City A. However, she remained acutely aware of Ye Feimo's affairs. He was a notorious womanizer, treating women as mere garments, yet he had never brought a woman home. This apartment was intended as a home for him and the one he cherished. For years, she had believed she would be the mistress of that apartment. With tears and laughter, she realized he truly had found one. No, she must still have a chance. "Feimo, where are you?" Ye Feimo frowned, sensing from her tone that Hanbai seemed quite inebriated. His brow tightened. "Go to bed." Hanbai was deeply disheartened. Previously, Wenwan had said to sleep, and she had held onto a glimmer of hope that they were not together. But now, despair was closing in on her, especially after encountering Cheng Anya. "Feimo, will you come and keep me company? I miss you so much." The sound of her weeping resonated through the phone. For reasons unknown, her cries were filled with a poignant sense of injustice and heart-wrenching sorrow. Ye Feimo recognized her pride. She rarely displayed such vulnerability. What was wrong with her? "Feimo, will you come and keep me company?" Hanbai pleaded once more through her tears. Ye Feimo responded with a cold smile. "Miss Han, do you even realize what time it is? I'm sorry, but I have to work tomorrow." Linda sees Hanbai's phone, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Mr. Yi, we are at Juanshin Bar. Hanbai is intoxicated and refuses to leave, despite my calls. After meeting your mother today, she came here to drink and is now utterly inebriated. If If this gets reported, it would severely tarnish her reputation. Furthermore, it's quite late, and the bar is chaotic. Considering your past connection, could you come here to accompany her for a moment? Les ensures she calms down and returns home safely. Juanshin Bar had been a place they frequented in the past, yet he hadn't set foot in it for years. Ye Feimo foot ignardly. Did she think that invoking memories of yesteryears would stir his emotions? However, she had encountered his mother today. What had transpired between them? Why had she wept? And why was she drowning her sorrows in alcohol? The bar was indeed rather rowdy, and he couldn't help but wonder if anything untoward might happen to her. A young woman alone at this hour. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yet Ye Feimo coldly replied, Linda, given Hanbai's connections, there are plenty of people who can accompany her. Please seek someone else. I am unavailable. A chill crept into Linda's heart. Did he truly harbor no feelings for Han by any longer? His indifference was striking. However, Linda was not the naive girl she once was. As Hanbai's manager, she had honed her skills to handle every situation, big and small. Mr. Yi, though you may not believe me, let me assure you of one thing. Hanbai has never forgotten you over these past years. She tells herself every day that she must achieve success to win your mother's acceptance and to earn your forgiveness. She yearns to stand by your side, to weather life's storms together and to share a lifetime. Despite the myriad rumors circulating in this industry, some of which are entirely unfounded, know this, Hanbai loves you deeply. Tonight, after enduring your mother's disapproval, she is here drowning her sorrows alone. If something were to happen to her, could you live with that on your conscience? Are you truly unconcerned for her well-being? Linda stated with righteous fervor. Ye Feimo maintained an impassive expression, seemingly unmoved, yet a tempest brewed within him. Linda's words struck a tender chord deep within him, a place that held the most beautiful memories of first love. Was he truly unconcerned for her? He couldn't even deceive himself. With that, Ye Feimo shrugged off his long coat, donning a light blue shirt, simple yet elegant, paired with jeans that accentuated his refined handsomeness. After fastening his watch, he radiated style and sophistication, his brow slightly furrowed. Hanbai lay peacefully, lost in sweet slumber, oblivious to her surroundings. Ye Feimo watched her for a while before stepping out of the bedroom. After ending the call, Linda gazed at the slightly tipsy Hanbai, a smile gracing her lips. Her words had succeeded. She thought it wouldn't be long before Ye Feimo arrived at the bar. With a smile, she dialed another number, the pale yellow liquid at the bar reflecting her astute gaze. Linda's red lips parted as she spoke. Longji? Juanshin Bar has yet another sensational story, guaranteed to make headlines. She is no longer the naive Linda. She has learned to seize opportunities, helping Hanbai attain her desires while ensuring she receives the best. As Hanbai's manager, her fortunes are intertwined with Hanbai's. Thus, it is only natural for her to ensure Hanbai's well-being. When Ye Feimo arrived at the bar, it was nearly empty. Hanbai was accompanied by a bodyguard, who stood at a distance, refraining from interrupting her moment with Linda. Hanbai's hair cascaded freely, her large sunglasses concealing her eyes, and she wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, appearing less like a glamorous star and more like a heartbroken woman drowning her sorrows in the bar. The dim lights obscured her identity, and with Linda warding off any approach, no one recognized Hanbai. She sipped her cocktails one after another, her expression fraught with anguish. Ye Feimo cast a cold glance at Linda, bypassed her, and snatched the drink from Hanbai's hand. Hanbai, startled, attempted to reclaim her drink, but upon realizing it was Ye Feimo, she hastily removed her sunglasses, revealing her slightly swollen, tear-streaked eyes, which made her look pitiful. Feimo. Though she wore only light makeup, her flawless skin still radiated beauty, and despite her reddened eyes, she remained striking. Ye Feimo frowned at her, his gaze filled with displeasure. You're insane, coming here to drink without considering your surroundings. His voice was wooden and indifferent, his expression as frigid as ice, unyielding as a frozen landscape. Yet Hanbai gazed at him with a faint smile, pulling him into her laughter, prompting Linda to tactfully step aside. Feimo, look, this is the bar where we often came. Nothing has changed. See, that statue is still there. Everything is just the same. Hanbai smiled dreamily, while leaning on Ye Feimo's arm, her intoxication evident as she swayed slightly. Reluctantly, he embraced her. Enough, don't act foolishly. Let us go home. He attempted to lead her away, but Hanbai resisted. Feimo, tell me, after I left, did you ever return to this bar? She asked, gripping his collar. No. Ye Feimo replied coldly. Disappointment washed over Hanbai, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked heart-wrenchingly sorrowful. No? Why not? This is our bar. Hanbai, have you had enough? Ye Feimo snapped, barely restraining himself from pushing her away. His brows furrowed sharply, laced with mockery as he remarked, You betrayed me and left. Now you feign deep affection? Hanbai, if you desire fame or recognition, you could have simply told me. I would have supported you. But now, what are you doing? I didn't tea. Hanbai sobbed, her eyes shimmering with tears, her cries full of sorrow. I didn't betray you. Feimo, it was never my intention. Your mother set me up. Be silent. Ye Feimo's gaze was piercing, devoid of any emotion, as if anyone could freeze in his presence. It's true, Hanbai pleaded. She humiliated me today, saying I. Hanbai, go home, Ye Feimo said coldly. Hanbai panicked, grasping his shoulders as she asked, Feimo, can we truly never be together? You love me, and I love you. Why can't we be together? Shall we start anew? I swear, I will love you well and never cause you pain again. Ye Feimo cast a cold glance at Hanbai, remaining utterly still, allowing her to cling to him as her cries seemed to be of no concern to him. Unbeknownst to him, memories of that day when warmth turned to a heart of ash resurfaced. His brow furrowed tighter, and a wave of irritation washed over him. Linda, come here and take her away. Don't let her make a scene here, he coldly called. Hanbai, however, would not let go. She clutched him tightly, yearning for a single answer. Do you truly not want me anymore? Feimo, do you truly not want me anymore? Her tear-filled eyes gazed at him with a haunting sorrow. Under such a gaze, even the hardest of hearts might soften, reluctant to see her hurt or distressed. Ye Feimo reached out, seemingly intending to wipe away her tears, but withdrew his hand midway, his heart a tempest of emotions. Did Hanbai still genuinely love him? Did she truly wish to start afresh? He found himself wavering. The past was an everlasting wound in his heart, always aching subtly. He could not discern whether he truly loved Hanbai, unable to forget her, or if it was merely his pride that could not accept the blow of being forsaken by a woman. All he knew was that this obsession had entangled him for 7 years, an inescapable burden. Hanbai clung to him tightly, declaring, Your mother said she doesn't mind me playing a Ning, although she still humiliated and criticized me. Yet, she no longer opposes my acting. If I try harder, she will eventually accept me. Feimo, shall we start over? I will not disappoint you again. Ye Feimo remained silent. Had Hanbai sought out his mother? Had they discussed these matters? His mother had always harbored biases against Hanbai. Surely, she must have said unkind things, which explained Hanbai's unusual behavior tonight, drowning her sorrows in the bar. Was her distress rooted in her deep concern for him and his mother's opinion of her? Feimo, Hanbai called out dreamily, suddenly rising on her toes to kiss him. Ye Feimo, caught off guard, instinctively steadied her as she stumbled, wrapping his arms around her waist. In the shadows, the flash of a camera flickered. The entertainment reporter's lips curled into a suggestive smile. This is big news. Ye Xiao and Hanbai. This will make headlines for days. This trip was not in vain. The next day, Wenwan was groggily roused by Kai Xiaojing. She was not one to rise easily, and after finally getting some rest, she was displeased to be disturbed. She swung her fist, heedless of the consequences, and struck Kai Xiaojing in the face. Caught off guard, Kai Xiaojing grimaced at the girl, kicking her off the bed. Get up, you lazy girl. Wenwan fell to the floor with a thud, finally experiencing the pain Ye Feimo must have felt when she kicked him off the bed. What is going on? Warmth, with a sorrowful expression, felt a surge of frustration as Kai Xiaojing recalled the scandal of the day. Observing Warmth's pitiful demeanor only fueled her ire. I say, how could you let young Master Yi carry you home and then permit him to run about? And to get into trouble while at it, you foolish girl? At the mention of gossip, Warmth's spirits lifted. What fresh rumors about young Master Yi have emerged? She inquired. Hurry, get up and prepare yourself. You wouldn't want Director Zhang to reprimand you, would you? Move quickly. With Kai Xiaojing's authoritative tone, Warmth complied obediently, hastening to wash up. During breakfast with the television on, all entertainment channels in the city were broadcasting a scandalous news report. Young Master Yi is enamored with Han Bai, a 7-year romance fraught with emotional turmoil. Han Bai extends an olive branch, and young Master Yi finds himself quite fortunate in love. Their 7-year relationship has finally culminated in success. Despite varying headlines, the essence remained the same. This morning, every entertainment network was ablaze with news about young Master Yi and Han Bai. Their passionate kiss at Juanxin Bar captured in photographs that swiftly dominated screens. Shortly, these images would spread like wildfire across all media platforms, igniting considerable public interest. Interestingly, GK Television was also covering the story, with every channel discussing the budding romance between young Master Yi and Han Bai. Journalists delved into their past connections, while GK International Media showcased young Master Yi's former romantic interests alongside Han Bai's past alliances, presenting images of their intimate moments and hotel outings, all with sensational flair. The headlines were even more shocking. The Queen of Scandals and the King of Rumors collide. Warmth was taken aback by it all. In truth, there exists even more explosive content, so stay tuned. Remain composed, for calmness is key. The title The Queen of Scandals and the King of Rumors Collide was indeed the most fitting. Han Bai, the perennial Queen of Scandal, had garnered fame not only for her illustrious roles, but also for her numerous romantic entanglements, including whispers of liaisons with international architects, jewelry designers, directors, media moguls, and investors. Rumors had even circulated that a Hollywood director had been supporting her lavish lifestyle abroad, their relationship seemingly profound. In recent years, as Han Bai navigated Hollywood, insiders were well aware that someone was undoubtedly championing her rise. Whether through romantic ties or friendship remained uncertain, but her swift ascent could not have been achieved without support. On the other hand, Ye Feimo reigned as a titan of the entertainment industry, boasting an unparalleled level of media exposure, with headlines featuring him weekly, eclipsing even top-tier male stars. His romantic escapades spanned a diverse array of women, including actresses, models, and singers. Truly, he was the quintessential king of gossip. In summary, today's entertainment landscape was ablaze with fervor. The gossip circles were also buzzing as industry insiders engaged in spirited discussions about this latest scandal. The artistry of the captured photograph was undeniable, showcasing the couple's intimate expressions and poses during their passionate kiss. What then is the role of entertainment reporters? Naturally, it is to unearth the latest news. As soon as they catch a whiff of a news lead, they eagerly rush to unearth it, possessing an astute understanding of how to extract the most valuable stories. In essence, the role of entertainment reporters is akin to that of seasoned sleuths. It is well known that Ye Feimo and Han Bai once had a relationship 7 years ago. This is not a secret to many. At that time, Han Bai, having been in the industry for just a few years, had already achieved considerable fame. The entertainment circle, though vast, is still a small world, and she had numerous acquaintances. Thus, the fact that she had a boyfriend outside the industry was hardly a clandestine affair. Many were aware of it. Yet, when Han Bai ventured to Hollywood, their romance became shrouded in secrecy, leaving few in the know. Moreover, the public's attention was more fixated on her romantic liaisons than on her legitimate partner. Over the years, this matter faded into obscurity, but now, with its resurgence, it has all come to light. The reporters from GK International Media are exceptionally adept, managing to unearth all the juicy gossip, even prompting Anning International Television to broadcast the news. This morning, a city was awash with rumors about the two of them. When Wan suddenly found the toast in her mouth to be unbearably unpalatable, and after hastily finishing a glass of milk, she departed with Kai Xiaojing. Observing Wen Wan's pallor, Kai Xiaojing could not help but inquire, "Wen Wan, are you all right?" "I'm perfectly fine," Wen Wan replied with a radiant smile. "What does this have to do with me?" As they stepped outside, neither anticipated encountering Han Bai and Ye Feimo in the elevator. Wen Wan's smile faltered, just as she was about to retreat. Ye Feimo extended an arm, pulling her inside and holding her tightly by his side, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. Han Bai's once vibrant smile vanished entirely. Wenn Nguyen Fool Hia Plewe and Bi Is Itaya. Many of her clothes remained unpacked from her move, and with Kai Xiaojing's assistance in acquiring numerous new outfits. She had not worn many of them. Most of the garments that Ye Feimo had purchased for her still resided on the 45th floor. The purple dress Hanbai wore was one of those, when one had once joked that it did not suit her at all, and thus it had been cast aside. To her surprise, it suited Hanbai remarkably well. A chill washed over Wen as she realized that Ye Feimo had always viewed her as a mere substitute for Hanbai, with those garments tailored to align with Hanbai's essence. At last, she comprehended this truth. Thankfully, she had not retrieved any of those clothes. They would rightfully return to their original owner. Kai Xiaojing's brow furrowed as they entered the elevator, making it awkward to exit now. Wen casually greeted Hanbai and Ye Feimo, while the latter's penetrating gaze remained steadfastly on her. His deep, cold eyes briefly betrayed a glimmer of confusion, as if he wished to convey something, yet ultimately said nothing. Hanbai wore a victorious smile, seemingly pleased with the unfolding events, while Wen, indifferent to her expression, focused on discussing their itinerary with Kai Xiaojing, treating Ye Feimo and Hanbai as mere specters. Ye Feimo turned his head to observe Wen. Noting her attire, a bright orange knitted sweater paired with black hot pants and white sneakers, which showcased her long, fair legs, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Warmth seems to favor such combinations. Simple, casual, yet stylish, brimming with youthful exuberance. However, he disapproves of her attire. She possesses a pair of exquisitely beautiful legs, fair elongated, with a lovely contour, round and pleasing, unfairly enticing men. Meanwhile, Warmth contemplates whether Ye Feimo and Hanbai have rekindled their relationship, given that he brought her home for the night. Upon her arrival, Hanbai appeared coy, engaged in conversation with Ye Feimo, exuding an air of bashfulness that was almost charmingly ridiculous. Indeed, after such a passionate kiss at the bar last night, bringing her home instead of staying out was a significant improvement for the second young Master Yi. With his predatory nature, one would expect him to have succumbed right then and there. Having resided here for a while, this was her first encounter with Ye Feimo returning with a woman. Evidently, Hanbai held a unique place in his heart, his first love. Warmth thought bitterly, may all lovers ultimately become estranged. Hanbai asked with a hint of sarcasm. Miss Wen, so you reside on the 44th floor? I assumed you lived with Feimo. Her tone suggested a veiled mockery. It turned out she did not cohabitate with Feimo, merely a smokescreen. She had suspected that Warmth was merely a pawn in Ye Feimo's game, not taken seriously. She had indeed overthought it. Feimo still harbored feelings for her. Warmth beamed a radiant smile, choosing not to elaborate. What concern was it of hers whom she lived with? Ye Feimo's gaze remained fixed upon her, and for reasons unknown. His discontent grew more pronounced. He even wished for Warmth to exhibit a shred of displeasure, perhaps to inquire about his feelings. Yet, she said nothing, save for a polite greeting, which vexed Ye Feimo. Did this infuriating girl truly not care at all? Kai Xiaojing pondered in confusion. What on earth was going on? Everything else was manageable, but Ye Feimo must not alter his plans and assign the role of Liang Hongyu to Hanbai. That was absolutely unacceptable. The dynamic among the three was undeniably intricate. In the confined space of the elevator, each person harbored distinct thoughts. Kai Xiaojing received a phone call from Director Zhang, who was pressing for updates. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Warmth tugged at her, exclaiming, I'm doomed. He is going to scold me again today. Xiaojing, you must help me. Get lost. Who told you to sleep in? Can you really blame me? Who asked you not to wake me up earlier? And to let me encounter a stallion and a peacock? I'll have to check the stars before going out in the future. Thus, the agent and the artist exchanged playful jabs, with Warmth delivering a double entendre as a subtle insult. Ye Feimo pursed his lips, his expression cold and aloof, while Hanbai wore a displeased countenance. They hurried towards a garage, and soon after, a car sped past Ye Feimo and Hanbai, disappearing into the distance. Hanbi, now devoid of the previous night's disarray and sorrow, could not conceal her glee, exclaiming, Feimo, so you really don't live with Warmth. Why did you deceive me? Ye Feimo cast a cold glance at her, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Hanbai, which one of your eyes discerned that I do not reside with her? The very clothes you wear are hers. Han Bai's expression shifted slightly, yet she retorted, but she lives on the 44th floor. It was Wen Wan who insisted on residing there, specifically to avoid the prying eyes of journalists capturing us together and sparking rumors. This is our affair, and it concerns you not. You were intoxicated last night. Linda intentionally handed you over to me. Han Bai, do not presume I am oblivious to her intentions. Bringing you back was merely because the bar was closer to my home. After a long day, I was exhausted and in need of medication for my stomach. I have neither the inclination to perform in this charade nor the desire to partake in this game. You ought to comprehend that. Ye Feimo's tone was severe, his gaze icy as it fell upon Han Bai's pallid face. I've already called Linda to fetch you. Just wait here. With that, he ceased speaking, driving away and leaving Han Bai alone beneath the Mingxing apartment building. Watching his departing figure, Han Bai vowed silently that she would make Feimo accept her once more. She was resolute. His concern for her signified there remained a glimmer of hope. As Ye Feimo drove a short distance, he recalled that he had yet to power on his phone. Upon doing so, he was immediately met with a call from the general manager of the media department, a middle-aged man who spoke with a grave seriousness, reporting on the day's gossip concerning him. Ye Feimo furrowed his brow, demanding, "What did you say?" His tone was so harsh it startled the manager. "Ye, what troubles you? You instructed that all rumors concerning you should be broadcasted freely, and the larger the better, as per your directive." The manager, feeling quite innocent, explained that he found the situation somewhat peculiar, hence the call. Ordinarily, there would be no need to report on Ye Feimo's gossip. Upon hearing the content, Ye Feimo clenched his fist and slammed it against the steering wheel in frustration. Damn it! Last night, Han Bai had forcefully kissed him, catching him off guard. After steadying her, he had immediately pushed her away. How could such a fleeting moment have been captured by the press? Curse these vile tactics. He swiftly pieced together the unfolding events, cursing internally. Has the newspaper been printed? Yes, it will be out shortly and will soon hit the market, the manager replied, his tone upbeat, predicting good sales for the day. Instinctively, Ye Feimo wished to retract the newspapers, but why would he? Even if he withdrew, other media outlets would surely publish similar stories. Rather than surrender the sales to others, it would be wiser to profit from them himself. Entertainment newspapers and magazines have been performing admirably in sales recently. If someone were to divulge the events from 7 years ago with Han Bai, the news would surely spread like wildfire. Understood. Ensure that the entertainment magazine is well planned as well. Come by in the morning. I will provide the information. This magazine must rank first in sales for March, or you shall be dismissed, Ye Feimo stated coldly. Better to benefit oneself than to allow others to reap the rewards. Indeed, I understand, Manager Zhang said with trepidation. Achieving the highest sales in March is an easy feat. After all, our Tranquil Entertainment magazine already leads the market. Aside from GK International Media, no other competitor stand a chance. The Scandal Emperor and Scandal Queen are formidable indeed. I wonder what other sensational news lies ahead. Manager Zhang has begun to anticipate it eagerly. As long as the information from General Yi is compelling enough, securing the highest sales will be undoubtedly achievable. As for the television station, they can handle matters as they see fit without needing my approval. Ye Feimo paused for a moment before adding, in the future, aside from our warm gossip about Anning International's rising stars, you may manage all other news as you deem appropriate. About that warm gossip? Manager Zhang felt the need to clarify. Should we seek approval for both major and minor news? Yes, even about what she enjoys eating. Do you comprehend now? Ye Feimo's tone was rather stern, exuding an air that suggested he would not hesitate to crush any misunderstanding. Yes, I fully understand. After hanging up the phone, Ye Feimo drove nonchalantly. Why should he intentionally retract the newspaper? What was the matter? It was merely a piece of gossip after all. Hadn't he circulated numerous rumors over the years? Han Bai was just one of them. There was no need for him to treat her any differently. It was merely another instance where the subject of gossip happened to be an international star. What was so remarkable about that? Let them think that public opinion could sway him. Ye Feimo's lips curled in a cold smile. Some individuals seemed to forget who truly wielded the power of public discourse. The phone fell silent for a moment before ringing again. It was Zhang Ling calling. General Yi, a large group of entertainment reporters is gathered beneath the Anning building. You may need to use a special passage. Dismiss them, Ye Feimo replied coldly. Why are they in such a hurry when my news hasn't even been released by Anning? The security team is already dealing with it. But you know how persistent the reporters can be. Understood, I am aware. Ye Feimo replied frostily. As he drove through the bustling city, he passed a shopping mall where GK International Media was airing a report about him and Hanbai. The photographs were remarkably clear, capturing every angle flawlessly. Ye Feimo, being a shrewd individual, instantly recognized that this was not an impromptu attack by reporters, but a meticulously planned ambush. He smiled coldly, choosing not to elaborate further. Comrades, who can guess what intriguing developments will unfold next? Ho ho! In the Yi household, early in the morning, Ye Kellen exclaimed, "Grandfather, grandmother, mommy, uncle is on television again. Oh my, uncle appears more frequently on TV than little cousin." Chung Anya chuckled. "Your uncle has been on television long before this. There's nothing to be surprised about. You should be grateful that you didn't make the news for blowing up the police station last night, you naughty girl." Ye Kellen bit her lip adorably, retreating towards Yi Tianyu with a look of feigned innocence. "It wasn't intentional. You know me best, brother. You should know that Kellen is the most well-behaved and adorable." Yi Tianyu smiled gently. "Dear sister, if you were truly well-behaved and adorable, dinosaurs would not have gone extinct. Brother, you truly are mischievous." Yi Tianyu smiled silently, embodying the gentlemanly demeanor of Yi Ningyuan. "If you dare to cause such chaos again, I shall send you to the training base for an ample dose of discipline." Su Nuo stated coldly, exasperated by this troublemaker, though her greatest frustration lay with Yi Ningyuan. Last night, Ye Kellen had caused an uproar at the police station, and upon her return, when she recounted the tale to Yi Ningyuan, he burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "This daughter truly inherits her father's spirit. Well done." Indeed, the daughter he had raised was a source of constant vexation. "Mama, please don't be so cruel. I certainly do not wish to be confined for a decade, like my brother. That would be terribly dull. Besides, the explosives were provided by brother. You cannot blame me." Ye Kellen shamelessly betrayed Yi Tianyu, asserting, "He told me this gum bomb is the latest model with impressive effects. I merely want to test it. How could you hold me accountable?" Yi Tianyu shot her a sidelong glance. "Do not ask me for such items in the future." What's so remarkable about that? I can always ask Daddy. He grants every request." Chung Anya was watching the news and exclaimed, "Isn't that Han Bai?" Just then, Yi Sin Shao came downstairs, scooping up Yi Kellen. "Did you get frightened when the police station was blown up last night?" "Terrified? Grandpa is the gentlest." Yi Kellen snuggled against Yi San Shao's head. Chung Anya and Su Nuo exchanged glances, with Chung Anya kicking Yi San Shao. The ones who were actually frightened were the police officers. Who cares about the police? They're merely for show. A little fright is good for them. They should keep their eyes peeled when encountering Kellen in the future. "Grandpa, you are truly wise." Yi Kellen praised, giving a thumbs up. Yi San Shao raised an eyebrow, his expression saying, "Did you really need to say that?" Chung Anya pursed her lips and turned away decisively, while Yi Tianyu smiled. "That scoundrel Feimo, why is he still entangled with Han Bai?" Chung Anya rubbed her forehead, and Yi San Shao glanced at the television. "Isn't this being broadcasted by our network?" "Of course I know that," she replied. "Then what are you worried about?" Yi San Shao said coolly, "Since our network is airing it, it's merely a mundane rumor. In Feimo's eyes, Han Bai is no different from any other passerby. It's just gossip. If today were a different network with the media overwhelming us while Ning remains silent, then you should be concerned. For now, you can rest easy. If you are truly uneasy, Tianyu, you can take care of her to spare your grandmother from worrying about your second uncle all the time." Chung Anya remarked, "Indeed. Men understand men better." Yi Kellen pouted and asked, "Grandpa, are you sure this isn't about you being jealous of second uncle? Does this little girl even know what jealousy means?" "Of course. For instance, Mama always calls out for Tianyu at home, which makes Daddy unhappy. He insists on sending us brothers far and wide, wishing we wouldn't be home at all. That's what jealousy is." Yi Tianyu nodded precisely. Yi San Shao patted Yi Kellen's head. "Oh dear, how clever you are. Of course, I am Grandpa's granddaughter, so I must be clever." Chung Anya shook herself and patted Su Nuo's hand. "You should have another daughter." Su Nuo replied, "Kellen, do you miss your little cousin?" Chung Anya teasingly inquired, while Yi Kellen, noticing her grandmother's somewhat peculiar smile, was at a loss, ultimately nodding obediently. Chung Anyun clapped her hands and said, "Come, call our little cousin and inform him that Anning is about to perform in a play, with our future second aunt as the leading lady. We need him for the role of the male lead." Yi San-shao raised an eyebrow, chuckling at Chung Anyun's cunningness. "Is that truly the case?" Yi Kellen exclaimed excitedly, jumping up from Yi San-shao's lap and darting to the phone to make the call. "Little cousin, it's Kellen. It's been so long since I last saw you. I missed you dearly. Let me give you a kiss first." She cooed sweetly. And Mo Xiaobai chuckled. "Little Kellen, your little cousin isn't interested in incest. Men shouldn't be kissed indiscriminately." "Nonsense. Aren't you engaging in incest yourself?" Kellen retorted. "Little cousin, would you like to come to City A to act? We have a play. And the leading lady is our future second aunt. The male lead is still vacant. Hurry over. Grandma mentioned there are many kissing scenes and bed scenes. It's future second aunt. You know, your second uncle's second aunt. She is as innocent as a little bunny and quite easy to tease." Yi San-shao watched Chung Anyun with a face full of exasperation. Chung Anyun looked back at Yi San-shao. "This is the granddaughter you raised." Su Nuo covered her face, utterly embarrassed. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the other end, as if something heavy had rolled off the bed. Yi Kellen seemed to catch a familiar voice cursing. "Mo Xiaobai, why did you kick me out of bed?" Mo Xiaobai calmly replied, "I needed to clear my head." Chung Anyun and Yi San-shao were momentarily stunned, glancing at the time. It appeared to be quite late on Mo Xiaobai's side. Chung Anyun was speechless. Kellen had indeed dialed Yi In's room, hadn't she? Yi Kellen's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Oh dear, dear cousin, whom did you kick out? Your voice is so sweet, it gives everyone goosebumps." Mo Xiaobai paused. "The second uncle you speak of is indeed my little cousin, right?" "Of course. Do I have many second uncles?" Kellen giggled mischievously. "Wait for your little cousin, as he is about to make advances on your second aunt." Oh dear, oh dear. Did you hear that? For Mo's women, there are kissing scenes and bed scenes. Such promising developments. I can hardly contain my excitement. "Wait, what are you doing?" A series of unsettling sounds followed, and then there was an abrupt disconnection as Mo Xiaobai decisively hung up. "Yay!" Yi Kellen joyfully concluded her call. "All set. Ho ho." Various icy charms, fragrant allure, and scandalous affairs are unfolding. As warmth enveloped the set, they were indeed met with Director Zhang's wrath for being an hour late, his utmost pet peeve. He demanded all crew members arrive early. Tardiness was a grave offense. After being chastised for a good 10 minutes, Wen Wan donned a rabbit-like smile, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Director Zhang. This was the first time she had faced such a severe reprimand from him, though thankfully, his harsh words were not excessively cruel, likely due to his regard for Kai Shaojing. "Enough, enough. Not every time can you feign innocence without consequence. Hurry up and apply your makeup. Xiao Li, make haste and prepare her. Chen Heng, Li Chengming, gather around. We shall commence with the third scene." Director Zhang rolled the script into a cylindrical form, and with a mere flick of his wrist, commanded the presence of his actors with the authority of a general. The two leading roles hurriedly made their way to the performance area, each taking their designated positions. Chung Ying and Peng Yuming were engaged in conversation with Chun Shiuru and Zhuo Bingbing, as their previous collaboration had fostered a certain camaraderie. Their discourse inevitably drifted to the topic of Chun Shiuru's recent professional exile. A subtle change flickered across Chun Shiuru's countenance, prompting her to refrain from further discussion. And the others, sensing the shift, chose not to press on. Zhuo Bingbing sought guidance from the two seasoned veterans regarding acting techniques, and the elder actors generously imparted their wisdom. Zhuo Bingbing's prowess in acting was comparable to that of Chun Shiuru. However, her renown far surpassed that of Chun Shiuru. Since her unfortunate sidelining 2 years prior, Chun Shiuru's fame had plummeted dramatically, rendering her an obscure figure in the industry with scant rumors surrounding her. She remained a discreet presence, and the entertainment world is one characterized by swift transformations. Without projects or visibility, many actresses find themselves relegated to obscurity. In the past 2 years, Chun Shiuru had not graced the screen with any significant roles, merely accepting unremarkable parts with minimal exposure. Her agent had nearly lost hope. with the role she received being disappointingly subpar. The opportunity to star in Princess Qinglian arose through the efforts of director Zhang and her agent, who initially intended to recommend another actress. However, director Zhang, having witnessed Chun Shiuru's performances, insisted on her participation, leading to a series of challenges before she finally secured her place in the cast. For Cheng Ying and Peng Yuming, both seasoned actors, finding a harmonious and familial atmosphere within a production team is a rare treasure, and they relished the camaraderie with their junior counterparts. Kai Xiaojing observed Chun Shiuru from a distance, aware of the scandals that had plagued her 2 years prior. At that time, Chun Shiuru was on the cusp of stardom, only to be undermined by hidden adversaries. The emergence of scandalous photographs and rumors of being kept by a benefactor tarnished her reputation. Ye Feimo, typically indifferent to the affairs of artists, was concerned by the negative impact these events had, leading to the withdrawal of several lucrative endorsement deals. Gu Xiaobei, the general manager of the entertainment division, deemed it necessary to place Chun Shiuru on ice. The intent was to wait for the storm to pass before reviving her career. But her pride and an altercation with Gu Xiaobei led to her continued exclusion from the industry. Kai Xiaojing had heard whispers of the intricate relationships between artists and executives within Anning International. Many artists maintained ambiguous connections with the upper echelons, some displaying arrogance and a sense of superiority, yet ultimately succumbing to the industry's demands. Chun Shiuru was among the rarities who held steadfast to her principles. However, such resilience often leads to obscurity. No matter how remarkable the talent, beauty, or potential, one can easily fade from recognition. Kai Xiaojing was privy to all these affairs. Yet she remained discreet, adhering to the unwritten rules of the entertainment industry, where sentimentality holds little weight. After warming up, I was promptly summoned by the director to the performance area, along with Chun Shuiru and Zhuo Bingbing. This was a significant scene. The Prince of Nalan, having had his identity revealed as the prince of an enemy nation, incited the emperor's wrath, who decreed his execution. Princess Qinglian and Princess Yangxiang, among others, convened to devise a plan to rescue the Prince of Nalan. Chun Shuiru, portraying Qinglian's elder sister, harbored feeling for the second male lead, the gallant Li Changming, and also became involved in this rescue mission. Originally, Gu Yiting's role had undergone a complete rewrite. Thus, Chun Shuiru's lines were few, yet her portrayal of infatuation and intelligence left an indelible impression. Princess Qinglian, though courageous, lacked strategy and was fiercely loyal, while Princess Yangxiang was astute and possessed both wisdom and valor. With the aid of the gallant Li Changming and their circle of friends, they deliberated on how to effectuate the rescue, ultimately agreeing to stage a daring intervention at the execution site. This was to be a captivating performance. A poignant romantic subplot unfolded between Princess Qinglian, Princess Yangxiang, and the Prince of Nalan at the execution ground. Unlike the previous version, this rendition depicted the Prince of Nalan as indecisive between the two women. He appeared to be deeply in love with Princess Qinglian while simultaneously engaging in a flirtatious relationship with Princess Yangxiang. One represented his true self, while the other embodied an elusive aspiration. The dynamics between the two women, who were also close friends yet entangled in a love triangle, were intricate, marked by moments of playful sarcasm and fierce loyalty. As the number of guards increased at the execution site, it seemed they would soon be overwhelmed. In a moment of peril, the gallant Li Changming severed the chains binding them. The Prince of Nalan instinctively shielded Princess Xiangxiang, provoking the jealousy of Princess Qinglian. In the chaos, she inadvertently placed herself in danger, prompting the Prince of Nalan to rush to her aid. Just as a feathered arrow was about to strike him, Princess Yangxiang leaped in front, taking the arrow to her chest. In the climax, Li Changming and a cadre of martial arts experts burst onto the scene, effecting a rapid rescue. With Princess Xiangxiang gravely injured, the Prince of Nalan held her in a tender embrace, overwhelmed by concern, urgency, affection, and gratitude. As she believed her life was slipping away, she uttered a heartfelt monologue that moved many to tears. Meanwhile, Princess Qinglian stood by, torn between sorrow, regret, gratitude, and jealousy. The two actresses delivered an electrifying performance, captivating the audience. The scene flowed seamlessly, with minimal retakes. Princess Qing Lian gazed devotedly at the anguished Li Chengming, embodying both love and remorse. The performances of Zhuo Bingbing and Wen Wan were commendable, bolstered by the formidable presence of Chen Shuiru, leaving even seasoned actors in awe. Wen Wan's acting was imbued with remarkable intensity, oscillating between strength and bravery, with an authenticity that resonated deeply. Most impressively, her emotions were rich and multifaceted, creating the impression that she was not merely performing. In that moment, she was truly Princess Xiang Xiang. The depth of her connection with the prince was conveyed with sincerity and dedication. Even as the director called for a halt, her tears continued to flow, lingering long after she had exited the scene. Zhuo Bingbing's demeanor perfectly embodies the essence of Princess Qinglian, and her acting prowess is commendable. Chun Heng is also a formidable talent. The casting for this television drama has been executed remarkably well, with each actor showcasing their unique style. The scene unfolds with a refreshing vibrancy. Director Zhang observes from behind the camera, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, it is splendid. The scenes involving aerial stunts will be filmed later. This particular moment is captured with grand cinematographic techniques, culminating in a dramatic climax where Princess Xiangxiang loses consciousness, prompting Prince Nailan to call her name loudly. After which the director allows a break. After an hour's pause, they resume filming the aerial scenes. This morning, Director Zhang provided extensive guidance, which has resulted in commendable performances from everyone. During the break, spirits are high, laughter fills the air, and they gather around to share snacks. With Wen Wan eagerly snatching treats from Chen Xiuru. Sister Xiaojing, you must be mistreating her, Chen Xiuru remarks, unable to suppress her laughter at Wen Wan's antics. While relishing Chen Xiuru's mousse cake and pilfering cherries from Zhuo Bingbing, Wen Wan solemnly insists that Kai Xiaojing is indeed tormenting her. Kai Xiaojing gazes at Wen Wan coolly, clarifying that her hunger stems from an early morning bout of jealousy, an appetite stimulant for digestion and weight loss, hence her current hunger. They should disregard her. With innocent eyes, Wen Wan looks up at her, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. Chen Xiuru chimes in, you just woke up? Your stomach is most vulnerable. How can you indulge in jealousy? Surely there are better methods for dieting. Bewildered, Wen Wan wonders when she ever felt jealous. Zhuo Bingbing adds, indeed, Xiuru has a point. Goodness, Wen Wan, you are so slender yet still wish to lose weight. What a dilemma for us. Please, do not reduce any further. We might lose sight of you altogether. Wen Wan protests, I did not indulge in jealousy. Kai Xiaojing nods in agreement, stating, listen closely, everyone. It's about feeling jealous, not indulging in it. The group shares a moment of camaraderie, with Peng Yuming and Cheng Ying expressing their fondness for mingling with the younger generation. Peng Yuming suggests, having been filming for so long, Director Zhang has yet to treat us to a meal. How about we extort him for dinner tonight? The mere mention of dining stirs a sense of apprehension in Wen Wan. While dining with the crew poses no issue, the presence of investors or producers, like Brother Xiong or Brother Chong, would be quite troublesome, and she wishes to avoid such encounters. She recalls the last incident where she accidentally injured Brother Xiong and fears he might pursue legal action against her. Later, Kai Xiaojing reassures her that all matters will be handled by young Master Yi, allowing Wen Wan to relax. The thought of dining evokes a sense of wariness in her, akin to a snake that has been bitten thrice, now fearing the rope of the well. However, she cleverly conceals her anxiety. Zhuo Bingbing, visibly anxious, inquires, this is just her crew dining, correct? No outsiders? Of course, comes the reply. When the director treats us, he wouldn't invite anyone else. If you can persuade Director Zhang to foot the bill, you'll be quite impressive. Cheng Ying, aware of their previous mishap, laughs lightly, aiming to soothe the nerves of Wen Wan and Zhuo Bingbing. Zhuo Bingbing nods eagerly, exclaiming, excellent. I'll ask Director Zhang shortly. Upon glancing at the newspaper, Chen Xiuru instructed the production assistant to bring it over. Within their circle, it was customary to peruse entertainment newspapers, with the crew receiving several authoritative publications each day for their leisure. Oh, isn't that Ye Ershao and Hanbai? Chen Xiuru exclaimed. As the edition she held featured the headline of Anning International's entertainment section, accompanied by a remarkably clear photograph. It was unmistakably Ye Feimo and Hanbai. The bar's dim lighting cast a particularly intimate atmosphere, and the enchanting scene of the handsome man and beautiful woman kissing resembled a frame from an idol drama, stunningly beautiful. The grand headline proclaimed, "The Scandal Emperor takes on the Scandal Queen," mirroring the sensational titles often found in GK International Media's entertainment columns. When Wan recalled the television report she had seen that morning and coolly picked up the newspaper for a glance, only to toss it aside in disdain, deeming the photograph subpar and a detractor from her mood. Peng Yuming and Cheng Ying showed little interest in the gossip, while the younger generation was quite intrigued. Li Qingming remarked, "Ye's speed in changing women rivals that of the Kim family record, each one more impressive and beautiful than the last." One of the young actors playfully asked, "Li Go, are you envious?" To which Li Qingming boldly pointed at Chun Hang. "Ask him, which man wouldn't he be?" Chun Hang quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "I'm not envious. Don't drag me into this." Cheng Ying cast a knowing glance at Wen Wan and smiled. "You're not envious. You're just trying to maintain an image because you wish to pursue someone." All eyes turned to Wen Wan. As she bit into a cherry, she belatedly noticed the collective gaze upon her, with Chun Hang appearing to be on the verge of speaking. She looked toward Kai Shaojing and asked, "Why is everyone looking at me? Did I miss something?" The group collectively rolled their eyes in sympathy for Chun Hang, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such a blissfully unaware and slow-witted woman. Kai Shaojing was at a loss for words. Wen Wan's nature dictated that whenever she deemed something irrelevant to herself, her reactions were always a beat behind. However, when the matter pertained to her, she was swifter than a rabbit. The disparity was stark. Chun Hang harbored feelings for Wen Wan, yet it seemed she was the only one oblivious to this fact. Even Kai Shaojing, a mere observer, could discern the truth. Wen Wan was genuinely innocent and endearing, appearing as pure as a little white rabbit in their eyes. Such a woman easily evoked a man's protective instincts. Both on and off the set, Chun Hang cherished Wen Wan. Unbeknownst to him, he might have equated her with the character of Princess Xiangxiang, viewing her as the embodiment of that role. Intelligent, innocent, wise, and noble, as beautiful as a piece of jade. He held an ambiguous affection for Princess Xiangxiang in the narrative, which translated into a similar sentiment for Wen Wan, often lost in admiration as he gazed at her. Kai Shaojing occasionally caught Chun Hang's lingering gaze upon Wen Wan and felt compelled to intervene, thinking, "Young man, open your eyes. This is not the woman you should be enamored with. She is already taken. Moreover, she is not Princess Xiangxiang." Chun Hang is a prominent star in the domestic entertainment industry. With a bright future ahead, standing at 183 centimeters, he possesses an elegant stature and striking good looks. Moreover, he is known for his upright character, rarely embroiled in scandal. Such a man pursuing a woman is likely to succeed. Kai Shaojing observes Wen Wan, who, aside from her family, seems indifferent to everyone else for the time being. The only person who stirs her emotions slightly is Fong Lucheng, yet the pain inflicted by the young master of the Fong family is too great. For the sake of her family, Wen Wan cannot accept him, despite Fong Lucheng frequently calling to invite her out. Considering the well-being of her employer, Ye Feimo, Kai Shaojing often shields Wen Wan from such advances. Wen Wan's feelings towards Ye Feimo are unclear. Certainly, they do not pertain to love. When she sees Hanbai and Ye Feimo appearing together in the elevator early in the morning, she exhibits a fleeting hint of jealousy, but it quickly dissipates. If she were truly fond of Ye Feimo, she would likely retaliate against Hanbai's jibe in the elevator, yet she reacts unusually without any expression. This indicates that Wen Wan's heart is currently vacant, leaving room for anyone to seize the opportunity. Chun Hang possesses both the charisma and capability to attract her. However, Kai Shaojing naturally hopes for her employer to have a better chance. Wen Wan does not hear their conversation. Chun Hang expresses his hurt but vows to make an effort. They are in close proximity daily, and with his attentive nature towards Wen Wan, he believes he can win her heart. How could Ye Feimo be with Hanbai? Wasn't Tishi previously expelled from Ning? Someone murmurs. Chun Shiru laughs, stating that being expelled does not preclude a relationship with Ye Feimo. Chun Hang, glancing at the newspaper, chuckles as well, suggesting that nearly every woman in the entertainment industry has had an affair with Ye Feimo, whether they're international stars or fresh faces. When Wan hides her face behind the newspaper, feeling disheartened, she is indeed a newcomer and finds herself entangled with Ye, the notorious Casanova. When Wan requests Kai Xiaojing's phone, assuming she intends to make a call, Kai Xiaojing hands it over. When Wan fiddles with the device for a moment before returning it to Kai Xiaojing. Confused by her actions, Kai Xiaojing opens the contacts page, frowning until she bursts into laughter upon discovering that Ye Feimo is labeled as Ye BT in her contacts, now humorously amended to Ye Casanova. When Wan nonchalantly returns to reading the newspaper, noting that the king of songs, Zhang Yi, is about to release a new album. Recently, rumors of his affair with Wan Bullion have surfaced, which disappoints her as it tarnishes her image of him. Hey, did you see this report? Ye Xiao and Han Bai were once a couple 7 years ago. Is it true? Zhuo Bingbing flips through the GK Media newspaper, which features an old photo of Han Bai from 7 years ago, a stark contrast to her current radiant persona. She appears as a modest girl next door then, but now her aura is entirely transformed. The figure beside her is somewhat blurred, but it vaguely resembles a youthful Ye Feimo. When Wan's eyes widen in surprise, the reporters from GK are impressively skilled to unearth such old photographs. However, the features of Ye Xiao from 7 years ago seem oddly unclear, though his silhouette is unmistakably recognizable. A white shirt, denim jeans. Ah, how youthful Ye Zhoma once was. Is it truly him? It seems to be General Yi. So, could it be that Han Bai was elevated by him? By the way, I once heard from an acquaintance that 7 years ago, Han Bai was rumored to have had an intimate encounter with another director, which led to her being expelled from Anning International by Madame Yi. Yes, it was Director Chun. However, Director Chin claimed at that time that he had met Han Bai at a hotel to discuss a collaboration, suggesting that Han Bai was dissatisfied with the script and sought revisions. It appears to have been a misunderstanding. Are you foolish? Who discusses work in a hotel, especially at such an ungodly hour? Moreover, weren't there photos capturing their flirtatious interactions? The news spread like wildfire, and when Han Bai went to America, it all faded into oblivion. Back then, I was still a newcomer, and I heard this rumor everywhere. Later, when Peng Shuang rose to prominence, the public's attention shifted. Zhuo Bingbing, the queen of gossip, remarked with a grin. So, are we to believe that they parted ways over this? One became the emperor of scandals, while the other transformed into the empress of rumors. 7 years later, they cross paths again. Could it be that old flames are rekindling? That must be the case. The group eagerly discussed the gossip surrounding Ye Feimo and Han Bai, when Wan remained silent, quietly savoring her cherries. Zhuo Bingbing, in the midst of her animated storytelling, poked her arm and said, "Where did you buy these cherries? They are utterly tasteless. Not sweet?" Zhuo Bingbing took one, relishing it. "It's quite sweet. I think your taste buds are malfunctioning." Chun Shiweru chuckled as a commotion erupted on set. Director Zhang was conversing with the action choreographers about the upcoming wirework scene. Suddenly, countless flashes lit up as Han Bai and Linda strode into the set of Princess Qinglian, engulfed by a throng of reporters. Han Bai donned a black cardigan t-shirt, adorned with an orange silk scarf, paired with fitted three-quarter leggings and striking orange crystal high heels. A long Gin's watch graced her wrist, and she sported sunglasses, exuding an aura of undeniable stardom. Her presence was commanding and magnificent, sending the paparazzi into a frenzy. Director Zhang seldom allowed reporters on set, as he preferred closed filming sessions to keep everything under wraps. Fan visits were scheduled and regulated, occurring only twice a week. Today was not a designated visiting day. His temper was notorious, making him unpopular among many journalists, yet they were reluctant to offend him. He forbade unauthorized photography and interviews, so they had no choice but to adhere to his rules. Yet today, somehow, they had caught wind that Han Bai would be visiting the set, prompting a swarm of reporters to congregate at the Princess Qinglian location, all eager to uncover exclusive news. The moment Han Bai appeared, the atmosphere electrified, cameras swung wildly. Flashes erupted, and the once quiet set erupted like boiling water. Director Zhang's expression darkened. "Wow, it's Han Bai. It's really her." Zhuo Bingbing, a fan of Hanbai, gazed in admiration, springing to her feet with excitement. Kai Xiaojing kicked Wenwan lightly. Little rabbit, someone is protesting, so stop eating. Wenwan, uninterested, continued to enjoy her cherries. Sister Xiaojing, you think too much. What protest? Does she even regard me? Kai Xiaojing suppressed the urge to squish her underfoot. My dear, in the realm of careers, she could easily topple you with a mere fingertip. However, in matters of the heart, you are her rival. Stand up, exude your presence, and do not be intimidated. By the way, sisters, do you all have Weibo? I notice many are asking for my QQ. I suggest you find a Xiao on Weibo. I am on there daily, but not necessarily on QQ. Having a Weibo for communication is convenient. The physical copy of Mo Fei should be released soon. If you purchase the book, please take a picture and tag me. Come on, sisters. Head over to Weibo and follow me for some interactive fun. I promised the sisters who earned gold medals that I would send books. It seems I've already dispatched 16 copies, with 2 recipients yet to be identified. When I locate you, I shall send you both copies of Mo Fei, totaling 700,000 words. Yinks 0x0, 189xxxx, and Feifei 21, Red Tears 88. If you're still around, please tease me on Weibo. The sisters in the group know that the gold medal campaign was promised by my editor, which I was unaware of at the time. I took responsibility afterward. I pledged to send 10 books, but prepared 20. Most have been sent, leaving only a few unclaimed. Those who receive books, please speak up to clear my name. I have always been a faithful keeper of promises. To clarify, I am aware that many sisters sent me numerous gold medals during that event. For fairness, I asked the website for the list and selected 20 from it. Therefore, for those who earned gold but did not receive a book, please forgive me. Here is the key point and an opportunity. With the release of the physical copy of Mo Fei, I will host a giveaway on Weibo, offering a total of 10 books. So, sisters, rush to Weibo and engage with me. Kai Xiaojing suppressed the urge to crush Wenwan, thinking, in career matters, she could easily be defeated, yet in emotional matters, you're perceived as a threat. Stand tall and project your aura. Do not be shaken. Wenwan looked at Kai Xiaojing, puzzled, tilting her head in contemplation before asking, Sister Xiaojing, do I